Chapter 1. The Great Crossing into the Road Survival World. It feels like my head is splitting. Chun Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing headache accompanied by a wave of dizziness washing over him. Before him was not the familiar ceiling of a rented apartment, but rather a metal canopy riddled with rust and holes. The scorching air felt as if it could ignite his lungs. Each breath brought a searing sensation, akin to inhaling hot gravel. A pungent amalgamation of rust, gasoline, and an indescribable decaying odor invaded his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Struggling to sit up, he discovered himself lying in the center of a desolate parking lot, surrounded by the remnants of various abandoned vehicles, the ground blanketed in thick yellow sand. Where am I? Chun Mo gazed around in confusion, his heart beginning to race. At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Global announcement. Welcome to the Road Survival World. Rules overview. All 8 billion humans aged between 5 and 60 have been successfully transported. Your singular objective is to survive. There's a small chance that family members may be placed together. This is your only welfare. A novice gift package has been allocated to your personal survival wristband. Please check. Please note, each survivor must locate and bind a drivable vehicle within 1 hour and depart the initial area. Failure to bind within the time limit will result in the permanent loss of the opportunity to bind a vehicle. For those unfamiliar with driving, fear not. Simply press the accelerator and leave the rest to fate. Each day of survival rewards a varying number of survival points, which can be used to purchase supplies at service areas. The first 3 days serve as a novice protection period, during which the climate remains stable. After 3 days, extreme catastrophic weather will ensue. The first extreme weather event will be a blazing inferno. Further rules are for you to explore. Novice period. 20 survival points have been allocated. Best of luck to you all. The chilling voice faded, leaving behind an oppressive silence punctuated by Chun Mo's rapid breathing. Road survival. This was unmistakably not a dream. He hastily lowered his gaze to his left wrist. There, unbeknownst to him, rested a black metallic wristband, smooth to the touch and devoid of buttons, yet emanating a faint technological aura. Survival wristband. Chun Mo instinctively reached out with his right hand to touch it. With a hum, a translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. The screen displayed several clear icons: personal status, chat channel, trading market, vehicle, storage space. Focusing intently on storage space, a virtual area approximately 1 cubic meter in size appeared in his mind, containing a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, a hard, stale bun, and a red gasoline canister labeled 20L. This was a novice gift package. Could it be any more miserly? Glancing at the chat channel, it was divided into World Channel and Area Channel. Upon opening the World Channel, he was instantly inundated with a torrent of information. It was overwhelming, a blur of messages that he could scarcely process. Reluctantly, he clicked on the Area Channel. You have entered the Area Channel number 10086. Current population, 100,000. What the hell? Where am I? I haven't even finished typing yet. Help! I was just slacking off at work when suddenly I ended up in this hellhole. Does anyone have water? I'm about to die of thirst. This damn weather must be at least 40 degrees. I have to find a vehicle and leave within an hour? This junkyard is full of trash. Where is there even a drivable car? I've got a pickup truck over here. It seems all right, but it won't start. I found a motorcycle. Haha, I must be the chosen one. Really? I'm envious. Hey, motorcycle guy, don't get too excited. In the desert, under the sun, your backside will roast. And with this wind and sand, are you sure you can see the road? Exactly. Plus, motorcycles aren't protected from the sun, the sand, or other things. Other things? What other things? Who knows? Who knows what's out there? What if there are mutated beasts or zombies? Riding a motorcycle, you have nowhere to hide. Oh no, stop talking. I'm getting scared. Everyone, hurry and find a vehicle. Keep an eye on the countdown. Watching the chaotic messages in the chat channel, Chun Mo's heart sank. 8 billion people worldwide have been thrust into this brutal survival game. The cold announcement had clearly stated that failure to depart within 1 hour would result in the permanent loss of the opportunity to bind a vehicle. This was undoubtedly not a good sign. He sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings. This abandoned parking lot was vast, stretching endlessly, littered with rusty, dilapidated vehicle skeletons. Under the blazing sun, the metal bodies were searing hot, and suffocating heat waves permeated the air. He had to find a drivable car quickly. Despite the throbbing pain in his head and the dryness of his throat, Chun Mo began to weave through the abandoned vehicles in search of one. Most were nothing but empty shells, their engines, tires, and other vital components missing, rendering them completely inoperable. Time ticked away, sweat soaking his clothes, and his lips cracked from dehydration. Damn it! Is there not a single car that works? Frustrated, he kicked an empty soda can, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just as despair began to creep in, his gaze fell upon a silver-gray van nestled in a corner, appearing relatively intact. Though the body was marred with scratches and rust, at least the tires were still present, and the glass was mostly unbroken. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he quickly approached. He pressed his hand against the van's body, attempting to bind it per the announcement's instructions. Beep. Detecting a bindable vehicle. A dilapidated van status. Dilapidated drivable maximum speed, 60 kilometers per H fuel consumption, 5 liters per 100 kilometers. Would you like to bind? Beneath this text, a striking line of golden font caught his attention. Recyclable value. 1,500 survival points. Recyclable? Survival points? Chinamo was taken aback. What was this? He instinctively glanced back at the wristband screen and noticed a new icon, glowing softly beside personal status. Universal Recycling Mall. No one in the chat channel had mentioned recycling or mall systems. This was my golden finger. Breathing a bit faster, he clicked on Universal Recycling Mall. Universal Recycling Mall System Level 10/1000 cumulative survival points spent. Function: recycle everything, non-living, unowned items, to gain survival points, which can be used to purchase items in the mall. Mall Level 1. Mall warehouse capacity. 10 cubic meters unlocked. Bun. 3 survival points. 500 milliliters mineral water. 2 survival points. Indeed, it has opened. Chun Mo's heart raced. With this system, he could undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival. He did not immediately recycle the only seemingly drivable van, but turned his attention to the heaps of debris scattered around. Can these also be recycled? He approached a twisted, deformed bumper nearby and reached out to touch it. Abandoned bumper, recyclable, value, 5 survival points. Recycle, Chun Mo silently urged. Before his eyes, the bumper vanished into thin air, and simultaneously, a bumper appeared in the mall system warehouse. Above the bumper, a line of text materialized. Recycling in progress, countdown, 20 seconds. As the countdown concluded, the number of survival points on the screen shifted from 20 to 25. It truly worked. Chapter 2. The Universal Recycling Mall System. A spark ignited in Chun Mo's eyes as he turned his gaze towards a completely wrecked car. Reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. Severely damaged car wreck. Recyclable. Value. 26 survival points. Recycle. The frame vanished, and his survival points soared to 51. He then focused on the scattered shards of glass, deflated tires, and rusted steel plates. Shattered glass. Recyclable. Value. 0.01 survival points. Worn out tire. Recyclable. Value. 3 survival points. Rusty steel plate. Recyclable. Value. 23 survival points. Recycle. Recycle. All of it. Chun Mo, invigorated as if he had been electrified, began to frantically scavenge the parking lot for every piece of recyclable debris. Regardless of size, he touched and collected each item. His survival points began to rise slowly but steadily. 56, 69, 73. Time was pressing, with the hour deadline drawing nearer. Many had already set off in the regional channel. Various vehicles of all shapes and sizes in tow. Motorcycles, small trucks, three-wheelers, sedans, and by sheer luck, some had off-road vehicles and buses. It was imperative to amass a sufficient amount of survival points as a precaution. Otherwise, even if he managed to hit the road, it would not last long. Chun Mo's goal was clear: to gather as many resources as possible. He moved swiftly, continually collecting. Empty soda can, recyclable, value, 0.01 survival points. Old seat, recyclable, value, 26 survival points. Rusty iron rod, recyclable, value, 13 survival points. He decided to hold on to the iron rod for self-defense, swinging it a few times. Not bad. It felt good in his hands. At last, after collecting an uncountable amount of refuse, his survival points jumped to 520. Only 10 minutes remained. That was enough. No more greed. Chun Mo quickly dashed back to the silver gray van, placing his hand once more on the vehicle. Would you like to bind? Bind. Binding successful. The dilapidated van has become your exclusive vehicle. He opened the door and slid inside, greeted by a wave of stifling heat tinged with dust and mildew. The interior was worn, yet the steering wheel, dashboard, and pedals remained intact. The rear seats had been entirely removed, likely stripped for cargo purposes. He poured the 20 liters of gasoline from his starter pack into the tank and turned the somewhat stiff key. Virum. With a roar, the engine finally came to life. Though the sound was far from healthy. Off he went. Chun Imo shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The van unsteadily rolling away from the desolate parking lot resembling a graveyard, heading toward the only exit, a dilapidated road stretching into the endless expanse of yellow sand. Today's journey temperature, 104. 3F climate, normal desert climate, wind speed level 2. Travel advisory. Do not complain about the current heat, while you can still move outdoors. Seize the chance to gather resources. Stealing a glance at the travel advisory on the dashboard, Chun Imo drove the van down the barren highway. On either side lay an endless desert, devoid of any signs of life. The sun hung in the sky like a colossal fireball, scorching the earth as if it were a steaming pot. The waves of heat surged in through the car window, transforming the interior into an oven. Even with the windows shut, Chun Imo twisted open a newly purchased bottle of water and gulped down several mouthfuls. Feeling a slight relief from the burning sensation in his throat, he drove cautiously, acutely aware that this rickety vehicle could fall apart at any moment. The dashboard indicated a maximum speed of 140 kilometers per hour, yet pressing the accelerator to the floor barely pushed it beyond 60. A rumble emanated from his stomach. He picked up a bun, its dry texture making him grimace, but survival necessitated that he swallow it down regardless. After driving for over an hour, the odometer finally ticked past 100 kilometers. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Resource treasure chest detected 100 meters ahead. Wooden chest X1. Chun Mo's spirits lifted. He slowed the vehicle and indeed spotted a common wooden chest partially buried in the sand by the roadside. Although the announcement stated that the first 3 days were a novice protection period with no danger, the events he had just endured made him wary. He parked the car a safe distance away, retrieved a rusty iron rod from the storage compartment, and cautiously approached the chest. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the whispering wind across the sand. After confirming that there were no anomalies, he pried open the wooden chest with the iron rod. Inside, he found a 500 milliliters bottle of water, 2 loaves of bread, and 10 liters of gasoline. How bleak. Chun Imo sighed, collecting the supplies into the space of his wristband. He gazed at the empty chest and, almost instinctively, reached out to touch it. Wooden chest, recyclable, value, 10 survival points. Indeed, without hesitation, he recycled it, increasing his survival points from 520 to 530. Not a single recyclable item could be wasted. Returning to the stifling car, he did not set off immediately, but instead took advantage of the brief respite to open the chat channel once more. The World Channel and Regional Channel were still inundated with messages. Damn it, the treasure chest didn't yield any water. This dreadful weather. I've run out of water. Can anyone sell me some? I'll trade my newly found flint. Who is water? I'm a girl. Please, kind brothers, spare me a little. Girl. Add me as a friend. I'll trade with you. I just opened over 10 bottles of mineral water from a treasure chest. For heaven's sake, think a little. Be careful. They might be packing something bigger than you. The trading market is open. You can list items for sale. Prices for water and food are soaring. Anyone want to team up? I'm scared alone. Is there a big shot who can rescue me? I haven't found a vehicle to bind with. And I was teleported onto a bus with over a dozen others. And now a gang has taken over the bus, forcing everyone to surrender their supplies. The chat channel fell momentarily silent before erupting again. Damn. I was just thinking of teaming up. Good thing I didn't run into anyone else. It's only the first day. This is terrifying. Is anyone from the gang that took over the bus in the chat? I advise you to back off quickly. Be careful not to get caught by the police on your way back. This is the apocalypse. Chun Imo silently observed, refraining from contributing to the conversation. It is imperative to swiftly enhance one's capabilities and amass additional survival points. With a mere thought, Chun Imo activated the interface for the trading market. Instantly, a plethora of items flooded the luminous screen, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. The majority of transactions were marked as barter, such as exchanging clothing for a compressed biscuit or trading a flint for several bottles of water. A select few transactions allowed for direct exchanges using survival points, albeit at exorbitant prices. For instance, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water was listed at a staggering price of 10 survival points, and surprisingly, there were individuals willing to trade for it. Food and water, without a doubt, represented the most sought-after commodities in this phase, with an astonishing demand. As Chun Imo gazed at the 10 survival points price tag, he compared it to the mere 2 survival points required in his own marketplace for a bottle of water. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. An opportunity. A monumental opportunity. Chapter 3. System upgrade and unexpected encounters without hesitation. Chen Mo promptly purchased a bottle of mineral water from the system's marketplace, expending 2 survival points. He then placed an order in the trading market, offering one 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water in exchange for 2 units of scrap metal. Items placed in the storage space automatically convert to their corresponding unit values. Subsequently, he opted for anonymous trading. The listing was almost instantaneously fulfilled. Transaction successful. Acquired. Scrap metal X2. The scrap metal immediately appeared in the system's repository. Chen Mo selected the scrap metal with his mind. Scrap metal X2. Recyclable. Value. 8 survival points. Recycle. Recycling in progress. Countdown. 15 seconds. As the countdown concluded, his survival points surged from 528 to 536. A simple transaction yielded a profit of 6 survival points. The profit margin reached an astonishing 300. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes. This was far quicker than scavenging for scraps. He sprang into action, initially spending survival points in the marketplace to purchase mineral water in bulk. He then swiftly placed orders in the trading market, seeking an exchange for various materials valued between 7 to 8 survival points. Scrap metal, torn fabric, broken wood, and damaged plastic. Anything the system could recycle, he welcomed with open arms. This strategy ensured both maximization of profit and rapid transaction speed. The regional channel erupted with excitement. Wow! Who is flooding the market with water? The prices are so reasonable. Indeed, I just traded a few scrap pieces of metal for a bottle. I'm saved. Thank you. Esteemed benefactor. I'm about to perish from thirst. The benefactor is incredible, still continuously listing items. Countless individuals flocked to the trading market, clamoring to purchase the mineral water that Chen Mo had posted, which was nearly sold out the moment it was listed. Naturally, there were also dissenting voices. Esteemed benefactor, could you lower the price a bit? Collecting materials isn't easy for us either. Instantly, someone retorted, do you have no shame? Does the benefactor not require time and effort to gather resources? This price is already quite generous. You can't just pick up scraps for water. Exactly. Anyone can trade for water. Do you expect to receive it for free? Ignore those types. They're likely desperate for unearned gains. Chen Mo paid no heed to the ensuing debates, his focus solely on the myriad materials continuously flowing into his system's warehouse. Scrap metal, torn fabrics, and decayed wood piled together, swiftly filling a warehouse space of 10 cubic meters. Each item was accompanied by a countdown timer indicating the ongoing recycling process, forming a long queue. During the interlude of waiting for materials to be processed, Chen Mo did not pause, continuing to drive the van forward. The highway seemed endless, with monotonous and arid desert scenery flanking both sides. After traveling over 100 kilometers, a notification chimed. Ding. Resource chest detected 80 meters ahead. Wooden chest X1. Chen Mo decelerated and pulled over, adhering to his usual protocol. He parked, picked up a crowbar, and cautiously approached the chest. Confirming it was safe, he pried open the wooden box, revealing bread X1, compressed biscuits X2, firestarter X1. A meager return indeed. He secured the supplies and extended his hand towards the empty wooden chest. Damaged wooden chest, recyclable, value, 10 survival points. He proceeded to recycle it, earning an additional 10 survival points. Back in the vehicle, the materials acquired from the first batch of trades had been fully processed. Chen Mo glanced at his survival points balance, which had soared to 1960 points. Without hesitation, he checked the system. Level 1720-1000, total survival points consumed. He needed just 280 more points to level up. Without a second thought, he purchased 140 bottles of mineral water from the marketplace, precisely depleting the 280 survival points. He then listed these waters in the trading post in exchange for various materials. The regional channel was once again filled with expressions of gratitude towards the benefactors. As the new batch of materials flowed into the system warehouse and began processing, the system notification finally chimed. Ding. Total survival points consumed have reached 1,000. Meeting the upgrade criteria. The Universal Recycling Mall system can be upgraded to LV2. Upgrade. Chen Mo immediately confirmed. The system interface before him blurred for a moment and then refreshed. Universal Recycling Mall system level 202000, total survival points consumed function. Recycle all non-living, unowned items. Earn survival points, which can be used to purchase items from the mall. Mall, level 2. Mall warehouse capacity, 20 cubic meters unlocked items. Food, bread, 3 points. 500 milliliters mineral water, 2 points. Instant noodles, 5 points. Energy drink, 5 points. Ham sausage, 5 points. Tools, fire axe, 20 points. Pickaxe, 10 points. Iron shovel, 15 points. With the warehouse capacity doubled, new products were unlocked in the mall. Chen Mo's gaze immediately fixed upon the fire axe. He decisively spent 20 survival points to acquire one. The hefty fire axe appeared in his hand, its cold metallic texture and substantial weight instilling a profound sense of security. Subsequently, he continued to trade the water he had for gasoline. Fuel was essential for survival. Soon, he successfully exchanged for 100 liters of gasoline, filling the tank and storing the remainder in his storage space. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into midday. The sun blazed fiercely, as if attempting to scorch everything, with the temperature inside the vehicle exceeding 40 degrees. The entire metal carriage resembled a mobile steamer, the steering wheel uncomfortably hot to the touch. Chun Mo was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his body in an unbearable manner. He had purchased a chilled bottle of lemonade from the mall, produced by the system, with a built-in cooling effect. Unscrewing the cap, he downed the entire bottle in one go, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, alleviating a bit of the heat. Burp. He finished the drink in one breath, releasing a loud belch. However, the coolness was fleeting, and the oppressive heat soon enveloped him once more. Sweat continued to seep out, and his clothes remained glued to his skin. Unable to endure it any longer, Chun Mo decided to take drastic measures, considering he was alone in the vehicle. He stripped off his shirt and trousers, leaving only a pair of boxers. The contact of his skin with the relatively moving air provided a slight relief. He continued to engage in water transactions, observing the warehouse once again filled with various materials. Queuing for collection, while driving the dilapidated van under the relentless desert sun. The scorching sun baked the earth, warping the air. Squinting ahead, he suddenly noticed something amiss by the roadside. A three-wheeled motorcycle lay toppled in the yellow sand, its frame twisted and deformed, evidently having suffered a severe collision that led to its overturning. Not far from it, a vague figure lay motionless on the ground. Chun Mo immediately slammed on the brakes, the old van protesting with a series of creaks as it halted approximately 30 meters from the scene of the accident. He squinted, carefully observing the commotion. The tricycle had sustained significant damage, its front wheel contorted, and the items in its cargo area scattered across the ground. Several empty water bottles, some wooden planks, and a few fragments that appeared to be vehicle parts. The figure on the ground remained still, and judging by its shape, it seemed to be a woman. He did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, he picked up the recently purchased fire axe, tightening his grip on the handle, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no ambushes or other threats, he cautiously opened the car door. A wave of intense heat rushed in, as if to melt him. Taking a deep breath, he braved the blazing sun and approached the figure. The sand beneath his feet was astonishingly hot. Enduring the discomfort, he held the fire axe carefully and moved closer. The woman sprawled on the scalding sand had a tall and slender figure, clad in what resembled a police uniform. Her shirt slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing her fair neck. As Chun Mo drew near, he discerned her face, a remarkably beautiful oval visage, now devoid of color. Her lips cracked and parched, her brow furrowed in apparent agony. There were abrasions on her forehead, with blood seeping out, mingling with the sand and solidifying there. He crouched down and extended his finger to check her breath. There was still a pulse, faint but present. She was indeed alive. He then touched her forehead, which was alarmingly hot. Heat stroke, compounded by the impact leading to her unconsciousness, Chun Mo swiftly assessed. This was the first living person he had encountered since arriving in this wretched place. To save or not to save, but who can truly fathom the complexities of the human heart? What if saving her led to being stabbed in return? Yet, gazing upon her pained, unconscious form, adorned in what could symbolize order, Chun Mo's flicker of hesitation was swiftly quelled. If he dared not extend even the most basic assistance, how was he different from those who would take advantage of chaos? As an ordinary man who had just traversed into this realm, he still clung to a sliver of moral integrity. He resolved to act first and worry later. After all, could a grown man truly fear a woman? With that determination, he carefully lifted her into his arms. The sensation was extraordinarily warm, and through her thin uniform, he could distinctly feel her remarkable softness and alluring curves. Indeed, there was substance to her. A glance would suggest she was well beyond a C-cup and those long legs. Chun Mo quickly cast aside such frivolous thoughts. In the face of an apocalypse, indulging in such musings was tantamount to courting disaster. He struggled to carry her back to the van, placing her on the relatively cool floor of the rear compartment. Although the interior was still quite warm, it was significantly more bearable than the scorching sand outside. What to do now? The system store had reached level 2, yet no medicinal supplies were unlocked. Furrowing his brow in frustration, he had no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods. He exchanged several bottles of mineral water from the store, generously pouring it over her forehead, neck, and wrists in an attempt to lower her temperature. Next, he cautiously pried open her cracked lips, feeding her small sips of water. However, there was still no sign of her awakening. Her breathing remained faint. This could not continue. Chun Mo felt a surge of anxiety. Prolonged unconsciousness due to high temperatures could be fatal. Suddenly, He recalled some home remedies from his hometown that suggested scraping therapy for heat stroke. Though the reasoning behind it eluded him, he had no choice but to try anything at this point. Searching through his storage space, he found a piece of hard plastic, smooth-edged and unclaimed. Observing the lifeless visage of the woman before him, he hesitated momentarily. Scraping typically involved the back of the neck and the back, didn't it? Gritting his teeth, he resolved that this was not the time for hesitation. He reached out, gently unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of her uniform, revealing her elegantly sculpted neck and expanse of fair skin. Taking a deep breath, he dipped the edge of the plastic into the water and began to lightly scrape the area at the back of her neck, guided by a hazy recollection of the technique. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Initially, there was no response, but as his technique grew more adept, her skin began to flush. The furrowed lines of her brow seemed to ease, and a faint, almost imperceptible groan escaped her throat. Was it working? Chun Mo's spirits lifted, and he continued his ministrations. As he scraped, her body trembled slightly, her long lashes fluttering, and then, slowly, her eyes began to open. Lin Shui, in a daze, felt as though her head was splitting and her body was sore, as if trampled by a truck. She struggled to move, only to find herself as weak as a puddle of mud. As her blurry vision gradually sharpened, she discerned a face looming over her, gazing down with earnest concern. She found herself in a dilapidated carriage, where a tall, muscular stranger clad only in shorts was leaning over her. Startled, she widened her eyes, filled with trepidation and panic, instinctively attempting to rise, only to discover her body was devoid of strength. At the same time, she felt a chilling sensation around her neck and chest. Instinctively lowering her gaze, she realized that 2 buttons of her shirt had been undone. Please do not misunderstand. Before she could completely lose her composure, the man stepped back, raising his hands in a gesture of urgency and helplessness. You suffered from heat stroke and were involved in an accident. I happened to pass by and rescued you. I was merely attempting to cool you down physically and, performing some emergency cupping treatment, Chun Mo explained quickly, striving to sound sincere and harmless, while mentally cursing the absurdity of the situation, saving someone only to be nearly mistaken for a rogue. Lin Shui was momentarily stunned. Heat stroke? An accident? Cupping? Fragments of chaotic memories began to resurface. She recalled driving the rickety vehicle she had painstakingly procured, traversing the sun-scorched highway. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness enveloped her. And then all went dark. As she assessed her condition, aside from the pervasive soreness and dizziness, she indeed felt the weakness characteristic of heat exhaustion. Observing the man's earnest demeanor, he appeared far from malicious. Furthermore, if he had nefarious intentions, he could have acted while she was unconscious. With this thought, Lin Shui's taut nerves relaxed slightly, although her vigilance remained intact. She struggled to sit up, but found herself lacking the strength. Chen Mo reached out to support her. Take it easy. The heat and impact require you to rest. He retrieved the remaining half bottle of water from his wristband and offered it to her. Drink some water first. Lin Shui accepted the water, sipping it slowly. The moisture soothed her parched lips, granting her a modicum of comfort. Thank you, she said, her voice hoarse and dry, her entire being still frail. No need for thanks. It was but a small effort. Chen Mo sighed in relief, sensing that his explanation had been understood. How do you feel now? A bit dizzy, and I lack strength. Lin Shui leaned against the wall of the carriage, studying the man before her and the shabby surroundings. My name is Chun Mo, he introduced himself. Lin Shui, she reciprocated, sharing her name. Lin Shui, you are wearing a police uniform, aren't you? Are you a police officer? Chun Mo inquired, noticing her shirt. Lin Shui offered a wry smile. I used to be. She gazed out at the endless expanse of yellow sand, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Now, we find ourselves ensnared in this wretched place. Chun Mo nodded, fully comprehending Lin Shui's sentiments. Chapter 5. Teaming up with the global population of 8 billion suddenly stripped of their former lives and cast into this harsh world. The sense of helplessness and uncertainty about the future was a shared experience. After regaining some strength, Lin Shui struggled to exit the vehicle, eager to inspect her rickety ride. Once again exposed to the blazing sun, she swayed slightly, and Chun Mo swiftly steadied her arm. Be careful. Thank you. Lin Shui steadied herself and gazed at the utterly twisted wreck of the 3-wheeled vehicle not far away, her expression dimming in an instant. That vehicle had been a hard-won treasure for her. Now, with its destruction, she found herself bereft of the most crucial means of mobility and shelter in this merciless world. Instinctively, she opened the storage compartment of her wristband, only to find it contained merely half a bottle of water, a small piece of compressed biscuit, and a flint. This represented her entire wealth. An overwhelming sense of despair surged within her. Lin Shui's shoulders slumped, and a veil of moisture clouded her beautiful eyes. Teetering on the brink of collapse, she was a police officer, rigorously trained, yet at this moment, she felt an unprecedented helplessness. Chen Imo observed her disheartened demeanor, and a pang of sympathy stirred within him. After a moment of silence, his gaze swept across the wrecked three-wheeler and then back to Lin Shui, who stood isolated and defenseless as he weighed his options rapidly. Extreme weather was imminent in 3 days. While driving alone offered a sense of freedom, it also meant bearing all risks solo. Searching for treasure, confronting potential dangers, and even the mental toll of driving were immense burdens. Ultimately, an individual had less chance of surviving than a group in this perilous and unfamiliar world. He possessed a marketplace system, ensuring that food and supplies would not be a scarcity in the future. Perhaps it was prudent to form a team sooner rather than later. Lin Shui, as a police officer, likely possessed considerable skills and willpower, and she did not seem like the type to be a liability. After weighing the pros and cons, he extended an invitation to join forces. Lin Shui, this world is far too perilous for one to navigate alone. Your vehicle is completely wrecked, and your supplies are scant. I have a van. Though somewhat battered, it is still operational, and I possess some basic supplies. He gestured toward his van. Why don't we team up? It would provide mutual support and assistance in times of trouble. Team up? Lin Shui regarded the man before her, clad only in shorts, yet exuding a calm demeanor and clear logic. She pondered. This man, Chen Imo, had rescued her, despite his somewhat jarring appearance. Such superficial matters were inconsequential in the apocalypse. Looking at herself, she realized she had almost nothing aside from a survival wristband. Trapped in this desolate wilderness where death awaited her, Lin Shui bit her lip. She was not one to easily rely on others. But the harshness of reality compelled her to relent. Taking a deep breath, she nodded solemnly. All right, I will join you. Thank you, Chen Imo. Just mutual assistance. Chen Imo replied with a smile. You should rest in the vehicle for a while. I will go gather some supplies. With that, he moved toward the accident site. Approaching the wrecked three-wheeler, Chen Imo extended his hand to touch the mangled frame. Severely damaged three-wheeled motorcycle, recyclable, value, 120 survival points. He meticulously scoured the area, leaving no resource overlooked. Then, he returned to the van and restarted the engine. The vehicle emitted a deep rumble as it roared back to life. Chen Imo glanced at Lin Shui beside him. She leaned against the wall of the van, her gaze complex as she stared out the window, seemingly still processing the events that had just transpired. Chen Imo pressed the accelerator. The old engine of the van emitted a strained roar, and the vehicle shuddered slightly before finally resuming its journey. The interior remained stiflingly hot. While deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid the occasional potholes and sand piles on the road, Chen Imo divided his attention to open the interface of the Universal Recycling Mall. Each person's wristband interface was visible only to themselves unless they chose to share its contents, so Chen Imo was unconcerned about the mall system being discovered. Universal Recycling Mall. Level 220-2000 cumulative consumption of survival points. Having just recycled a tricycle and scattered parts, he had gained over 120 points, bringing his total survival points to just above 2,000, thanks to the remaining points from previous transactions. He could upgrade again, but there was no rush. Even if he spent all 2,000 survival points at once to buy bottled water and exchange it for scrap materials in the trading market, storage space would still be insufficient, causing Chen Imo some distress. His wristband offered only 1 cubic meter, supplemented by the mall's warehouse of 20 cubic meters, totaling 21 cubic meters. It would soon be filled with scrap materials, necessitating batch recycling. If only there were no countdown for recycling, Chen Imo mused quietly. His gaze swept over the level 2 mall's food list. Instant noodles, 5 survival points. Cold beverage, 5 survival points. Ham sausage, 5 survival points. A bottle of chilled beverage and a ham sausage would be perfect. Chen Imo silently wished. Purchase successful. Consumption of survival points, 10 points. An icy can and a vacuum-packed ham sausage materialized in his hands. The system-produced beverage was adorned with a perfect layer of frost, making it particularly enticing in the sweltering heat. He handed the drink and sausage to Lin Shui in the passenger seat. Here, replenish your energy. This is more effective than water. Lin Shui, leaning against her seat and struggling to adjust her breathing against the heat wave, paused slightly upon receiving the items. The cool sensation from her fingertips invigorated her. Thank you, she said, taking the beverage without hesitation and tilting her head back to gulp down a generous mouthful. The icy, carbonated liquid cascaded down her throat, seemingly extinguishing the internal fire of discomfort, bringing a fleeting sense of relief. She squinted her eyes in pleasure, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Next, Lin Shui tore open the packaging of the ham sausage and took small bites. Although it was merely an ordinary starch sausage, after experiencing dehydration, fainting, and fright, this modest boost of energy and salt made her feel significantly better. I truly appreciate it, Chen Imo. Lin Shui expressed her gratitude once more, her tone more sincere than before. If it weren't for him, she might have already become a lifeless body in the desert. We said we would help each other. Chun Mo replied in a calm tone, his gaze still focused ahead. Are you feeling better now? Please do me a favor and keep an eye on the chat channel and trading market for any useful information. I must focus on driving, given the dreadful road conditions. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall into a ditch. Very well. Lin Shui promptly agreed, as this trivial task was not something she would decline. She straightened her posture and activated the interface of her survival wristband. The first screen displayed the regional channel. Channel 10086, current participants, 99987. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Shui was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming softly. 13 individuals had vanished. She recalled distinctly that the last time she checked, the number stood at a perfect 100,000. How much time had elapsed? In just a little over a morning, 13 people had disappeared from this channel. The implications of this were all too clear. Chapter 6. The bashful Lin Shui. The information within the channel continued to scroll rapidly, yet the content had grown increasingly alarming. Does anyone have water? I'm begging you. I'm on the verge of dehydration and fainting. I'll trade my newly acquired shovel for some. It's sweltering. This infernal weather. The car feels like a steam room. No air conditioning. To the one upstairs, you are not alone. It seems no one has air conditioning. Can anyone believe that despite having air vents in my sedan, I have searched high and low and still cannot find the air conditioning button? Indeed, all vehicles appeared to lack air conditioning systems. Who on earth had devised such a cruel rule? I see a car up ahead that has come to a standstill. It seems the occupants are in distress. Is anyone forming a team? I'm about to lose my mind. Damn it. I'm running low on fuel. There's not a soul in sight. Warning. Warning. There are individuals by the roadside attempting to rob. They are armed. Do not approach. Robbery? Are you serious? It's only the first day? It's true. I nearly got caught. A group in modified pickup trucks, wielding knives and clubs. Have any of you encountered other living souls? I've been driving for ages without seeing a single person. Now, not only must she contend with the weather and monstrous threats, but also with the dangers posed by humanity. As she read through the messages, a chill rose from her core, dispelling the fleeting comfort she had derived from her chilled beverage. Despair, complaints, fear, and the darker facets of human nature were all magnified in this merciless world. The situation is dire, Lin Shui reported somberly. The regional channel has lost 13 individuals. Many are crying out for water, suffering from heat stroke, and running out of fuel. It appears that none of the vehicles are equipped with air conditioning. Furthermore, reports of robbery have begun to surface. Chun Mo tightened his grip on the steering wheel, not surprised by this turn of events. In a context of scarce resources, immense survival pressure, and a breakdown of order, the emergence of humanity's darker side was inevitable. This was to be expected, he replied calmly, urging her to remain vigilant, particularly regarding information about resource points, hazardous areas, or other significant occurrences. After speaking, he divided his attention to stock a batch of mineral water while systematically reclaiming the resources he had traded for. The temperature inside the vehicle seemed to rise yet again. Even with all 4 windows lowered, the air that streamed in was scalding, enveloping them like the hot steam of a sauna. Lin Shui donned a police uniform shirt and trousers, thoroughly drenched yet dried by her own body heat. Sweat continuously trickled down her forehead and neck, the clammy sensation rendering her restless, and her complexion paled further due to the oppressive heat. She felt akin to a sponge on the verge of being baked dry. Stealing a glance at Chun Mo in the driver's seat, she noted his bare torso clad only in a pair of boxers, beads of perspiration dotting his skin, cascading along the taut lines of his muscles. Though such an appearance hardly aligned with notions of handsomeness or propriety, it was undeniably the most practical and refreshing approach in this sweltering environment. As she experienced the sticky, sweat-soaked garments clinging to her, coupled with the nearly debilitating heat waves, Lin Shui found herself in an internal struggle. A sense of shame, ingrained from childhood, made her reluctant to expose too much in front of an unfamiliar male. Yet the reality was that her attire not only caused her immense discomfort, but was also rapidly depleting her strength and moisture. If this continued, she would likely succumb to heat exhaustion before encountering any real danger. Biting her lower lip, she wrestled with her indecision for a moment. Her gaze swept over Chun Mo's focused profile, recalling his previous act of assistance and his current demeanor. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over all else. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, why adhere to such conventions? Living was of paramount importance. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a resolution, she ceased her hesitation. With somewhat stiff yet decisive movements, she began to undo the buttons of her police shirt, peeling it off to reveal a black sports bra beneath. Next, she struggled to remove the damp, warm trousers, leaving only her matching black panties. With less fabric, her skin was greeted by the relatively circulating air within the vehicle. Although still warm, the oppressive stickiness dissipated, providing a welcome sense of relief. Chun Mo, wholly absorbed in monitoring the road ahead, caught a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision. He glanced over inadvertently, just in time to witness Lin Shui shedding her trousers, revealing her long, slender legs. Defined and elegant. Even with his self-proclaimed resolute demeanor, he felt a slight stir within him, his throat involuntarily tightening. However, he promptly averted his gaze, refocusing on the road, striving to maintain an expression that belied any disturbance. He spoke in a tone that was as calm and natural as he could muster. There's no helping it. It's far too hot. It's just the two of us in here. Survival is what matters most, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the hues of a sunset, though it was her own decision to undress. His acknowledgement of the situation incited a wave of intense embarrassment. Nevertheless, his tone was so straightforward, devoid of any unusual implications, that it allowed her taut nerves to relax slightly, mingling her awkwardness with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Indeed, survival was the most important thing. Nodding, she replied softly, "Mem." Her heart was a tumult of embarrassment and a reluctant acceptance of the harsh reality she faced. She compelled herself to disregard the sensation of her body exposed to the elements, inhaling deeply as she endeavored to acclimate to this state. Redirecting her focus back to the trading market, displayed on the wristband's luminous screen. The offerings in the trading market had increased. Lin Shui began her report. In addition to the basic materials previously encountered, there were now sporadic tools available. Some individuals were selling wrenches and crowbars, while others offered tattered t-shirts and simple shorts, all at rather high prices. Strangely, Lin Shui hesitated momentarily, her tone laced with suspicion, as she noted that someone was peddling fresh wolf meat and even snake meat. The prices were exorbitant, with a single unit of wolf meat priced at 20 survival points. One could only earn 20 points in a day. Wolf meat? Snake meat? Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Had individuals already begun hunting living creatures? This revelation set off alarm bells in his mind. It indicated that this world harbored not only a harsh natural environment, but also aggressive creatures. Wolves and snakes were merely ordinary terrestrial beings. What if more terrifying mutated monsters emerged? Moreover, the fact that someone could hunt them and bring their spoils to market suggested that these individuals likely possessed weapons or had mastered specialized hunting techniques. This undeniably added to the uncertainties of survival. It appeared this world was even more perilous than they had imagined. Chun Mo spoke solemnly, addressing the environment, the monsters, and the unsaid horrors of humans driven to madness. A glance at the dashboard revealed the remaining fuel and mileage. The novice protection period lasted only 3 days. They needed to hasten their efforts to gather more resources. Accumulating as many survival points as possible was essential for upgrading the market level. Only through elevating the system's level could they unlock superior supplies to better confront the impending extreme weather calamities. Chapter 7. The Bronze Chest and Wild Wolves. The van continued its journey along the desolate highway. The scenery outside was monotonous to the point of numbness, characterized by endless yellow sand and the occasional appearance of withered vegetation. The air within the vehicle was stifling and murky, with the engine's roar and the sporadic creaks of the vehicle providing the only background noise. Chun Mo sat bare-chested, sweat trickling down his spine, uncomfortably adhering to the worn seat. Occasionally, he would twist open a bottle of water to soothe his parched throat. Beside him, Lin Shui endured the oppressive heat, leaning against her seat, gripping the wristband as her eyes remained fixated on the screen, continuing to search for useful information. Time passed slowly and monotonously during their prolonged drive. The numbers on the odometer incrementally ticked up. Finally, when the mileage reached a neat 100 kilometers, a crisp alert rang from the wristband. Ding! A resource chest has been detected 200 meters ahead. Bronze chest X1. Chun Mo's spirits surged. A bronze chest. This was a tier above the wooden chests they had encountered previously. According to the announcement, the higher the chest's level, the better the supplies within, albeit with stronger guardians. He immediately reduced the vehicle's speed, his eyes sharp as he scanned the road ahead. Indeed, upon the dunes not far from the roadway, 2 boxes radiating a faint bronze hue lay quietly, their presence strikingly pronounced beneath the blazing sun. 2. Could the number of treasure chests correspond to the size of their party? Chun Mo refrained from approaching immediately, opting instead to park his vehicle approximately 100 meters away from the chests. He turned off the engine, and the cabin fell into a profound silence, save for the rhythmic thrum of his pulse and the distant whisper of the wind stirring the sand. He did not hasten to exit the vehicle. Instead, he and Lin Shui observed from afar through the window. The treasure chests shimmered enticingly, yet beside them, 2 large gray wolves were slowly pacing, their formidable silhouettes casting a shadow over the gleaming boxes. Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed on the 2 bronze treasure chests atop the distant dune, as well as the imposing gray beasts that clearly surpassed ordinary wolves in size. They moved with a certain grace, muscles rippling under the sun, their lowered heads intermittently sniffing the air, A pair of eerie green eyes glimmered with primal ferocity and vigilance, steadfastly guarding the alluring chests. Lin Xue's voice trembled slightly, her grip tightening around the car door handle, her knuckles blanching. Even from several dozen meters away, the aura of danger emanating from the two beasts was palpable. Chun Mo did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow, rapidly assessing the situation before him. The two wolves appeared exceptionally robust, their speed and strength not to be underestimated. He possessed a fire axe, while Lin Xue was unarmed. Even if he were to immediately exchange for another fire axe from the marketplace for her, what were their chances against the famished wolves? Likely minimal. Close quarters combat? What a farcical notion. A single bite could spell disaster in this desolate place, where medical aid was scarce and tetanus or infection might claim a life. Was it worth risking serious injury or even death for two bronze treasure chests? Chun Mo swiftly dismissed the thought. In 3 days, the novice protection period would conclude, heralding the onset of true calamity. High temperatures, sandstorms, acid rain, any minor injury in such extreme conditions could be magnified exponentially. His primary advantage lay in the universal recycling mall. Fostering steady development and ensuring his absolute safety was paramount. Without sufficient assurance, he could not afford to be reckless. The risks were far too great. Chun Mo murmured, as if addressing Lin Xue, yet also attempting to persuade himself. Before he could finish his thought, a flash of inspiration struck him. The risks were substantial because their weaponry was inadequate. What if he could acquire a more effective means of attack? With that, he swiftly redirected his focus and opened the interface of the Universal Recycling Mall. Universal Recycling Mall, level 21872,000 total consumption of survival points, 2150, having recently reclaimed 120 points from the discarded items. Coupled with previous transactions and exchanging some water for scrap materials during their journey, his total survival points had exceeded 2,000, leaving only a little over 100 points needed to reach the required 2,000 for an upgrade. An upgrade. Immediate upgrade. Observing that the system had ascended to level 3, he pondered whether it would unlock more formidable weaponry. Without further hesitation, his gaze swiftly traversed the offerings of the level 2 marketplace, where he identified the most sought-after commodity, bottled water. Bottled water, 2 survival points. He promptly purchased 60 bottles, expending 120 survival points. Purchase successful. Survival points consumed, 120. Current total survival points consumed, 2,000. Almost instantaneously, upon reaching the requisite survival point threshold, his wristband emitted a slight tremor, accompanied by a clear chime in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! The Universal Recycling Marketplace system meets the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade to LV3? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo confirmed the upgrade. The marketplace interface before him momentarily blurred, flickering like a malfunctioning television screen, before regaining clarity. Universal Recycling Marketplace system upgrade successful. Current level, LV30 5,000 total survival points consumed. Upgrade rewards. 1 new categories unlocked in the marketplace. Ranged weapons. Advanced tools. 2 system storage capacity increased to 30 cubic meters. 3 recycling efficiency slightly enhanced. At last, a surge of excitement filled Chun Mo as he immediately accessed the newly added ranged weapons category. Indeed, new items had appeared in the list. Hand crossbow, with 5 bolts, 300 survival points, standard bolts, pack of 10, 50 survival points. A hand crossbow, an invaluable asset for ranged attacks. Although its power may not rival that of true firearms, it would undoubtedly be far more effective and safer against the wild wolves lurking nearby than a fire axe. Without hesitation, Chun Mo spent 350 survival points to acquire a hand crossbow along with an additional 10 bolts. Purchase successful, survival points consumed, 350, current survival points, 1800 next. He navigated to the melee weapons category, where he spent 20 survival points to purchase a fire axe for Lin Xue as well. Purchase successful. Survival points consumed, 20. Current survival points, 1780. In an instant, a gleaming fire axe and a meticulously crafted black hand crossbow, glinting with a metallic sheen, along with a bundle of bolts, materialized at his side. Here you go. Chun Mo handed the newly acquired fire axe to Lin Xue, then grasped the hand crossbow, turning his attention to the wild wolves outside. Prepare yourself. Let us attempt to take down those 2 wolves. Chapter 8. The first battle. Lin Xue gazed at the suddenly materialized fire axe and hand crossbow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She refrained from asking questions, silently accepting the fire axe, its weight providing her with a sense of reassurance. She glanced at the hand crossbow in Chun Mo's hands, and then at the wolves outside, their predatory gaze fixed upon them. Nodding, she flexed her wrist and regulated her breathing, readying herself for battle. Chun Mo gradually maneuvered from the driver's seat to the rear compartment of the vehicle. He slowly lowered the window, raising the hand crossbow and resting it against the edge of the window. aiming through the sight at the closer of the two wolves. The glaring sunlight and the rising heat distorted the scene in the distance. He held his breath, striving to steady his arm. Recalling the essential principles of shooting he had gleaned from online tutorials, aligning the 3 points for a smooth release. He aimed at the wolf's relatively exposed flank. Whoosh! A faint sound sliced through the air as the bolt was released. Yet, perhaps due to inexperience, nervousness, or the heat distorting his vision, the shot veered slightly, grazing the wolf's hind leg before embedding itself deeply in the sandy ground behind. Howl! The wolf, startled by the sudden assault, leapt back a few paces, emitting a low, wary growl, its fierce gaze instantly fixating on the direction of the van. The other wolf became alert as well, and the two began to pace restlessly, growling threateningly from their throats. A miss. Chun Mo cursed silently, swiftly retracting the crossbow into the vehicle, deftly retrieving a second bolt, slotting it into place, and recocking the weapon. The process required considerable strength, but fortunately, he was quite capable, completing it with relative speed. Lin Shue's heart raced, gripping the fire axe tightly. Her palms slick with sweat. She could sense the intensifying hostility emanating from the two wolves. Chun Mo once more extended the crossbow through the window, this time with heightened focus, aiming for the neck of the startled wolf. That area was comparatively vulnerable. The wolf seemed yet to fully ascertain the source of the threat, tilting its head, cautiously scanning the van. Now, Chun Mo's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! This time, the bolt found its mark. The black arrow, slicing through the air, struck the wolf's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The tremendous force even caused the beast to stagger momentarily. A harrowing howl pierced the wilderness. Blood gushed from the wound, staining its gray fur. The wolf thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge the lethal projectile, but the bolt was deeply embedded in its flesh. It writhed in agony, rolling several times, its howls growing fainter until, finally, it lay convulsing on the scorching sand, its limbs weakly twitching before falling still. A fatal blow. Chun Mo felt a measure of relief, but dared not relax for an instant. The second wolf, witnessing the grisly demise of its companion, was not deterred. Instead, it was enraged. It let out a low, menacing growl, bristling fur, baring its sharp fangs, and fixed its gaze upon the van, tentatively advancing with predatory intent. Its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Prepare. Chun Mo swiftly loaded a third bolt while instructing Lin Shui in a hushed tone. This wolf was evidently more aggressive. He raised the crossbow once more, aiming at the creature. Perhaps spurred by its companion's death, it was more cautious, refraining from a reckless charge. Instead maintaining a poised stance, inching closer. Just as it hesitated, contemplating an assault, Chun Mo pulled the trigger again. Whoosh! Thud! The third bolt struck the wolf's front leg. Howl! The injured wolf let out a furious roar, its front legs trembling as if it might collapse to the ground. The intense pain only heightened its ferocity. And despite hobbling on an injured leg, it charged towards the van with a deafening howl, as if determined to tear the metal contraption apart. It's coming! Lin Shui exclaimed, gripping the fire axe tightly, preparing to exit the vehicle for a swift confrontation. Chun Mo uttered a low command, swiftly loading the fourth crossbow bolt. He opened the car door, and almost as he landed, the fourth bolt was aimed at the wolf's relatively vulnerable chest and abdomen. With a thud, the bolt struck the wolf squarely in the chest. Although it did not kill the beast instantly, the tremendous impact halted its momentum, causing it to stumble and significantly slow down. Lin Shui followed closely, leaping from the vehicle with her fire axe firmly grasped. Despite her pale complexion, rendered even more so by anxiety and prior weakness, her gaze remained resolutely determined. With a fierce shout, she seized the moment as the wolf faltered from the bolt's blow, lunging forward, raising the fire axe above her head with all her strength. She brought it crashing down onto the wolf's skull. A sickening crack echoed as the axe sank deep into the wolf's cranium. The creature's body stiffened abruptly, its charge halted, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood and brain matter oozed forth, painting the scene in a grim tableau. The battle was over. Chun Mo lowered his crossbow, his chest rising and falling slightly. The rapid series of actions had drained him of considerable energy and focus. He glanced at Lin Shui, who was leaning on her fire axe, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her face was pale, clearly fatigued as well. They exchanged a glance, each finding a flicker of relief in the other's eyes, a shared sense of having escaped peril. Well done, Chun Mo nodded at her. Lin Shui managed a faint smile. Though that last strike had almost exhausted her newly regained strength, and her hand still trembled slightly around the axe. A scorching breeze swept through, lifting the dust from the ground, while the faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Chun Mo held his crossbow, vigilantly observing the two downed wolves until he confirmed their demise, then gradually lowered his weapon. Standing beside the lifeless wolf, Lin Shue's chest heaved dramatically, her face reflecting the tension and exertion of the recent skirmish. Her arms trembled slightly as she clutched the axe, sweat beading on her forehead, a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. Despite her disheveled appearance, her eyes sparkled with a mixture of relief and excitement. Chen Mo assessed Lin Shui. Though she appeared fatigued, she was otherwise unharmed. The crisis had been averted. Approaching, he extracted the bolt from the wolf's body, cleaning it before storing it away. These bolts could be reused, a valuable resource. After scanning the surroundings for any lingering threats, he finally began walking towards two bronze treasure chests not far away, with Lin Shui taking a deep breath and, despite her weakened legs, following closely behind. Fire axe still in hand, two bronze chests lay quietly upon the sand dunes, reflecting a subtle bronze sheen under the sun. Chapter 9. Blankets and instant noodles in the desert. Chen Mo approached one of the bronze chests, which was not particularly large, its surface adorned with rugged bronze patterns, exuding an ancient luster in the sunlight. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened it. The chest was filled to the brim with items. 500 milliliters bottled water x5, compressed biscuits x10, high-strength nylon rope x1 bundle, 20 meters, a brand new blanket x1. The first few items appeared relatively normal, comprising practical survival supplies. However, when his gaze fell upon the last item, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. A blanket? A brand new, seemingly thick and fluffy blanket? In this sweltering desert heat, where eggs could be fried on the pavement, they found a blanket? He glanced back at Lin Shui, who had also come closer to inspect, and noticed her expression was equally remarkable, initially astonished, followed by a hint of amused disbelief. What kind of luck is this? Lin Shui couldn't resist muttering under her breath. Chen Mo remained silent, quietly storing all the supplies, including the incongruous blanket, into the storage space of his wristband. Although it was of no immediate use, it could prove invaluable in the event of encountering extreme cold weather. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. Try your luck. Chen Mo gestured to Lin Shui. She nodded and stepped forward to open the second bronze chest. The contents of this chest differed slightly. 500 milliliters bottled water x4, canned beef x3, flint x1, basic healing potion x1, aside from the essential food and water, and a somewhat practical flint. The most striking item was a syringe quietly resting in the corner. The syringe was completely transparent, filled with a pale green liquid that emitted a gentle glow. Clearly not an ordinary item. Lin Shui picked it up, and the holographic display on her wristband immediately revealed the item's information. Name, basic healing potion. Type, consumable. Effect, can quickly treat external wounds, promote healing, and provide some treatment for mild infections. Description, in critical moments, it may save your life. The healing potion. Lin Shui's eyes brightened, her voice laced with unmistakable excitement. In a world fraught with peril and lacking medical supplies, such a potion capable of swiftly addressing wounds and preventing infections was invaluable. Had she been bitten by a wild wolf earlier, the consequences could have been dire. With this, she had an essential safeguard. Without hesitation, she handed the potion to Chen Mo. Chen Mo accepted the potion, feeling its coolness in his hand. He examined the description closely, nodded, and solemnly placed it into the storage space of his wristband. This item was indeed a treasure, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Subsequently, Chen Mo walked over to the corpses of the two wild wolves, detected a deceased gray wolf. Recyclable. Chen Mo opted for recycling. The disassembly of ordinary beasts yields merely fur and meat. He had no need for wolf flesh as he lacked sustenance. Recycled gray wolf corpses x2. Earn survival points, 65 points. Recycled empty bronze treasure chests x2. Earn survival points, 40 points. The two sizable wolves yielded a surprisingly meager return of only 65 points, significantly lower than anticipated. It appears the system assigns a diminished value to biological materials, focusing primarily on inanimate resources and items. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Chen Mo muttered, finding some solace in the meager gain. With the addition of points acquired from opening and recycling the chests, his total survival points soared to 1855. Having processed the spoils, the two returned to the stifling van and continued their journey. Chen Mo started the vehicle, merging back onto the desolate, empty highway. A considerable distance remained until the next treasure chest refresh point at the 100-kilometer mark. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the landscape rapidly. The searing heat of the day, which had threatened to scorch, began to wane, and although the air remained dry, the temperature dropped swiftly, bringing a hint of coolness. The desert's temperature fluctuations between day and night became apparent. As the odometer ticked over another 100 kilometers, the notification chimed in. Ding. Resources detected 50 meters ahead. Wooden chests x2. This time, merely two ordinary wooden chests rested forlornly by the roadside, devoid of any signs of dangerous creatures nearby. Chen Mo parked the vehicle beside them and stepped out to inspect. Bread X4, 500 milliliters bottled water X6, 30L gasoline. The haul was indeed scant. And Chen Mo casually recycled the 2 empty wooden chests, earning an additional 20 survival points. Observing his surroundings, he parked the vehicle on a relatively open shoulder, affording a clear view for monitoring any movements. The long journey and previous battle had left both feeling utterly fatigued. "Let us rest here for the night," Chen Mo said, turning to Lin Shui beside him. After a day of toil, both were ravenous. During the day, they had subsisted on bottled water and bread, and now, halting their journey, the emptiness in their stomachs became acutely pronounced. Chen Mo accessed the trading market. Most of the water and bread he had listed earlier had been traded, yielding a collection of scattered scrap materials, all of which he converted into survival points. Now, he began to trade with purpose. With a few bottles of water and several packs of bread, he quickly acquired a compact army iron pot and cooking utensils from the market. Subsequently, he expended 15 survival points to purchase 3 packets of the most ordinary braised beef instant noodles and 2 sausages from the system store. Alighting from the vehicle, Chen Mo cleared a small patch of ground beside it, stacking some stones to create a rudimentary stove upon which to set the iron pot. He poured 2 bottles of water into the pot and ignited some collected twigs and rags using a flint. Soon, the water in the pot began to bubble and gradually reached a boil. Chen Mo tore open the instant noodle packaging, dumping the noodle cake and seasoning packet into the pot, along with a broken piece of ham sausage. A rich aroma, infused with the essence of braised beef, mingled with the wheat fragrance of the noodles, wafting through the cool night breeze, an irresistible temptation for someone who had been hungry all day. Lin Shui also alighted from the vehicle, standing nearby as she observed Chen Mo's diligent efforts. She had donned her police uniform shirt, though her long legs remained exposed. The night air caressed her bare skin, causing a slight shiver, yet this refreshing coolness was far more pleasant than the oppressive heat of the daytime. Watching the rising steam and the bubbling noodles, her stomach betrayed her with an audible grumble. Before long, the noodles were ready. Chen Mo ladled the steaming hot noodles, broth and all, into 2 bowls, handing one to Lin Shui. "Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you," Lin Shui replied, accepting the bowl, its warmth comforting in her grasp. Inside, the noodles glistened golden, adorned with vibrant dehydrated vegetables and slices of ham, all topped with tempting droplets of oil. She blew gently on the steam and cautiously slurped a noodle. A profound sense of satisfaction instantly radiated from her taste buds throughout her body. In this apocalyptic environment, the simple combination of instant noodles and ham was a rare delicacy. The warm broth chased away the fatigue of the day, and a genuine smile of relaxation and contentment finally graced Lin Shui's previously tense face. As she savored her meal, she instinctively activated her wristband's holographic display to peruse the chat channel. Chapter 10, Vehicle Upgrade Module, Channel 10086, Current Participants, 99, 830, The night has fallen, and the outside world is eerily quiet. I dare not sleep. Has anyone heard strange noises? It seems something is trying to claw at my car door. Wah, I want to go home. My child is hungry. Is there a kind soul willing to share some food? Is there any water left? Please. I'll trade with my newly acquired wrench. I'm about to die of thirst. My car broke down. I'm stranded on the road. Is there anyone who can help? I can offer survival points. Grateful to the anonymous benefactor selling water. Fair prices. You saved my life. To the one upstairs. I managed to buy some too. Please, great one, help me out. In just one day, over 100 people had perished due to the extreme heat of the desert climate. The channel was still a cacophony of pleas for help, complaints, fears, and sporadic conflict, starkly contrasting with the steaming bowl of noodles before her. Lin Shui thought of her family, wondering how they were faring. Had they found food? Had they managed to secure a vehicle? The World Chat channel allowed each person to send only 10 messages a day, yet it refreshed rapidly, offering little useful information. Her own messages seeking her family had vanished without a trace, but she found solace in the thought of her father, a seasoned police officer, and her brother, a soldier. They would surely have a better chance of survival than she did. Lin Shui felt her heart settle slightly as she gazed at Chen Mo's profile, illuminated by the flickering flames, engrossed in his noodles. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Shui's sense of dependence and trust in Chen Mo had quietly deepened significantly. After finishing the instant noodles, she even drank the broth cleanly. Chen Mo tidied up briefly and stored the washed pots and bowls in his wristband space. Subsequently, he immersed himself once again in the grand endeavor of recycling. He continued to list bottled water and bread on the trading market. The trading conditions remained unchanged. Various discarded materials, rags, shattered glass, scraps of metal, plastic, and so forth. Everything that appeared as refused to others could be transformed into survival points in his hands. Simultaneously, leveraging the advantages of water and food, He engaged in trade with several survivors who were in dire need of food, but possessed excess fuel, successfully exchanging for 2 large barrels, totaling 200 liters of gasoline. Along with some basic necessities like soap and towels, gasoline was a hard currency that needed to be stockpiled. After a series of transactions, his survival points increased by over 100, reaching 2,650 points. Although the recycling value of discarded materials was not high, small amounts accumulated over time, and their widespread availability provided a stable means of acquiring survival points. Noticing that it was getting late, Shin Imo suggested a rotation for the night watch. Glancing at the time on his wristband, he noted that it was already late at night. "I'll take the first watch for a few hours. You should rest for a while." "All right," Lin Shui replied without hesitation, as she was indeed fatigued. The rear compartment had been tidied up by Chun Imo, and she retrieved several relatively clean rags collected earlier to spread over the seat, curling up to lie down. Though the conditions were rudimentary, it was at least a place to rest. Chun Imo, seated in the driver's position, cracked the window open slightly for ventilation, gripping the cold crossbow tightly. His vigilant gaze scanning the dark wilderness outside. Leaning back in his seat, he felt no inclination to sleep. As he observed the outside world, his mind raced with thoughts. Today marked the first day, with 2 days remaining in the novice protection period. After 2 days, the high-temperature weather would arrive, and the true trials were just beginning. It was imperative to make the most of the relatively safe time left, accumulating as many survival points as possible, upgrading the mall level, unlocking stronger weapons and equipment, and stockpiling more supplies. He glanced at the system interface. Universal Recycling Mall. Level. LV323165000. Total consumed survival points. Survival points. 1652 points. The recent trades and recycling had yielded a substantial profit. He would likely be able to upgrade the mall system tomorrow. Time flowed gradually. Chun Imo opened his eyes. He had not truly slept during his second shift last night, but had merely rested lightly for a while. He gently stretched his stiff neck and looked back at the rear seat. Lin Shui was curled up, seemingly sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in the faint morning light. Chun Imo chose not to disturb her and quietly opened the car door to step out. He retrieved a bottle of water and a towel from his wristband space, quickly washing his face and rinsing his mouth. The cool water invigorated his senses, dispelling the remnants of drowsiness. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the survival world. World announcement. The vehicle modification and upgrade module is officially activated. All survivors are invited to check the details in the wristband vehicle interface. Vehicle modification. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened, for this was undoubtedly a momentous revelation. In a world where survival hinges on the mastery of the open road, the significance of vehicles cannot be overstated. They serve not merely as means of transport, but as mobile homes and fortresses. The prospect of upgrading and modifying them would undoubtedly enhance one's chances of survival immensely. Eagerly, he willed his wristband to respond, swiftly locating the newly added vehicles option on the holographic display and clicked to enter. As the interface unfolded, the specifications of the dilapidated van were presented with newfound clarity. Vehicle name, dilapidated van, renaming allowed. Binder, Chun Imo, ordinary human. Durability, 35,100. Durability at 0 results in disintegration. Yes. The kind you're imagining. Current speed, 60 km/h, slightly faster than a tractor. Fuel consumption, 5L 100 km. Fuel efficient, its only merit. Defense, 5, some defense. But not substantial. Storage space, none. Truly, there is none. Note, the dilapidated van can barely provide some shelter from the elements. Beneath this was a series of upgrade options, akin to a skill tree in a video game. Upgrade directions. Body reinforcement LV0, click for details. Engine enhancement LV0, click for details. Tire modification LV0, click for details. Fuel tank expansion LV0, click for details. Storage space expansion LV0, click for details. More options to be unlocked. Chun Imo could not help but scoff. Was this evaluation sincere? However, the vehicle's condition was indeed rather poor, especially with its durability barely exceeding half. There were no indications on how to restore durability. He resolved to upgrade it first. His mind raced with thoughts. With only 1 day left in the novice protection period, followed by a succession of extreme weather conditions, scorching heat and sandstorms, these calamities would pose significant challenges to the vehicle itself. Prioritizing the reinforcement of the vehicle's body was imperative. Without hesitation, he made his decision. A sturdier exterior would not only withstand the harsh weather that lay ahead, but also offer superior protection against potential threats. He accessed the details of Body Reinforcement LV0. Materials required for Body Reinforcement LV1. Scrap iron X50, screws X100, rubber X20. Effect. Increases vehicle durability and slightly enhances load capacity. The material requirements were not outrageous. Scrap iron, screws, and rubber were all commonplace refuse. Chun Imo glanced at his survival points and the materials yet to be reclaimed, promptly opting to cancel the reclamation process. Upon inspecting the supplies in his inventory, he found that he was quite close to meeting the upgrade requirements. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed prudent to stockpile materials in the future. Contemplating this, Chun Imo proceeded to the trading market to commence his shopping spree. Scrap iron X3, transaction successful. Screws X10, transaction successful. Rubber X5, transaction successful. Transaction notifications popped up continuously. Simultaneously, he began to feed the other scrap materials he had acquired directly into the system for reclamation, and his survival points gradually increased. Before long, the materials required for the upgrade were gathered. Chapter 11. The Wasteland Van. At this moment, Lin Shui was awakened by the commotion outside the vehicle. Rubbing her eyes, she pushed open the door and stepped out. Good morning. She saw Chun Imo standing beside the van, a luminous screen hovering in front of him. Though its contents were not visible, he seemed to be occupied with something. Good morning, Chun Imo replied, glancing at her. I just received a system announcement. The vehicle can be upgraded. I am preparing to reinforce the chassis first. He simultaneously shared the vehicle attribute panel with Lin Shui. Upgrading the vehicle? Lin Shui leaned in to take a look at the interface. It's your decision, but it certainly needs reinforcement. Indeed, Chun Imo nodded. Selecting Chassis Reinforcement LV1 on the vehicle interface and clicking Confirm. Confirm consumption. Scrap iron X50, screws X100, rubber X20. Confirm. A soft white light emanated from the survival bracelet on Chun Mo's wrist, enveloping the entire van like a scanner. A faint buzzing sound resonated from the vehicle's body, accompanied by subtle noises reminiscent of metal friction and welding. To the naked eye, the once rusty and somewhat flimsy exterior of the van began to transform. A rough yet sturdy metallic edge appeared along the window's rim, while the gaps at the door joints seemed to be filled more securely with a type of black rubber strip. Key areas such as the roof and hood were also covered with patchwork armor plates secured with rivets. These armor plates varied in material. Some were made of sheet metal, while others appeared to be salvaged from other abandoned vehicles. The overall aesthetic was an eclectic mix, yet it exuded an aura of strength and durability. The entire process lasted for about 10 seconds, and as the light dissipated, the van, which had previously seemed on the verge of falling apart, was now revitalized. Although still worn, it bore a fiercer and more robust appearance, embodying the essence of wasteland punk style. System notification. Chassis reinforcement LV1 complete. Durability increased to 55, 120. Defense increased to 8. Vehicle load capacity increased. Current speed reduced to 50 km/h. Upon seeing the increase in durability and defense, Chun Imo nodded with satisfaction. However, when he noticed the final notification, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The speed has dropped to 50 km/h. The original speed of 60 km/h was already quite sluggish, and now it had decreased by another 10 kilometers. This implied a lower efficiency in travel and a slower escape speed in the face of danger. Has the speed decreased? Lin Shui also noticed the change in Chun Mo's expression and leaned in to examine the data on the screen. Yes, reinforcing the chassis has increased the load capacity. Chun Imo replied solemnly. Meanwhile, the channel 10086 current population, 99,543 people, had erupted into a frenzy. Wow, is the vehicle upgradable? My Wuling Xinguang is saved. Is this for real? Let me see, it really is. Amazing. I'll trade rubber for compressed biscuits. Those on the upper floors, add me as a friend. I have some. Has anyone tested it? Which upgrade direction is better? The collection of materials is insufficient. How can one upgrade? To the individual above, you are not alone. With worries about mere sustenance, where lies the energy for vehicle enhancement? The channel is inundated with astonished requests for materials, evidently. The activation of the vehicle upgrade module has profoundly impacted all survivors, presenting formidable challenges. Chun Imo paid little heed to the discussions in the channel and promptly accessed the details of Engine Enhancement LV1. Materials required for Engine Enhancement LV1, Gears X5. Engine Parts X20, Lubricating Oil X2L, Spark Plugs X2, Level 1 Crystal Core X1. Effect. Increases the vehicle's maximum speed, with a slight increase in fuel consumption. Upon viewing the list of materials, Chun Mo's brow furrowed even deeper. Gears, engine parts, lubricating oil, spark plugs. These are undoubtedly more challenging to procure than mere scrap metal. As for the last item, the Level 1 Crystal Core, it was something he had never encountered before. A crystal core? Chun Imo speculated that it was likely a rare material obtained by defeating certain mutated creatures or opening higher-tier treasure chests. It was imperative to elevate the engine as swiftly as possible. He designated engine enhancement as his next priority. He immediately adjusted the procurement information in the trading market, beginning to keep an eye out for these rarer materials, particularly the elusive Level 1 Crystal Core. First, a bite to eat. Chun Mo retracted the holographic screen and retrieved the small iron pot and cooking utensils he had exchanged for the previous day. The desert morning was cold and arid. A warm bowl of instant noodles was undoubtedly the best choice. Once again, he prepared braised beef noodles, this time indulgently adding 2 hot dog sausages. The pot was set upon the makeshift stove of stacked stones, and soon, an enticing aroma filled the air once more. After a night of rest, Lin Shui appeared significantly revitalized. She proactively picked up the bowl and chopsticks to assist in serving the noodles. With the steaming noodles consumed, she declared, "Let me drive today." She added, "You must be tired after keeping watch for so long." Chun Mo cast her a glance. Although her complexion still bore a hint of pallor, her eyes sparkled with clarity, a stark contrast to her fatigue from the previous day. He nodded in agreement. "All right, just take it slow and drive safely. Call me if anything arises." Once the two had tidied their belongings, they resumed their journey. Today's travel, temperature, 64. For C. Climate, typical desert conditions. Wind speed of level 4. Travel reminder. The diurnal temperature variation is beginning to widen, yet remains bearable, does it not? Lin Shui settled into the driver's seat. Her hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, her demeanor focused. Perhaps her rest had been sufficient, for her state was markedly improved compared to yesterday. However, the speed of 50 km/h felt somewhat awkward to her. Pressing the accelerator, the vehicle's acceleration appeared sluggish. Chun Mo, seated in the passenger seat, positioned his hand crossbow beside him for easy access. Most of his attention was directed towards the holographic screen of his wristband. He browsed the trading market in search of the materials required for the engine upgrade, particularly clues for the level 1 crystal core. Simultaneously, he sifted through the regional and global channels for any other valuable intelligence, all the while collecting bits of scrap material gathered along the road to convert into survival points. The van steadily progressed along the desolate highway. After 2 hours of travel, the odometer finally ticked past the 100-kilometer mark. Ding! A resource chest has been detected ahead, 80 meters away. Wooden chest X2. Once again, 2 wooden chests lay forlornly in the sandy terrain by the roadside. "Stop!" Chun Mo commanded. Lin Shui gradually steered the vehicle to a halt. Chun Mo swiftly exited the vehicle, cautiously surveying the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he hurriedly approached and opened the 2 chests. Bread X3. Mineral water 500 milliliters X4. Worn-out wrench X1. Once again, only basic supplies were found, barely sufficient. Chun Mo gathered the items and collected the 2 empty wooden chests as well. Recycled wooden chest, empty, X2, earned survival points, 20 points. Returning to the vehicle, Lin Shui restarted the engine. Watching the slow increment of the odometer, Chun Mo felt an escalating sense of anxiety. Traveling at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour was simply too sluggish. This not only implied a significant reduction in their efficiency of acquiring chests, but also meant that the distance they could cover within the same time frame was diminished, resulting in fewer encounters with chests. More critically, should they encounter an insurmountable threat, such as a more formidable mutated creature or ill-intentioned survivors, this speed might deprive them of any chance to escape. They must urgently upgrade the engine level. Where could they possibly procure a level 1 crystal core? Chapter 12. The bus. Chun Mo's gaze flickered between the trading market and the chat channel, searching for any trace of the elusive level 1 crystal core. Yet he remained empty-handed. Buzz. The vehicle's odometer finally ticked past another integer. Ding. A resource chest has been detected ahead, 60 meters away. Bronze chest X2. Chest ahead, Chun Mo alerted. Lin Shui nodded, reducing the speed of the vehicle, her eyes scanning the road ahead with vigilance. Indeed, 2 chests, gleaming with a bronze sheen, lay quietly in the sandy area by the roadside. Beside the chests, 2 gray wolves, noticeably more robust than those they had encountered previously, crouched low, their crimson eyes fixated on the approaching van, emitting a low, threatening growl from their throats. Once again it was them. Chun Mo remained calm. This time, he did not immediately reach for his crossbow, but instead purchased a new set of crossbow bolts from the marketplace and handed them to Lin Shui. "Try your aim." Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback, accepting the crossbow. The cold metallic feel invigorated her, and taking a deep breath, she fitted a bolt into the groove. Raising the crossbow and aligning it with one of the wolves through the rudimentary sight, the wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, pacing anxiously while baring its sharp fangs. Lin Shui's hand remained steady as her index finger gently squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. The bolt was released with a soft whoosh, slicing through the air with precision. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the bolt penetrated the wolf's left eye, embedding itself deeply in the socket, leaving only the fletching quivering outside. A howl erupted. The wild wolf emitted a mournful howl, piercing in its intensity, its body stiffening abruptly before crashing heavily to the ground. After a few convulsive twitches, it fell silent, struck down in an instant. Lin Shui herself was taken aback. Impressive, Chun Mo remarked, as the sudden fall of its companion incited fury in another wolf, which let out a chilling scream and lunged towards the van. Almost simultaneously with Lin Shue's release of her first arrow, Chun Mo readied his crossbow. Just as the wolf charged, whoosh, his bolt struck one of its front legs. The wolf staggered, its momentum halted. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Mo dashed forward, wielding a fire axe that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. The injured wolf emitted a pained wail, but still attempted to lunge at him. However, its speed was greatly diminished due to its injury. Chun Mo sidestepped its bite, raising the axe high and bringing it down forcefully upon the wolf's nape. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The wolf's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. The entire sequence, from Lin Shue's first arrow to the second wolf's demise, unfolded within mere seconds. Despite the absence of verbal communication, their collaboration was seamless and instinctive. In contrast to their chaotic initial encounter with the wolves, this time their synergy was markedly more harmonious and efficient. Lin Shue descended from the vehicle, gazing at the two wolf carcasses on the ground and at Chun Mo not far away, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in her eyes. The experience of fighting side by side and decisively eliminating the threat allowed her taut nerves to relax slightly, even instilling a peculiar sense of reassurance. Chun Mo approached and retrieved the two wolf bodies. Recovered gray wolf carcasses X2 earned survival points, 75 points. The increase in survival points by 10 could be attributed to the difference in size. Next, he opened the first bronze treasure chest. Canned beef X2, mineral water 500 milliliters X5, gasoline X50L, a set of ordinary blue work clothes, top and pants, a substantial amount of gasoline. Chun Mo's eyes brightened. 50 liters of gasoline, quite commendable. Lin Shue opened the second bronze chest, which contained slightly fewer items. Mineral water 500 milliliters X4, compressed biscuits X5, a box of toilet paper. Collecting all the supplies into her wristband, Chun Mo casually reclaimed the two empty boxes. Recovered bronze treasure chests, empty, X2, earned survival points, 40 points. After the two recoveries, they had amassed a total of 110 survival points. Chun Mo glanced at the total, bringing his survival points to 3777. Let us move on. The two returned to the van and continued their journey. After driving for over an hour, the previously open and straight road began to change. A similarly broad asphalt road slanted in from the right, ultimately merging with their main route. On this combined road, numerous new and chaotic tire tracks appeared, some wide, some narrow, some deep, and some shallow, suggesting a substantial number of vehicles had recently passed, with the traces still fresh. It appears that other survivors have traversed this path. Lin Shue observed the traces on the ground and spoke softly. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened, and he nodded. Remain vigilant and prepare your weapons. The convergence of more survivors signifies greater peril. Human intentions are inscrutable, particularly in this apocalyptic environment, where, in the name of survival, anyone may resort to any means. Lin Shue obediently placed her crossbow beside her leg, her focus intensifying as she scanned the horizon. The van passed the intersection and continued along the main road. After approximately half an hour, Chun Mo's pupils constricted slightly. In the center of the road ahead, an old bus stood ominously. It was a very antiquated vehicle, its green paint largely peeling away to reveal the rusted metal beneath, the body marred by dust and intersecting scratches, some of which appeared rather recent. Most of the windows were grimy, with a few hastily boarded up using wooden planks or cardboard. Strangely, it remained stationary in the middle of the road, its doors firmly shut, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of any signs of life. Stop, keep your distance, Chun Mo murmured. Lin Shue immediately understood. Gently bringing the van to a halt about 50 meters from the bus, the engine still running, ready for a swift retreat. Chun Mo grasped his crossbow, peering through the windshield, scrutinizing the bus that exuded an unsettling aura. It was too quiet, unnaturally so. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tightly shut front door of the bus was abruptly yanked open from within. 3 men leapt out. Leading them was a tall, burly man with a full beard, wielding a rust-covered machete. The other 2 included a lanky individual brandishing a baseball bat wrapped in metal, and a short, stout man clutching a fire axe that bore a striking resemblance to Chun Mo's, albeit appearing more worn. All 3 bore expressions of malice, and upon spotting the van parked nearby, their eyes immediately gleamed with greed. Hey, you in the front vehicle, stop, the bearded man bellowed, brandishing his machete as the others followed suit, brandishing their weapons as they advanced menacingly. Chapter 13. Eliminating the thugs. Lin Shue's complexion paled, instinctively reaching for the reverse gear. Don't move. Chun Mo firmly restrained her hand, his voice chillingly calm. He fixated on the approaching men, while his peripheral vision quickly swept over the bus's ajar door. Inside the dimly lit compartment, vague figures seemed to flicker. Damn it. Are you deaf? I told you to stop. The bearded man, seeing that the van remained still, cursed and took a few steps closer, now less than 30 meters away. Be sensible and hand over all the water, food, and gasoline from your vehicle. Perhaps we might show mercy and spare your lives. His voice dripped with audacity and overt menace. Just then, Chun Mo caught sight of something. Behind one of the shattered windows near the front of the bus, a frail silhouette lingered. It appeared to be a teenager, his face marked by conspicuous bruises, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. He was desperately waving towards the van, his mouth moving silently, as if he were crying out for help. Behind him, two women could be faintly seen huddled together, trembling in fear. In an instant, Chun Mo understood it was no mere coincidence. This was a gang of thugs controlling the bus. They had 3 armed adult males, while he and Lin Shui were vastly outnumbered. A direct confrontation would be perilous. They were villains. There were people inside the vehicle pleading for salvation. Lin Shui also witnessed the scene within the bus. Being a former police officer, she harbored an innate loathing for violent crimes. Gripping the fire axe tightly, her knuckles turned white from the strain, her face shrouded in a layer of frost. She lowered her voice and spoke to Chun Mo, her tone laced with fury. As he observed the 3 advancing robbers, their faces twisted with malicious glee, and recalled the desperate, pleading gazes from within the bus, alongside Lin Shui's barely contained wrath, a glint of cold determination flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. He was no saint, but when capable, he felt no hesitation in purging the detritus of this apocalyptic world. Moreover, they had already set their sights on him. Resolutely, Chun Mo declared, "We strike first. Use the crossbow, then engage in close combat." He swiftly seized the hand crossbow resting on his thigh, opened the van door, and aimed the crossbow bolt at the chest of a brazen, bearded man 30 meters away. Whoosh! The string twanged. A gleaming projectile soared through the air. Thud! The bolt found its mark, piercing the bearded man's heart with uncanny precision. The man's curse was abruptly silenced. Disbelief washed over his features as he looked down in astonishment at the crossbow bolt embedded deep in his chest. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but only a breathy gasp escaped. His body swayed before he toppled backwards, crashing heavily onto the scorching asphalt, sending dust spiraling into the air. The turn of events transpired too swiftly for the other 2 robbers to comprehend. At the very moment the bearded man fell, Lin Shui too pulled the trigger. She had targeted the lanky thug. Whoosh! The bolt whistled through the air, narrowly grazing the lanky man's arm before embedding itself into the sandy ground beyond. Quivering in place. A miss. She glanced at the bolt lodged in the distance, then back at the rapidly approaching lanky thug. Reloading the crossbow would take too long. Instinctively, she made a swift decision, flinging the heavy crossbow back into the driver's seat. Like a cheetah, Lin Shui surged forward, gripping the fire axe with both hands. She set her sights on the lanky thug. Before he could even raise his baseball bat, he was met by a striking figure, radiant yet lethal, hurtling towards him with the sound of a fierce wind. The fire axe glimmered with a chilling light as it descended. Ah! The tall, slender figure screamed in terror, instinctively raising a baseball bat to block the impending blow. A sharp clang resounded as the fire axe struck the bat, the tremendous force sending vibrations through his grip, nearly causing him to lose hold of it. At that moment, the 3rd, short and stout robber finally reacted. Upon witnessing the demise of his leader and the assault on his comrade, rage surged through him, and he unleashed a primal roar, brandishing the battered fire axe as he charged toward the van with reckless abandon. He was determined to eliminate the one who had launched the surprise attack. Chun Mo, after releasing his first arrow, did not falter. His fingers moved like a phantom, swiftly retrieving a second bolt from his quiver, nimbly loading it onto the crossbow. Whoosh! The second bolt was released. Thud! It struck deep into the thigh of the stout robber. A howl of agony escaped the robber's lips, his leg buckling beneath him, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Chun Mo's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. He rushed forward, seizing the opportunity as the stout robber writhed in pain on the ground. Raising the fire axe high, he swung it down mercilessly toward the unguarded nape of his foe. Crack! A dull, shattering noise echoed, and the robber's cries were abruptly silenced, leaving nothing but stillness in their wake. Meanwhile, Lin Shui exhibited extraordinary strength and ferocity. Faced with the advancing tall robber, she displayed no fear, wielding the weight of the fire axe with speed and precision. With a few decisive strikes, she sent him crashing to the ground, rendering him incapable of further resistance. The battle concluded far too swiftly, as if it had transpired in the blink of an eye. On the desolate road lay 3 lifeless bodies, alongside an aging bus from which faint, terrified sobs could be heard. Lin Shui's chest heaved violently, her fingers, gripping the fire axe, turned white from exertion, trembling slightly at the tips. A few warm droplets of blood splattered onto her smooth cheek. mingling with her fierce countenance to create an unsettling beauty. She glanced down at the lifeless tall figure beneath her feet, a wave of nausea surging within her. Yet she forced it back. The impact of taking a life for the first time was far greater than she had anticipated. However, the fury and disdain for evil within her heart left no room for regret. Chun Imo surveyed the pile of supplies that had spilled from the storage space of their wristbands due to the demise of the robbers. Just a few bottles of water, some biscuits, and miscellaneous items. He chose not to collect them. Approaching Lin Shui, he paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her slightly trembling hands. Without uttering any comforting words, he directed his attention toward the bus. "Let us see what's inside," he said in a low voice, leading the way to the open door. His fire axe still in hand, remaining vigilant. Lin Shui steadied herself, taking a deep breath, and followed closely behind. The interior of the bus was dimly lit, filled with an unpleasant melange of sweat, blood, and spoiled food. At the rear of the compartment, nestled in the corner by the window, 3 figures huddled together. Chapter 14. Living well. A youth, appearing to be merely 15 or 16, bore bruises across his face, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And his clothing was tattered in several places, clearly indicating he had endured a severe beating. Upon noticing Chun Imo and Lin Shui's entrance, particularly the bloodied weapons they wielded, a flicker of terror momentarily crossed his eyes. Yet, recalling their recent triumph over the villains, he felt a surge of excitement and attempted to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain that forced him into a fit of coughing, causing his body to sway dangerously. Behind him stood 2 slightly older women, around 30 years of age, their faces pale and their gazes hollow, filled with fear and numbness. Their disheveled attire clung tightly to one another as they trembled, their eyes directed at Chun Imo and Lin Shui, brimming with timidity and unease. "Do not be afraid. The evildoers have been dealt with," Lin Shui spoke softly, hastening towards the boy to examine his injuries. Witnessing the wounds on his face and the 2 women's startled demeanor, a flicker of compassion and anger ignited within her. She retrieved a small bottle of clean water and several relatively clean cloths from her spatial ring, cautiously wiping the blood from the boy's lips. "Bear with it," she urged. The boy grimaced in pain, yet nodded slightly, his gaze towards Lin Shui filled with gratitude. Chun Imo remained at a distance, standing in the center of the compartment, his eyes swiftly surveying the surroundings. Apart from the 3 individuals, there was no one else present. The floor was littered with debris, empty bread bags, plastic water bottles, and some worn blankets. He produced several pieces of bread and a bottle of water from his own space, offering them to the boy. "Have something to eat and drink." The boy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Shui, then at Chun Imo, before ultimately accepting the provisions, hoarsely uttering his thanks. He twisted open the bottle cap, took a sip, and then handed it to the 2 women behind him. They timidly accepted it, sipping delicately as if it were ambrosia. "What is the situation with this bus? Is it just you 3? Chun Imo inquired, his tone remaining calm. The boy voraciously devoured a couple of bites of bread, catching his breath before he began to explain in a disjointed manner. We are all individuals who lost the opportunity to bind to a vehicle. This bus is rather peculiar. It seems to operate automatically, traveling along this road at approximately 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. Each time it covers a certain distance. It halts if a treasure chest refreshes nearby. Only after we load our items and press the green button beside the driver's seat does it continue on its way." He gestured towards the exterior of the bus. "They too are unbound individuals like us. Initially, everyone coexisted peacefully until yesterday afternoon, when they witnessed messages in the chat channel about seizing vehicles and enslaving others. The situation rapidly escalated. They began coercing us into labor, resorting to violence if we disobeyed. We couldn't escape. Without our own vehicles, straying too far from the bus in this desert would spell doom for us." The boy paused, his facial muscles twitching in pain. He took a breath, his voice trembling with barely contained rage, and continued, "Just moments before you arrived, those 3 beasts, His gaze struggled to shift towards the woman, his lips quivering as if the words were caught in his throat. They drained the last drops of clean water we had found, then began to spew nonsensical words. That bearded man reached out to grab Sister Sue. I couldn't bear to watch, so I shouted, attempting to intervene. The boy's voice fell to a whisper, laced with shame and helplessness. Consequently, they pinned me to the ground and beat me. He gestured towards his bruised lip and swollen eye. They called me ungrateful, a burden, saying I might as well be fed to the wolves. If it weren't for the timely appearance of your vehicle, which diverted their attention. The boy fell silent. But the unspoken fear and despair thickened the air in the carriage. The 2 women trembled even more violently, one of them unable to restrain a quiet sob. Lin Shui paused in her attempts to tend to the boy's wounds, her fingertips pressing down so hard it seemed she might wring the cloth dry. She lifted her eyes towards the 3 lifeless bodies outside, her gaze as cold as ice. Chun Imo stood nearby, his expression impassive as he listened, though his fingers, gripping the fire axe, subtly twitched. He glanced at the two terrified women, then at the battered boy. Excellent. Yet another reason to eliminate them. Observing the boy's injuries and the numb terror in the women's eyes, Lin Shue's gaze flickered with unmistakable compassion. She opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. She understood that Chun Mo could not afford to carry these three nearly defenseless individuals. They were struggling to survive themselves, let alone burdened with three liabilities. Chun Mo discerned Lin Shue's thoughts, but maintained his composure. Sympathy in this world is the cheapest of commodities. Blind kindness can lead to one's own demise. He retrieved a box of mineral water and a dozen loaves of bread from his supplies, placing them at the boy's feet. Take these, it should suffice for a while. Chun Mo's tone was remarkably flat. The three individuals are dead. For now, no one will bully you again. From here on, focus on surviving. After speaking, he placed the weapons previously used by his thugs beside the food. Use them for protection. This was the utmost he could offer, providing sustenance and water, and leaving behind weapons for self-defense. The boy stared at the food, water, and weapons on the ground, momentarily stunned. Then his eyes reddened as he nodded vigorously. Thank you, big brother and sister. We will definitely survive. Lin Shui observed Chun Mo's arrangements and sighed softly. Recognizing that this was the best course of action under the circumstances, she approached Chun Mo, lowering her voice. Thank you, Chun Mo. In that moment, her perception of him grew more complex. He was calm, rational, even somewhat cold, yet above all, he had not entirely extinguished his humanity. This rare clarity and limited kindness in a world gone awry brought her an inexplicable sense of solace. Chun Mo remained noncommittal, merely nodding. Let us go. The two did not linger any longer and turned away from the bus. Upon returning to their van, Chun Mo started the engine, deftly maneuvering the wheel to circumvent the solitary bus stranded in the middle of the road, continuing along the seemingly endless highway. The atmosphere within the vehicle was somewhat oppressive. The earlier scene, both the gruesome battle and the harrowing plight of the survivors on the bus, had deepened their understanding of the world's cruelty and chill. Chapter 15, Upgrade. Recurve crossbow. The van traversed the infinite road in solitude, the oppressive ambience persisting. The events that transpired on the bus loomed over Chun Mo and Lin Shui like a heavy cloud. Lin Shui concentrated on driving, her fair profile taut with tension, her vigilant gaze scanning the desolate sandy terrain ahead and to the sides. Chun Mo leaned back in the passenger seat, incessantly refreshing information on the system panel and chat channel, seeking any valuable clues. Time slipped by in silence, marked only by the flickering numbers on the dashboard. Buzz. Another 100 kilometers had passed, the odometer precisely ticking over to the next integer. Almost simultaneously, Chun Mo's survival wristband vibrated slightly, emitting a clear alert. Beep. Resource chest detected ahead, 120 meters. Silver, chest X1. A silver chest. Chun Mo's eyes snapped open, breaking the silence in the vehicle. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Lin Shui perked up at his words, instinctively easing off the accelerator. This was the first silver chest they had encountered. Based on their previous experiences, the higher the chest's tier, the more abundant the resources within, but it also implied that the guardian creature would be correspondingly formidable. The van gradually approached the designated location. Indeed, on the sandy ground beside the road lay a chest, larger than a bronze chest, shimmering with a subdued silver sheen. However, upon discerning the creature guarding the chest, both Chun Mo and Lin Shui involuntarily held their breath. It was no longer the gray wolves they had previously encountered, but a terrifying beast, colossal in size, akin to a young calf. Its body was encased in a thick, sandy yellow exoskeleton, reflecting a hardened sheen under the blazing sun. 8 sturdy appendages supported its massive form, the front end wielding a pair of enormous pincers that gleamed with a metallic luster, sending shivers down one's spine merely by gazing upon them. Most chilling was its tail, arched high behind it, tipped with a glossy black stinger that shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, signaling its lethal venom. A mutated giant scorpion. This creature's form instantly conjured images of a scorpion in the desert, yet this one was undoubtedly a terrifying, super-mutated version. It lay quietly beside the chest, its enormous compound eyes coldly observing the slowly approaching van, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lin Shui tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her voice a touch parched. Our hand crossbow may struggle to penetrate its shell. Chun Mo nodded gravely. The defensive prowess of the mutated sand giant scorpion was evidently superior to that of the previous wild wolves. Ordinary crossbow bolts would likely feel akin to mere tickling against its robust exoskeleton. Engaging in a direct confrontation? The risks were far too great. What to do? Chun Mo's gaze drifted towards the alluringly gleaming silver treasure chest, an overwhelming sense of reluctance surging within him. The resources contained within the advanced chest were crucial for their impending survival. His attention then shifted to the panel of his survival wristband, swiftly assessing the system information. Universal Recycling Mall System. Current level. LV 346, 75,000 total consumed survival points. Survival points balance. 4,387 points. Just 330 points more in accumulated consumption. And he could ascend to level 4. Without hesitation, Chun Mo resolved to upgrade the system. Unlocking more powerful weapons or functions might be the only viable solution at this moment. He promptly accessed the trading market interface, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. Purchase 500 milliliters bottled water x 100, survival points cost 200 points. Purchase bread x 26, survival points cost 78 points. In an instant, he expended 278 points, leaving a balance of 3,609 points. Yet his accumulated consumption reached 4,948 points, just 52 points shy of the upgrade. Without a moment's doubt, he listed the majority of the water and bread he had just acquired at a slightly lower price than that of the mall, targeting those eager to exchange food and water for scrap materials, damaged tools, and even empty treasure chests. Beside him, Lin Shui noticed Chun Mo suddenly bow his head, his fingers swiftly tapping the translucent panel. Although she was unaware of the specifics, his focused demeanor prompted her to refrain from interrupting. She merely parked the vehicle at a relatively safe distance, her gaze fixed firmly on the distant mutated sand giant scorpion, her muscles taut and ready for any sudden occurrences. Ding! Detected that the host's accumulated survival points have reached the 5,000-point upgrade threshold. The Universal Recycling Mall system can be upgraded to level 4. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? The crisp notification resonated in Chun Mo's mind. Yes. Without hesitation, he confirmed with his thoughts. The system interface before him blurred momentarily, only to clarify again. The layout appeared to have undergone subtle changes, becoming more intricate and user-friendly. Universal Recycling Mall System upgrade successful. Current level, LV40 10,000 total consumed survival points. System upgrade rewards. 1. Mall interface updated and unlocked. 2. Slight increase in recycling efficiency. 3. Unlocks purchasing privileges for the medical category. Chun Mo felt a surge of joy within him and immediately opened the mall interface to explore. Indeed, the list of items had significantly expanded. Food, category edition, self-heating rice, various flavors 10 survival points per portion self-heating hot pot, various flavors 20 survival points per portion beef jerky, individually packaged 8 survival points per pack functional drink, refreshing and revitalizing 8 survival points per bottle tools, category edition, sturdy steel dagger, sharp, with sheath 50 survival points engineer shovel, multifunctional, foldable 40 survival points military machete, sharp, heavy impact 80 survival points, ranged weapons, category edition, compound bow, draw weight 80 pounds. Effective range 80 m, enhanced accuracy and power 150 survival points steel bow arrows, compatible with compound bow, increased penetration 5 survival points per bundle. 50 survival points for a pack, 10 arrows. Medical, category, newly unlocked. Medical alcohol, 500 milliliters 10 survival points sterile bandages. Individually packaged 5 survival points per roll basic antibiotics. Oral 30 survival points per box upon viewing the attributes of the compound bow and steel bow arrows. Chun Mo's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. The power, range, and penetration capabilities far surpassed those of the previous hand crossbow. It was nothing short of a timely boon. Although firearms had yet to manifest, the might of the compound bow should suffice to confront the formidable giant scorpion before him. Furthermore, the unlocking of the medical category significantly bolstered their chances of survival. He swiftly spent 150 points to acquire the compound bow and purchased 3 bundles of steel bow arrows, depleting a total of 300 survival points. A more robust and powerfully designed compound bow materialized in his hands, its cold metallic texture and substantial weight instilling an unprecedented sense of security. He casually stowed the old hand crossbow into his spatial ring. Lin Shui observed the visibly superior bow that had suddenly appeared in Chun Mo's hands, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it and inquired, "Do you feel confident?" Chun Mo weighed the compound bow in his hands, sensing the latent power within, and replied solemnly, "Not much confidence, but it's worth a try. The shell is too tough. We must aim for its weak points." He handed the compound bow and a bundle of steel arrows to Lin Shui, saying, "Familiarize yourself with it." Chapter 16. Battle against the giant scorpion. Lin Shui accepted the compound bow, noting its considerable weight and the complexity of its structure compared to the hand crossbow. She meticulously examined it, feeling the tension in the bow arms. Charging in head-on would be too perilous. While getting acquainted with the compound bow, she calmly analyzed. "I recall seeing in the chat channel that these monsters guarding the treasure chest seem to have a fixed activity range. They don't stray too far from the chest and won't pursue indefinitely. We could try the kite tactic." "Kite?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Lin Shui nodded. "I'll drive." maintaining a relatively safe distance to draw its attention while you look for opportunities to shoot its weak points from the vehicle. Utilizing the car's mobility, we can continuously maneuver to wear it down. Shinemo pondered for a few seconds. This indeed seemed the most prudent approach. Engaging directly posed the risk of missing the vital target and being overrun by the giant scorpion. Let's give it a try. Shinemo concurred. Yet he harbored doubts about whether their van could elude the creature's speed. He gazed at the robust limbs of the mutated giant scorpion, apprehensive about its explosive velocity. How can we know without trying? Lin Shue's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity as she reignited the engine. Hold on tight. The van emitted a low growl and gradually steered towards the direction of the monstrous creature, intent on drawing its ire. The distance diminished, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. The previously motionless mutated scorpion seemed utterly provoked by the roar of the engine. It abruptly lifted its front half, releasing a piercing, shrill screech, a sound as grating as metal scraping against metal. Following this, its 8 powerful limbs propelled it forward, transforming its massive form into a streak of sandy yellow lightning, kicking up a cloud of dust as it surged towards the van at an astonishing speed. How swift! Chun Mo was taken aback. This velocity surpassed all his expectations. Brace yourself, Lin Shue shouted fiercely, flooring the accelerator just as the scorpion lunged forward. The van's engine roared under the strain, and the speed surged instantaneously. Chun Mo fought against the force of acceleration, swiftly lowering the passenger window, half of his body protruding, as he raised the heavy crossbow, locking onto the rapidly approaching scorpion's head through the sight. The wind howled in his ears, the vehicle jolted, and the scorpion's figure rapidly magnified within his line of sight. Now, whoosh! A dull yet powerful twang of the bowstring resonated. The steel arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at the scorpion's menacing yellow shell. However, the jostling of the moving vehicle, combined with the scorpion's incredible speed and erratic charge, caused the shot, originally aimed at its eye, to veer off course. Clang! The piercing sound of metal against metal rang out. The steel arrow struck the scorpion's head shell with a forceful impact, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks, only to bounce off weakly. It left merely a shallow white mark upon the thick shell. Damn it! Chun Mo cursed inwardly, his heart sinking. Although the power of the crossbow had increased, the scorpion's defenses were astonishingly formidable. At that very moment, as Chun Mo released his arrow, the mutated scorpion closed in on the rear of the van. Its massive pincers rose high, crashing down upon the rear bumper of the vehicle. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated. The entire van jolted violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The body of the vehicle trembled fiercely, emitting a disconcerting metallic distortion. Chun Mo nearly lost his balance. But thanks to his quick reflexes, he grasped the overhead handle. Ah! Lin Shue cried out in alarm, yet her grip on the steering wheel remained steadfast, keeping the vehicle on course. However, the mutated scorpion's speed was equally terrifying. It sprinted relentlessly on its 8 legs, tightly pursuing the van, its enormous pincers swinging like scythes of death, relentlessly striking against the vehicle. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy impacts resounded incessantly, each collision sending tremors through the van, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The roof, doors, and rear of the vehicle echoed with a series of spine-chilling metallic scrapes and collisions, sparks flying. Chun Mo pressed himself firmly against the window, striving to stabilize his form and reload the crossbow. Yet, the violent jolts of the speeding vehicle, compounded by the relentless assaults from the giant scorpion, rendered him unable to aim. All he could see through the window was the massive pincers thrashing wildly, as if they would pierce the glass at any moment and tear them to shreds. A palpable tension enveloped the cabin. Lin Shue bit her lip, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The van had reached its limits, yet it seemed unable to fully shake off the pursuing monster. The mutated sandy giant scorpion hissed menacingly, its enormous venomous stinger tracing perilous arcs in the air, though it was temporarily out of reach. Who could predict if it would suddenly launch a long-range attack? Chun Mo gritted his teeth, forcing his body to remain steady. As the steel crossbow bolt finally found its place on the string, with no time to aim precisely, he relied on instinct, directing the compound bow toward the relentless giant scorpion behind them. Whoosh! The bolt was released once more, this time with remarkable bodily control. Chun Mo steadied himself amidst the violent jolts, aiming at the relatively vulnerable joint of the scorpion's pincers. However, the response speed and combat instinct of this mutated sandy giant scorpion surpassed all expectations. Just as the bolt was about to strike, its enormous pincers abruptly shifted. Clang! The bolt grazed the thick shell, sending a shower of sparks, yet ultimately failed to inflict any significant damage. Damn it! This shell is too hard. Chun Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It wasn't that the crossbow lacked power, but rather that the monster's speed was overwhelming, its shell covering a vast area, leaving weak points that were not only minuscule but also in constant motion. Achieving a precise hit in such a passive pursuit was nearly an impossible feat. The van was like a small boat amidst tumultuous waves, desperately fleeing under Lin Shue's extreme maneuvers. The rear of the vehicle was met with heavy thuds, each impact causing the body to jolt violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. In the rearview mirror, the menacing giant scorpion relentlessly pursued them, its massive pincers thrashing wildly, the venomous stinger raised high, emanating a haunting dark green glow that sent chills down the spine. It seemed to be slowing down. Lin Shue's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chen Imo immediately sensed it too, just as Lin Shue had observed earlier, after about 300 or 400 meters of pursuit. The once ferocious mutated sandy giant scorpion visibly diminished its speed. It appeared agitated as it halted, emitting a series of frustrated and furious hisses directed at the receding van. Its massive pincers scratching the ground restlessly, yet ultimately, it did not follow further. Reluctantly, the giant scorpion turned away, leisurely returning to its silver treasure chest, where it resumed its vigilant watch over its territory. Phew. Inside the cabin, Chen Imo and Lin Shue exhaled in unison, their taut nerves finally beginning to relax. The brief pursuit just moments ago proved to be far more exhausting than an entire day of driving. Lin Shue gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, maintaining a safe distance of approximately 500 meters from the colossal scorpion, and turned off the engine. She could feel her back drenched in cold sweat, and her fingers trembled slightly as they gripped the steering wheel. That creature nearly terrified me, she thought, as she patted her chest, her bosom rising and falling with each breath. Chen Imo cast a fleeting glance her way, silently reaching for the water bottle and taking several large swigs. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. During the earlier confrontation, he had felt the massive pincers of the scorpion almost graze his scalp on multiple occasions. As they exited the vehicle, they began to assess the damage. The condition was not overly dire, yet still disheartening. The rear bumper of the van bore a sizable dent. The edges of the metal crumpled inward, giving it a rather pitiful appearance. Along the side of the vehicle, near the back, were several deep, prolonged scratches that exposed the silver metal beneath, with some areas of the sheet metal even slightly deformed. Chen Imo checked the status of the vehicle on his wristband. Vehicle durability, 45120. Indeed, the recent impact had resulted in a 10-point decrease in durability. Fortunately, the tires and engine, along with other essential components, remained undamaged, allowing for continued travel. The shell of that creature was remarkably tough. Even a composite crossbow could not penetrate it, unless targeting the eyes or joint seams. Furrowing his brow, Chen Imo began to reflect on the lessons learned from their previous encounter. However, the creature's speed and erratic movements made it exceedingly difficult to strike its weak points while being pursued. Chapter 17, Silver Treasure Chest, Engine Upgrade. Lin Shue nodded in agreement, adding, "It seems that it doesn't stray too far from the treasure chest. After pursuing for a distance, it tends to return. If only we had an area of effect attack to breach its defenses." A glimmer of insight sparkled in Chun Mo's eyes as he uttered two words. Fire attack. To combat such a thick-shelled, swift creature, flames might indeed be the optimal choice. The intense heat could penetrate its defenses, searing the soft tissue within, and the agony and panic induced by the fire could very well strip it of its composure and speed advantage. Shall we create Molotov cocktails using gasoline? Lin Shue immediately grasped Chun Mo's intention. Yes, he affirmed, as he began rummaging through his supplies. Earlier, they had acquired a substantial amount of gasoline from opening chests, along with collected glass bottles, which would serve their purpose perfectly. Without further ado, the two set to work. Chen Imo took charge of crafting the improvised incendiary devices, carefully filling several glass bottles with gasoline, filling them to about 2/3 full. He then tore strips from some old cloth, stuffing them into the bottle openings, saturating them with gasoline, leaving a small portion exposed as a fuse. Before long, 5 makeshift Molotov cocktails were ready. Chen Imo retrieved a lighter obtained from a recent trade and tested it to ensure it could ignite at a moment's notice. "I'll drive, and you look for the right moment to throw the Molotovs," Lin Shue volunteered. Chen Imo nodded in agreement. "All right, be cautious." They resumed their positions in the vehicle, taking a deep breath, both bearing expressions of solemnity. The van roared back to life, and this time, Lin Shue drove with utmost care. She did not rush forward directly, but maintained a relatively safe distance. The mutated sand scorpion seemed to sense the provocation, rising from its crouched position once more, its enormous pincers restlessly waving, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds, while its crimson compound eyes fixated intently on the van. Drawing closer, approximately 10 meters away, I pondered whether I could throw something onto it. Chen Imo lowered the car window, gripping a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Lin Shue was focused, gradually closing the distance between herself and the scorpion. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Now was the moment. Chun Mo's arm muscles tensed as he timed his move perfectly, igniting the cloth fuse with a lighter before hurling the Molotov cocktail towards the scorpion. The bottle traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing precisely on the scorpion's thick carapace. Boom. The glass shattered, gasoline splattered instantly, ignited by the burning cloth. Whoosh. A fiery orange blaze erupted violently on the scorpion's back. The agonizing pain and intense heat elicited a spine-chilling shriek from the mutated sand scorpion. Its massive body writhed in distress, colossal pincers thrashing against the ground and its own body in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, the fire produced by the burning gasoline clung tenaciously, proving difficult to quench. Effective. Chun Mo felt a surge of elation as he swiftly grabbed a second and third Molotov cocktail. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more were successfully hurled onto the scorpion. The flames intensified. The mutated sand scorpion was entirely engulfed in a frenzy. It spun wildly in place like a headless fly, colliding with everything around it, its 8 segmented limbs flailing chaotically, and its massive tail barb whipping about in a frenzy, but all to no avail. The flames, like relentless maggots, continued to sear its flesh, the heat penetrating through the gaps in its carapace, roasting its internal organs. Its movement slowed, its shrieks gradually fading into a pitiful whisper of pain and despair. Ultimately, its vast body convulsed a few times before crashing to the ground, its tail still twitching unconsciously. While the flames crackled and burned on, it was done. Chun Mo and Lin Shui exchanged glances, both reflecting excitement and a sense of relief in each other's eyes. To ensure safety, Chun Mo did not exit the vehicle immediately. He reloaded a crossbow bolt, aiming through the window at the scorched head of the scorpion. Whiz. Whiz. 2 arrows shot forth, accurately piercing the scorpion's charred head. No response. Chun Mo observed for a moment longer, until he confirmed that this fearsome creature had utterly lost all signs of life. He approached and extended his hand. The wristband provided a timely alert. Detected mutated sand scorpion, deceased recyclable for decomposition. Chun Mo selected decompose. A glimmer flashed, and the enormous, still emitting wisps of smoke scorpion carcass vanished instantly, leaving behind several gleaming items and some remnants. Sturdy scorpion shell, X5. Excellent material for crafting armor or reinforcing vehicles. Sharp scorpion claw, X2. Can be utilized to craft formidable melee weapons or tools. Complete venom sac, X1. Contains potent toxin and requires careful handling. Suitable for concocting poisons or special weapon coatings. Level 1 crystal core, X1. A crystal imbued with pure energy, serving as a crucial material for upgrading vehicle engines or certain devices. Chun Mo picked up the level 1 crystal core. It was a crystal no larger than his thumb, emanating a soft blue glow. The crystal core. Lin Shui approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing the core in Chun Mo's hand. The essential material for engine upgrades was finally in their grasp. Chun Mo stored the items obtained from the disassembly into his bracelet space and glanced at the remnants of the mutated sand-dwelling giant scorpion that remained on the sandy ground. He attempted to recover the remains. Recovering remains of the mutated sand-dwelling giant scorpion, gaining survival points, 30 points. Chun Mo checked the total number of survival points displayed on his bracelet panel after the recent expenditures on crossbow bolts and crafting incendiary bottles. His points had significantly replenished. Suppressing his excitement and joy, the two hurried towards the alluring silver treasure chest glistening in the sunlight not far away. A chest guarded by such a formidable creature surely contained exceptional treasures. Upon opening the chest, they found canned beef X10, 5L bottled mineral water X2, gasoline X20L, basic healing potion X2, vehicle air conditioner modification blueprint X1. Upon seeing the last item, a blueprint shimmering with silver radiance, Chun Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. A vehicle air conditioner modification blueprint. Incredible. In the sweltering heat of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, where the very air seemed ready to ignite, an air conditioner was nothing short of a lifesaver. Just imagine, while other survivors languished in the oppressive heat, drenched in sweat, potentially succumbing to heat stroke and dehydration, he could recline in the cool confines of his vehicle. It would be a regal experience. Eagerly, he picked up the blueprint to examine the details. Vehicle air conditioner modification blueprint. Required materials: air conditioning compressor X1, cooling fan X1, refrigerant pipes X5M, circuit board X2, survival points X100. Effect: installs an air conditioning system in the vehicle, allowing for temperature regulation within the cabin. Chun Mo quickly recalled the inventory in his warehouse. During his previous shopping spree at the trading post, he had indeed acquired parts like circuit boards and fans. He was uncertain about the compressor and pipes, but he could always check the trading market. The modification cost of 100 survival points was a mere pittance. Fantastic. An air conditioner would soon be his. Lin Shui, having spotted the blueprint, gasped in delight, her beautiful eyes crescent-like with joy. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Chun Mo suppressed the urge to immediately study the air conditioner blueprint and opened the vehicle interface on his bracelet, his gaze fixed intently on the long-awaited option, engine upgrade. Returning to the side of the van, he confirmed, "Would you like to consume gears X5, engine parts X20, lubricant X2L, spark plugs X2, level 1 crystal core X1? To upgrade the vehicle engine?" "Yes." Chun Mo did not hesitate to confirm. As the interface of the wristband flickered with light, he could distinctly perceive a deep and powerful rumble emanating from the engine of the van nearby, reminiscent of a slumbering beast being roused. Vehicle engine upgrade successful. Maximum speed increased to 80 km/h. Success. The status bar, which previously displayed a maximum speed of 50 km/h, now clearly indicated a maximum speed of 80 km/h. Though the increase was merely 30 km/h in a critical moment, it could mean the difference between life and death. A satisfied smile graced Chun Mo's lips. Defeating the mutated giant scorpion not only eliminated the immediate threat, but also granted him an engine upgrade and air conditioning blueprints. A significant gain. Chapter 18. Installing the air conditioning system. Seated in the driver's seat, Chun Mo placed his left hand on the steering wheel and started the engine. A deep, yet markedly more powerful roar erupted, starkly contrasting with the feeble growl of the old engine. The speedometer's needle swiftly ascended, effortlessly stabilizing at the 80 km/h mark. "How does it feel?" Chun Mo glanced at Lin Shui in the passenger seat. Her eyes sparkled with unmistakable surprise and excitement. Much faster. Both felt a sense of relief as they continued along the desolate road. The upgraded van indeed felt entirely different. The journey that once required over 2 hours now seemed to take just over 1. As they traversed another 100 kilometers, the wristband vibrated as expected. Ding. Resource treasure chest detected 80 meters ahead. Wooden chest X1. A wooden box. Chun Mo replied with indifference. After experiencing the silver treasure chest and the mutated giant scorpion, such a basic chest could hardly pique his interest. The van gradually approached. Beside an inconspicuous wooden box squatted a creature. Rather than guarding, it appeared to be barely surviving. It was a gaunt wild dog, its fur a disheveled shade of yellow, lethargically lying on the ground, seemingly lacking the strength to even lift its head. Upon seeing the van approach, it only managed a token display of teeth and emitted a feeble growl without rising. Chun Mo rolled down the window, too disinterested to retrieve his compound crossbow. Instead, he casually took out a discarded hand crossbow from his wristband space and shot an arrow. Thud! The bolt struck the wild dog's neck with precision. It whimpered once, convulsed twice, and lay still. Reclaimed mutated wild dog, deceased. Gained survival points, 5 points. Better than nothing. Chun Mo opened the wooden treasure chest. Bread X3, 500 milliliters mineral water X2. As expected, it contained only basic supplies. He casually stowed the items in his wristband, returned to the vehicle, and continued onward. Time quietly slipped away amidst the monotonous journey. As the night in the desert approaches, the temperature in the air begins to decline slowly. However, the heat accumulated during the day renders the interior of the vehicle akin to a stifling chamber, with clammy sweat saturating their clothes, creating an uncomfortable sensation. With dusk nearing, it is prudent to find a place to rest. Chun Mo decelerates, beginning to survey the surrounding terrain. Ultimately, they select a relatively flat and open area. Coming to a halt, he turns off the engine. Chun Mo accesses the upgraded Level 4 system marketplace, his gaze sweeping over the refreshed food category. The enticing assortment of self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, beef jerky, and functional beverages evokes a sense of surreal nostalgia after the tribulations of the past 2 days. "Let's enjoy a hearty meal tonight," Chun Mo suggests, glancing at Lin Shui. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. After the harrowing chase and oppressive heat of the day, a steaming dinner is undoubtedly the best form of solace. "Yes." She nods vigorously. Chun Mo smiles, his fingers dancing swiftly across the panel. Purchase, self-heating hot pot, spicy flavor, X2, consume survival points, 40 points. Purchase, Rebi X2, consume survival points, 6 points. Total consumption, 46 survival points. Following the instructions, he opens the heating package and adds cold water. Soon, a robust and assertive aroma of spiciness permeates the enclosed vehicle, accompanied by the sound of bubbling. Slices of beef, tripe, duck blood, potato slices, and lotus root swirl in the crimson broth, emanating an appetizing fragrance that stirs one's hunger. Lin Shui gazes at the lavish meal before her, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her nostrils flaring slightly as she greedily inhales the tantalizing scent in the air. She is astute. Despite being filled with countless curiosities and questions, such as the origins of these miraculous provisions, she refrains from voicing them. She understands that everyone harbors their own secrets. especially in this merciless world. Chun Mo's willingness to share these precious resources signifies a profound trust. All she needs to do is accept silently and strive to become a valuable companion rather than a burdensome liability. Let's eat while it's hot, Chun Mo urges. Pushing one portion towards Lin Shui while taking the other for himself, tearing open the chopstick packaging. Thank you, Lin Shui responds, accepting the hot pot. The two lapse into silence, savoring this rare delicacy amidst the apocalypse. The spicy, fragrant flavors tantalize their taste buds, and the warm food slides into their stomachs, bringing a comforting and fulfilling sensation from within. The only sounds in the vehicle are the slurping of food and the gentle crunch of chewing. Once the meal concludes, Chun Mo does not immediately rest. Instead, he begins to take stock of the materials needed to modify the air conditioning system. He opens the storage space of his wristband, his thoughts gliding over the various components within. Air conditioning compressor, check. Cooling fan, check. Circuit boards, 2, sufficient. These were previously acquired at bargain prices during a market transaction. Based on the principle of potential utility, little did he anticipate their swift application. However, a refrigerant line is still required. Chun Mo furrows his brow. That item is absent from his inventory. He promptly accessed the trading market interface, searching for keywords such as refrigerant pipes or similar terms. Soon, he discovered several listings, with prices that were quite reasonable. He selected a seller who appeared to be reliable and spent 20 survival points to acquire 5 meters of refrigerant pipe. Transaction successful. Obtained, refrigerant pipe x 5 meters. Consumption, survival points x 20. With this, all the materials needed for the air conditioning modification were gathered. Chun Mo retrieved the vehicle air conditioning modification blueprint from his wristband space. Detected executable modification project, vehicle air conditioning system. Required materials, air conditioning compressor X1, already owned. Cooling fan X1, already owned. Refrigerant pipe X 5 meters, already owned. Circuit board X2, already owned. Survival points X100. Shall we proceed with the modification? Yes. Chun Mo confirmed without hesitation. Consumed materials, air conditioning compressor X1, cooling fan X1, refrigerant pipe X 5 meters, circuit board X2. Consumption, survival points X100. Air conditioning system installation in progress. Estimated time, 5 minutes. A progress bar appeared on the wristband interface. While Chun Mo felt a subtle vibration and a delicate energy fluctuation within the van, as if some invisible force was transforming the vehicle. 5 minutes later, ding. Air conditioning system installation successful. A crisp notification sound resonated. Chun Mo activated the additional control interface on the central console. Air conditioning interface, indoor temperature 26. Please set your target temperature. He set the target temperature to 22 degrees and pressed start. A soft hum of the compressor signaled its activation, followed immediately by a rush of cool, dry air forcefully emanating from the dashboard's vents. The refreshing breeze swiftly dispersed the lingering heat within the cabin. Chapter 19, World Announcement. Team and Creation Wow. We have air conditioning now. Lin Shui couldn't help but exclaim in delight, extending her hands toward the vents to savor the long-awaited coolness. Her face radiating pure joy, she comfortably squinted her eyes, her fair cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. While the majority of survivors struggled to escape the sweltering heat, some even facing the threat of death, they could leisurely sit in the cool cabin, enjoying hot pot and singing songs. Well, perhaps not singing, but the contrast was undeniably delightful. Chun Mo also sighed in relief, leaning back in his seat, relishing the pleasant breeze brushing against his face. Those 100 survival points and the effort spent gathering materials were truly worthwhile. With air conditioning, they would be better equipped to confront the impending 7-day heatwave catastrophe. After enjoying the comfort brought by the air conditioning for a while, Chun Mo instinctively opened the chat channel. The chat channel remained bustling with activity. Wow. Today I encountered a mutated hyena that nearly punctured my pickup truck's tire. Luckily, my skills prevailed, and I dispatched it with a fire axe. What is that compared to me? I faced a fire-breathing lizard today. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't be here. This cursed place is becoming increasingly perilous. Is there anyone knowledgeable about dealing with those burrowing sandworms? My vehicle's undercarriage has been gnawed through in several places. Brothers, the novice phase is nearing its end. What shall we do about the impending scorching weather? My dilapidated vehicle lacks even a fan. I wonder if anyone has noted the death toll in other regions. I saw on the World Channel that some areas have surpassed 3,000. Our district is relatively fortunate, with less than 1,000. I am immensely grateful to the kind soul who sold me bread and water at a low price. It has saved my life. May the benevolent benefactor enjoy a long and peaceful life. 1. You are truly remarkable. Without your supplies, I might have perished from thirst on the road. Thank you for saving my life. Upon reading these expressions of gratitude, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. It appears that his previous practice of low-price sales has indeed aided many individuals. although his initial intention was to rapidly accumulate survival points to upgrade the system. Indirectly enhancing the survival chances of others is also a commendable deed. After a brief wash, the night had fully enveloped the earth. I will keep watch for the first half of the night. You should rest, Chunimo said, retrieving his compound crossbow and inspecting the arrows, addressing Lin Shui. Okay. Lin Shui nodded, not declining the offer. After a day filled with driving and combat, she felt utterly exhausted. She wrapped herself in a thin blanket and laid down in the back of the vehicle. The air conditioning continually adjusted the temperature, maintaining a comfortable environment within the cabin, allowing Lin Shui to swiftly drift into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged. Chun Imo sat in the driver's seat, gazing out at the tranquil night. The darkness seemed to conceal countless unknown dangers, yet the cold, powerful compound crossbow in his hands and the sound of Lin Shui's even breaths behind him instilled within him an unprecedented sense of stability and confidence. The engine had been upgraded, defenses reinforced, weaponry strengthened, and even air conditioning was now available. Everything would turn out well. The soft morning light filtered through the vehicle's window, casting a hazy golden hue over the sleeping cabin. Chen Imo was gently awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lin Shui's bright, clear eyes. It's time to rise. Lin Shui's voice held a slight, sleepy languor. I woke you because the world announcement just broadcasted. Chen Imo sat up, feeling refreshed. The air conditioning had made rest much more pleasant. Good morning, he replied, then opened the interface of his survival wristband. World announcement. Dear survivors. To assist everyone in better adapting to the apocalyptic road environment and enhancing survival capabilities, the system has conducted the following optimization updates. 1. Optimization of the crafting function. Survivors can learn item crafting methods through studying, blueprints, or recipe books. Crafting requires corresponding materials and must be done at a workbench, which must be crafted or obtained. Note: all vehicle modifications and related blueprints are consumables. They disappear after use and cannot be reused for the same modification. 2. Optimization of the social system. The team function is now available. Survivors can choose to create or join teams. Teams possess an independent team channel for member communication and collaboration. For further details on team functions, please refer to the team interface on your wristband. Wishing all survivors the best of luck. The announcement was simple and straightforward, yet it instantly stirred a tempest among survivors worldwide. Chun Imo eagerly opened the chat channel. Goodness, a global announcement. Something significant is on the horizon. Crafting functionality? Workbenches? Blueprints? Does this imply that we will be able to create our own items in the future? Vehicle modification blueprints are consumables? Damn, I just uncovered a reinforced window mesh blueprint and thought it could be used indefinitely. Team functionality. Finally, the chance to ally with others. Are there any benefactors willing to take me in? I can fight and endure, albeit with a hearty appetite. The dragon soars for miles. Team is recruiting. I am a former executive from the world's top 500 companies, with abundant management experience and resource reserves. Requirements: obedience to commands. And those with a certain level of self-defense ability will be prioritized. Let us create brilliance together. Survivor Base number 6 is looking for recruits. Led by former officials. We provide basic food security to collectively withstand disasters. Interested parties, please message privately. Rose Knights are seeking ladies. Fear not, strong brothers will protect you. Join our team and receive bread and bottled water. Those above leave. Do not insult the knights. Ironblood Brotherhood is recruiting all capable men. Our goal: to vanquish all who dare obstruct us. Mutual Aid Society welcomes ordinary survivors, no strength required. Only the desire for unity and mutual assistance in our quest for survival. Contact Old Wong. Is anyone forming a retirement team? Just farming and fishing, if we can find water, that is. Caution: beware of those who deceive under the guise of team formation, seeking to steal resources or even kill. Human hearts are inscrutable. The emphasis is on team functionality, brothers. We can now form teams. Finally, no more solitary fears. Are there any benefactors willing to team up with a novice? I can do anything. I can drive and keep warm, sob sob. Various recruitment messages flooded in. Some claimed to have official backgrounds, attempting to establish a large order. Others centered around powerful individuals attracting followers, and yet others simply sought camaraderie in pursuit of safety. Chun Imo observed the rapid stream of information in the channel, waves of contemplation rising within him. Although the recycling mall system was formidable, he was ultimately just one person. Faced with increasingly severe natural disasters and the potential threat of stronger foes, including other survivors, the risks of acting alone were too great. Forming his own team seemed to be an inevitable choice. He glanced at Lin Shui, finding her also engrossed in the announcement on her wristband. Her delicate brows furrowed in thought. What do you think of the team functionality? Chun Imo inquired. Lin Shui lifted her head, her gaze bright. I believe it is a positive development. While the two of us can manage certain situations, our energy is limited. With others to share the burdens of driving and night watch, we can provide each other with greater support in times of danger. Wandering alone is far too perilous. Her thoughts aligned perfectly with Chun Mo's. Regarding the crafting functionality, Chun Mo noted a crucial piece of information. Note: all vehicle modifications and related blueprints are consumables, disappearing upon use, and cannot be repeatedly crafted for the same modification. This implies that vehicle modification blueprints, such as those for air conditioning, have become even more valuable. Chun Mo then opened the detailed explanation of the crafting function. Indeed, to craft an item, one must first possess a physical workbench. Materials required: scrap metal X10, wood X10, wrench X1, claw hammer X1, survival points X200. Although all the materials for the workbench are available, the confines of the van are too cramped to construct it at this moment. It would be prudent to await the necessity of a recipe before synthesizing. Chun Mo found the van's limited space somewhat vexing. Furthermore, he had no inkling on how to augment the interior space. The vehicle upgrade options presented no expansion alternatives, leaving many functionalities obscure, necessitating a gradual exploration of possibilities. Throughout their journey, they encountered predominantly derelict vehicles, with not a single intact, unclaimed car in sight, rendering any thought of swapping vehicles futile. After a modest breakfast of bread and beef jerky, the duo set forth once more. Chapter 20. A Family in Distress. Travel Log. Temperature, 64°F. Climate, typical desert conditions. Wind speed, at level 3. Travel advisory. Everyone should be acclimated by now, as those who are not have likely succumbed. The van cruised steadily along the desolate highway at 80 km/h. The upgraded engine roared with vigor, while the air conditioning provided a refreshing environment, turning the drive into a pleasurable experience. Perhaps the previous silver treasure chest had exhausted the luck of this region, as the next few hundred kilometers yielded only 2 wooden chests, containing nothing more than basic provisions and water, barely enough to suffice. At noon, they had a light meal and took a brief respite before continuing their journey. Shortly after setting off, Lin Shui suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look over there." Following her gesture, Chun Mo beheld a black SUV parked by the roadside approximately 200 meters ahead. The vehicle appeared severely damaged, its hood raised high and emitting wisps of white smoke. The sides bore grotesque claw marks and terrifying dents. To their astonishment, a massive brown bear stood upright, furiously battering the SUV's roof and windows with its enormous paws. Each thunderous strike resonated ominously, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Not far from the SUV, on the sandy ground, lay the lifeless body of another brown bear, its form pierced by several black arrows, clearly deceased. Faintly, they could discern the cries of a little girl and the desperate screams of a woman emanating from within the SUV. There are 2 bears. They have slain one and are now besieged by the other. Lin Shui quickly deduced the situation. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Get closer." The van accelerated towards the scene. Without delay, Chun Mo seized the compound crossbow resting in the passenger seat. His focus now trained on the bear assaulting the vehicle. This creature bore several wounds, blood seeping from its injuries, indicating it had been hurt in a prior skirmish and was now in a frenzied state. The tires of the van emitted a slight squeak as they scraped against the ground, capturing the bear's attention. It ceased its assault and turned its massive head, its bloodshot eyes fixating on the approaching van, unleashing a deafening roar that reeked of primal ferocity. Be ready to reverse at any moment. Chun Mo leaned out of the car window, steadily raising the compound crossbow. He took aim. Whoosh! The specially crafted steel bolt sliced through the air, striking the brown bear with remarkable precision. Thud! The bolt embedded itself deeply into the bear's flesh, though slightly off mark. It had been aimed at the heart, but failed to strike the vital point. A howl of agony erupted from the bear as it writhed in pain, desperately attempting to free itself from the lethal projectile. Its massive form staggered backward. Without hesitation, Chun Mo swiftly drew back the string and took aim once more. Whoosh! Another shot. This time, it hit the target with precision. The bolt burrowed deep. The bear's immense body stiffened abruptly, its movements ceased. And then it collapsed like a small mountain, twitching a few times before succumbing to silence. Once assured that the danger had passed, Chun Mo and Lin Shui cautiously opened the car door and approached the damaged off-road vehicle. "Help! Please help!" The driver's side door of the vehicle was flung open violently. A woman, approximately 30 years old, pale yet striking in features, tumbled out, her disheveled hair and blood-stained clothing betraying her distress. Tears streamed down her face as she beheld Chun Mo and Lin Shui, her expression one of desperate hope. "Please, please save my husband." He.S. barely hanging on. Chun Mo instinctively took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance from the woman. Following her frantic gestures, he glanced towards the passenger seat. A burly man, Clad in a camouflage vest, slumped in his seat, his complexion as pale as a ghost, eyes tightly shut, and his breathing faint. A deep gash marred his abdomen, blood saturating the seat beneath him. Despite his efforts to apply pressure, blood continued to seep through his fingers. In the back seat, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with pigtails, stared wide-eyed in terror, her mouth covered tightly, suppressing her cries, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. The situation was dire. Chunmo's pupils constricted as he surveyed the man's gruesome wound. Such an injury, coupled with severe blood loss, could lead to shock and death at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a vial of basic healing potion from his wristband. The injuries were grave. Lin Shui hurried forward to assess the man's condition. Her brow furrowed in concern. The abdominal wound was deep, and the blood loss was significant. Have him drink this, she instructed. Chun Mo handed the potion to the woman. She hesitated for a moment, but her instinct for survival kicked in, and she tremblingly accepted the vial. Carefully twisting off the cap and administering the light green liquid to the man's lips, a miraculous transformation ensued. As the potion coursed through him, the wound, which had been bleeding profusely, began to clot and heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Though the injury did not completely vanish, the most critical bleeding had ceased. The man's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color, and his shallow breaths became steadier. It's working. Thank you. Thank you so much, the woman exclaimed. Overwhelmed with emotion, her gratitude spilling forth in a flurry of incoherent thanks. The young girl widened her eyes, marveling at the miraculous transformation. Thank you. Thank you all. The woman, overwhelmed with joy, wept as she embraced the man, her words tumbling out in a flurry of emotion. The little girl in the back seat could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, rushing to hug the man's arm. Uncle, thank you for saving my dad, she sobbed, expressing her gratitude to Chun Mo. Observing this tearful reunion of the family of 3, Chun Mo felt a subtle sigh of relief within himself. However, when it came to extending a helping hand to a compatriot in dire straits, he did not hesitate to offer his assistance. Had the situation involved a foreigner, he certainly would not have squandered a healing potion. Please, do not become overly excited. He needs to rest, Chun Mo cautioned. The woman promptly nodded, drying her tears and carefully supporting her husband. After a considerable time, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat unfocused. Yet upon seeing his wife and daughter beside him, along with the unfamiliar Chun Mo and Lin Shui, he seemed to grasp the situation. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, he uttered, his voice weak but filled with gratitude. He struggled to sit up straight. Do not move. You are gravely injured, Chun Mo intervened. After a brief introduction, Chun Mo learned that the man's name was Wang Jiangwo, the woman's was Li Li, and the little girl's was Wang Mingming. The 3 of them had been transported to this world together. Wang Jiangwo was a veteran with commendable skills and survival experience. As they journeyed, they encountered many formidable monsters guarding treasure chests, which they refrained from opening due to the danger, until their fuel was nearly depleted. We were trying to open that bronze treasure chest, Wang Jiangwo recounted the events in a fragmented manner. Chapter 21, Dawn Convoy. They had discovered a bronze treasure chest on the roadside, guarded by 2 brown bears. Wang Jiangwo decided to take the risk. He successfully shot the smaller bear with his bow and arrow, but while dealing with the other, he was unexpectedly ambushed, sustaining severe injuries from the bear's claws. Lily fought desperately to drag him back to the vehicle, but the enraged bear began to attack the car furiously. Had it not been for Chun Mo and Lin Shui's timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire. This is something we obtained from a previous treasure chest. We cannot utilize it ourselves, but perhaps it may prove useful to you. Please accept it as a token of our gratitude, Wang Jiangwo, with great effort, retrieved an old book from his storage bracelet and handed it to Chun Mo. Chun Mo accepted the slightly worn tome. The title Fundamentals of Vehicle Maintenance, clearly visible on the cover. His fingers traced the cover, and he felt a stir of interest. The methodology for crafting vehicle repair kits? He was acutely aware of its value. In this world, vehicles served as mobile fortresses, essential for survival. Wear and tear on vehicles was inevitable. The ability to self-repair their durability meant enhanced endurance and the capacity to respond to unforeseen circumstances, particularly after experiencing the earlier attack from the bear. He gained a profound appreciation for the importance of vehicle durability. This skill book was truly a timely boon. He gazed at Wang Jiangwo, whose pallid countenance betrayed the pain of his wounds, yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. This item holds immense value. Are you certain you wish to give it to me? Chun Mo's voice was calm, devoid of excessive emotion. Wang Jiangwo did not respond immediately. He first turned with great effort, casting a deep, lingering glance at his wife Li Li, who was tightly nestled against him. Then he glanced at their daughter Wang Mingming in the back seat, her eyes red and filled with fear. Only then did he turn back to meet Chun Mo's gaze. Yes, he affirmed, his voice hoarse from weakness yet resolute. Compared to their safety, this is nothing, he added, his gaze returning to his wife and daughter. The very essence of his willingness to sacrifice everything to protect them. Chen Mo fell silent for a few seconds. Nearby, Lin Shui observed the skill book, then glanced at Wang Jiangwo's family, remaining silent yet contemplative. Very well. Chen Mo no longer hesitated, firmly grasping the book. I accept. Upon hearing Chen Mo's affirmative response, Wang Jiangwo's tense body seemed to relax slightly, a flicker of relief gracing his features. Chen Mo stored the vehicle maintenance basics in his bracelet space. Detected skill book, vehicle maintenance basics. Would you like to learn? Yes. Learning successful. Congratulations, you have mastered the crafting method for the vehicle repair kit. Vehicle repair kit, upon use, restores 50 durability points to the designated vehicle. Required materials: iron X10, rubber sheets X5, screws X20, survival points X30. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo looked at Chen Mo, his eyes pleading, Benefactor, I understand this request is rather presumptuous, but could you allow us to join your team? Our vehicle is broken. I am grievously injured, and we are running low on fuel and water. Without assistance, we may not survive for long. As long as we can keep our family of 3 alive, we are willing to do anything. Though I am injured, once I recover, I can still fight. My wife is an excellent cook and can prepare meals, and Meng Meng is very well behaved. We implore you. Lili clutched her daughter, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Chen Mo and Lin Shui, hope illuminating her gaze. Chen Mo regarded Wang Jiangwo, whose eyes were sincere and resolute, reflecting a man's determination to protect his family. He exchanged a glance with Lin Shui, recognizing the same understanding reflected in her eyes. All right, I agree to your inclusion. Chen Mo nodded. However, my team has rules. You must adhere to the arrangements, and we cannot falter in critical moments. Absolutely. We will comply with all arrangements. Wang Jiangwo vowed excitedly, with Lili nodding fervently in agreement. Chen Mo opened the social interface of his bracelet and selected Create Team. Please enter team name. He pondered for a moment before typing 2 characters, Dawn. May it pierce through the darkness and reveal the light of day. Team Dawn successfully created. You are now the team leader. He then sent invitations to Wang Jiangwo, Li, and Wang Meng, before turning to Lin Shui. And you as well. Lin Shui chuckled lightly. I thought you had forgotten about me. The bracelets of the group vibrated simultaneously, and without hesitation, they all chose to accept. Wang Jiangwo has joined the team Dawn. Li has joined the team Dawn. Wang Meng has joined the team Dawn. Lin Shui has joined the team Dawn. Team channel has been activated. Wang Jiangwo promptly operated his wristband. Benefactor, I have granted you access to the off-road vehicle. Chen Mo nodded. No need to call me Benefactor, just use my name. Chen Mo proceeded to examine the vehicle information. Vehicle, deteriorated off-road vehicle. Durability, 28,100. Condition, engine severely damaged. Body severely damaged, reparable. Next, he aimed to resolve the immediate issue of repairing the vehicle. He selected the engine, severely damaged engine. Repair requirements: mechanical parts X6, short iron pipes X8, engine oil X1, iron X21. All these materials were available in the warehouse, so he directly clicked on repair. The survival wristband projected a soft white light, enveloping the engine compartment like a scanner. After approximately 10 seconds, the entire engine and transmission compartment were restored. Next was the task of restoring the vehicle's durability. He accessed the wristband to utilize the materials he had prepared in advance to create a workbench. 2 minutes later, workbench creation successful. Workbench can be placed on the ground for crafting various items. Operates within a 50-meter range. And crafted items will appear in the workbench's item space. Chen Mo unfolded the workbench in the rear compartment of the van. The placement was successful. A workbench adorned with various slots and operational surfaces occupied nearly 1/3 of the rear space. The vehicle felt too small. Chen Mo sighed in frustration as he began crafting the vehicle repair kit. Materials required for vehicle repair kit: iron X10, rubber sheets X5, screws X20. Survival points X30. Chen Mo calculated the durability of both vehicles and directly purchased the necessary materials from the trading market. Then selected the crafting option for the vehicle repair kit at the workbench. Crafting in progress. The workbench emitted a faint humming sound, and a few minutes later, crafting successful. Obtained. Vehicle repair kit X4. Chen Mo picked up one repair kit and approached his van. Previous collisions and battles had also diminished the van's durability. Use vehicle repair kit X2 on van. Yes. The repair kit transformed into a gentle light that merged with the vehicle's body. On the wristband interface, the van's durability instantaneously increased from 34,120 to 120,120. The vehicle appeared rejuvenated. He then approached the severely damaged off-road vehicle. Detected vehicle, off-road vehicle, durability, 15100. Chen Mo similarly used 2 repair kits. With a flicker of light, the ghastly claw marks and dents on the off-road vehicle visibly smoothed out, and the shattered windows and hood were restored to their former glory. Off-road vehicle durability, 100,100. Both vehicles were revitalized. The onlookers marveled at the scene before them. All right, let us prepare to set off. Chun Imo retrieved the corpses of the two brown bears. After a brief respite, the Dawn Squad officially set forth. Chun Imo and Lin Shui led the way in their van, while Lili followed closely in the repaired off-road vehicle. Wang Jiangwo continued to rest and recuperate from his injuries. The efficacy of the basic healing potion was remarkable, and it was anticipated that he would soon regain his combat prowess. Chun Imo activated the team channel. Brother Wang, sisterly, can you hear me? Maintain distance between vehicles and be vigilant about the road conditions. Received. I hear you clearly, Brother Chun Imo. Wang Jiangwo's voice, though slightly weak, radiated excitement through the channel. Chapter 22. The quintuple chest opening. The successful communication test demonstrated the convenience of the team channel, undoubtedly providing immense convenience for the journey ahead. Whether it be for alerts, communication, or coordinated actions, everything became significantly more efficient. After driving for approximately an hour, the sights ahead invigorated Chun Imo and Lin Shui. Look! Lin Shui pointed to the right ahead. There, about 150 meters away, 5 chests gleaming with a bronze sheen were conspicuously arranged along the roadside. Huddled together, a sight they had never encountered before. Indeed, with a larger team, the frequency of treasure chests increased. Chun Imo immediately slowed the vehicle and issued a warning through the team channel. Caution! 5 bronze chests detected ahead, an unusual gathering. There may be powerful guardian beasts. Stay alert. 5 bronze chests. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback, his tone turning serious. Understood. As the van approached slowly, roughly 100 meters from the cluster of chests, the lurking danger revealed its fangs. With a thunderous roar, 3 exceptionally robust wild boars charged forth from the shadows of the dunes behind the chests. Each boar stood nearly a meter tall, its muscular shoulders covered in filthy, coarse bristles, with long, curved tusks glinting with a murky yellow sheen. Their crimson eyes fixated on the approaching vehicle, nostrils flaring as they released hot, white vapor while emitting a low, threatening growl. These 3 wild boars were clearly more ferocious than the wolves and bears previously encountered. Their sheer size and formidable tusks instilled a sense of dread. Giant wild boars. 3 of them. Lin Shui quickly relayed the information, her grip tightening around the compound crossbow at her side. Brother Wang, your injuries are not fully healed. Stay in the vehicle and protect Sister Li and Meng Meng. Do not come out. Chun Imo commanded calmly, positioning the van across the road to create a shooting angle for himself and Lin Shui. Understood. Although anxious, Wang Jiangwo recognized that rushing out would only complicate matters. He grasped a fire axe tightly, his gaze sharp as he observed the unfolding scene outside. Lili gripped the steering wheel nervously, while Wang Mengmeng cowered behind her mother, her little face pale, hardly daring to breathe. Chun Imo exited the vehicle, using the van as cover, and raised his cold compound crossbow. After previous battles and practice, his aim had become more precise and steady. With no need for excessive communication, a tacit understanding had formed between him and Lin Shui. Aim. Chun Imo took the initiative, targeting the largest of the wild boars in the center. Whoosh! The specially crafted steel crossbow bolts sliced through the air, whistling sharply as they accurately targeted the wild boar. With a sickening thud, the bolt plunged deeply into the creature's robust shoulder, although it did not strike a vital point. The tremendous impact elicited a pained howl from the boar, momentarily halting its charge. Almost simultaneously with Chun Mo's shot, Lin Shui's bolt followed suit. Whoosh! Her aim was directed at the left boar's eye. A piercing scream erupted from the beast as the bolt pierced its eye socket. Blood gushed forth, and in a frenzied panic, it thrashed its head and spun in circles, utterly disoriented and incapacitated. A single shot had felled the foe. Chun Imo silently praised Lin Shui's increasingly precise and fierce archery skills. The injured boar and the remaining one on the right, incensed by the fate of their companion, unleashed a furious roar and charged recklessly toward the van. Their heavy footsteps thudded against the sandy ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chun Imo and Lin Shui exhibited no hesitation, swiftly reloading and firing once more. Chun Mo's second arrow targeted the neck of the central boar, embedding itself deeply. Lin Shui aimed at the front leg joint of the boar on the right. Thud! Ack! Both boars were struck almost simultaneously. The one in the center gushed blood and staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing as it succumbed to weakness. The right boar, struck in the foreleg, let out a wretched cry before kneeling down, still attempting to rise, but noticeably slowed in its movements. Only the last 2 severely injured boars remained, barely clinging to life. Get out of the car and finish them off. Chun Imo commanded in a low tone, opening the door and brandishing a gleaming fire axe. Lin Shui followed suit, equally armed. The two approached the fallen boars from either side. Though grievously wounded, the ferocity of the boars was undiminished. Upon sensing the humans' approach, they attempted to struggle and attack with their tusks. However, Chun Imo and Lin Shui afforded them no opportunity. Thwack! Chun Mo's axe sliced through the air and struck the skull of the central boar, the sound of cracking bone unmistakably signaling the end of its life. Meanwhile, Lin Shui deftly dispatched the blinded boar with a clean strike. The last boar, still reeling from its leg wound, was easily finished off by Chun Mo's swift follow-up. The entire process, from the discovery of the boars to the conclusion of the battle, spanned merely a minute or two, showcasing a remarkable synergy and efficiency that was astonishing. Inside the off-road vehicle, Wang Jiangwo and Li Li watched through the window, captivated by the seamless execution of the hunt. Their mouths agape, their expressions were filled with awe. Particularly for Wang Jiangwo, a veteran himself, he understood the peril of confronting such ferocious mutated creatures. Previously, he had expended all his strength to fell a brown bear, nearly losing his own life in the process. Yet, Chun Imo and Lin Shui effortlessly vanquished 3 even more savage mutated wild boars. Their precise archery and decisive melee finishers were simply extraordinary. Incredible, Li Li murmured, her gaze towards Chun Imo and Lin Shui brimming with admiration and relief. To be able to join such a team with one's family is indeed a tremendous stroke of luck. Wang Jiangwo was also filled with excitement. His resolve to recover from his injuries swiftly and contribute to this team strengthened. Once he confirmed that there were no dangers lingering in the vicinity, Chun Imo signaled to Li Li that she could bring the vehicle over. How do you feel? Lin Shui inquired as she approached Chun Imo. Not bad. Our coordination is improving, Chun Imo replied, nodding, his gaze drifting toward the 5 bronze treasure chests, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. 5 bronze treasure chests. He hoped they would yield something valuable. He stepped forward and began to open the chests one by one. The sound of the lids snapping open echoed consecutively. Acquired, bread X30. Acquired, 500 milliliters bottled water X20. Acquired, canned beef X15. Acquired, compressed biscuits X25. Acquired, towels X5. After opening all 5 treasure chests, Chun Imo noted with disappointment that no blueprints or other special items had appeared, only basic provisions, drinking water, and some common necessities. Although there was no surprise, the quantity was quite substantial. It seemed these treasure chests relied on quantity to make an impact. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Chun Imo opted to recycle all 5 empty bronze chests, while the wild boar was also decomposed, yielding some pork and hide. Having dealt with the spoils and treasure chests, the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun bathed the desolate road in a hue of orange-red, the massive sun hanging over the horizon, creating a breathtaking spectacle that also heralded the arrival of night. At that moment, a soft vibration emanated from everyone's wristbands simultaneously, followed by a faint blue holographic screen materializing before their eyes. Chapter 23. Entering the Service Area, World Announcement. Dear unfortunate survivors, the 3-day novice safety period is about to conclude. Announcement. To provide all survivors with a brief respite and preparation time, the system will randomly refresh service areas along the highways between 8 p.m. and midnight tonight. All individuals will receive a day of rest. Service Area Rules. 1. The service area is an absolute safe zone, with any form of combat or killing strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties. 2. Each service area has designated parking spaces, each of which is a private domain. Others cannot enter without the owner's permission. 3. The service area contains a basic shop where survivors can purchase supplies and services using survival points. 4. The service area will only be open for 24 hours. It will automatically close and vanish after this period. Survivors are advised to manage their time wisely. 5. Explore other functions of the service area at your leisure. Wishing all survivors good luck. This announcement detonated like a bomb, instantly stirring a frenzy among the 8 billion survivors worldwide. The novice period has ended. High-temperature disaster. Service area. Each word struck the nerves of everyone. The chat channel exploded, messages refreshing at a pace too fast to comprehend. What? The novice period is over already? I'm not ready yet. 7 days of high temperatures. What a joke. During the day, the vehicle feels like a steamer, and the oppressive heat becomes unbearable. The service area is a sanctuary, a safe haven where one can purchase necessities. Oh, at last, I can take a breath. It is undoubtedly a secure zone, a place where violence is prohibited. How wonderful it is. I no longer have to live in fear of being preyed upon. Random refresh? From 8 to midnight? What if I can't refresh? My vehicle is nearly out of fuel. I wonder if I can make it to the service area. Private parking spots? Splendid. At last, I can sleep soundly at night. Survivor Base number 6 is now accepting new members. Led by official representatives, we provide essential food supplies to collectively withstand the calamity. Interested parties, please message privately. Chun Imo quickly absorbed the announcement's content. The end of the novice period signifies a more arduous survival environment. The forthcoming extreme weather, including high temperatures, sandstorms, and acid rain, will truly test our endurance. The service area. How wonderful. We can finally rest. Lily exclaimed, her face alight with genuine joy. Days of relentless travel and terror had left her physically and mentally exhausted. A safe environment was paramount for her and her child. Wang Jingwo added excitedly. We can trade and purchase goods. Perhaps we can replenish some of our essential supplies. Lin Shui looked at Chun Imo, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Chun Imo nodded, equally invigorated. The vehicles continued along the highway. Less than 10 minutes after the announcement, just past 8 in the evening, Chun Imo spotted a blue sign by the roadside, illuminated with glowing letters. Service area ahead 5 kilometers. The service area was nearing, just 5 kilometers ahead. Chun Mo's spirits soared as he immediately called out in the team channel. Sisterly, keep the vehicle close. We are heading to the service area. Received. Lily's voice also carried a hint of excitement. The two vehicles continued forward. In less than 5 minutes, a vast, softly glowing translucent energy shield appeared on the horizon. The area beneath the shield was brightly lit, with the faint outlines of buildings resembling a city that never sleeps amidst the desert. At the entrance, a shimmering barrier stood like a security checkpoint. Chun Imo, driving the van, charged toward the barrier without hesitation. As the vehicle passed through, his wristband vibrated slightly. Identity confirmed. Chun Imo vehicle, van. Entry permitted. Assigned parking space, area A077. Immediately, a virtual navigation route appeared in Chun Imo's view, guiding him to the designated parking spot. The van smoothly entered the service area. Lily's off-road vehicle followed closely behind, also passing through the barrier scan and being assigned to the adjacent parking space A078. Entering the service area felt like stepping into another world. Outside lay the desolate, perilous desert highway. Within the shield, however, was a vast, tidy, and brilliantly illuminated expanse. The ground was clearly delineated into driving lanes and parking areas. In an orderly row of parking spaces, a diverse assortment of vehicles was already scattered, including worn-out pickup trucks, modified SUVs, and even a few heavy-duty trucks. Some survivors cautiously descended from their vehicles, surveying their surroundings with curiosity and vigilance. The air was imbued with an indescribable sense of security, starkly contrasting the oppressive and perilous world outside. Following the navigation guidance, Chun Imo smoothly parked the van in space A077. A faint blue light illuminated the ground, clearly demarcating the parking area, while a virtual label A077 hovered before the space. Lily also parked her off-road vehicle in the adjacent A078 spot. Chun Imo let out a long sigh of relief, leaning back in his seat as his taut nerves finally relaxed. It was a moment to lower their guard and rest. In the neighboring off-road vehicle, Lily turned off the engine, her face reflecting both fatigue and a reassuring smile. Wang Mingming peered through the car window, captivated by the brightly lit, vividly colored surroundings. Finally, they could catch their breath. Lin Shui rubbed her temples. The continuous journey and battles had even left her feeling a tinge of exhaustion. It was time to eat. Chun Imo opened the car door and stepped out. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 8 in the evening. He retrieved several flat wooden boards from the storage compartment, propping them up with a few worn-out tires to create a makeshift dining table. Next, he produced some wooden stumps to serve as seats. The Wang family also exited their vehicle, curiously observing the scene. Come on over, it's time for dinner, Chun Imo called as he continued to unpack 5 self-heating hot pots, accompanied by self-heating rice and chilled drinks that exuded a refreshing aura, placing them on the improvised table. As the 5 exquisitely packaged hot pots of varying flavors and ample portions of rice were arranged on the table and activated with water, as per the instructions, a rich, enticing aroma of hot pot mingled with the fragrant rice instantly filled the air. The bubbling hot pot containers emitted an inviting sound, steam rising enticingly. Wang Jingwo, Lili, and especially Wang Mingming, were mesmerized. Wow, it's hot pot. Delicious hot pot. Wang Mingming couldn't help but cheer, her little face alight with desire, nearly drooling. In the wake of the apocalypse, hot pot was a luxury beyond their reach, let alone a warm bowl of rice. Most of the time, they subsisted on dry bread and steamed buns or struggled through unpalatable compressed biscuits. Lily gazed at the bountiful food before her, then glanced at Chun Imo, who calmly offered drinks, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. She tightly embraced her daughter, her voice choked with emotion. Brother Chun Imo, this is too extravagant. Thank you so much, truly, thank you. Wang Jingwo's eyes were also misty. This normally stoic man could not contain his excitement at that moment. He understood the rarity of such provisions in the current world. All he wanted was for his family to survive. Sisterly, Brother Wang, please don't be modest. We are family now, Chun Imo said, handing them the chilled drinks. You need to eat well to have the strength to keep going. Indeed, do eat quickly, for it will lose its appeal when it cools. Lin Shui also picked up a box of rice and handed it to Wang Mingming, her face rarely adorned with a gentle smile. The group no longer held back, eagerly gathering in the space between two vehicles to relish this long-awaited feast. Chapter 24. Shopping at the store. The spicy and fragrant hot pot, steaming rice, and refreshing labie banished the fatigue and gloom of recent days. Wang Mingming's lips glistened with oil as she savored her meal, occasionally emitting satisfied sounds. Li Li attentively cared for her daughter and husband, taking small bites herself, her face radiating happiness. Although Wang Zhangwo bore an injury, his appetite was hearty, as he engaged in conversation with Chun Mo and Lin Shui, sharing observations from their time in the service area. This service area is truly remarkable. I can hardly believe that fighting is prohibited here, Wang Zhangwo remarked, lamenting its limited 24-hour availability. Yes, the announcement mentioned that the novice period is ending and high temperatures will follow. We must make the most of these 24 hours and prepare accordingly. Chun Mo nodded, swallowing a piece of beef. After the meal, Lin Shui and I intended to visit the store and trading area within the service zone to gather information and replenish supplies. We want to be joining you. Li Li interjected. Zhang Wo's injury hasn't healed, and I must attend to them while they rest in the vehicle. Very well, do ensure your safety. Although fighting is forbidden here, one must always remain vigilant, Chun Mo advised. The parking area is private, allowing no entrance without permission, but caution is never unwarranted. After dinner, warmth enveloped everyone, and they felt their energy restored significantly. Chun Mo instructed Wang Zhangwo's family to return to their off-road vehicle and secure the doors before he and Lin Shui headed towards the brightly lit central building of the service area. Upon entering the store, they found it spacious and well-lit. Rows of vending machines stood neatly arranged, with several survivors scrutinizing their selections. Chun Mo and Lin Shui approached an unoccupied vending machine, activating the screen that displayed a variety of supplies, from basic food and water to weapons and tools, and even some potions and blueprints. After a cursory glance, Chun Mo navigated to the medical supplies section, locating the Basic Healing Potion. Basic Healing Potion rapidly addresses external injuries, promotes wound healing, and offers moderate treatment for minor infections. Price, 100 survival points. I'll purchase 10, Chun Mo declared without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of ample life-saving restorative potions. Next, he turned his attention to the more costly special potions. Basic Strength Potion temporarily increases strength by 20 for 10 minutes. Price, 500 survival points. Limit, 2. Basic Speed Potion temporarily increases speed by 20 for 10 minutes. Price, 500 survival points. Limit, 2. These attribute-enhancing potions were crucial for survival. Despite their steep prices and purchase limits, Chun Mo understood their worth. I'll take them all, he concluded, and then he discovered a delightful surprise in the blueprint section. Tire Anti-Skid Chain Blueprint. Upon mastery, one can fabricate tire anti-skid chains to enhance vehicle traction under adverse conditions. Price, 600 survival points. Given the impending extreme weather, this blueprint proves exceedingly practical. Purchase. The weapon interface exclusively offers ordinary melee and ranged weapons, with no firearms in sight, and their prices are rather steep. Ultimately, he procured a batch of insulation materials, urgently needed for vehicles, preparing for the forthcoming sweltering and frigid weather. Lin Shui observed from the side as Chun Mo unhesitatingly spent a considerable amount of survival points, inwardly astonished. The two departed from the shop and ventured into a nearby, more bustling area. This was the trading zone spontaneously formed by the survivors. Many laid out cloth on the ground, displaying their items, creating makeshift stalls. The air was filled with calls of vendors and the sounds of haggling, creating a vibrant cacophony. Fresh wolf meat, trading for iron or mechanical parts, selling handmade machetes. Sharp and durable, only 50 survival points. Purchasing gasoline, quantity preferred. Prices are negotiable. Is there anyone knowledgeable in vehicle repair? My car's durability is down to 15. Seeking a master for assistance, generous rewards. The array of items was eclectic, ranging from food, weapons, and tools to various unknown materials, peculiar ornaments, summarized monster information, and even individuals offering certain services. Lin Shui, clad in simple combat attire, stood out amidst the generally weary and grim-faced survivors due to her striking beauty and tall, alluring figure, naturally drawing numerous gazes. A middle-aged man in a greasy leather jacket, his hair slicked back, approached with a self-satisfied grin, his eyes gleaming with a hint of lewdness. Beautiful lady, are you alone? This trading zone is quite chaotic. Would you like me to show you around and ensure your safety? His tone was flippant, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Lin Shui. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, about to speak. However, Lin Shui's icy glare swept over, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word, leave. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable chill and menace, as if it could freeze the very air. The middle-aged man's smile instantly faltered under Lin Shue's frigid gaze. He felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, shrinking back awkwardly. His companion, wishing to intervene, caught sight of Chen Mo, who had silently gripped a crossbow in his hand. The weapon, dark and emanating a cold metallic glimmer, exuded an aura of danger. The companion's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the greasy man's arm, exerting all his strength to drag him backward. "Apologies, brother. Truly sorry. My friend has had a bit too much of fake liquor. He.s. rambling nonsense. Please bear with us." As he pulled, he repeatedly directed low bows of apology toward Chen Mo and Lin Shui. Meanwhile, some survivors who had noticed the commotion glanced over, but most merely observed, unwilling to intervene. After being dragged a short distance, the greasy middle-aged man finally broke free from his companion's grip, his face alternating between shades of pale and flushed, clearly embarrassed. He lowered his voice and angrily exclaimed, "Why did you pull me? What are you afraid of? This is a service area. The announcement is crystal clear, no violence allowed. What can he do to me in front of so many people?" His companion glanced at the distant figures of Chen Mo and Lin Shui, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, and replied in a hushed tone, "Brother, this is a safe zone. He wouldn't dare to act here. But what if we encounter him outside the service area?" He leaned in closer, urgency lacing his voice. "Did you not see the weapon that man was holding? That's a compound crossbow, an absolute killing tool. And that woman, Tsh, her gaze is so icy. These two are clearly not to be trifled with." The companion took a breath and continued to persuade him. "There are just the two of us, with a rickety car, barely scraping by. Is it worth it to provoke someone who clearly looks formidable? Think about it. Risking your life just to satisfy your pride. Is it truly worth it?" The greasy middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by his companion's words. He recalled Lin Shue's chilling stare and the unspoken pressure emanating from Chen Mo, who, without uttering a word, had brandished his weapon. His throat tightened, and a shiver ran down his spine. He stubbornly held his head high, insisting, "I just can't stand the way they look." All right, let us not say more," his companion sighed, pulling him in another direction. "They have the audacity to be arrogant. We should quickly check over there to see if we can trade for some useful supplies. That's what truly matters." The greasy middle-aged man opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, his expression still grim as he begrudgingly followed his companion into the crowd. Chapter 25. A safe haven in the warmth of the apocalypse. Chen Mo and Lin Shui continued to meander through the trading area. Lin Shui, with her keen eyes, spotted a stall in the corner displaying several stacks of seemingly soft and thick homemade mattresses, apparently crafted from the foam of dismantled vehicle seats through simple processing. "How can we trade for these?" Lin Shui inquired, pointing at the mattresses. The stall owner, a frail middle-aged man, upon noticing the distinguished demeanor of Chen Mo and Lin Shui, quickly replied, No, they're not expensive. Just a few pieces of bread or some water will suffice." Chen Mo promptly produced 5 loaves of bread and handed them over. The middle-aged man, as if receiving a treasure, gratefully accepted the exchange and handed a mattress to Chen Mo. The mattress was soft and comfortable to the touch, with a commendable thickness, perfectly suited for laying in the back of the van to enhance their sleeping conditions. With their newly acquired supplies, the two returned to the parking area. Wang Jiangwo and Lili had already fallen asleep in the SUV with Mingming. Chen Mo carefully arranged the mattress in the back of the van before heading to the driver's seat to rest. The once cold and hard metal floor now transformed into a soft and inviting surface. Observing the neatly laid bedding, Lin Shui suddenly spoke. "You should come sleep in the back too." Chen Mo was taken aback. Sensing his potential misunderstanding, Lin Shui quickly clarified, "The driver's seat is too cramped. It's uncomfortable to curl up there. We don't know what tomorrow may bring, so it's crucial to be well rested." Her reasoning was quite sound. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He adjusted the driver's seat back to its original position and then climbed into the rear compartment of the van. However, once he lay down, he encountered an awkward predicament. The van's rear was already cramped, and with the workbench occupying much of the space, it became exceedingly confined. At this moment, he and Lin Shui lay side by side on the soft mat, their bodies nearly pressed against one another. He could distinctly sense the gentle contours beside him, the faint warmth emanating from her, and the subtle fragrance lingering in the air. The atmosphere grew subtly delicate. Chen Mo made an effort to keep his body still and gazed fixedly at the ceiling, avoiding any sideways glances. Lin Shui, evidently feeling a bit uncomfortable, turned away from him, yet the limited space made this movement appear somewhat constrained. In the darkness, only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths remained. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps sensing the weight of the silence, Lin Shui suddenly spoke softly, "What did you do before?" Chen Mo was taken aback by her initiative to stir the conversation. After a brief pause, he replied, "Nothing special, Just an ordinary office worker. Do you miss home? Lin Shue's voice was gentle. Yes, Chen Imo responded. I miss it too. Lin Shue's tone carried a barely perceptible tremor. I wonder how my father and brother are doing. Once the topic was opened, it became difficult to contain. In the tranquil night, in this narrow yet extraordinary space, they began to converse, drifting from mundane anecdotes of their past lives to their longing for family, and ultimately discussing how to navigate this world more effectively. Chen Imo was surprised to discover that Lin Shui was not always as cold as she seemed. She possessed a vulnerable and tender side. Remarkably, he too found himself unusually open, sharing thoughts he would typically keep to himself. As they continued to talk, drowsiness gradually enveloped them, and their voices softened. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, they fell into a deep slumber, lulled by the rhythm of each other's steady breaths. The following morning, Chen Imo awoke to a sensation of slight suffocation. Gradually, he opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was a cascade of smooth black hair, fragrant with a hint of shampoo. Then, he felt something soft pressing against his chest, and his arms and waist were tightly entwined. When he looked down, his body instantly stiffened, and sleep evaporated in an instant. Lin Shui was entangled around him like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him. One arm was firmly draped around his neck, another encircled his waist, and a long leg lay across him. Her head nestled deeply against his chest, breathing evenly. Clearly in a deep slumber. Remain calm. He must remain calm. She must have inadvertently fallen asleep like this. Chen Imo took a deep breath. Oh no. He dared not inhale deeply, so he merely adjusted his breathing slowly, channeling his inner composure, and closed his eyes again to feign sleep, though his racing heart betrayed his turbulent emotions. After a while, the person in his embrace finally stirred. Lin Shue's eyelashes fluttered, and she groggily opened her eyes. In the next moment, she seemed to realize her exceedingly ungraceful, one might even say audacious, sleeping posture. A rush of heat surged to the top of her head, and Lin Shue's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, more vibrant than a cooked shrimp. She abruptly released her hold, resembling a startled rabbit. Flustered and disoriented as she sprang away from Chen Imo, curling herself into a corner, her heart racing wildly. How could she have clung to him so tightly while sleeping last night? Lin Shui cautiously lifted her gaze, observing Chen Mo's reaction with great care. He remained with his eyes closed, lying on his side, his breathing steady and deep, seemingly still in slumber, completely undisturbed by her earlier movements. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Shui patted her flushed cheeks. Thankfully, he did not wake. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. She stealthily climbed out. Almost escaping from the vehicle, her mind a chaotic whirl of the shameful scene that had just transpired. After Lin Shui had departed for a brief moment, confirming her absence, Chen Imo naturally opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath. He stretched, loosening his somewhat stiff body, a smile gracing his lips. He too exited the vehicle, meandering towards a nearby lawn. Good morning, Chen Imo greeted Lin Shui, who was washing her face, with an air of nonchalance. Lin Shui's body stiffened, and upon raising her head to see Chen Imo, her gaze flitted away, her cheeks, which had just cooled, betraying her with a fresh blush as she mumbled a response. Good morning. After freshening up, Chen Imo returned to the vehicle and promptly activated his survival wristband. The results of last night's extensive shopping were evident, as the system interface displayed clearly. Current level, LV4. Total survival points required for upgrade, 8,510,000. Current remaining survival points, 12540. Only 1,500 points were needed to elevate the system to LV5. With over 12,000 survival points at his disposal, he felt quite secure. It appeared he would need to make further expenditures today. Aiming to upgrade the system to level 5 before departing the service area, he mused. The benefits of system upgrades were immense. Whether unlocking new items in the marketplace or enhancing recycling efficiency, both would significantly bolster his chances of survival. Before long, Wang Zhengwo's family also awoke. The group gathered, using the instant noodles, sausages, and beef jerky provided by Chen Imo to prepare a simple breakfast. After a night of rest and the continuous effect of the basic healing potion, Wang Zhengwo's complexion had markedly improved. The pallor of his face had diminished considerably, and his voice was now robust. After moving around a bit, he exclaimed with delight, I feel much better. I reckon I've recovered about 70 to 80%. It shouldn't hinder my walking or light activities. That's wonderful, Lily exclaimed joyfully. Since Brother Wang has recovered well, let us explore the service area together today. Check out the places we didn't have time to see yesterday, and gather some information, Chen Imo suggested. Yes. I want to see if there are any toy shops. Wang Mingming immediately brightened up. Wang Zhengwo and Li Li were also eager to learn more about this temporary refuge, and naturally, they had no objections. Chapter 26. Observations at the service area. Today's journey. Temperature, 15 to 26 C. Climate, spring, wind speed, level 2. Travel advisory. a rare opportunity of splendid weather. Rejuvenate your spirit and prepare for the challenges ahead. After ensuring they were adequately prepared, a group of 5 departed from their parking spot, venturing deeper into the service area. It was not long before a cacophony of sounds captured their attention. Not far ahead, a dazzling neon sign hung above an entrance, boldly proclaiming Game Challenge Zone. As they approached, the play of light and shadow at the entrance revealed a faint chorus of cheers, the clashing of metal, and the occasional cry of distress. Just then, a few individuals emerged from within. The foremost figure, a burly man, wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, proudly raising his survival wristband, which appeared to indicate an increase of several survival points. He boasted to his companions, "Huh? Did you see that? I told you I was skilled. It was a piece of cake. Extra rations tonight." However, following closely behind him was another individual who had not fared as well. A young man in his 20s emerged, visibly bruised and limping, his arm wrapped in a rudimentary bandage stained with droplets of blood. Grimacing as he rubbed his shoulder, he muttered indignantly, "Damn it. What a ridiculous challenge. The monsters in there were too treacherous. Almost wrecked my arm. For that meager reward, it's hardly worth it." Beside him, a woman offered consolation. All right, as long as you're okay. We won't return here next time. This place is a total scam." Observing this scene, Chun Imo subtly furrowed his brow. Trading the risk of injury for a paltry sum of survival points? To him, this transaction seemed utterly unwise. A basic healing potion costs 100 points. And even if the young man had emerged victorious, he likely wouldn't have recouped the cost of the medicine, not to mention the inconvenience of his injuries. Clearly, the challenges within were deceptively simple. Wang Jingwo discerned the situation as well and spoke solemnly, "We shouldn't go in." Chun Imo decisively concluded that it was unnecessary to take risks for such meager survival points. Conserving strength for the impending disasters was of paramount importance. With his comprehensive recycling shop, he could accumulate survival points far more efficiently than the average person, rendering participation in such high-risk, low-reward games unnecessary. The group unanimously agreed, circumventing the game challenge zone and continuing on their way. Before long, they arrived at a far more raucous area. A grand entrance, resplendent in decoration akin to a casino, came into view. Above it, a massive virtual roulette wheel slowly spun, casting vibrant beams of light in all directions, while a sign read Lucky Roulette. The entrance was packed with survivors, all craning their necks to peer inside, their faces a tapestry of expectation, greed, and despair. The cacophony of raucous music, the clattering of the wheel, and the mingled gasps and wails of the crowd created an atmosphere both frenzied and oppressive. I won. Ha! I hit the jackpot. 5 times. 200 survival points." A tattered man suddenly burst forth from within, his joy unrestrained, his wild gestures drawing envious glances from those around him. However, ecstasy was but a fleeting sentiment experienced by the few. Far more prevalent were feelings of despondency and despair. Shortly after the elated man burst forth, a youth emerged, supported by 2 companions, utterly lost and dejected. His eyes were vacant, his face ashen, and he muttered incessantly, "It's all gone, the last remnants of survival. My sustenance." Upon reaching the entrance, he could endure no longer, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of anguished sobs, his cries piercing the air and moving those who heard him. The surrounding crowd merely cast indifferent glances before swiftly redirecting their attention to the alluring roulette, as if the next fortunate soul might be themselves. Wang Mingming was startled by the woman's wails, instinctively retreating behind Li Li. Li Li gently patted her daughter's back, her gaze flickering with compassion as she observed the woman's breakdown. Alas, this place, Wang Jingwo sighed, shaking his head. In this apocalyptic world, survival was already an arduous endeavor, and yet this spectacle persisted, truly lamentable. Chun Imo remained composed. The so-called lucky roulette merely exploited human greed and the allure of chance, harvesting the final hopes of the survivors. For him, the essence of survival lay in acquiring resources, enhancing capabilities, and ensuring the team's longevity. It was utterly inconceivable to squander such precious opportunities on ephemeral gambling. "Let us depart. There is naught of worth to behold here," Chun Imo stated flatly, leading the group away from this den of temptation and degradation. Navigating through the cacophonous gaming area, they arrived at a relatively open space near the service area, close to the exit. The atmosphere here was palpably different. The fervor had diminished, replaced by a weighty sense of reality and anxiety. This area had spontaneously transformed into a hub for team recruitment information. Numerous survivors congregated, some in small clusters, engaging in hushed discussions, while others vociferously called out or brandished various signs. Thunder Team seeks a remote archer. Precision and archery required. Must obey commands. Food and lodging provided. Safety guaranteed. A commanding figure clad in black combat attire, equipped with formidable gear, proclaimed loudly. Their group of 5 exuded an aura of toughness, their weapons conspicuously impressive amidst the crowd, attracting many gazes. Yet, few dared to approach, clearly deterred by the high bar set. Black Panther team is recruiting. Preference given to veterans. Experience with heavy truck driving favored. Medical personnel prioritized. Compensation to be discussed, with basic food and lodging assured. A robust man, presumably the leader, bellowed. Conversely, some survivors appeared far more destitute. Many lacked vehicles or had seen their original teams disbanded, left to navigate solitude. They held up rudimentary signs, detailing their skills or the sacrifices they were willing to make, hoping for a team to take them in. Seeking a team. I am strong and resilient, capable of fighting and enduring, as long as I am fed. A towering man, over 2 meters tall yet clad in tattered garments, implored while holding a wooden plank, his eyes earnest. Is there any kind soul willing to take me in? I can do anything. Laundry, cooking, just seeking a morsel to eat. A grimy woman knelt on the ground, pleading, yet most merely glanced at her with indifference before hastily moving on. Professional vehicle mechanic, proficient in various vehicle modifications, equipped with tools, seeking a formidable partnership with a capable convoy, compensation to be discussed. A bespectacled, seemingly refined middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and confidently showcased his credentials, capturing the attention of several convoy leaders. A diverse array of individuals, each driven by distinct motives and aspirations, converged here. Some sought a powerful ally, others hoped to exchange their skills for resources necessary for survival, while some humbly pleaded for a mere opportunity to endure. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, Chen Imo scanned the scene with a calm demeanor. The novice phase had concluded, giving way to a relentless barrage of challenges: scorching heat, sandstorms, acid rain, extreme cold, and thick fog, each more daunting than the last. They possessed only 2 vehicles, for adults, and 1 child. Although Wang Jiangwo was recovering well, he had recently sustained injuries. Li Li and Meng Meng required protection. Chen Imo and Lin Shui were formidable fighters, yet they too needed respite. Faced with an increasingly perilous future, their small numbers were insufficient. He required additional manpower, a team enriched with diverse talents, including combat, medical expertise, reconnaissance, and logistics. A more structured and clearly defined group was essential for navigating the impending calamities. The Dawn convoy must expand. Recruitment was imperative, albeit fraught with risks. Human nature is unpredictable in this apocalyptic world. Betrayal and treachery are all too common in the struggle for survival. The challenge lay in discerning trustworthy, capable individuals who could seamlessly integrate into the team. Chun Mo's gaze shifted from casual observation to a scrutinizing assessment of each person present. Those who appeared shifty and deceitful, with shifty eyes, were promptly disregarded. His objective was clear: to identify survivors with practical skills, relatively reliable character, and those ensnared in dire circumstances for various reasons. While embellishments were welcome, loyalty forged through genuine assistance is often more steadfast. Soon, a particularly striking figure caught his attention. A man, towering over 2 meters, possessed a physique as robust as that of a brown bear, with bulging muscles straining against tattered clothing. Yet, in stark contrast to his formidable appearance was the unmistakable look of hunger etched on his face, coupled with a hint of earnestness and embarrassment in his eyes. He held aloft a crude wooden plank, upon which were scrawled in charcoal the words, "Seeking a team, capable of fighting and enduring. Just ensure ample sustenance." The phrase ample sustenance was notably emphasized, making it particularly prominent. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Chun Mo's lips. Intriguing. He approached the giant, followed closely by Lin Shui and Wang Jiangwo. "Friend, what do you go by?" Chun Mo's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the giantess' ears. The giant turned, his eyes flickering with a mix of caution and, more significantly, a glimmer of hope. He replied in a deep, gravelly voice, "I am Yin Shan. Are you recruiting?" Chun Mo nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the sign that simply stated enough to eat. "Your request is quite pragmatic," he remarked. Yin Shan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment causing him to chuckle softly, revealing a set of white teeth. "I can't help it. I'm just a person with an enormous appetite. Most of the supplies I obtained from treasure chests were exchanged for food, yet still not enough. Many teams hear that I can devour over a dozen buns in one sitting and consider me a burden, leaving me unwanted." His tone grew somber. Indeed, he possessed an old, half-broken pickup truck, but fuel was nearly depleted, and his storage space was barren, making mere survival a struggle, let alone embarking on a journey. He was strong yet unable to satiate his hunger. This was his greatest dilemma. Chen Mo understood this well. A large appetite was indeed a burden, particularly in a world where food was scarce. However, from another perspective, such an appetite also indicated formidable physical strength and endurance. If the food issue could be resolved, Yin Shan would undoubtedly serve as a reliable shield and source of combat power. And food, precisely, was what Chen Imo had in abundance. We are recruiting for the Dawn team, Chen Imo said, locking eyes with Yin Shan, his tone calm, yet resolute. I can guarantee you will be well fed, provided you work diligently. Yin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening as if he could scarcely believe his ears. Really? Well fed? Certainly, Chen Imo confirmed with a nod. But we have rules. First, you must fully obey my commands. Second, adhere to team discipline, no acting independently, and no betraying your comrades. Can you comply? Yes, I can. Yin Shan exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement, nodding vigorously. As long as I get food, I'll do whatever you ask. Yin Shan. Keep my word, and we'll never go back on it. Excellent. Welcome to Dawn, Chen Imo replied, nodding as he sent a team invitation to Yin Shan via the survival wristband. Yin Shan hurriedly raised his own wristband, clumsily tapping a few times to accept the invitation. Ding! Yin Shan has joined the Dawn team. Observing Yin Shan's starving demeanor, Chen Imo retrieved 5 loaves of bread, 2 beef jerky sticks, and a bottle of mineral water from the system warehouse, offering them to him. Have some to fill your stomach. Where's your truck? Rest there for now. At 7 p.m., I will notify you to assemble. Yin Shan took the food, his eyes instantly brightening as he gazed at the bread and beef jerky, nearly drooling. He thanked Chen Imo repeatedly, disregarding any semblance of politeness as he voraciously devoured the bread, mumbling, "Thank you, boss. My truck is over in that corner. I'll head back and wait." Watching Yin Shan's departing figure, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but remark, "This big fellow seems genuine. He will be a great asset. Food is not a burden for us. Exchanging food for reliable combat strength is quite advantageous," Chen Imo explained, his attention shifting to another prospect not far away. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, of average build, and an unassuming demeanor, seemingly not a fighter. The sign he held read, "Professional Vehicle Mechanic. Proficient in various vehicle modifications. Equipped with tools. Seeking collaboration with capable teams. Salary negotiable." Vehicle maintenance and modification are undoubtedly essential skills on the apocalyptic roads. While survival wristbands can facilitate vehicle upgrades, they consume survival points and special materials. With a skilled mechanic, one can conveniently undertake simple modifications without depleting survival points. Although Chen Imo is not lacking in survival points, vehicles are a pivotal element in the world of road survival. Having dedicated technicians is always advantageous. Without hesitation, Chen Imo approached with Lin Shui and the others. "Greetings, we are from the Dawn team, and we are quite intrigued by your expertise," Chen Imo stated directly. The mechanic adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Chen Imo and Lin Shui. When he noticed Wang Jiangwo, Li Li, and particularly the young Wang Mengmeng being led by Li Li, a fleeting hesitation flickered in his eyes. "Dawn team?" The mechanic repeated, his tone inquisitive. "How many members do you have? What type of vehicles?" Just as Chen Imo was about to provide a detailed description, an arrogant voice suddenly interjected. "Master, I've been looking for you. What is there to discuss with such a small team?" The captain of the Thunder team, who had previously recruited archers, swaggered over with 4 or 5 well-equipped, haughty team members, pushing Chen Imo and Lin Shui aside. The captain appraised the mechanic with a condescending nod. "We are the Thunder team, boasting over 20 members and 5 modified heavy trucks and off-road vehicles. So what do you say? Join us. I guarantee your safety. And you'll receive at least 2 loaves of bread and 500 milliliters of water daily. Perform well, and there will be additional rewards." As he spoke, he tilted his chin, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Imo, as if he were examining something trivial. The mechanic's eyes visibly brightened. Over 20 members and 5 modified vehicles. Their strength seemed vastly superior to this team, accompanied by a child. With the promise of safety and attractive benefits, he hardly hesitated. A smile spread across his face as he eagerly nodded to the Thunder captain. "Absolutely. It would be an honor to join the Thunder team. My name is Zhou One. You may call me Old Zhou." Without casting another glance at Chen Imo, he promptly positioned himself behind the Thunder captain. Chapter 28. Rivalry and the Masked Woman. The Thunder captain, noticing the situation, wore a smug smile, turning to Chen Imo with a gaze filled with both pity and mockery. "Did you hear that, kid? Not just anyone can form a team. In this world, strength is the only truth. Some individuals should humbly seek a strong ally to cling to, rather than embarrassing themselves out here." His team members erupted in laughter. Their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded Chen Imo. Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brow, eager to confront them, but Chen Imo raised a hand to stop him. Chen Imo remained composed, though a glimmer of coldness passed through his gaze. He addressed the Thunder captain with a dispassionate tone. "My assembling a team is of no concern to you." A simple sentence, devoid of anger or excitement, struck the Thunder team captain like a silent slap across the face. The captain's smile froze, and his expression darkened instantaneously. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man, under the weight of his evident strength and scorn, would dare to address him in such a manner. "Humph, sharp-tongued." The Thunder team captain, infuriated yet sardonic, stepped forward menacingly, fixing a fierce gaze upon Chun Mo. You are quite audacious. I hope your bones are as resolute as your words. Once we leave this service area, pray you do not cross paths with my Thunder team, or you shall find yourself in a plight most dire. Chun Mo remained unperturbed, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied, You are welcome to try. Just ensure you do not beg for mercy when the time comes. His tone was as tranquil as a discussion about the weather. Yet the confidence and coldness concealed beneath his calm demeanor sent a chill through the onlookers among the survivors. Sensing the palpable tension between the two, the surrounding survivors retreated several steps, murmuring among themselves. Goodness, this lad has some nerve to challenge the Thunder Leopard. The Thunder team is not to be trifled with. They are known for their ruthlessness. Just wait until they exit the service area. It will be quite a spectacle. You seek your own demise. The Thunder team captain was thoroughly incensed, his eyes flashing with menace, barely restraining himself from violence. Just as his words hung in the air, a flicker from the invisible rule barrier above the service area seemed to sense the intense hostility and impending conflict, emitting a soft, warning hum. Boss, let it go. Let it go. We cannot engage here. His companions hastily restrained him, urging in hushed tones, Do not let this fellow lead you to break the rules. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them outside. The Thunder team captain took several deep breaths, suppressing his fury. He shot a venomous glare at Chun Mo, then glanced at Lin Shui and Wang Zhengwo beside him, ultimately snorting coldly, We are leaving. With that, he turned haughtily, leading the newly recruited mechanic Zhou Wen and his team away. Before departing, Zhou Wen cast a backward glance at Chun Mo, his eyes betraying a mixture of relief and disdain, as if he were congratulating himself on making the right choice. Bah, what a piece of work. Wang Zhengwo spat towards the retreating Thunder team, seething with indignation. Lin Shui approached Chun Mo, whispering, Do not take it to heart. Such individuals possess a narrow vision. Chun Mo gently shook his head, his face betraying no emotional fluctuation, yet within his heart, he silently registered the name Thunder Team along with the captain's visage. A rivalry, it seemed, had been forged. While lamenting the missed opportunity for a vehicle mechanic, Chun Mo did not dwell on his disappointment. Opportunities lost can always be sought again. His gaze swiftly shifted towards the corner of the recruitment area, where a masked woman stood alone, maintaining a vigilant watch. This woman, slender and agile, donned dark attire conducive to movement, cradling a seemingly homemade long gun in her arms, its tip gleaming with a metallic luster. She draped a gray scarf over most of her face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally bright and vigilant eyes that silently observed everything around her, resembling a solitary wolf. Utterly out of place amidst the surrounding clamor, Chun Mo approached with Lin Shui by his side, while Wang Zhengwo and Li Li waited nearby with Ming Ming. Sensing the approach of others, the masked woman tightened her grip on the long gun, her sharp gaze sweeping over Chun Mo first, then Lin Shui beside him, and finally casting a glance at Wang Zhengwo's family in the distance, not neglecting even little Wang Mingming. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the girl's face. Upon noticing that the child did not exhibit the common fear and numbness typical of those raised in apocalyptic times, but instead held an adult's hand and curiously surveyed her surroundings with a hint of innocence, the woman's piercing eyes seemed to soften for an instant. This subtle change did not escape Chun Mo's notice. The mere fact that a team could care for a child in such a manner indicated that they possessed the capability to provide a relatively stable environment and sufficient protection. Before Chun Mo could speak, the woman initiated the conversation, her voice cold and slightly hoarse, yet remarkably straightforward. Are you recruiting? Yes, Chun Mo nodded. What are the rules? She continued to inquire. Obey orders, adhere to discipline, and prioritize team interests, Chun Mo succinctly replied. How will resources be allocated? Basic survival supplies will be distributed according to need, while additional gains will be apportioned based on contribution. Who makes the decisions? The woman's gaze ultimately fixed on Chun Mo's face. I make the decisions, Chun Mo replied with poise, stating that major decisions would be discussed with core members. But the final authority rested with him. Lin Shui interjected. In our team, the most important aspects are unity and trust. The woman fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing Chun Mo's words while also observing his reactions. His candor and confidence appeared to take her by surprise. My name is Su Weiwei, she finally revealed, adding that she had some training in martial arts and was proficient with firearms. She paused, her tone slightly hesitant, but I'm not alone. I have a little aunt with me. Her name is Shun Wanqing. She is an ordinary person without any combat skills and requires protection. Our vehicle is a three-wheeled motorcycle courier, lacking in defense and slow in speed. She candidly laid out her circumstances and the burden she carried. Evidently, her previous attempts to form a team had been thwarted due to this very encumbrance. She and her aunt Shin Wanqing had encountered other groups willing to take them in, But the leaders of those groups often leered at both her and the timid Shun Wanqing with unabashed assessment and desire. "Two lovely ladies, considering joining our convoy? We guarantee you a life of indulgence. Our captain is exceptionally caring, especially towards individuals like you. Those in the know understand. Your shooting skills are commendable. But as for your aunt, well, she might be a bit of a burden. However, if you are willing." Such remarks, accompanied by greasy smiles and lascivious glances, made Su Weiwei feel a wave of nausea, causing her to grip her long gun even more tightly. Chapter 29. The expansion of the fleet. What they required was not a patronage laden with ulterior motives, nor an implicit exchange, but rather a team built on mutual respect and meritocracy. Some factions brazenly suggested that as long as Su Weiwei behaved, her aunt would receive preferential treatment. Such blatant insinuations almost provoked Su Weiwei to draw her weapon on the spot. She would rather struggle in the wilderness with her aunt, enduring the elements, than wade into such a quagmire, trading her dignity for illusory shelter. Chun Mo observed the guarded and weary gaze concealed beneath Su Weiwei's headscarf. A person willing to endure hardships alongside a burdensome relative in a post-apocalyptic world often proves to be more trustworthy. An additional ordinary individual would not weigh heavily on his existing team, especially since he lacked for food and supplies. Moreover, Su Weiwei's combat prowess was precisely what the team urgently needed. Very well, Chun Mo agreed almost without hesitation, nodding in affirmation. As long as you abide by the rules and strive to contribute to the team, your aunt will be considered a member of our convoy, and we shall offer protection and the essentials for living. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Weiwei's eyes, as if she had not anticipated such a prompt acquiescence from Chun Mo. The tension in her body eased slightly, and the fatigue that had been masked by vigilance became evident. She regarded Chun Mo intently for a moment, then slowly raised her hand, gently pulling down the edge of her headscarf to reveal a slightly pale but delicately beautiful face. Though she appeared somewhat haggard from days without proper rest, her eyes still shimmered brightly. "All right, we shall join," she stated earnestly, her voice tinged with a sense of relief. "Welcome aboard," Chun Mo replied, once again manipulating the survival bracelet to incorporate Su Weiwei into the team. "Now, please inform your aunt to drive your delivery vehicle to our parking area. I will send you the precise location." "Understood," Su Weiwei nodded, readjusting her headscarf to cover most of her features, leaving only her eyes visible, and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Mo felt a subtle sense of relief. Although he had not recruited a professional mechanic, gaining two capable combatants was still a worthwhile endeavor. However, the looming presence of the Thunder Convoy caused Chun Mo to squint slightly. It seemed that trouble would not be far behind after leaving the service area. Yet, he was undeterred. In this world, where the law of the jungle prevails, one must possess the strength to overcome all challenges in order to survive securely. He instinctively glanced at the system progress in the corner of his survival bracelet interface. Accumulated survival points required for upgrade, 9230100000, with less than 800 points remaining. The system would be ready for another upgrade. Let us proceed to explore other areas of the trading district to see if there is anything else we require. Chun Mo instructed the group. They navigated through the bustling crowd, their eyes scanning the various stalls. Most offered basic supplies, food, water, simple tools, worn clothing, and even some parts salvaged from abandoned vehicles. The prices were generally exorbitant, clearly capitalizing on the urgent need for replenishment during this period of respite. Chun Mo exhibited little interest in these matters, as his marketplace was well-stocked and reasonably priced. Instead, he yearned to discover some unique blueprints or rare items. Just as they were nearing the periphery of the trading area, a secluded corner caught Chun Mo's attention. Unlike the bustling surroundings, a middle-aged man quietly tended to a modest stall, seated on a low stool. Displayed on the stall were several items resembling handcrafted furniture, square tables constructed from thick wooden planks, simple chairs of the same material, and a small storage cabinet. The materials used were evidently reclaimed wood, with rough edges, yet the structure appeared remarkably sturdy, exuding a sense of rustic durability. "Let us take a look," Chun Mo gestured. In the wilderness, practical furniture would undoubtedly prove useful for resting or potentially establishing temporary camps in the future. "Sir, how much for these pieces?" Chun Mo inquired, pointing towards the tables and chairs. Upon hearing his voice, the man quickly rose, rubbing his hands together in mild surprise, a simple smile spreading across his face. Brother, you fancy these?" "The table is 4 loaves of bread or equivalent materials, the chairs are 1 each, and the cabinet is 3. The pricing was undeniably fair. Exchanging some reclaimed wood and simple craftsmanship for food and water was evidently this man's means of survival. Chun Mo scanned the few pieces of furniture, though limited in number. They perfectly met his basic needs. "All right, I'll take them all," he declared decisively. All of them?" The man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief at his own ears. He had been here for quite some time, receiving numerous inquiries, yet few expressed genuine interest in purchasing, let alone buying everything at once. This was a significant transaction. Yes, all of them, Chen Mo affirmed with a nod. The man was instantly filled with astonishment and joy, his smile growing even brighter as he repeatedly nodded in gratitude. Great. Thank you, brother. I truly appreciate it. He hurriedly began counting the furniture, anxious to finalize the deal. Observing his somewhat clumsy yet careful handling of the items, as well as the commendable craftsmanship, Chen Mo felt a spark of curiosity and casually asked, Sir, I see you possess considerable skill. Do you have any other talents beyond this? As he moved the chairs, the man sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled softly. My name is Li Mingyuan. I used to be a carpenter in the village, a craft passed down through generations. Later, I worked with a construction team and learned a bit about masonry, building walls, plastering, and constructing houses. A carpenter and a mason? Chen Mo's eyes lit up at the revelation. A carpenter and a mason. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a versatile individual was an invaluable asset. With the expansion of their team, should they require the establishment of temporary outposts or simple shelters in the future, a person knowledgeable in construction and woodworking would be worth their weight in gold. Ligu, Chen Mo wore a sincere smile on his face as he addressed the gathering. Our Dawn team is currently recruiting. I see that your skills are exceptional and your character is commendable. Would you be interested in joining us? Li Mingyuan's smile instantly froze, and the delight in his expression swiftly faded, replaced by a profound sense of melancholy and loss. He lowered his gaze, examining his calloused and cracked hands, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. His voice grew somber, tinged with a hint of hesitation. Brother Chen Mo, Captain Chun, I appreciate your consideration, but... After a moment of hesitation, as if resolving to speak his truth, he raised his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. To be honest, I am not alone. I have elderly parents who are in their 60s. While they are still relatively healthy, their age is a burden. I have inquired with several teams before, but upon learning that I have 2 elderly dependents, they all shook their heads, deeming us a liability and unwilling to accept us. As he spoke, his eyes dimmed with resignation, brimming with helplessness. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone was on edge and food and resources were scarce, most teams preferred to accept only strong and capable laborers. Very few would consider taking in the elderly, who lacked combat abilities and required resources. Chen Mo listened quietly, observing the concern etched on Li Mingyuan's face for his parents and the helplessness of his predicament. Without a shred of hesitation in his heart, he placed a firm hand on Li Mingyuan's shoulder, his tone filled with assurance. No worries. We will join forces. Our team does not harbor idlers. But we will never abandon family. We have enough provisions to share. Li Mingyuan abruptly lifted his head, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He opened his mouth, as if to express something, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. In the next moment, this earnest man found his eyes welling up with tears, the warm droplets spilling forth uncontrollably. He forcefully inhaled, his voice choked with emotion as he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Brother Chen Mo, I thank you on behalf of my parents. Thank you. With that, he turned sharply, waving energetically towards a nearby stall where a couple was selling simple tools and handcrafted items, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Father, mother, come quickly, soon. An elderly couple, their hair partially white yet their spirits evidently high, approached each other for support. The older man, slim and upright, bore the marks of time etched across his face, yet his eyes shone with remarkable sharpness. He was Li Mingyuan's father, Li Denian. Trailing behind him was an elderly woman, her features unadorned, clad in faded, worn clothing. Despite her age, she moved with a certain agility, her hands calloused and strong, betraying a lifetime of diligent labor as a rural woman. She was Li Mingyuan's mother, Su Huifan. What is the matter, Mingyuan? Why the commotion? Li Denian inquired as he approached, his gaze initially wary as it swept over Chen Mo and Lin Shui, before settling on his son. Father, mother. Li Mingyuan wiped his eyes, excitedly pointing at Chen Mo. This is Captain Chen Mo of the Dawn team. Not only has he purchased all the furniture we made, but he is also willing to let our entire family join his team. The 2 elders were momentarily taken aback by this revelation, their faces quickly mirroring the astonishment and disbelief of Li Mingyuan. Really? Young man, are you truly willing to take in us 2 old folks? Su Huifan grasped her son's arm, gazing at Chen Mo with a voice trembling with anticipation. Of course, Chen Mo replied, offering the elderly couple a gentle smile. As long as you are willing to adhere to our team's rules, the Dawn team warmly welcomes you. Absolutely. We would be honored. Li Denian nodded vigorously, his excitement causing his cheeks to flush. He glanced at the empty stall, and then back at Chen Mo, suddenly slapping his thigh decisively. No, Captain, your kindness in taking us in is already a tremendous favor. This furniture should serve as our introduction gift for joining the team. We cannot accept your food and materials. Li Mingyuan, realizing the gravity of the elder's insistence, also prepared to return the water and food he had just received. Chen Imo observed the pair of simple, kind-hearted, and grateful elders before him, and his conviction that he had not misjudged them deepened. He smiled and waved his hand, stopping Li Mingyuan from attempting to use the device. Speaking sincerely and gently, "Grandpa, Grandma, Li Gu, please do not say that. A transaction is a matter of fairness. Your furniture is excellently crafted and worth the price. It is only right that I pay for what I purchase. As for joining the team, it is because I value Li Ge's craftsmanship and believe we can become a family, supporting each other as we move forward. That is a matter of sentiment." Chun Imo paused and emphasized his words. "Our team can currently sustain itself and is not in need of these resources. You can join us without worry. Do not overthink it." His words upheld the principles of fairness while also granting dignity to the Li family, showcasing the sincerity and confidence of the team. Li Nian met Chun Mo's clear and resolute gaze, and then glanced at Lin Shui and the others, who were also smiling. The last remnants of doubt and unease in his heart dissipated completely. He nodded earnestly, his eyes misting over, and said to Chun Imo, "Very well, Captain Chun Imo. From now on, our family's lives will be entrusted to you. As long as we draw breath, we shall never be a burden to the team. You're too kind. From now on, we are family." Chun Imo replied with a smile, promptly adding Li Mingyuan, Li Nian, and Su Huifan to the team through his survival device. "All right, Li Gu, please take Grandpa and Grandma to pack up their belongings, and then meet us at our parking area. I will send you the exact location. Let us have dinner together tonight and get to know each other better," Chun Imo instructed. "Understood. Thank you, Captain. We'll be there shortly." Li Mingyuan was overwhelmed with gratitude, responding repeatedly. Observing the hopeful and appreciative figures of the Li family, Chun Imo felt a sense of satisfaction. The recruitment today proved to be an unexpected delight, yielding not only combatants Yin Shan and Su Weiwei, but also a versatile technical talent in Li Mingyuan. As the sky gradually darkened, Chun Imo led Lin Shui and the others back to the parking lot. The night deepened, yet the lights of the service area remained undiminished. Even more vibrant as the survivors seized the final moments of respite, creating a lively atmosphere. In the parking lot, beams of headlights pierced the darkness, slowly approaching. The first to arrive was a somewhat weathered small truck, bearing a few dents. Indeed, it was Yin Shan's. He cautiously parked it beside the designated van and, after turning off the engine, his imposing figure nearly squeezed out of the driver's seat. Following closely was a somewhat comical three-wheeled motorcycle delivery vehicle, which sputtered into view, its cargo area seemingly cluttered with miscellaneous items. Su Weiwei also disembarked, leading a tall, mature, and alluring woman, her aunt, Shun Wanqing, whose long hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuated by a captivating beauty mark at the corner of her eye. The three-wheeler lacked any protective features, likely accumulating a fair share of dust along the way, leaving both women with slightly grimy faces. Chun Imo directed everyone to park properly, as Li Mingyuan and his family arrived in their vehicle. To everyone's surprise, their car turned out to be a small passenger van, capable of accommodating over 20 individuals. Li Mingyuan parked it with utmost care, and his parents, Li Nian and Su Huifan, stepped out, curiously and somewhat shyly surveying their surroundings. The parking spaces had been designated by the system. As the number of team vehicles increased, the area initially meant for 2 cars automatically expanded sufficiently to accommodate the 3 newcomers. "All right, everyone, let's tidy up the items from the vehicles first," Chun Imo instructed. "Then retrieve the previously procured thermal insulation materials from the system's warehouse. With the high temperatures approaching, we must ensure the vehicles are insulated. Otherwise, they could become unbearably hot during the day." Yin Shan promptly stepped forward to assist, his strength making the task effortless. Li Mingyuan showcased his craftsmanship and meticulousness, guiding everyone on how to cut and affix the materials for optimal effect. Wang Jiangwo and Lin Shui also lent a hand, while even Li Nian and Su Huifan, despite their age, worked diligently, passing items and supporting materials with great care. Li, meanwhile, organized the clutter in the cargo area with Wang Mengmeng and Shun Wanqing, striving to create a more comfortable space. Through the collective effort of the group, the insulation work for the 5 vehicles was swiftly completed. Although it was merely a simple application of materials, it would certainly provide some relief. As night fully settled in, the lights in the central area of the service zone sparkled more brilliantly, and the bustling sounds of the trading area reached a crescendo. Yet, the parking section where Chun Imo resided felt imbued with a warm familial atmosphere, enhanced by the addition of new members. Chun Imo retrieved the table and chairs he had purchased from Li Mingyuan from the system warehouse, joining 2 square tables together. Though modest in appearance, it was sufficient for everyone to gather around. He then laid out an abundance of food: bread, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, beef jerky, ham sausages, and chilled beverages of both Sprite and cola, filling the table to the brim. Upon seeing the lavish spread, the newly joined Yin Shan, the Li Mingyuan family, and Shen Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to have a full meal was the greatest luxury, let alone with such a variety of choices, including chilled drinks. They had previously endured a life of intermittent hunger, grateful to find anything that could barely satisfy their hunger. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat and eat, Chen Mo invited, pulling out a chair for himself as well. As everyone settled down, Yin Shan was particularly unreserved, grabbing bread and beef jerky to indulge heartily, leaving Wang Mengmeng momentarily stunned. The Li Mingyuan family and Shen Wanqing appeared more restrained, taking small bites. Yet their faces betrayed an unmistakable satisfaction. Let us chat while we eat and get to know one another, Chen Mo smiled. And the atmosphere grew warm as they gathered around the table. Allow me to start, Li Mingyuan said, lifting a bowl brimming with rice. Taking a few bites before shyly introducing himself. I am Li Mingyuan. Though I may seem older, I am only 36. I used to be a carpenter and have some skills in masonry. I can build houses and walls, among other things. This is my father, Li Diyuan, and my mother, Su Huifan. Li Diyuan set down his chopsticks, nodding to everyone with a resonant voice. I used to live in the mountains of my hometown, supporting my family through hunting in my youth. I am skilled with a bow and have some knowledge of setting traps. His gaze swept across the group, exuding a steady and keen demeanor characteristic of an old hunter. Su Huifan added with a smile, I'm just a simple rural woman with no remarkable skills, merely tending to farm work and sewing. If it weren't for the state of the world, I could have fed you all with my crops. Her humble words elicited a chorus of warm laughter, further enriching the atmosphere. Next was Su Weiwei, who set down her chopsticks, her voice cool yet tinged with relaxation. I am Su Weiwei. My family used to run a martial arts school, and I would consider myself a martial arts instructor. I specialize in the spear and have practiced some combat techniques. The revelation surprised everyone, as they had not anticipated that this slender woman hailed from a martial arts background. Sitting beside her was a woman who, despite appearing somewhat reserved, possessed an outstanding aura. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, her tear mole adding an alluring touch. Hello everyone, I am Shen Wanqing, Weiwei's aunt. I used to manage a company, but here I feel somewhat out of place. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation. Do not say that, Sister Wanqing, Chen Mo interjected gently. A team functions like a finely tuned machine, with each individual as an indispensable component. Your management experience and communication skills are invaluable assets at any time. As long as we unite and each contribute our strengths, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. His words were sincere and powerful, causing Shen Wanqing to momentarily pause, a glimmer of appreciation illuminating her eyes as she nodded in gratitude. Beside her, Lin Shui and Li Li offered encouraging glances. Now it's our turn, Wang Jiangwo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I am Wang Jiangwo, a former soldier. I may not possess great skills, but I have some strength and know how to handle a firearm. This is my beloved wife, Li Li, a former nurse, skilled in caring for others. And this is my daughter, Wang Mengmeng. Hello, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. Wang Mengmeng, small yet spirited, stood up and earnestly declared, I am Wang Mengmeng. I sleep very well and do not eat much, so I won't waste the food that everyone has worked so hard to gather. Though I am little, I will strive to assist everyone. The earnest demeanor of the little one elicited hearty laughter from all, filling the atmosphere with joy. Mengmeng is truly wonderful. Chen Mo chuckled, ruffling her hair. Rest assured, Uncle guarantees that you will be well fed at every meal and grow tall. At last, it was the turn of the towering figure, Yin Shan. He set down the half-eaten chicken leg, wiped his mouth, and in a deep, rumbling voice stated, I am Yin Shan. I grew up in a temple and was a monk. A monk? The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes drawn to his imposing, tower-like physique and bulging muscles. Yes, Yin Shan said, scratching his bald head. Though his hair had begun to grow back, it remained quite short, his expression slightly sheepish. However, on my 20th birthday, I was sent down the mountain by the old abbot. Why? Lin Shui inquired curiously. Because I eat too much, Yin Shan replied, his face reddening. The old abbot said that my one meal was equivalent to 10 monks, and if I continued, the temple's offerings wouldn't suffice to feed me. With a chuckle, Lili couldn't contain her laughter, and others soon joined in. Afterward, I went to the big city to take on odd jobs, doing everything, Yin Shan continued. Chapter 32. Upgrades and preparations. Although the old abbot sent me away, my fellow monks still contact me from time to time, inquiring about my well-being and whether I need any financial assistance. To this day, I have yet to understand why my master insisted on sending me away. I worked hard and ate a lot, he said, his tone turning somber, his eyes slightly reddening as memories of his master and fellow monks surfaced. Haha. The elderly Li Diarnian, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, taking a sip of his drink and speaking slowly. Silly boy, perhaps your master didn't want to rid you of your appetite, but instead wished for you to descend into the mundane world and experience life. Yin Shan was taken aback, staring blankly at Li Diarnian, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes, soon replaced by deeper nostalgia as he murmured, "Experience life, master." Chun Imo patted his shoulder, passing him a can of cola. "Everything will be all right. Perhaps one day, you will reunite with them." Yin Shan nodded vigorously, accepting the cola and taking a hearty sip. Next was Lin Shui, who briefly introduced herself as a former police officer and shared her skills, her mood appearing quite cheerful. Finally, Chun Imo stood up, his gaze sweeping over each team member. "I am Chun Imo. It is a pleasure to unite with you all in the Dawn team. As I mentioned before, once you step through this door, we are family. The path ahead is undoubtedly fraught with peril, beset by natural disasters, and perhaps even human calamities. Yet, I assure you that as long as I, Chun Imo, draw breath, I shall exert every effort to lead everyone to survival and to thrive." His voice, though not loud, resonated with a compelling strength and unwavering determination. All eyes were fixated upon him, reflecting trust and hope. In this moment, the Dawn convoy truly coalesced into a unified entity. "Well, we have nearly finished our meal." Chun Imo began to organize. "Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth. The preliminary arrangement for our convoy is as follows. My van shall lead the way, followed by Wang Jiangwo's off-road vehicle, Li Mingyuan's compact car in the center, with Yin Shan's small truck bringing up the rear. What about mine?" Su Weiwei inquired nervously, noticing the absence of her vehicle in the arrangement. "Do not fret. I have not concluded yet," he reassured her, glancing at Su Weiwei. "Your three-wheeled motorcycle is somewhat slower, so tomorrow we will load all vehicles onto Yin Shan's large truck, and you will travel in Li Mingyuan's compact car." Chun Imo paused before continuing. "Once you upgrade your vehicle, you may drive it again. Lin Shui, you shall accompany me, responsible for co-piloting and providing remote fire support. Grandpa Li Diarnian, your archery skills are commendable. I will equip you with a fine bow for remote support and camp vigilance. Aunt Su Huifan and Sister Li Li, you shall oversee logistics and ensure everyone's daily needs are met." The assignments were clear and precise, each person knowing their role. Sister Li Li, Chun Imo turned to her. "I have some basic provisions, drinks, and daily necessities such as toothbrushes, towels, and soap. Please distribute them to everyone shortly." "Certainly. No problem." Lily nodded in acknowledgement. "All right. The hour is late. Everyone should return to their vehicles to rest and rejuvenate. Beginning tomorrow, we shall face the true test." Chun Imo rose to his feet. The others followed suit, gathering their belongings, their faces a blend of anticipation and a hint of anxiety regarding the future. Lily took the supplies provided by Chun Imo and began distributing them to the new members, attentively inquiring about each person's needs. Chun Imo and Lin Shui returned to the van, shutting the door to shut out the clamor of the outside world. Immediately, Chun Imo activated the translucent panel of the survival wristband. His gaze first fell upon the progress bar in the corner of the system interface. Cumulative survival points required for upgrade. 10,560,10,000. That's sufficient. Chun Imo felt a surge of resolve and unhesitatingly selected the option to upgrade. Ding. The cumulative survival points have met the upgrade requirements. Do you confirm the upgrade of the Universal Recycling Mall system? Confirm upgrade. Universal Recycling Mall system upgrading. System upgrade successful. Current level, LV5560 20,000 cumulative survival points. The system interface transformed beautifully, unlocking a plethora of new content. Chun Imo promptly navigated to the medical category, and indeed, in addition to the previous first aid kit, a new item appeared. Basic healing potion, 100 survival points each. Furthermore, a selection of basic medications was added. Cold medicine, 10 survival points per box. Anti-inflammatory medicine, 15 survival points per box, among others. The classification of food has become increasingly diverse, prominently featuring flour, 5 survival points kg, rice, 5 survival points kg, and even beer, 10 survival points bottle. Additionally, essential condiments such as salt, sugar, soy sauce, and cooking oil are included. This signifies that, provided the necessary ingredients are available, they can even prepare their own meals. The weapon category has undergone a significant update, introducing more potent melee and ranged weapons such as the refined steel tang knife, 150 survival points. Refined steel spear, 150 survival points. Armor-piercing warhammer, and composite bow. The tool category has also expanded considerably. What delighted Chun Imo the most was the unexpected addition of a clothing and armor category. Currently, it offers only a few basic options. Durable combat suit set, for both genders, 50 survival points set. Basic stab-resistant vest, 80 survival points. And tactical gloves, 20 survival points. How wonderful. Chun Imo felt invigorated. These newly unlocked items would significantly enhance the team's survival capabilities. Without hesitation, he commenced his procurement. He purchased a refined steel spear for Su Weiwei, who had commendable marksmanship. For Yin Shan, he selected a hefty, armor-piercing warhammer, perfectly suited to leverage his strength. He acquired a composite bow and 50 refined steel arrows for Grandpa Li. Each of Wang Jiangwo and Lin Shui received a durable combat suit set and a basic stab-resistant vest, and he secured a set for himself as well. Considering that Li Mingyuan, Su Weiwei, and Yin Shan would also need to engage in combat, he equipped them with combat suits and stab-resistant vests. Even for Shen Wanqing, Li, and the two elderly individuals, Chun Mo provided them with durable combat suits, ensuring at least basic protection. After this extensive procurement, a considerable amount of survival points were expended, yet upon seeing the newly acquired equipment in the system warehouse, Chun Mo felt it was immensely worthwhile. Having completed all this, he skillfully listed some bread, bottled water, and a small quantity of lay-by in the trading market, indicating a desire to exchange them for various basic materials, scrap metal, and damaged tools. Chun Mo then closed the panel and climbed onto the mattress laid out in the back of the vehicle. Lin Shui was already lying on her side, her back to him, breathing steadily, seemingly asleep. In the darkness, the space remained cramped, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Chun Mo lay down, making an effort not to disturb the lovely presence beside him. Perhaps due to their busy day and the subsequent relaxation, or perhaps having grown accustomed to the warmth beside them. The two hardly turned restlessly as they had the previous night, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 33. Scorching Hell in the Early Morning. Before the sunlight fully dispelled the lights of the service area, the survival wristbands of all survivors began to vibrate violently at the same time. Chun Mo sprang up almost instantly, illuminating the screen of his wristband. He raised his hand to look, and a semi-transparent panel automatically emerged, displaying a striking line of blood-red text occupying the center of the screen. World announcement. The 7-day scorching hell extreme heat weather officially begins. Today's maximum temperature is expected to reach 54. Environmental changes have occurred, with new outdoor resource points and special dungeons added. Survivors are advised to explore with caution. Wishing everyone good luck. Before 8 o'clock, everyone must be inside the vehicle. I wish you all good luck. Shen Mo conveyed the directive through the team channel. And soon all members acknowledged the announcement. The scorching weather had commenced. It was time to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. He paused momentarily. Yin Shan, please clear out your truck bed to accommodate Su Weiwei's tricycle. Li Mingyuan, everyone will ride in your bus. Responses flooded the team channel. Yin Shan's deep voice echoed. Received. I'm on it. Li Mingyuan quickly followed with, understood, Captain. Su Weiwei and Shen Wanqing also confirmed their understanding. Soon, the parking lot was alive with the sounds of engines starting and belongings being stowed away. Yin Shan efficiently cleared his small cargo truck. And alongside Wang Jiangwo and Li Mingyuan, they carefully lifted Su Weiwei's tricycle onto the truck, securing it tightly with ropes and fixtures provided by Chun Mo. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei and Shen Wanqing settled into the spacious minibus driven by Li Mingyuan, bringing along their personal items. The elderly couple, Li Nian and Su Huifan, swiftly organized their own belongings in the minibus, which offered ample space for non-combat personnel and those on rotation. Li distributed food and water, including weapons and combat uniforms that Chun Mo had procured for each member the previous night. As the sweltering heat set in, Chun Mo ensured that each member was well equipped with plenty of bottled water. With everything in readiness, all were seated in the vehicles, awaiting departure. At precisely 8 o'clock, without a second's delay, a familiar white light enveloped the entire convoy, and a strong sense of weightlessness washed over them. In the next instant, the brilliance faded, revealing 5 vehicles on an eerily desolate, straight expanse of barren highway. The asphalt was scorching hot, with cracks visible everywhere. On either side of the road, parched grass and sparse, unidentified low trees stood, while further in the distance loomed undulating, ochre hills. There were no signs of other vehicles or human activity in sight. Once again, they found themselves dispersed and transported to a completely unfamiliar locale. Almost instantaneously, the air outside the windows seemed ignited by an invisible flame, causing light to distort and casting a shimmering heat haze across their field of vision. A stifling, oppressive heat rapidly infiltrated the cabin, and even with the windows tightly sealed, the malevolence of the external environment was palpable. Maintain formation, speed at 80 kilometers per hour, advance. Chun Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, calm and composed. The van led the way, with Wang Jiangwo's off-road vehicle closely following, Li Mingyuan's minibus positioned in the center, and Yin Shan's small truck bringing up the rear, forming a standard defensive formation. The wheels rolled over the blistering asphalt. Chun Mo activated the survival wristband to check the day's details. Today's journey, temperature, 35. 54 C climate, High temperature, day 1 of 7. Terrain, barren plain travel advisory. The scorching hell has descended. Take precautions against the heat. And pray you do not become a piece of roasted meat by the roadside. Poor survivors. The tone of the prompt remained as irritating as ever. Lin Shui, while maneuvering the van, adjusted the air conditioning within. Thanks to Chun Mo's previous modifications, the interior temperature was maintained at a relatively comfortable level. Chun Mo, on the other hand, activated the marketplace panel. In the sweltering heat, water and cooling supplies would inevitably skyrocket in price. He utilized the newly upgraded 15L and 5L large pack bottled water, along with some bread and instant noodles, and listed them abundantly on the trading market, indicating a desire to exchange them for various basic materials, scrap metal, and damaged tools. Indeed, as soon as the supplies were listed, they were almost immediately snatched up. Countless survivors, like those grasping at straws, desperately tossed their collected scraps into the trading bar, all to secure a sip of life-sustaining water. The alert tones from the survival wristband echoed incessantly, as the recyclable items in the system warehouse and the balance of survival points surged rapidly. Observing the progress bar for accumulated survival points required for upgrade advancing slowly yet surely, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement within. Perhaps he would soon reach the next level. Meanwhile, the team channel was abuzz with activity. Yin Shan, it's scorching. I'm dying here. Boss, this truck cabin feels like a steamer. I swear I could fry an egg on my bald head. Li Mingyuan, my small car is unbearable too. Without air conditioning, it's a struggle. Mom, Dad, wipe your faces with a wet towel to cool down. Su Weiwei, oh, it's so hot. Annie, are you alright? Do you need some water? Shen Wanqing, I'm fine, Weiwei. You should drink some too. Don't get heat stroke. Wang Jiangwo, everyone hang in there. Remember to hydrate. Chen Mo, how is it going on your end? Chen Mo, everyone, hold on and be vigilant about the road conditions. Let me know when you run out of water. In contrast to the mutual encouragement in the team channel, the regional channel had erupted into chaos, transforming into a sea of lamentations. Damn, what kind of weather is this? My car has no air conditioning. I'm going to die. Water. Who has water to sell? I'll trade my last piece of bread. Wah, my wristband has no survival points left. And I'm out of water. Can someone help me? Anonymous benefactor, please. I'm begging you. Show some kindness and accept my friend request. I'm willing to do anything, just for a sip of water, or a place to escape the sun. The anonymous benefactor must have cooling methods. I've heard they even possess ice-cold beverages. In this weather, an ice-cold drink is unimaginable. Oh benefactor, please take me with you. I used to be an engineer. I can fix cars. I have a beautiful sister who can sing and dance. Messages flooded in, some seeking help, others wailing, and many casting bait in hopes of catching the attention of the mysterious anonymous benefactor. Lin Shui, skillfully steering the van, listened to the voices emanating from the team channel. She heard her teammates relay information gleaned from the regional channel, as well as speculations about the anonymous benefactor. With a thoughtful glance, she turned her head to observe Chun Mo, who was operating his wristband. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chun Mo noticed her gaze. Lifting his head with a faint smile, Lin Shui chuckled softly, shook her head, and redirected her attention to the road ahead. The convoy sped across the desolate expanse, the roar of the engines somewhat muffled by the heat-distorted air. After traversing approximately 100 kilometers, a vibration from the wristband heralded a new notification. Ding! A treasure chest detected 500 meters ahead. The alert invigorated Chun Mo. Attention, everyone. A treasure chest has been discovered ahead. Slow down and approach with caution. Chun Mo commanded without hesitation. The convoy gradually decelerated, steering towards the indicated location. Soon, they beheld 5 treasure chests shimmering with silver light by the roadside. However, the sight guarding the chests caused everyone to collectively gasp in trepidation. 3 colossal wild bulls, each as large as a van, stomped impatiently, scraping their hoofs. Their muscles bulged like forged steel, and their skin bore an unnaturally dark crimson hue. Their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty scarlet glow, heavy breaths releasing plumes of white vapor, emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Chapter 34. Mutated Savage Bison. Mutated Savage Bison. Danger level, high. For the current version. Traits, frenzied charge. Thick-skinned, vulnerability, unknown. The wristband automatically provided a succinct overview, a new feature introduced in today's update. Damn, this creature is formidable. Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Everyone, proceed as planned. Chen Mo's voice was calm, yet urgent. Sisterly Li, Meng Meng, Aunt Su, Shen Wanqing. Immediately transfer to Jiang Wo's off-road vehicle. Shen Wanqing, maneuver to a safe distance. Understood. Shen Wanqing promptly replied, and Li along with the others swiftly complied, their nerves taut yet devoid of panic. Lin Shui and I will ascend the roof of the small car to prepare for ranged attacks. As Chen Mo spoke, He and Lin Shui agilely climbed atop Li Mingyuan's vehicle, retrieving the composite crossbow. The metal roof was scorching from the heat, but they paid it no mind. Old Li, get up here and provide support with your bow. All right. Old Li readily complied, hoisting his newly acquired composite bow and swiftly joining them in a strategic position. Wei Wei, Mingyuan, you two cover the sides of the small car, looking for opportunities to engage in close combat through the windows. Yes. Su Weiwei grasped her gleaming steel spear tightly, while Li Mingyuan seized a fire axe, both maintaining a focused stance by the windows. Yinshan, your truck has thick skin. Draw their attention head-on. Be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. Are we all ready? After receiving affirmatives from the team, Chen Mo readied the composite crossbow. Yinshan, go. Received. Boss, watch me. Old Yen. Yinshan shouted enthusiastically, slamming the accelerator, as the small truck roared and surged forward. The three mutated savage bison seemed to sense the impending threat and let out a deafening roar, charging towards Yinshan's truck like three armored tanks. Here they come. Yinshan yelled, gripping the steering wheel tightly, bracing for the impact. Fire! Chen Mo commanded, as Chen Mo and Lin Shui unleashed their compound crossbow and bow, respectively. The arrows whistled through the air, aimed at the mutated bison. However, the sheer size of these beasts rendered the arrows ineffective, merely embedding themselves shallowly without inflicting any fatal wounds. Suddenly, a bison charged violently into Yinshan's small truck, producing a thunderous crash that reverberated through the air. The truck rocked violently, its front crumpling visibly, and Yinshan emitted a muffled grunt from the driver's seat. A notification flashed on his wristband, indicating Yinshan's truck durability, 21. Current durability, 129,150. Damn, so tough. Yinshan cursed, yet he resolutely maintained control of the vehicle without retreating. One bison circled around the truck, making a beeline for the small passenger car parked behind them. Watch out, Chen Mo shouted. Su Weiwei, gripping her long rifle, focused intently, while Li Mingyuan anxiously clutched a fire axe. A bison charged towards the side of the small car. Another loud thud echoed. The small car shuddered violently, producing a distressing metallic crunch. Li Mingyuan's small car durability, 9. Current durability, 141,150. The vehicle trembled fiercely, causing the three on the roof to nearly topple off. Wei Wei, be careful, Wang Zhangwo exclaimed from inside the car. In that moment of impact, Su Weiwei extended her rifle through the window, attempting to strike the bison. However, the creature reacted swiftly, swinging its massive horns towards her with a menacing whoosh. Su Weiwei barely managed to evade, but the horn grazed her arm. The thick combat suit was torn apart in an instant, flesh exposed, blood streaming forth. She paled from the pain, yet gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of agony. Weiwei. Wang Zhangwo prepared to rush over. I'm fine, Su Weiwei yelled, enduring the excruciating pain, gripping her rifle tightly as she sought another opportunity. Witnessing this, Chen Mo's eyes glinted with determination, and he immediately aimed his crossbow at the bison's head, releasing a precisely aimed arrow that struck true, piercing the creature's crimson eye. A piercing scream shattered the sweltering air, and the massive form of the bison froze momentarily. This was the moment. The agony in Su Weiwei's arm nearly clouded her vision, blood soaking her combat suit, sticky and searing. Yet, she could not afford to hesitate. This fleeting opportunity was slipping away, gritting her teeth against the tearing pain. She channeled all her strength into her remaining right arm and core. Through the narrow window, she aimed for the slightly exposed area beneath the bison's left chest, where its heart should lie. With a determined thrust, she extended her steel rifle, its tip gleaming with resolve. With a muffled sound, the tip penetrated effortlessly into the bison's thick hide. A torrent of hot, pungent blood erupted, splattering across Su Weiwei. Moo! The bison let out a frenzied roar. Driven mad by the agony, it thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge the foreign object embedded within it. The immense force traveled through the rifle, causing Su Weiwei's hands to tremble violently. Clang! The steel spear was wrenched from her grasp by an overwhelming force, accompanied by a spray of blood as it embedded deeply into the body of the bison. Su Weiwei stumbled back, nearly tumbling out of the vehicle's window, but was fortunate that Wang Zhangwo caught her in time. The bison staggered a few steps, its heavy breathing resembling the wheezing of a broken bellows. Yet, its vitality ebbed rapidly with the blood gushing from its heart. Its massive form swayed, struggling to charge once more, but ultimately, its strength was depleted. A thunderous crash echoed as the mutated, frenzied bison collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It convulsed a few times before lying still, the hot blood spreading across the scorched pavement. Inside the vehicle, Wang Zhangwo's heart raced. The preceding moment had been perilously close. The battle was exceptionally brutal, with the power and defense of the mutated bison exceeding all expectations. Yinshan's small truck attracted fire, while Chun Mo and his companions continued to provide distant suppression from the roof. The scent of blood permeated the sweltering air. A bison was struck in the eye by Li Dinian's arrow, letting out a heart-wrenching wail and becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Shan drove the truck forward with great force. A thud resounded as the truck and bison recoiled simultaneously, though the bison was evidently more severely injured. After a grueling struggle, at the cost of vehicle damage and Su Weiwei's injury, 3 mutated bison finally fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. Yan Shan emerged from the driver's cabin, drenched in sweat, his face pale, clearly shaken by the impact. Chun Mo immediately leaped down from the roof, rushing to Su Weiwei's side. Her arm was still bleeding, the wound appearing quite deep. "Weiwei, how are you?" Shun Wanqing also hurried over, anxiously examining Su Weiwei's injury. "I'm fine, just a bit painful," Su Weiwei replied, her complexion ashen, her forehead slick with sweat. Chapter 35. The second blueprint for the vehicle's air conditioning. Chun Mo produced a basic healing potion and handed it to Su Weiwei. "Drink this." Su Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the potion, tilting her head back to gulp it down. As the potion entered her system, a warm energy swiftly spread throughout her body, particularly in her injured left arm. She could distinctly feel the excruciating pain at the wound rapidly diminishing, and the blood ceased to flow. How miraculous! Su Weiwei marveled at her arm. Though her clothing was torn, the wounds on her skin had begun to heal slowly. Lili arrived with a medical kit, meticulously cleaning and disinfecting Su Weiwei's wounds before bandaging them. The potion had worked wonders, but proper care was still necessary to prevent infection. Chun Mo sighed in relief and then proceeded to disassemble the fallen bison's corpse. Acquired. Mutated beef X20. Acquired. Mutated hide X18. Acquired. Level 1 crystal core X3. He then approached the 5 silver treasure chests. "I'm going to open the treasure chests," Chun Mo announced. Lin Shui followed closely behind, while Wang Zhengwo, Yin Shan, and the others gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Let's open them consecutively." Acquired. Antibiotics X5. Acquired. Survival points X200. Acquired. Basic armor pack X10. Acquired. Primary healing potion X3. Acquired. 150L of gasoline. Acquired. General mechanical parts X20. Acquired. Blueprint X1. The initial rewards were rather ordinary, consisting of practical supplies. However, upon glimpsing the final item, a blueprint shimmering with a gentle silver glow, both Chun Mo and Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Vehicle air conditioning modification blueprint. Required materials: air conditioner compressor X1, cooling fan X1, refrigerant pipes 5M, circuit board X2. Survival points X100. Effect: equip air conditioning system to vehicle, allowing for temperature regulation inside. An air conditioning blueprint. Goodness, it is indeed an air conditioning blueprint. Before Chun Mo could utter a word, the keen-eyed Yin Shan had already read the blueprint details, erupting into a thunderous cheer. Just moments ago, he had been somewhat downcast due to the damage to the truck, but now he was exuberantly jumping in place like a child, a 2-meter-tall giant dancing with glee. Li Mingyuan, Wang Zhengwo, and even the venerable Li Dinian could not conceal their joy in this sweltering inferno of heat. The appearance of the vehicle air conditioning modification blueprint was more exhilarating than discovering gold in a treasure chest. Li Mingyuan's family, along with Shun Wanqing and Su Weiwei, also radiated joy. The irritability and fatigue brought on by the high temperatures seemed to vanish with this news. "Is the material sufficient, boss?" Yin Shan asked eagerly. Chun Mo glanced at the required materials displayed on his wristband and nodded. "Yes, we have enough materials." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group, particularly lingering on Li Mingyuan's small passenger car for a few seconds. "We will prioritize the installation of the air conditioning in Mingyuan's small passenger car," Chun Mo decided. On my car?" Li Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Chun Mo affirmed, explaining, "the passenger car has the most space and seats, making it ideal as our team's primary resting and rotation area. With air conditioning, everyone will be able to rest better inside the vehicle to cope with the upcoming heat." This rationale was both reasonable and considerate of the non-combat personnel and newer members of the team. "Captain Chun Mo is absolutely right." Wang Zhengwo promptly agreed. "The passenger car's ample space makes it the most suitable choice." "Exactly. The boss is brilliant." Yin Shan nodded enthusiastically. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Su Weiwei and Shun Wanqing's eyes. The prospect of resting inside an air-conditioned vehicle was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. "All right. All the materials are ready." Chun Mo hesitated no longer, retrieving the blueprint and the necessary materials, and aimed towards Li Mingyuan's small passenger car, activating the modification function via his wristband. Vehicle air conditioning system installation in progress. Estimated time: 5 minutes. Li Mingyuan's small passenger car emitted a faint humming sound, as if undergoing some internal transformation. Chun Mo then approached Yin Shan's battered little truck. The front was severely dented, the bumper twisted and deformed. The cost of clashing with a mutated bison was all too apparent. Yin Shan was tenderly caressing the truck's damaged front, his expression resembling that of a parent whose child had been unjustly punished. Don't worry, it can be repaired, Chun Mo offered a comforting word. He raised his wristband and utilized the vehicle repair kit. The kit is capable of mending damaged areas of vehicles, restoring a certain degree of durability, consuming 50 survival points. A few gentle beams of white light emanated from Chun Mo's wristband, enveloping the damaged parts of the truck. The dented metal of the front end seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand, while the twisted bumper gradually regained its former shape, with scratches and cracks vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. Yin Shan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Transfixed by this miraculous scene, a notification chimed. Ding. Yin Shan's truck durability restored. Current durability, 150. Wow. It's all fixed. Everything's perfect, Yin Shan exclaimed, rushing forward to caress the rejuvenated front of the vehicle as tenderly as one would a beloved. Having resolved Yin Shan's vehicle, Chun Mo then approached Li Mingyuan's small car. Although the side of the car, struck by the wild bull, bore less severe damage than the truck, it still exhibited noticeable dents and scratches. Without further ado, Chun Mo raised his wristband once more. The same radiant light illuminated the damaged side of the small car, swiftly erasing the imperfections and restoring its smooth surface. Ding. Li Mingyuan's small car durability restored. Current durability, 150. Is it really fixed just like that? Li Mingyuan gazed at the car, now looking as good as new, incredulous. As both vehicles returned to optimal condition, a collective sigh of relief washed over the entire team. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. Air conditioning system installed successfully. Li Mingyuan, unable to contain his excitement, climbed into the driver's seat, ignited the vehicle, and activated the air conditioning. As the first rush of cool air, tinged with the scent of refrigerant, swept through the cabin, nearly everyone inside let out a satisfied exclamation. It was a refreshing sensation that penetrated to the core, as if the oppressive heat and fatigue that had accumulated within them was suddenly siphoned away. Oh my goodness, is this paradise? So comfortable, incredibly comfortable. Yin Shan was the first to thrust his large head into the cabin, savoring the cool breeze, dramatically closing his eyes with an expression of near ecstasy. Wang Mingming was the happiest, the flush on her cheeks from the heat rapidly dissipating. Curiously, she reached out her small hand to touch the air conditioning vent. Feeling the icy airflow, giggling incessantly, her previous lethargy completely vanishing as she regained her vivacity. She alternately touched the chilled car windows and tugged at Grandma Su Huifan's sleeve. Eager to share her joy, Shun Wanqing, Li Li, and Su Huifan also exhaled deeply, as the relentless heat had been a tremendous ordeal for them, and at last, relief had arrived. Shun Wanqing meticulously wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a damp towel, her eyes now reflecting a newfound relaxation. Li Li and Su Huifan began organizing items within the vehicle, placing water and snacks within easy reach, striving to cultivate a more comfortable environment. Chapter 36. The Eerie Village. All right, let us take turns to rest inside. Observing the palpable relief on everyone's faces, Chun Mo felt a sense of ease settle within him. Every half hour, the drivers rotated into the passenger vehicle to replenish their hydration and adjust their state. With the advent of this mobile summer retreat, the atmosphere within the entire team has noticeably brightened. Although the drivers of the small trucks and off-road vehicles still endure the oppressive heat, the anticipation of soon encountering a refreshing respite instills hope in their hearts. In the team channel, members eagerly reflect on the recent encounter with the mutated rampaging bison. Wang Jingwo remarks, "That was perilously close, Wei Wei. Next time we face such a powerful creature, we must rely on speed and agility rather than brute strength." Su Weiwei's voice comes through the channel, tinged with a hint of fatigue but predominantly resolute. "Yes, I understand, Jangwo. I let my guard down this time. However, that potion was truly remarkable. I feel much better now." Yin Shan interjects with a deep voice. "That bison's hide is incredibly tough. Even the boss's crossbow bolts barely penetrated. Next time, we should aim for its eyes or the softer areas beneath its belly." Old Lead 9 adds, "Indeed, Yin Shan is correct. This beast has vulnerabilities in its eyes, mouth, and underbelly. We should aim for those targets next time." Listening to the discussion, Shun Mo chimes in at an opportune moment. Wei Wei's quick reaction was crucial. That last shot was pivotal. Grandpa Li's marksmanship was also precise. Yin Shan did an excellent job of holding its attention. Although the vehicle sustained damage, our objective was achieved. Combat is about continually refining our experiences and enhancing our cooperation. Everyone performed admirably. These few words of affirmation bolstered the team's morale, subtly strengthening their cohesion. The convoy resumed its journey, maintaining a speed of around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. With the air-conditioned vehicle serving as a mobile supply station, the members' spirits improved significantly. The rotation and rest schedule was effectively implemented, allowing everyone to enjoy brief, yet invaluable moments of coolness and respite. Time flowed slowly amidst the monotonous travel. Soon, the sun ascended to its zenith, heralding the hottest moment of the day. The thermometer outside registered a staggering and alarming reading of 54 degrees. The air over the desolate expanse seemed to freeze in place, as if ignited. Waves of heat distorted the horizon, while the asphalt beneath their feet softened and emitted a pungent odor. The world transformed into a vast, silent oven. Even the air-conditioned vehicle felt the immense strain. The air conditioning compressor emitted a relentless hum, operating at maximum capacity, barely managing to keep the interior temperature within a relatively bearable range. The fuel consumption gauge on the dashboard descended at an alarming rate. Chen Mo, seated in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow. The sweltering heat had barely begun its first day, yet it was already oppressive. The next 6 days would be even more grueling. He instinctively glanced at the interface of his wristband. Earlier that morning, he had traded bottled water and bread in the marketplace for a substantial amount of scrap materials. Following the system's recycling, his survival points had surged significantly, now exceeding 12,000 points. Cumulative survival points required for upgrade: 1, 235, 020, 000, only a little over 7,000 points remained until the next upgrade. At that moment, Lin Shui, who had been intently driving the van, suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Chen Mo, look ahead. She pointed toward the horizon slightly to the right. Chen Mo lifted his gaze in the direction Lin Shui indicated. In the distance, a vague outline of low, indistinct buildings emerged. They stood silently atop the barren land, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the convoy, reminiscent of an abandoned village. It might be a resource point. Let us take a closer look. Chen Mo pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. Slow down. Everyone remain on high alert. The command was relayed through the team channel. The convoy cautiously advanced towards the cluster of buildings, proceeding with utmost care. As they drew nearer, the village's features became increasingly discernible. It was a village of considerable size, with earthen yellow adobe houses stretching across the landscape, forming the core of the settlement. Most of the structures appeared dilapidated, with doors and windows either missing or reduced to gaping holes, and the walls were riddled with weathered cracks. The entire village was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds, no whispers of the wind, no chirping of insects, nor any signs of life. Only the merciless sun blazed down upon the land, rendering the stillness all the more unsettling and oppressive. At the entrance of the village stood a crooked, weather-beaten wooden sign. The inscriptions had long been eroded by time, barely revealing the 2 characters that seemed to read home village. An ominous premonition began to creep into Chun Mo's mind. When the convoy was about 100 meters from the village entrance, Li Mingyuan, who was driving a small car, suddenly shouted over the team channel in an extremely tense, almost trembling voice, Chen Mo, wait, there seems to be someone at the village entrance. His voice was choked with fear, as if something had gripped his throat. Hearing this, Lin Shui's pupils dilated, and she instinctively slammed on the brakes. Stop. Everyone be on guard. Chen Mo's gaze swept down to the dilapidated sign, where indeed, several figures stood. Not 1, but 7 or 8. They silently lingered in the shadows surrounding the sign, like sculptures merging with the backdrop. Their attire was in tatters, more a haphazard collection of rags barely covering their bodies. They stood hunched, in an unnatural posture as if their spines had lost all support. Most chilling of all was the pallor of their skin, an unsettling, deathly gray, dry and devoid of luster. Their faces bore no semblance of life. Their features seemed frozen, with only pairs of murky, hollow eyes, fixed intently and motionlessly upon the slowly approaching convoy. These were certainly not survivors. In such sweltering heat, survivors would either be hiding inside vehicles or seeking refuge in deeper shadows, not standing like wooden stakes at the village entrance. Their condition was too bizarre. Unlike a living being, it resembled a soulless automaton, a mere shell of existence. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle, Chen Mo declared in the team channel. Just then, a figure stood rigidly like a statue, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, emitting a disconcerting crack as it slowly and stiffly turned towards them. Abruptly, it lurched forward, dragging its decrepit form towards the convoy in a grotesque sprint. Its movements were clumsy and eerie, limbs flailing unnaturally, akin to a marionette manipulated by erratic strings. Yet, astonishingly, its speed was remarkable. The cracked soles of its feet struck the scorching ground, raising a fine cloud of dust as it charged toward the lead van. Almost immediately, from the shadow of the wooden sign at the village entrance, 2 or 3 more figures sprang to life. They too joined the fray with that same bizarre gait, unambiguously targeting the convoy. A bone-chilling coldness surged up Chun Mo's spine, seemingly disregarding the oppressive heat outside, and shot straight to the crown of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end. Zombies! Chun Mo exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulous gravity. The team channel erupted with gasps and exclamations. Yen Shan's voice rose above the din. Damn. These creatures are quite fast. Are they rushing to dinner? Wang Zhengwo's calm voice interjected. Confirmed, they are zombies. Incredibly swift. Li Mingyuan cried out with a tremor of fear. Captain, they're coming. So fast. Su Weiwei could not hold back her warning. Be careful. Simultaneously, Lin Shui had already readied her compound crossbow at Chun Mo's command. Chun Mo's sharp gaze swept over the approaching zombies as he prepared his aim. Chapter 37. The right decision, he swiftly issued commands via the team channel. Everyone, level 1 combat readiness. Stay in the vehicle, do not exit. Lin Shui. Prioritize shooting the foremost one. Grandpa Li, ready your bow. Aim for the head. Yen Shan, prepare to ram them with the truck if they get close. The rest of you, keep an eye on the village interior. There may be more. The orders were clear and rapid. And the convoy instantly transitioned from motion to combat readiness. The hollow eyes of the zombies fixated on the convoy, now less than 50 meters away. Whoosh. The first bolt whizzed past the leading zombie's shoulder, embedding itself in the ground beyond. The creature showed no reaction, continuing its erratic charge, undeterred. Damn, this thing runs like a nightmare. Yen Shan shouted over the comms. Steady, aim for the head. Chun Mo's voice followed, calm and unyielding. He had already pulled the trigger. And the second bolt flew forth. Thud. It struck true. The foremost zombie's head snapped back violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Its momentum abruptly halted as it toppled backward onto the scorching pavement, twitching a couple of times before lying still. Lin Shui shot almost simultaneously, her bolt following closely behind Chun Mo's. Another zombie collapsed with a thud, an arrow piercing through its eye socket. Inside the small car, the elderly Li Dnian drew back the composite bow, aiming through an open window. Though his shooting speed did not match that of the youth, each arrow was released with remarkable steadiness. The bowstring twanged, and a steel arrow soared forth with a piercing whistle. Bullseye! Wang Zhengwo exclaimed from the off-road vehicle. The third zombie staggered, the arrow embedded in its neck. While it did not perish immediately, its pace noticeably slowed, and its body swayed more violently. Chun Mo and Lin Shui exhibited no hesitation, swiftly loading, aiming, and shooting in a fluid motion. The advantage of the composite bow's rate of fire was vividly demonstrated at that moment. Thud! Thud! 2 more zombies fell, struck in the head, collapsing in the path of their advance. The elderly Li Dnian loosed another arrow, finishing off the zombie that still struggled with an arrow in its neck. Only 2 zombies remained, now less than 20 meters from the vehicle. Their vacant gazes seemed more fixated, emitting meaningless hisses from their gaping mouths. Old Yen, prepare. Chun Mo cautioned. Fear not, boss. If I don't crush them, it's my loss. Yen Shan slammed his foot on the accelerator, the truck's engine growling ominously. However, it was no longer necessary. Chun Mo and Lin Shui shot simultaneously once more. The 2 arrows struck the foreheads of the last 2 zombies almost in unison. They crumpled to the ground as if all strength had been drained from them. In scarcely more than a dozen seconds, the 7 or 8 zombies that had rushed forward lay lifeless on the ground. In the sweltering air, only the faint sound of arrows slicing through the air and the reverberating bowstring remained. The once tense group now stood in astonishment. Is that it? Li Mingyuan, gripping a fire axe, felt sweat pooling in his palms. They looked fearsome, yet they were so fragile. Yen Shan smacked his lips, reluctantly easing off the accelerator. Don't let your guard down. Chun Mo's voice remained calm. There may be more in the village. With the few zombies at the village entrance dispatched with ease, the team buzzed with newfound energy. Boss, is that all? Yen Shan scratched his bald head and grinned. They seem easy to deal with. Let us sweep through the village. Surely we'll find plenty of good stuff. Wang Zhengwo looked towards the village, speaking solemnly. This village is quite sizable. There should be supplies left behind by survivors. It's worth a look. Su Weiwei, nursing her recently bandaged arm, nodded in agreement. Yes, they don't seem so terrifying after all. Even Li Mingyuan, who had been frightened moments ago, mustered the courage to add, Indeed, Captain, what if there are useful tools or lumber inside? Lin Shui glanced at Chun Mo, her expression contemplative, though she did not immediately voice her thoughts. The group's intentions were straightforward. Where resources were concerned, they could not be overlooked. Yet, Chun Mo furrowed his brow slightly. In the open terrain, eliminating these zombies had indeed been a simple task with ranged weapons. However, once they entered the dilapidated, low structures, the situation would be entirely different. The confined spaces and obstructed lines of sight could easily lead to ambushes. After all, they were all merely ordinary people. The risks associated with close combat are exceedingly high. He possesses a system and survival points that allow for the procurement of most essential supplies, rendering it unnecessary to expose any team member to such peril for uncertain gains. especially considering Su Weiwei has just sustained an injury. The safety of the team is always paramount. He raised his hand to interrupt the ongoing discussions. The zombies outside may be manageable, but that does not guarantee the same for those within. Chun Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. The confined space within the building made close combat almost unavoidable in the event of an encounter, significantly elevating the risk of injury. He scanned the faces of his team. We are not lacking in supplies. Safety comes first. Let us proceed. The command was issued, leaving no room for dissent. Although Yan Shan and others appeared eager, none dared to challenge Chun Mo's decision. The van's engine roared back to life, veering away from the village that exuded an aura of death and danger. By midday, the heat was nearly igniting the air. Inside Li Mingyuan's air-conditioned van, however, there was a rare coolness. What a relief! Yan Shan exclaimed, plopping down in a seat near the aisle, his large head leaning eagerly towards the air vent, as though he wished to immerse himself entirely. Our leader is truly wise. This air conditioning is a lifesaver. Wang Mengming's cheeks flushed as she sipped from a chilled bottle of Sprite, her big eyes narrowing into crescent moons in contentment. Su Huifan and Li Li were distributing bread and beef jerky to everyone. Eat slowly, there's plenty of water. Observing the visibly relaxed expressions of his team, Chen Imo felt a sense of relief himself. Lin Shui, seated opposite him, was wiping her neck with a damp towel, a few strands of hair sticking to her cheek, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. After a brief rest, the convoy resumed its journey under the sweltering heat. The afternoon route remained monotonous, characterized solely by the endless wasteland and the occasional low sand dunes. 300 meters ahead, by the roadside, lay a wooden treasure chest. Lin Shui's voice broke through the team channel. Oh my! Yan Shan immediately perked up, shouting in the channel. Boss, leave this to me and Brother Jangwo. It's the perfect opportunity to test my hammer. He referred to the anti-armor hammer that Chun Imo had traded to him that morning. Chun Imo acknowledged him with a nod. Be cautious. The van and the SUV slowed their pace slightly, while Yan Shan's small truck edged ahead. Guarding the treasure chest were 3 mutated sand wolves, their sleek fur glistening and eyes glowing green, watching the approaching vehicles with vigilance. Is that all? Yan Shan grinned, brandishing the hammer, which was thicker than his own calf. As he leaped from the truck's cabin, Wang Jangwo followed closely behind, wielding a fire axe. Chapter 38. Yan Shan's hammer. The 3 sand wolves lunged with low growls. Yan Shan shouted fiercely, standing his ground, swinging the heavy hammer in a semicircle, propelled by a whoosh of air towards the lead sand wolf. Thud! A dull thump echoed as the sand wolf was sent flying, its body resembling a battered sack, soaring 7 to 8 meters before crashing down as a mere puddle of muck. The remaining 2 sand wolves were visibly stunned by the brutal spectacle. Wang Jangwo seized the opportunity, stepping forward with determination as his fire axe descended with precision, severing the head of a sand wolf that rolled aside. The last remaining sand wolf, sensing the imminent danger, tucked its tail and attempted to flee. But not so fast. Yan Shan chuckled softly, exerting his strength, and his formidable frame burst forth with surprising speed, catching up in just a few strides before bringing his heavy hammer crashing down once more. Mission accomplished. Yan Shan, proudly bearing the hammer now stained with a hint of blood, wore a triumphant expression. Chun Imo collected the 3 carcasses of the sand wolves, acquiring several units of wolf meat and a few wolf pelts. The wooden treasure chest contained little more than a couple of bottles of water and 2 packs of biscuits, barely sufficient. After advancing for approximately another hour, the voice of Lin Shui echoed through the team channel once more. 200 meters ahead, there lies a bronze treasure chest. This one's bronze, so everyone be cautious. Chun Imo advised. Guarding the bronze chest was a mutated sand python, as thick as a bucket, coiled beside the chest with its triangular head held high and its crimson tongue flickering ominously. This creature certainly looked formidable. Li Mingyuan murmured softly from the vehicle, Brother Jangwo. I'll take the lead in the assault. You provide cover. Yan Shan flexed his wrist, readying himself. Watch out for its venomous fangs and constriction. Reminded the elderly Da from across the car window. Yan Shan acknowledged with a nod and advanced once more with his hammer raised. Suddenly, the sand python lunged forward, its massive jaws gaping menacingly towards Yan Shan. Unfazed, Yan Shan sidestepped deftly, swinging his heavy hammer upward with great force, striking the python at its vulnerable neck. The creature emitted a piercing hiss, its enormous body thrashing violently, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Wang Jangwo seized the moment, stepping forward to deliver several precise blows with his fire axe to the wounded head of the python, ensuring its demise. Chun Imo collected the remains of the sand python, receiving mutated snake meat X25, mutated snake skin X5, and level 1 crystal core X1. He opened the bronze chest, discovering basic repair tool set X1, survival points 50, and 556mm bullets X30. alongside Telescope X1. A telescope? Chun Mo picked up the black cylindrical object, feeling its weight in his hand. This tool would prove invaluable across the expansive, open plains. He returned to the van and handed the telescope to Lin Shui in the passenger seat. Here. This will aid in observing the surroundings. Lin Shui accepted the telescope, adjusting the focus before gazing into the distance. After a moment, she nodded in approval. The view was remarkably clear, allowing her to see far beyond. Although their journey had primarily involved low-tier treasure chests guarded by relatively harmless creatures, each successful acquisition of supplies further bolstered the team's confidence, especially for Yin Shan, who reveled in wielding his new weapon, injecting some much-needed vitality into the otherwise monotonous trek. Chun Mo quietly converted the materials obtained from trades into survival points, watching the numbers on the system panel continuously increase, fortifying their strength for the challenges ahead. As dusk approached, the desert night failed to bring much relief from the heat, with temperatures stubbornly lingering at 41 degrees. Chun Mo chose a relatively flat and open area to set up camp. With the advent of air-conditioned compact cars, nighttime gatherings have shifted from the outdoors to the comfort of vehicles. Inside Li Mingyuan's car, a refreshing breeze envelopes them, creating a stark contrast to the world outside. This car is truly comfortable, Yin Shan exclaimed as he settled into his seat, fanning himself with his large palm, even though the air conditioning was ample. Reflecting on the village they had visited during the day, he found it somewhat eerie. Those creatures had moved swiftly, but they were surprisingly fragile. He thumped his chest. Had I known they were so delicate, a single strike would surely have dispatched them. Enough of that, old Yin, Wang Zhengwo interjected, handing him a bottle of water. We have the advantage of distance in the car. If we had ventured into that village, amidst those dilapidated houses, it could have been perilous. Your strike might have brought down a beam and buried you beneath the rubble. Li Mingyuan wiped his forehead, still feeling a trace of perspiration despite the air conditioning. Brother Zhengwo is right. When they charged at us earlier, my calves nearly cramped. They were so fast. Su Weiwei gingerly touched her bandaged arm, still shaken. Indeed. That sight was chilling. Who knows how many more lurk within that village. However, they didn't seem overly formidable, as we dispatched them quite easily just moments ago. Her tone shifted towards eagerness, but upon recalling her injury, she pouted slightly. Weiwei, you mustn't think that way, Lin Shui gently chided her. We were in an open area, which made them easier to handle. If we had entered the village, with its darkened houses, who knows from where they would have emerged. The regional channel buzzed with reports of teams that had recklessly ventured into such places only to face total annihilation. Lily nodded in agreement. Just a moment ago, I glanced at the regional channel. Someone mentioned a team that entered an abandoned factory, hoping to find valuable items, only to encounter those monsters. In the end, only the captain managed to escape, the rest perished. She paused, adding, there are claims that some resource points indeed contain treasures, even blueprints, but the dangers are staggering. Out of 10 teams, if one manages to return unscathed, it's considered fortunate. This cursed place grows increasingly sinister, Yin Shan remarked, taking a long swig of water. Initially, we thought it was merely a natural disaster, but now these ghastly creatures have emerged. Who knows what else may surface in the future? Old Li Nian, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Such villages appear lifeless and foreboding. It is wise that we did not enter. Caution is the mother of safety. Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, safety is paramount. We are many. We cannot risk ourselves for uncertain rewards. Chun Mo remained silent, absorbing the discussions around him while occasionally glancing at the regional channel. He noted the survivor statistics. When they departed that morning, the count stood at a full 100,000. Now, it had plummeted to 9760-510-0000. In the span of a single day, nearly 2,400 lives had been lost. A significant portion likely perished within those unknown resource points. He shut off the regional channel and spoke up. Everyone's perspective holds merit. Within resource points, there may lie valuable treasures, yet they are invariably accompanied by considerable risks. Our current capabilities are insufficient to confront every unknown peril. The zombies, in open terrain, can be easily dealt with through vehicles and ranged weaponry. However, once we venture into intricate landscapes, the dangers of close-quarters combat escalate dramatically. He gazed at the group, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Thus, until we possess absolute certainty, we shall refrain from engaging with villages like today's. Our primary objective is to survive and continually enhance our strength. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, the others nodded in agreement. Although Yin Shan felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized the wisdom in Chun Mo's counsel and muttered, understood, boss. We shall heed your advice. However, once we become formidable, we will surely level these cursed places. A day will come for that. Chun Mo smiled faintly. Chapter 39, Night Watch and Monstrous Beasts. He opened his storage space and remarked, today, I gathered a substantial amount of materials, which are perfect for upgrading our vehicles. Upon hearing the prospect of vehicle enhancements, the spirits of everyone were instantly lifted. Chun Mo first directed his attention to his van, tire modification LV1. With the consumption of survival points and the allocation of materials, the van emitted a slight tremor. Next was Wang Jiangwo's off-road vehicle, reinforced body LV1, engine enhancement LV1, tire modification LV1. These three foundational upgrades were similarly applied. Following that, Li Mingyuan's compact car, Yan Shan's small truck, and even Su Weiwei's three-wheeled motorcycle, which was still on the truck, were not overlooked, receiving identical upgrades. As Chun Mo executed his commands, gentle rays of light enveloped the vehicles in succession. The first to complete was Yan Shan's small truck. As the light faded, the formerly ordinary truck now appeared as though clad in a robust black metallic shell, radiating a sense of power. The tires also seemed noticeably larger, with thick sidewalls and fierce, rugged treads, clearly suited for navigating treacherous roads. Yan Shan was the first to dash over, marveling at his small truck, his large hands eagerly caressing the pristine armor. Wow, boss, this feels like donning iron armor. With these tires, what rough terrain shall we not dare to traverse? He exclaimed, excitedly thumping the reinforced door, producing a resonant thud, his face beaming with delight. The previous fatigue dissipated, as if he could instantly engage in battle with 3 mutated bison for 300 rounds. Wang Jiangwo examined his off-road vehicle, similarly enveloped in a layer of dark matte armor, with protective strips added along the window edges, enhancing its rugged appearance. He tapped it, appreciating the weightiness, nodding in satisfaction. Su Weiwei, meanwhile, was preoccupied with her three-wheeled motorcycle still resting in the truck bed. Peering in, she discovered that the petite motorcycle was also adorned with a thin layer of armor, its tires replaced with more durable versions, prompting her to exclaim with delight. My little motorcycle has been upgraded. That's fantastic, Brother Chun Mo. She rushed to the truck side, eager to dismount the three-wheeler and test it immediately. Even Chun Mo's van underwent tire modifications, now equipped with all-terrain tires better suited for challenging road conditions. This subtle enhancement inadvertently improved the vehicle's maneuverability and offered a degree of protection. Such tangible upgrades instilled a sense of security far more profound than any motivational words could provide. The team gathered around their beloved vehicles, animatedly discussing their excitement. And the earlier weariness and anxiety over the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate under the cold, steely texture. All right, that's enough for today. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. So make sure to rest early. The high temperatures will persist tomorrow, Chun Mo instructed. The group scattered to find places to rest within their compact vehicles. The air conditioning hummed diligently, providing a refreshing coolness for everyone. Wang Jiangwo and Su Weiwei were assigned to the latter half of the night watch. Wang Jiangwo sat in the driver's seat, a narrow gap in the window allowing him to survey the pitch-black surroundings with vigilant eyes. The upgraded vehicle offered a sense of safety, yet one could never be too cautious on a night marked by the apocalypse. Su Weiwei leaned against the passenger seat, binoculars in hand, occasionally lifting them to scrutinize distant movements. As time slipped away, the silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the occasional faint buzz of unseen insects. Brother Jiangwo, look over there, Su Weiwei suddenly whispered, pointing in a particular direction. Wang Jiangwo followed her gaze and noticed a faint flickering light on the distant horizon. The glow was dim and irregular, appearing and disappearing like the final gasps of a dying man. A treasure chest? Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brow. The light from a treasure chest typically radiates steadily, but this glimmer was different. It doesn't seem like it, Su Weiwei replied, raising the binoculars again to adjust the focus. It's too far. I can't make out what it is, but the light emanates from a pile that resembles vehicle wreckage. She passed the binoculars to him, her tone now laced with seriousness. The light is very faint and intermittent. Wang Jiangwo took the binoculars, straining to discern the source. It certainly is peculiar. A distress signal? Perhaps, Su Weiwei pondered. But in this environment, it could also be a trap or something entirely unknown. They exchanged glances, each reading a hint of caution in the other's eyes. Encountering zombies on the first day of the sweltering heat was alarming enough. Who could predict what bizarre entities this cursed place might unveil? Let's not alert the captain just yet, Wang Jiangwo whispered. We'll observe further. If it truly is survivors, we will make our decision then. Su Weiwei nodded, raising the binoculars once more, fixating intently on the faint light source. The night was as dark as ink, with only a few dim stars on the horizon blinking weakly. At that moment, Su Weiwei's breath caught, her grip on the binoculars tightening involuntarily. What's wrong? Wang Jiangwo immediately noticed her distress. Su Weiwei did not respond right away, but remained fixated on the scene through the binoculars, as if witnessing something inconceivable. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale in the dim light. What on earth is that? She murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief. Wang Jiangwo's heart tightened. and he quickly grabbed the binoculars to focus on the direction she indicated. In the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock. Emerging from the shadows of the wreckage was a colossal creature. Its size was utterly terrifying, towering at least 2 stories high, resembling a moving hill. Its exoskeleton exhibited a disconcerting dark red hue, glimmering with a metallic, frigid sheen under the faint starlight, as if it were forged from the very lava of the underworld. Countless appendages supported its massive body, each step silent, yet imbued with an oppressive sense of dread. Most chilling of all were its enormous compound eyes, reflecting an eerie red glow in the darkness, akin to lanterns from the netherworld. Damn it! Wang Jiangwo, having lived over 30 years and served in the military, had witnessed his fair share of spectacles, yet he couldn't stifle his exclamation. This creature exceeded the boundaries of his biological comprehension. The gigantic beetle paid no heed to anything else, making its way directly to the pile of wreckage. Its mandibles, resembling iron pincers, opened wide, effortlessly tearing apart the twisted metal of the vehicles, producing a sickening crunch. The sturdy car exteriors crumpled before it, as if made of mere paper. Its feeding movements were slow and methodical, yet each tearing action exhibited a horrifying display of strength. Throughout the process, the giant beetle emitted no sound, with only the shrill noise of metal being shredded echoing through the silent night, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Su Weiwei and Wang Jiangwo held their breath, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They could even feel their hearts pounding violently within their chests. This was a wholly new species of terror, one that seemed to belong only in nightmares. Notify the captain immediately, Wang Jiangwo whispered urgently. Su Weiwei nodded and swiftly contacted Chen Mo through the team channel, her voice taut with tension. Captain, Jiangwo and I have discovered something unusual. Northeast of our camp, approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away, there's a pile of vehicle wreckage. Just now, a colossal insect-like creature emerged from the debris. It's enormous, at least 2 stories high, with a dark red exoskeleton, and it's currently devouring the wreckage. She aimed for clarity and brevity in her description, yet the horror in her tone was unmistakable. Inside the van, Chen Mo's eyes flew open the moment Su Weiwei began to speak. His sleep was light, and he remained perpetually vigilant. Upon hearing her report, his brow furrowed tightly. A 2-story high beetle? A nocturnal creature? He quickly sat up. Does it possess any special abilities? For instance, attack methods or movement speed? Chen Mo's voice came through the channel, eerily calm. None observed so far, Su Weiwei replied. It's merely tearing apart the wreckage, moving slowly. But its power is immensely frightening. Moreover, it makes nearly no sound as it moves. The silent behemoth was far more terrifying than any roaring monster. Chen Mo's mind raced with analysis. Engaging in nighttime combat, with limited visibility against such a colossal and unknown entity, posed considerable risks. Should a confrontation occur, the noise could very well attract further, unforeseen dangers. Maintain silence, extinguish all light sources, emit no sound, and refrain from any proactive aggression, Chen Mo commanded decisively. We cannot ascertain whether there is but a single creature, nor do we understand its range of perception or vulnerabilities. The paramount concern now is to conceal our location. Understood. Wang Jiangwo and Su Weiwei replied in unison. Chen Mo added, everyone, remain stealthy and prepare for immediate relocation. If that creature shows any signs of approaching our camp, activate the vehicles and evacuate. The sudden turn of events roused the other team members in the channel. Although the horrific beetle remained unseen, the palpable tension could be felt from Su Weiwei and Wang Jiangwo's descriptions, as well as Chen Mo's grave tone. The previously relaxed atmosphere within the vehicle dissipated, replaced by a stifling silence. Each individual held their breath, straining to catch any hint of disturbance from the outside world. Wang Mingming was tightly embraced by Li Li, her small hands covering her mouth, wide eyes filled with fear, yet remarkably silent. Yen Shan's eyes widened in alarm. Had it not been for Chen Mo's gesture to quiet him, he might have seized his heavy hammer and rushed out. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into an eternity. Through binoculars, Su Weiwei and Wang Jiangwo fixated on the enormous creature resembling a beetle. It appeared to have a peculiar affinity for the vehicle wreckage, its massive mandibles incessantly opening and closing as it tore away twisted pieces of metal, devouring them hungrily. It seemed oblivious to Chen Mo's convoy, or perhaps the convoy was less appealing than the heap of scrap metal before it. After what felt like an eternity, the voracious beetle seemed to have satisfied its hunger. Its immense body slowly turned, moving with heavy yet soundless steps deeper into the wilderness, ultimately disappearing into the thick darkness of the night, until that disquieting dark red hue was no longer visible. With a collective sigh of relief, Su Weiwei and Wang Jiangwo felt the tension drain away, their backs soaked with sweat. It's gone. Su Weiwei's voice was tinged with exhaustion. Captain, that thing has left, Wang Jiangwo reported to Chen Mo. The others in the vehicle seemed as though they had been pulled from the depths of water, their taut nerves finally unwinding. Chun Mo remained silent, merely gazing at the direction in which the beetle had vanished. The oppressive heat had encountered the zombies, and now, in the desolate night, an unprecedented giant beetle had emerged. This world was becoming increasingly perilous and bizarre. Almost no one managed to truly sleep thereafter. The shadow cast by that colossal creature loomed over the hearts of each individual. Finally, as they endured the agonizing wait, the sky began to lighten with the faintest hint of dawn. A new day has dawned, the sunlight yet to fully dispel the darkness. Yet a sweltering presence has begun to permeate the air. Chun Mo, too, remained awake, deeply contemplating strategies to confront the unknown colossal creature. Engaging in a direct confrontation was evidently unwise. One must uncover their vulnerabilities. Habitually, he accessed his Universal Recycling Mall system panel, eager to assess the accumulation of survival points following yesterday's expenditures and recoveries. Host, Chun Mo, Universal Recycling Mall System Level, LV5, Survival Points, 25. 880. Survival points required for level up, 2,000,000. Upon seeing the familiar progress bar in the final line, Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The survival points required for the upgrade had been quietly fulfilled after the vehicle enhancements from the previous night. With so much happening throughout the day, he hadn't scrutinized the upgrade progress closely. The system was ready for an upgrade. Without hesitation, Chun Mo clicked the interface to confirm the upgrade. Universal Recycling Mall System Upgrading. Ding. System upgrade successful. Current level, LV6, 0, 40,000 accumulated survival points. Instantly, he opened the mall interface. The screen refreshed, and the product list unfurled like a cascading waterfall, vastly richer than before. An array of previously unseen tools, materials, and medicines dazzled his eyes. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the two novel categories at the very top of the list. Firearms. Listed below were several basic models of handguns, rifles, and shotguns, their cold metallic sheen emanating a palpable aura of lethal power, though merely of entry-level status. In an era dominated by melee weaponry where even bows and crossbows were regarded as artifacts, the advent of firearms was undoubtedly revolutionary. The other category stirred even greater excitement within Chun Mo. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum. This was a vial containing a pale blue liquid, radiating a subtle glow. The description beneath left him momentarily breathless. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum permanently enhances the user's physical potential, unlocking higher tiers of life. Note, the process may involve intense pain. Please choose wisely. Permanent. Comprehensive enhancement. Chun Mo's heart raced. In a world increasingly fraught with enigma and peril, external power could never rival the reliability of one's own strength. The shadow of that giant beetle from last night still lingered. Who knew what more terrifying entities might emerge today? Strengthening oneself was the true foundation. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, he opted to purchase. Purchase, Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum, X1, cost, 5,000 survival points. Instantly, the survival points were deducted, and a vial identical to the icon materialized within his system's repository. Chapter 41. Unlocking the Gene Serum, Chun Mo rose and approached the rear of the van. Lin Shui, seated in the passenger seat, had been resting with her eyes closed. Upon hearing movement, she immediately opened her eyes. Please keep watch for me. Chun Mo's voice carried an undertone of solemnity that was barely perceptible. I require a few minutes. Regardless of what transpires, please do not disturb me. Lin Shui observed his grave expression, and although she was unaware of Chun Mo's intentions, she resolutely nodded, refraining from asking further questions. Silently, she exited the vehicle and stood guard by the door. Chun Mo took a deep breath and retrieved the Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum from the system repository. The pale blue liquid shimmered with a mysterious allure under the faint morning light. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the entire vial of Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, initially eliciting no unusual sensation. However, mere seconds later, an indescribable agony surged through him, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing every cell in his body. Chun Mo stifled a groan, his body involuntarily arching in response. The pain felt as though it sought to tear him apart from the inside out, to crush him and then reconstruct him anew. His bones cried out in anguish. Muscles convulsed, and his blood seemed ignited, racing wildly through his veins. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, while beads of cold sweat poured down like rain, soaking his combat uniform. Outside the vehicle, Lin Shui keenly heard muffled groans and the faint sounds of something heavy colliding within. Her brows furrowed in concern, a wave of intense unease washing over her. Chun Mo, what is happening to you? She could not help but whisper, her voice tinged with urgency. Should I call Sister Li? Inside the cabin, Chun Mo curled up on the cold metal floor, trembling violently, his complexion devoid of color. Upon hearing Lin Shue's voice, he summoned every ounce of strength to force out a few words through clenched teeth. "Don't call anyone." His voice was hoarse and laced with unmistakable pain. "I'm fine. I'll be okay soon." The fragmented words only heightened Lin Shue's anxiety. Unable to contain herself any longer, she abruptly flung open the rear door. The sight before her seized her heart with a sudden jolt. Chun Mo lay curled up, his body shaking uncontrollably, as if enduring the most brutal of tortures. Instinctively, without a second thought, Lin Shui rushed forward and enveloped his trembling form in her embrace, holding him tightly. She yearned to share her warmth and strength, wishing to alleviate even a fraction of the torment he was enduring. As Chun Mo felt the warmth of her tender embrace, a familiar fragrance wafted to his senses. The excruciating pain persisted, yet Lin Shue's proximity acted like a peculiar balm, granting him a momentary respite amidst the relentless torment. Time seemed to stretch as the heart-wrenching agony, akin to a surging tide, gradually began to recede. Chun Mo gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the air infused with Lin Shue's scent. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. However, what followed was an unprecedented surge of potent energy, emanating from every corner of his limbs and marrow. He gradually pushed himself up, departing from Lin Shue's embrace. As he sensed the tumultuous changes within his body, strength, speed, and all five senses, each experienced a remarkable and astonishing enhancement. His hearing, vision, and olfactory senses became extraordinarily acute. He could even distinctly hear the faint whispers of the wind from afar outside the carriage and discern the most minute patterns etched on the metallic panels within. This transformative sensation was at least 3 to 4 times more intense than before. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with an incredulous joy. Upon witnessing his recovery, Lin Shue's pallid complexion gradually regained its color, allowing her previously anxious heart to settle significantly. Yet, as she gazed at Chun Mo, her beautiful eyes still reflected deep concern and confusion. "What exactly happened to you?" Chun Mo, looking into her expressive eyes filled with care, felt a warmth in his heart. For this girl, who had fought alongside him in the apocalypse and had rushed to embrace him without hesitation just moments ago, he decided to no longer conceal the truth. With a mere thought, he once again purchased a Level 1 Gene Enhancement Serum from the marketplace and presented it to Lin Shui. "This will empower us further." His voice, though slightly hoarse, carried an unwavering conviction. He succinctly conveyed the serum's effects and his harrowing experience to Lin Shui. As she received the vial emanating a soft blue glow, her exquisite face was filled with shock and disbelief. Instinctively, she attempted to return the precious serum to Chun Mo, insisting that such a valuable item should be reserved for Yin Shan or Brother Jiangua. They possess superior foundations and robust physiques. The enhancement would undoubtedly be greater for them. However, Chun Mo shook his head, his gaze penetrating as he looked into her eyes, his tone brooking no argument. "Yin Shan and Brother Jiangua are indeed formidable, but you are my most trusted partner." He paused. "In the face of the increasingly daunting challenges ahead, we must be the strongest combatants. Only then can we lead the entire team to thrive in this world." Upon hearing his words, Lin Shui felt as though she had been struck by a wave of searing warmth. This sense of complete trust made her nose tingle with emotion. No longer hesitating or refusing, she accepted the vial that bore the weight of hope and the promise of the future. Meeting Chun Mo's encouraging gaze, Lin Shui took a deep breath, tilted her snowy neck, and consumed the soft blue liquid in one swift motion. Almost simultaneously, a fierce pain erupted within her body like flames. "Ugh!" Lin Shui let out a muffled groan, her delicate features contorting in agony as her body trembled uncontrollably. This time, it was Chun Mo's turn. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, enveloping Lin Shue's fragile form, rendered especially vulnerable by the excruciating pain, in his warm embrace. Wrapped in familiar warmth and solid strength, Lin Shui clutched Chun Mo's collar tightly, burying her head against his chest, silently enduring the overwhelming waves of pain that engulfed her. Time passed slowly in the midst of torment. As the last remnants of anguish dissipated from Lin Shue's body, she, like Chun Mo, felt an extraordinary surge of revitalizing power. She lifted her head, beads of sweat dampening her hair, with a few rebellious strands clinging to her smooth forehead and cheek, adding an enchanting allure to her beauty. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly, as if stars were twinkling within them. The two exchanged a smile, a silent understanding, and a deeper bond quietly taking root in their hearts. Chapter 42. Firearms and the Mutated Giant Bear, How Do You Feel? Chun Mo's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of amusement as he gazed at Lin Shui. Lin Shui flexed her wrist, sensing the nearly overflowing power within her, her usually cool eyes now shining astonishingly bright. "Never felt better." Chun Mo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as his thoughts delved into the universal recycling mall system. He swiftly browsed through the myriad of products in the LV6 marketplace, ultimately focusing on the new category labeled firearms. 92 type handgun. Price, 300 survival points. 81 type assault rifle. Price, 600 survival points. Double barrel shotgun. Price, 500 survival points. The cold images of the firearms shimmered with a metallic sheen on the virtual panel, and even just looking at them, one could feel their alarming lethality. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo spent 2,400 survival points to purchase two 92 type handguns, two 81 type assault rifles, and a double barrel shotgun. He also expended additional survival points to acquire ample ammunition. The survival points dwindled rapidly, yet Chun Mo's heart felt remarkably secure. In this perilous world, formidable firepower was the fundamental truth of survival. He gathered core combat members, including Wang Jiangwo, Yin Shan, Li Denian, and Su Weiwei, by the side of a small vehicle. When Chun Mo retrieved the newly acquired firearms, glowing faintly from his storage space, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Yin Shan's eyes widened in astonishment, almost popping out of his head, and his mouth gaped as if he could fit a fist inside. My goodness, boss, is this for real? Su Weiwei's expression mirrored disbelief, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock. Wang Jiangwo, a veteran familiar with firearms, stepped forward, carefully picking up an 81 type assault rifle. He expertly examined the gun's body, magazine, and bolt, each movement reflecting the meticulousness of a soldier. After a brief moment, he raised his head, excitement and a hint of inquiry shining in his gaze. Captain, this. Chun Mo passed another 81 type assault rifle to Lin Shui, keeping one of the two 92 type handguns for himself and handing the other to Su Weiwei. He retained the shotgun for personal use. Lin Shui Jiangwo, since you are both familiar with firearms, please take some time to teach everyone the basics of handling and shooting. Chun Mo then turned his attention back to Yin Shan and the others. The firearms remain, to be redistributed once everyone has become familiar with their use. Lin Shui grasped the rifle, feeling its weight. The familiar cold touch caused her gaze to sharpen, instilling a profound confidence that emanated from her very core. As a former police officer, firearms were an extension of her being. Facing the curious yet exhilarated gazes of her companions, Chun Mo maintained his composure as he explained. By sheer fortune, while wandering the trading market last night, I encountered a seller in urgent need of several rare, mutated materials. Coincidentally, he possessed this batch of weapons, which I exchanged for some of the surplus materials we had collected. This explanation was entirely plausible, for the trading market was indeed a realm of wonders, where some fortunate souls could acquire rare resources. Although the group marveled at Chun Mo's good fortune, they did not delve deeper. In this apocalyptic world, the outcome far outweighed the process. The arrival of the firearms acted like a potent stimulant, instantly elevating the team's morale to unprecedented heights. The ominous shadow cast by the colossal mutant beetle from the previous night seemed to dissipate somewhat in the presence of these cold weapons. After a simple breakfast, the convoy set out once more. Today's journey, temperature, 3758. Weather, high heat, a total of 7 days. Terrain, wasteland. Travel advisory. Having endured the first day of searing hell, I trust everyone has adapted well. Strive to survive, poor survivors. The vehicles traveled approximately 100 kilometers, the blazing sun hanging in the sky like a massive fireball, scorching the earth as if it were on the verge of combustion. At that moment, the wristband emitted a notification. Ding. Treasure chest signal detected 500 meters ahead. There's a treasure chest. Yin Shan's voice brimmed with excitement over the team channel. The convoy gradually slowed, advancing towards the source of the signal. Soon, a relatively open area came into view, revealing 6 treasure chests shimmering with a gentle silver light, scattered like discarded gifts upon the sandy roadside. However, 2 massive figures loomed before the chests, causing every heart to race. They were 2 extraordinarily large mutant bears. They dwarfed the mutated bison encountered earlier, their shoulders nearly level with a small truck. Their deep brown fur was tangled and matted, resembling a crude armor of steel needles. Blood-red eyes glinted with a savage and brutal light, and as their powerful limbs struck the ground, the earth trembled slightly beneath them. Their claws, as sharp as daggers, carved deep furrows into the ground with the slightest swipe, leaving no doubt about their terrifying tearing strength. Wang Jiangwo's expression was more serious than ever. Captain, these bears are formidable. Their size and presence far exceed any mutated creatures we've previously encountered. They are likely several times more troublesome than yesterday's mutant bison. Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed on the colossal bears, silently calculating their next move. Prepare for battle. Chun Mo issued the command via the team channel. Lin Shui, Brother Jiangwo, provide long-range fire support. Yin Shan, ready your truck for a charge. Old Li, assist with your bow and arrows. Li Mingyuan, drive the small car skillfully. The rest of you, take the off-road vehicle and maintain a safe distance. We possess firearms, yet we must never let our guard down. A fierce battle looms ominously ahead. The two mutated giant bears have evidently detected the approaching convoy, abruptly halting their leisurely advance. They lift their massive heads, unleashing a thunderous roar capable of shattering eardrums. Subsequently, they stride forth with a weighty gait, akin to two swiftly moving mountains, charging violently towards the convoy with an overwhelming force. The ground trembles fiercely beneath their thunderous rush. Open fire, Chen Mo commanded. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Lin Shui and Wang Jingwo, aboard the small vehicle, were the first to unleash their fury with their Type 81 automatic rifles. Twin tongues of flame erupted, and a flurry of bullets accurately struck the rampaging bears. Thud, thud, thud. The projectiles pierced through the bear's thick fur, producing splashes of dark crimson blood, revealing glimpses of shredded flesh. However, the bear's hide and muscle were far more formidable than anticipated, though the bullets inflicted damage. They were akin to raindrops in the ocean, failing to halt their thunderous charge. They merely responded with even more furious roars, their speed undeterred. One bear, bellowing fiercely, fixed its blood-red gaze upon the small truck driven by Yin Shan at the forefront. Come on, beast. Yin Shan was stirred by a surge of ferocity, roaring as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Chapter 43. Plans for the vehicle shower room. The small truck's engine emitted a beastly growl, surging forward like an enraged steel rhinoceros, boldly confronting the giant bear. Boom! A cataclysmic crash echoed through the air as the truck collided with the mutated bear. The tremendous impact caused the reinforced front of the truck to crumple and deform instantly, the sound of twisting steel grating on the ears. The bear was momentarily staggered by this brutish force, retreating several steps. Yet, it merely shook its colossal head and unleashed an even more violent roar, its gigantic paw descending upon the small truck with the force of a tempest. Clang! Another deafening sound reverberated. The reinforced windows of the vehicle immediately splintered into a spiderweb of cracks. Though they did not shatter instantly, the entire vehicle shook violently, nearly toppling over from the sheer force of the bear's terrifying strike. Yin Shan gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. Aim for the eyes and heart. Chen Mo's calm voice echoed through the channel. He too drew his pistol, utilizing his genetically enhanced reflexes to fire rapidly. The bullets flew with precision, targeting the bear's heads and chests, their relatively vulnerable areas. Inside the vehicle, the elderly Danayan maintained a steady demeanor, his composite bow drawn taut, like the crescent moon. Each specially crafted steel arrow whistled through the air, accurately striking the bear's abdomen and groin, areas with comparatively weaker defenses. Roar! Under the nearly frenzied barrage from Lin Shui and Wang Jingwo, one of the giant bears suffered multiple hits to its left eye, which erupted in a cloud of blood. It emitted an anguished wail, its colossal body seemingly drained of all strength, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. It convulsed a few times before lying utterly still. A howl of despair echoed. The remaining giant bear, witnessing the fall of its companion, descended into a frenzied state. It abandoned its struggle with the truck and let out an even more mournful roar, recklessly altering its course, its massive form charging directly toward the small car driven by Li Mingyuan. There, the crowd was densest. Not good. Wang Jingwo shouted through the channel. Yin Shan, strike its side. Block it. Yin Shan, blinded by fury, paid no heed to the severely damaged truck. With a fierce roar, he yanked the steering wheel, maneuvering the precarious vehicle to slam into the flank of the rampaging giant bear. Though the force was not as potent as a head-on collision, it successfully impeded the bear's momentum, causing its enormous body to stumble, bringing it perilously close to the small car. Now, Wang Jingwo and Lin Shui simultaneously aimed their firearms at the bear's remaining eye and vulnerable head, unleashing the remaining bullets from their magazines in a rapid barrage. Chen Mo also drew his double-barreled shotgun and began firing. The distance was perfect to unleash the full might of the shotgun. The rapid gunfire rained upon the bear's head, blood spraying in all directions. The enraged giant bear emitted a mournful cry of defiance. Its charge abruptly halted. Its massive form collapsed less than 10 meters in front of the small car, crashing to the ground and swiftly succumbing to death. After the fierce battle, the two terrifying mutated bears finally lay in a pool of blood. Silence enveloped the convoy, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers. The front of Yinshan's truck was nearly obliterated, the cabin severely contorted. Yet, he simply wiped the sweat from his brow, flashed a grin that revealed a set of white teeth, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. The power of firearms had been vividly demonstrated at that moment. Without this arsenal, confronting such formidable mutated bears would have been far less manageable. Chen Mo stepped forward to dismember the carcasses of the two bears. Acquired. Premium mutated bear meat X 50 units. Acquired. Mutated bear claws X4. Acquired. Resilient bear hides x 10 units. Acquired. Level 2 crystal cores x 2. Upon seeing the words level 2 crystal cores, Chun Mo's eyes brightened with excitement. These were indeed treasures. Level 1 crystal cores already had significant utility, let alone level 2. The group approached the 6 silver treasure chests, radiating an alluring glow, filled with anticipation. Chun Mo opened them in sequence. Acquired. Survival points x 300. Acquired. Medical kits x 5. Acquired. Gasoline x 200L. Acquired. Binoculars x 2. Acquired. Basic healing potions x 4. The first 5 chests yielded modest, yet practical supplies. As Chun Mo opened the 6th and final silver treasure chest, a blueprint shimmering with a gentle blue glow lay quietly at the bottom. Integrated bathroom module construction blueprint. A bathroom. It is a blueprint for a bathroom. My goodness. Su Weiwei was the first to discern the words on the blueprint, nearly exclaiming in excitement, her face alight with joy. In this sweltering heat, where temperatures often soared to 50 or 60 degrees, the prospect of taking a bath felt like a heavenly indulgence amidst the daily discomfort of sweat. However, after the initial elation, reality set in, and everyone was reminded of a pressing concern. Water resources were exceedingly precious. Every drop was a matter of life and death. How could there be enough water for bathing? The earlier excitement was momentarily dampened. Chun Mo picked up the blueprint and carefully examined the instructions. Moments later, a smile crept across his face as he revealed the details of the blueprint to the group. Integrated bathroom module construction blueprint. Required materials. Small water tank x1. Micro water pump x1. Heating pipeline x 10 meters. Waterproof board x 20. Glass x 20. Survival points x 500. Effect. Install an integrated bathroom module on the vehicle, providing hot water for showers. Special attribute. This module is equipped with an air moisture collector, capable of automatically condensing and collecting 50 liters of water from the air daily. The revelation of this special attribute left everyone astounded, erupting into even more fervent cheers than before. My heavens, this is truly a miraculous invention. Yinshan rubbed his hands together in excitement. Wonderful. We can take showers from now on. The female members, including Li Li and Shun Wanqing, were especially overjoyed. Maintaining personal hygiene held significant meaning for them. Observing the smiles on everyone's faces, Chun Mo felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. He checked the required materials. Many were already in his possession, and the remaining items could easily be purchased at the trading post. He resolved to prioritize the installation of this bathroom module in Ming Yuan's minivan. The minivan offered the most space and would facilitate shared use among everyone. There were no objections from the group. With this mobile bathroom, future days would brim with anticipation and comfort. Chapter 44. A cry for help from the gas station with a thought. Chun Mo expended 500 survival points along with the necessary materials. Please select a construction location. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the semi-transparent panel before him. The three-dimensional model of Li Mingyuan's minivan hovered silently in the air. He extended his finger, deftly maneuvering on the virtual touchscreen. The three-dimensional model responded to his thoughts, occasionally enlarging and rotating. His finger glided over the model as he meticulously compared various potential installation points. Right here, Chun Mo quickly made a judgment in his mind. His slender finger precisely tapped the rear section of the three-dimensional model. Integrated bathroom module construction in progress. Construction completed. The system notification echoed in Chun Mo's mind. At the rear of the minivan, an area that had been vacant moments ago shimmered with a soft glow. In just a few seconds, the radiance dissipated. A compact structure, seamlessly integrated and matching the vehicle's exterior color, suddenly appeared before the onlookers, as if it had always been a part of the automobile. Li Mingyuan, a skilled carpenter and mason, was left astounded. He approached briskly, knocking on the pristine module's outer shell and examining the joints meticulously. Such craftsmanship is truly remarkable, he murmured, his face reflecting disbelief. Chun Mo opened the small door to the bathroom. The space, though modest, was thoughtfully arranged and equipped with all necessities. On the left was the shower head and a temperature control valve, while the right featured a petite sink, topped with a clear mirror. The floor was adorned with gray non-slip mats. The walls were clad in milky white waterproof panels, and a small LED light illuminated the ceiling. My goodness, it truly is a bathroom. Su Weiwei was the first to exclaim, her eyes wide with astonishment as she tugged at Shen Wanqing's arm, nearly bouncing with excitement. Look, Auntie, there's a shower head and a mirror. Yinshan leaned in curiously, his head peering over. Chun Mo stepped into the bathroom, carefully inspecting the inconspicuous air moisture collector installed in the corner. The device had begun to hum softly, its indicator light glowing a gentle green. The air moisture collector is operational, Chun Mo remarked calmly as he exited the bathroom. According to the schematic, this collector can automatically condense and gather 50 liters of water from the air daily. It requires time to accumulate moisture, so immediate use is not feasible. Let us take a moment to rest and check our vehicles and gear. We must prepare to continue our journey. Although anticipation for the new bathroom was palpable, everyone understood the urgency of their mission. The convoy soon set off once more. However, it was not long before the road ahead grew complicated. The once singular asphalt road branched into several dusty paths, resembling tributaries of a parched river converging onto the main route. Chun Imo frowned. This development was not promising. With an increase in numbers comes an escalation in disputes, and the competition for resources would become more fierce and ruthless. As he drove, he distractedly monitored the regional channel. Area Channel 10001, current population 96,980. It's sweltering. When will this infernal weather end? Does anyone know how to cool down? Who has extra food? I'll trade a rusty dagger for it. I just need something to eat. Below was an image of a dagger, its blade riddled with nicks. Is there a seasoned player willing to guide me? I can do anything, except fight. For sale, a beautifully unique stone, a splendid ornament, trading for 200 milliliters of water. Chun Mo's lips twitched slightly in response. There was no useful information to be found. He intended to turn off the channel and revisit it later. Just then, the regional channel was suddenly flooded with a heart-wrenching, tearful cry for help, drowning out all other messages. Help! Is anyone there? Please save us. We're trapped at a gas station resource point. Zombies. There are so many zombies. Someone please help us. The fuel at the gas station, along with the supplies in the convenience store, are all of no concern to us. Our sole desire is to survive. The voice was piercing and filled with despair, brimming with helpless terror, as though darkness would consume them in the next moment. The one calling for help seemed on the brink of collapse, repeatedly emphasizing the vast reserves of fuel at the gas station, claiming there were at least several thousand liters, with the attached small supermarket stock virtually untouched. Several thousand liters of fuel. This figure detonated like a bomb in the regional channel, sparking a tumultuous uproar. In this apocalyptic world of road survival, the implications of such a quantity of gasoline are self-evident. It could sustain a convoy for an extended period. For a moment, the previously cacophonous flow of information in the regional channel came to a halt, only to erupt into even more intense discussions. Wow, several thousand liters of fuel? Is that for real? A gas station? This guy can't be serious, can he? Fortune favors the bold. With several thousand liters, we could be free from gasoline worries for a while. The allure of supplies is lethal, yet the accompanying risks are equally formidable. Chun Imo observed the chat channel flooding with messages, his gaze calm. He turned off the regional channel and chose not to dwell on it further. After all, in this vast world of road survival, the likelihood of encountering such a situation is minuscule. The vehicle continued onward for about 7 or 8 minutes. Just as Chun Imo prepared to check the distance to the next treasure chest, a familiar red sign materialized on the horizon. It was the outline of a gas station. Lin Shui clearly noticed it as well and immediately raised her binoculars to survey the scene. Chun Imo, it's a gas station. Judging by its appearance and the surrounding environment, it should be the one from the regional channel's distress call. Chun Imo raised an eyebrow slightly at this coincidence. What are the odds? The team's fuel reserves had recently dwindled significantly, though they had consistently traded for gasoline. But who would ever complain about having more? Yinshan's small truck was a notorious fuel guzzler. Despite its impressive battle record, its consumption was indeed staggering. All vehicles utilized gasoline, which is a characteristic of this survival world. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Imo realized they now possessed firearms. He and Lin Shui had also injected gene-enhancing serums. The team's overall strength had experienced a qualitative leap. Perhaps it was worth the risk to investigate. Moreover, the layout of the gas station was straightforward. Unlike the village they had encountered earlier. Stay vigilant, reduce speed, Chun Imo instructed after a brief pause. Let us proceed to assess the situation. Remember, reconnaissance first, safety paramount. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Understood, came the unified response from the team channel. The convoy swiftly rearranged into a combat formation. Yinshan's modified small truck led the front, serving as both a pathfinder and a shield. The 4 vehicles advanced cautiously towards the gas station at a slow, yet steady pace. As they drew nearer, a faint scent of blood began to permeate the air, mingling with the nauseating stench of decay characteristic of zombies. When they were approximately 300 meters from the gas station, Lin Shui, through her binoculars, could clearly discern the grim scene within. The situation was dire. Lin Shui's voice trembled with a hint of suppressed horror. Within and around the gas station, there were at least hundreds of zombies. They were everywhere. 3 vehicles lay overturned at the convenience store entrance of the gas station, each seemingly reinforced. A small van, an SUV, and a sedan were all caught in this dire predicament. The sheer number of zombies was astonishing. Chun Imo raised his binoculars, and through his lens, the gas station appeared as a colossal anthill, teeming with a multitude of zombies, each exhibiting a grotesque variety and exuding a sense of despairing decay. The three overturned vehicles resembled fragile boats amid a tumultuous sea, encircled by a relentless tide of the undead. One could discern shadows moving within the vehicles. Occasionally, sporadic crossbow bolts or rudimentary weapons protruded through the windows, offering a futile and desperate resistance. Among them, the sedan was in the most perilous state. One of its rear windows appeared shattered, with several zombies frantically reaching inside with their decayed arms. Faint screams of terror and the sounds of impact could be heard emanating from within. Just then, the voice of the trapped individual crackled through the regional channel. More hoarse and urgent than before. We are 3 vehicles. A silver gray van, a black SUV, and a white sedan. The sedan can't hold on much longer. The window is broken. Help us. They are coming in. Ah! The chilling scream, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking, echoed through the channel before abruptly cutting off. It was evident that those inside the sedan faced a grim fate. The description of the distressed individuals matched perfectly with what Chen Mo and the others had observed through their binoculars, confirming their identities. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the multitude of fuel pumps scattered throughout the gas station. Everyone, pay attention. His voice was resolute. During this operation, no firearms within the gas station. Rely primarily on bows, crossbows, and melee weapons. The use of firearms in such a location could ignite the fuel tanks, leading to catastrophic consequences. We would all be blown to pieces. He inhaled deeply, his mind racing as he swiftly formulated a preliminary battle plan. Yinshan, your truck and small passenger vehicle will serve as the main assault force and distraction. Charge from the front and clear a path to the convenience store, attempting to rescue any survivors still alive in those 2 vehicles. All non-combatants should board the SUV and wait in a safe area. Combat personnel will be in the small passenger vehicle. Lin Shui, you and I will take to the roof, responsible for precise elimination of high-threat targets. Grandpa Li, your bow will provide long-range suppression. Others, fire arrows freely, but do not open the windows too wide. Stay vigilant and be ready for close combat at all times. Understood. Acknowledged. The responses echoed in the team channel, laced with a mix of suppressed excitement and tension. As the plan was issued, the convoy sprang into action. Yinshan grinned widely, his large hands gripping the steering wheel firmly. He drove the small truck ahead, the engine growling deeply. With an indomitable momentum, they charged fiercely towards the densely packed throng of corpses at the gas station. The few zombies at the forefront had no time to react before the reinforced front of the small truck collided with them, shattering bones and muscles, sending them flying like rag dolls, and instantly reducing them to a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact rang incessantly, as the small truck cleaved a gruesome path through the viscous horde, akin to a searing plow cutting through the soil. Li Mingyuan drove closely behind, with Chen Mo and Lin Shui already positioned atop the vehicle. Lin Shui, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuded a spirited elegance. As she tautly drew back the string of her compound crossbow, her icy gaze fixated on the zombies surging from either side of the truck. Whoosh! The bolt flew through the air, striking true into the skull of a zombie, halting its forward lunge, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Mo, similarly armed with a compound crossbow, targeted the heads and necks of the undead with deadly precision. Elderly Da, from within the car, pulled back the string of his compound bow through the open window, releasing arrows that whistled as they dispatched the zombies scattered by the reckless truck. The roar of the engines, the howls of the undead, and the scent of fresh blood ignited the horde at the gas station like sparks thrown into boiling oil. Countless zombies were drawn in, abandoning their assault on the 2 trapped vehicles, and, like sharks sensing blood, they surged madly towards Chen Mo and his companions. Roar! The relentless horde pressed forward, undeterred by death. Their sharp claws and decaying teeth clawed and gnawed at the bodies of the small truck and the passenger vehicle, producing a jarring, grating sound that grated on the nerves. Soon, the reinforced exteriors were marred with grotesque claw marks and dark stains of blood. After a fierce clash and precise shooting, many of the zombies at the perimeter of the gas station had been cleared away. The vehicles trapped at the convenience store's entrance felt an immediate reduction in pressure. The occupants seemed to glimpse hope, their previously sporadic resistance becoming more vigorous as they began to cooperate in counterattacks. Everything appeared to be progressing towards a favorable outcome. However, at that moment, a roar erupted, a sound starkly different from the usual moans of the undead, filled with brutality and an overwhelming sense of power. Suddenly bellowing from behind the wreckage of an overturned black SUV, an unsettling wave of pressure swept across the battlefield, akin to an invisible tsunami. Shinmo's internal alarm bells rang loudly. In the next instant, a creature far larger than an ordinary zombie, towering over 2 meters, with skin of an eerie bluish-black hue and muscles resembling twisted roots, burst forth from the remnants of the SUV. Its arms were exceptionally robust, its nails as dark as ink, glinting ominously. This abomination ignored the onslaught of the small truck and fixated its blood-red eyes on the passenger vehicle driven by Li Mingyuan. Thud, thud, thud. It advanced with heavy steps, moving with astonishing speed, akin to an out-of-control heavy tank, barreling straight towards the small car. The sluggish, ordinary zombies along the way were easily sent flying, as if made of paper, by the onslaught before them. This is bad. It's a mutant. Chun Mo's voice carried a hint of gravity. The strength and speed of this mutant far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Li Mingyuan, reverse. Withdraw from the gas station area at full speed. Chun Mo decisively commanded, his voice booming through the channel. Prepare your firearms. Quickly. At this critical juncture, Li Mingyuan abruptly swerved the steering wheel. The tires of the small car screeched against the gravel-strewn, blood-soaked ground. With a perilous angle, the vehicle narrowly evaded the thunderous assault of the mutant zombie. The mutant's razor-sharp claws grazed the car's body, leaving deep gashes that nearly revealed bone on the reinforced steel plates. Roar. With a missed strike, the mutant let out an even more furious roar. Its massive form spun on the ground and relentlessly pursued the small car as it attempted to escape the gas station. Its speed was astonishing, the heavy footsteps echoing like a death knell, growing ever closer. Jiangua, cover us. Chun Mo shouted fiercely. Several arrows whistled from within the car, aimed at the mutant to hinder its advance. However, the crossbow bolts merely embedded shallowly into its dark, tough hide, like a mere tickle, failing to impede it in the slightest. Damn it, this beast has skin too thick. Wang Zhengwo cursed angrily, just as the small car was about to break free from the gas station's confines. Chapter 46. Slaying the mutant zombie. The mutant's disproportionately thick legs propelled it forcefully against the ground. The earth cracked instantly. Its massive body soared like a cannonball, leaping over a distance of several meters to crash down on the rear of the small car. Watch out. Chun Mo's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted urgently. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. The rear of the small car was struck as if by a battering ram, collapsing inward with a metallic distortion that sent shivers down the spine. The entire vehicle jolted violently, throwing its occupants haphazardly within. Fortunately, Li Mingyuan reacted swiftly. As the mutant crashed down, he firmly gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine wailed at its limits. The tires screeched against the ground, creating a cloud of acrid smoke as he dragged the deformed rear of the car, bursting forth from the gas station onto the relatively open asphalt road. Fire. Chun Mo's voice was cold and resolute. Almost simultaneously, Chun Mo, Lin Shui, and Wang Zhengwo unleashed a furious barrage from their 81-style automatic rifles and 92-style pistols. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bang. 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 A dense volley of gunfire wove a deadly net, raining down upon the mutant that clung tightly to the car's rear. The bullets poured down like a torrential storm, instantly erupting into a swirling cloud of dark red and deep green blood mist. The resilient skin was torn asunder, revealing the sinewy muscles and stark, white bones beneath. A howl of agony erupted from the mutated zombie, igniting a furious rage within it. It emitted a more chilling and ferocious roar, its crimson eyes fixated on the occupants within the vehicle, glimmering with a frenzied thirst for blood. Rather than relinquishing its grip, it clawed with a ferocity akin to that of steel hooks, desperately attempting to ascend to the roof of the car. The sound of metal tearing, grating, and jarring sent shivers down the spine. Li Mingyuan, at the helm of the small passenger car, dared not swerve to rid himself of the mutated zombie, fearing that Chun Mo and Lin Shui atop the roof might be thrown off. Yet, the strength of this aberration was astonishing, no matter how tumultuous the ride became. It clung on tenaciously. Chun Mo understood the necessity of preventing the mutated zombie from reaching the roof. Firmly grasping the metal edge of the luggage rack with one hand, he held tightly onto his shotgun with the other, lowering his body and inching towards the rear of the vehicle. Each movement required utmost caution, as he contended with the violent jolting caused by the car's high speed and damage. Sweat beaded on his brow, only to be whisked away by the fierce winds. At last, he reached the rear of the small car. Almost simultaneously, the mutated zombie, clinging to the back, seemed to sense Chun Mo's approach. It abruptly lifted its grotesquely contorted head, its bloodshot eyes, streaked with rage, locked onto Chun Mo's calm and profound black gaze, mere inches apart. The proximity was alarming. Close enough for Chun Mo to discern the remnants of unknown flesh caught between its beast-like fangs. A guttural, savage roar emanated from the depths of the mutated zombie's throat. A colossal claw, thicker than a man's thigh and shrouded in dark, calloused skin, sliced through the air with a razor-sharp gust, lunging upwards with lightning speed. In a split second, Chun Mo's body erupted with a reaction speed and coordination that surpassed that of an ordinary man. Almost instinctively, he leaned back sharply. The massive claw, slick with foul liquid and sharp talons, narrowly missed him, slicing through his line of sight. A rush of relief flooded Chun Mo's senses. Were it not for the significant enhancement to his physique granted by the first-tier genetic strengthening agent, that single strike would have surely felled him. Without allowing the mutated zombie a moment to retract its failed strike, Chun Mo's waist surged with power as he propelled his body forward. The twin-barreled shotgun in his hands was unwaveringly aimed at the zombie's head, now mere inches away. Boom! The deafening gunshot reverberated. Countless tiny steel pellets, propelled by gunpowder, mercilessly struck the mutated zombie's face at point-blank range. Its head was as if struck by an invisible hammer, half of its cheek and eye socket exploding in an eruption of dark red blood and pale bone fragments. The mutated zombie emitted a wail unlike any sound produced by a living creature, a shriek laced with the utmost despair. It clung fiercely to the rear of the small passenger car, its claws tightening in response to the excruciating pain. The robust, thickened steel plate exhibited noticeable indentations and distortions under its terrifying grip. Yet, even after enduring such a lethal blow, it astonishingly did not perish immediately. That relatively intact single eye remained fixed, filled with resentment, glaring at Chun Mo, who stood mere feet away. Its massive maw, partially obliterated, gaped wide as if it still yearned to make a final counterattack. Farewell. Chun Mo's lips barely moved, whispering two faint words. Boom. Another shotgun blast echoed. The entire head of the mutated zombie exploded with a dull thud. The creature emitted several unintelligible gasps, its claws loosening their grip on the vehicle's roof. Its massive, weighty form lost its support and, like a tattered sack, tumbled from the rear of the small car, crashing heavily onto the hard asphalt, rolling several times before finally lying still. Inside the vehicle, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, broken only by their labored breathing. Li Mingyuan came to a halt. Is it over? Lin Shui's voice resonated from behind. Chun Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood alert atop the car, observing the lifeless mutated zombie nearby, ensuring it had truly met its end. It is over, he exhaled a breath of relief. They would return to the gas station to clear away the remaining zombies. In the absence of the mutated ones, the ordinary zombies were swiftly dealt with. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and gunpowder. Once the battle had completely subsided, Chun Mo's gaze fell upon the two vehicles still trapped at the convenience store's entrance, a silver-gray van and a black SUV. The previously pristine white sedan had now been utterly deformed, its windows shattered, dark red blood seeping from the door seams, congealing into a grotesque pattern upon the sandy ground. Approaching the white sedan, the sight within tightened his brow. A man and a woman lay curled on their seats, devoid of life. Their bodies were gruesomely mutilated, their deaths harrowing. Clearly, after their final screams for help, they had not awaited rescue and had been mercilessly devoured by the zombies that breached the window. The female members of the team, witnessing this scene, instinctively turned away, their faces paling. An atmosphere of oppression began to spread. Just then, the door of the silver-gray van creaked open slightly. Following this, a middle-aged woman, pale and disheveled, emerged unsteadily from the vehicle, her face etched with terror and bewilderment. Her legs trembled, and she nearly fell upon standing, only to be steadied by a nearby middle-aged man. Two more individuals climbed out of the SUV, a man and a woman, appearing in somewhat better condition. They surveyed the remains of the zombies scattered around and glanced at the grisly fate of their companions in the white sedan, a wave of emotions washing over them. There were 4 survivors in total. Chapter 47, The Test of Humanity and Unexpected Gains. Among these survivors, the leader was a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, named Zhang Feng. He was accompanied by a girl in her early 20s, his sister Zhang Lan. The other 2 were a couple in their 30s. The man named Ma Chong and the woman Lu Yan. They had been in a silver-gray van. Thank you. We are so grateful. Zhang Feng supported his sister, his face smeared with dirt and blood, yet his eyes radiated a sincere gratitude. He hastily approached Chun Mo, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have surely met our end here. Zhang Lan's eyes were also red, nodding repeatedly, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you for saving us. The couple, Ma Chong and Lu Yan, appeared somewhat shaken, especially Lu Yan, who gazed at the remnants of zombies scattered around and the cold bodies of their companions, her expression complex, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Chun Mo nodded, signaling Wang Jiangwo and Yin Shan to assist. Together, they swiftly righted the overturned SUV and the small van. Both vehicles were severely damaged, their bodies marred by dents and claw marks, with several shattered windows. The small van, in particular, appeared to be on the verge of collapse, its doors slightly deformed. As previously agreed in the regional channel, all supplies at this gas station belong to you. Zhang Feng spoke earnestly once more, his tone resolute. We do not want anything. We only wish to survive. Chun Mo glanced at him but remained silent. At that moment, Lu Yan, who had been quiet, began to survey the entrance of the small supermarket attached to the gas station. Upon catching a glimpse of the shelves and piled supplies inside, her eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. She abruptly lifted her head and exclaimed in a sharp voice, "Why should everything go to them? We have also lost people for this resource point and have endured for so long. We must at least have a share of these supplies." Her words instantly altered the atmosphere, making it somewhat tense. Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He turned sharply to look at Lu Yan, fury blazing in his eyes. "Lu Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? How do we plead for help? It was you who said that if someone came to save us, all the supplies would go to them. Now that they have saved us, you wish to go back on your word?" His chest heaved with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Yan. "One must not be so ungrateful. If it weren't for them, we would have long been fodder for those zombies." He then turned to Ma Chong, raising his voice. "Ma Chong, is what your wife said even remotely reasonable? Speak up." Ma Chong flinched at his outburst, but under Lu Yan's fierce glare, he meekly murmured, "Feng Ge, we shouldn't say it like that. Everyone is having a hard time. We indeed." Zhang Feng, enraged by Ma Chong's timidity, nearly choked on his breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at him. "Hard time? Who the hell is having it easy?" Seeing her husband siding with Zhang Feng only fueled Lu Yan's anger further, and she stood with her hands on her hips, shouting, "We lost 2 companions. Why should they reap all the benefits? If we hadn't drawn most of the zombies, could they have entered so easily? I perceive that they have astutely timed their actions, waiting until we are on the brink of desperation before seizing the opportunity to acquire what is readily available at a bargain." As she spoke, her agitation intensified, her words laced with venom, resembling a tempestuous shrew, devoid of any semblance of the relief one might expect after surviving a calamity. Chun Mo observed this farce with detached amusement, feeling a sense of resignation towards the blatant malevolence of human nature that the apocalypse had unveiled, and oddly, a desire to laugh. Indeed, as the saying goes, kindness begets gratitude, while ingratitude breeds animosity. "Have you finished your bickering?" A chilling voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yan's tirade. The crowd turned towards the sound, only to find Chun Mo had approached, brandishing a dark 92-style pistol, its muzzle slightly lowered. Yet, the ominous barrel exuded a disquieting chill. He did not raise the weapon. Instead, he merely disengaged the safety. Click! The soft metallic sound resonated sharply within the stillness of the gas station. Lu Yan's vitriol ceased abruptly, as if her throat had been constricted. She gazed at the cold, metallic gleam of the firearm in Chun Mo's grasp, her earlier bravado evaporating, leaving her pallid and trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to even draw a breath. Ma Chong's legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. His eyes filled with terror as they met Chun Mo's unyielding gaze. The silent intimidation proved far more potent than any vehement rhetoric. Zhang Feng, witnessing the scene unfold, experienced a flicker of satisfaction, quickly overshadowed by profound disappointment. Taking a deep breath, he coldly addressed Ma Chong and Lu Yan. "From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. You shall take your path, and we shall tread ours. Do not let me see you again." With that, he turned away, not sparing the couple another glance, and directed his attention to Chun Mo and Zhang Lan. "Brother Chun Mo, Lan Lan, let us depart." Under Chun Mo's icy scrutiny, Ma Chong and Lu Yan hurriedly scrambled into their battered van, igniting the engine in a panic, fleeing without daring to glance back at the surrounding supplies. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and his sister drove away in their similarly damaged off-road vehicle. Before leaving, Zhang Feng approached Chun Mo, his expression rife with remorse. "Brother Chun Mo, I truly apologize for the spectacle you witnessed. Here is my friend ID. If you ever require assistance, I assure you I will be at your service." Chun Mo nodded in acknowledgement, adding him as a friend. As he watched Zhang Feng and his sister vanish into the distance, he refrained from calling them back. "All right, let us clear the battlefield and gather the supplies," Chun Mo declared, holstering his pistol. Following the absurdity of the earlier confrontation, the promise of abundant spoils revitalized the team's spirit. The gas station's oil tank yielded a staggering 5,000 liters of gasoline. Chun Mo exchanged a considerable number of empty oil barrels at the trading post, meticulously storing this precious fuel within his inventory. The adjacent small supermarket resembled a treasure trove, containing 6 cases of bottled water, 5 cases of energy drinks, 4 cases of various sodas, and an additional 5 cases of juice. On the shelves, an exquisite array of snacks, including biscuits, chips, chocolates, and candies, piled high like a mountain. In a corner, several bags of vacuum-sealed rice and a few boxes of cooking oil were discovered, alongside substantial packages of toilet paper and feminine hygiene products. Without hesitation, Chun Mo collected all the useful supplies. He then approached the battered white sedan, extending his hand to probe its condition. Chapter 48, The Farce of the Regional Channel, Damaged White Sedan, Status, Severely Damaged, Bindable, Drivable, a vehicle with 2 sole rings, reparable and equipped with air conditioning. Maximum speed, 100 kilometers h, a rather ordinary pace. Fuel consumption, 7 liters per 100 kilometers, not excessively fuel-consuming. Durability, 11120, despite its intact structure. Its value was questionable. The soul rings were enticing nonetheless. Recyclable, value, 1,800 survival points. Let us keep it for now, Chun Imo sighed. In this apocalyptic world, the significance of soul rings was negligible. He would find time to repair it later and organize his resources. Vehicles that were not bound could be stored in the storage space, as long as they fit. He placed the sedan into the system's warehouse, where the LV6 mall system storage capacity had reached 60 cubic meters. Next, Chun Imo meticulously scoured every recoverable resource. The damaged shelves, along with scattered metal parts on the ground, were all collected into the system's warehouse, awaiting reclamation and conversion into tangible survival points. Recycling, metal shelf X3, gained 24 survival points. Recycling, damage counter, gained 5 survival points. Recycling, broken bumper, gained 8 survival points. A series of system notifications echoed in Chun Mo's mind. His survival point balance soared rapidly, soon surpassing 30,000. After thoroughly scavenging every fragment at the gas station that could be converted into survival points, his gaze shifted towards the grotesque body of a mutated zombie lying not far away. This creature was substantial, exhibiting strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary zombies during their previous confrontation. He was curious about what valuable materials could be extracted from it. Chun Imo strode closer. The air still thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder and the metallic aroma of blood from the recent battle. Standing beside the enormous, twisted corpse of the mutated zombie, he silently commanded, "System, decompose." A faint, ethereal glow swept from the hand ring on his palm over the mutated zombie's remains. Decomposition of mutated zombie, elite level, successful. Gained, contaminated tissue sample X3. Gained, damaged claw X2. Gained, level 1 crystal core X1. Upon reading the last line of notifications on the system panel, Chun Imo paused momentarily. A level 1 crystal core. Just one. He did not disdain the level 1 crystal core. Rather, it was the insignificance of the reward from this elite-level mutated zombie, which had previously caused them considerable trouble. After an intense battle, involving both gunfire and close combat, only this small crystal core was yielded. Chun Imo recalled the 2 mutated giant bears from not long ago. Both formidable mutated creatures generously contributed 2 secondary crystal cores. In contrast, the elite creature before him seemed somewhat overrated, merely a meager addition. With such thoughts, he stowed the crystal core into his storage space. At the gas station, a wave of exhilaration swept through the group. "Boss, we've truly struck it rich," Yinshan exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits as he rubbed his hands together in excitement at the mountain of supplies before them. Li and Shun Wanqing, along with the other female members, busily counted various everyday items, their faces radiating satisfaction. Even the usually composed elderly Danayan bore a hint of a smile. The bountiful haul left the team members in high spirits. After Chun Imo finished tallying the supplies, he glanced at the system panel displaying a significant increase in survival points, which also brightened his mood. Nevertheless, he maintained his characteristic calmness and reminded everyone, the more abundant the resources, the greater the peril that often accompanies them. We must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the group subdued their smiles and nodded solemnly in agreement. Once the convoy had regrouped, they resumed their journey. Before long, Su Weiwei suddenly exclaimed through the team channel, "Chun Imo, quickly check the regional channel." Chun Imo opened the regional channel, his brow furrowing slightly. To his dismay, he saw that Ma Chong and Lu Yin, the couple, were frantically posting, twisting the truth and falsely accusing Chun Mo's team of seizing their resources. They even claimed that they had watched their companions perish at the hands of zombies without offering assistance. Lu Yin lamented in a victimized tone, alleging that Chun Imo had threatened her with a gun to surrender all their belongings, painting Chun Mo's team as a band of ruthless marauders. Such allegations immediately attracted sympathy and agreement from some oblivious survivors. "No way. Is this true? Chun Mo's team is far too arrogant. Damn it. I despise those who take advantage of others in distress. Chun Imo, is it? I'll remember that name. I'll steer clear of him in the future." At that moment, another ID chimed in on the channel. It was Zhang Feng. "Ma Chong, Lu Yen, do you have no shame? Who was it that saved you when you were about to be overwhelmed by zombies? Who helped you right your overturned vehicle? What did you say when you called for help? Now you turn around and slander your savior. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Zhang Lan quickly followed up with her own remarks. "What my brother said is true. Chun Mo's team saved all of us. It was Ma Chong and Lu Yin who were greedy and tried to backtrack. They were frightened off by Chun Mo's gun. And now they dare to distort the truth. How shameless." The siblings' intervention struck Ma Chong and Lu Yin like 2 resounding slaps across the face. The tide of conversation in the regional channel shifted dramatically. "Wow, Is there such a twist? I thought so. Any team capable of facing off against so many zombies and defeating mutated creatures wouldn't covet those meager scraps. Support Zhang Feng and his sister. That couple is clearly up to no good. They're nothing but farmers and snakes. Such ungrateful wretches are truly unworthy of life. I propose we disclose their vehicle information and unite in our resistance. Am I the only one who has noticed the hidden weaponry in their possession? Goodness. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. The esteemed Chinemo is truly impressive. Oh, how I wish to be guided by his expertise. I earnestly seek a friendship with such a remarkable individual. The same goes for you. Chinemo, I implore you to lead me. The kindness of this great man is remarkable. He did not resort to violence against them. In a moment, the regional channel erupted with indignation, vehemently condemning the shameless actions of Ma Chong and Lu Yan. Many others expressed their desire to join Shinmo's team. The couple was subjected to scathing rebukes, quickly retreating into the shadows, thoroughly embarrassed. Shun Imo merely glanced at the scene before shutting off the regional channel, his expression remaining stoic. Such petty clowns do not even warrant his ire. However, the others in the team were filled with righteous fury. I am furious. These two ingrates. Should I cross their path again, I shall crush their wretched vehicle. Yin Shan exclaimed, his voice rising. Wang Jingwo also furrowed his brow, recognizing the contemptible nature of such individuals. Lin Shui regarded Chun Mo's calm profile and softly remarked, your decision to save lives was indeed correct. It is merely the unpredictability of human nature that is disheartening. After a brief pause, she added in a composed tone, should we encounter them seeking help again, we may choose to disregard them or perhaps deliver a final shot. Chun Mo, taken aback, turned to Lin Shui, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, have you not always been the epitome of righteousness? When did the indignant officer Lin learn to deliver a final shot? Lin Shui met his inquisitive gaze, her usually cold eyes now sparkling with mirth. Her voice, though gentle, carried a note of resolve. People can change. I am merely adapting to this post-apocalyptic world. My sense of justice also requires sufficient strength to protect those we wish to safeguard. Chapter 49, Upgraded Vehicle as Night Deepened. Chun Mo directed the convoy off the main road, halting at a relatively concealed dune sheltered from the wind. We shall rest here for the night. Inside Li Mingyuan's small vehicle, the aroma of dinner soon permeated the air. Having just endured a fierce battle and amassed a considerable amount of supplies, particularly the blueprint for the vehicle's shower, the team's atmosphere was notably buoyant. Marvelous. At last, we can take a shower. Su Weiwei exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with hot pot meatballs, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the newly installed shower at the back of the vehicle, as if she could see through the exterior into the showerhead within. Li Li and Shun Wanqing exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. After dinner, Chen Mo glanced at the indicator lights on the shower module. The air and moisture collector had been diligently working for several hours, and the water tank gauge revealed that it had successfully gathered 50 liters of water. There's enough water. Ladies first, Chen Mo announced. Yay, that is wonderful. Su Weiwei was the first to cheer, nearly dropping her bowl in excitement. Li Li and Shun Wanqing also displayed radiant smiles. Soon, the sound of rushing water and Su Weiwei's muffled, joyful humming filled the air from within the shower. Moments later, as Su Weiwei emerged clad in her new combat attire, exuding a refreshing aura with a rosy complexion, everyone was left in awe. My goodness, Aunt Weiwei, you seem to radiate light, exclaimed Wang Mingming, her eyes wide with wonder. Su Weiwei gently touched her smooth cheek, reveling in an unprecedented sense of cleanliness and comfort. Spinning joyfully on the spot, it feels so delightful. It's as if I've been reborn. You all must try it. Li Li, brimming with anticipation, hurriedly stepped in next. The bliss brought on by the hot shower greatly eased her tension that had been building over the past few days. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. By the time the third member, Shun Wanqing, emerged, thoroughly satisfied after her wash, the water tank of the bathroom module was nearly empty. What? No more water? Lin Shui's face was etched with disappointment. The collector is still operational. It should be replenished by tomorrow morning, Chen Mo explained. Everyone will have their turn, so we will all manage to wash. Although a hint of regret lingered, the opportunity to bathe was already a significant blessing. As the group fervently discussed the order for their next showers and fantasized about the splendid life of enjoying hot showers daily, Chen Mo's attention quietly shifted to his van. This vehicle had accompanied him from the onset of their road survival game, proving invaluable along the way. Yet, as the team grew, its space and performance began to feel rather inadequate. With a thought, he accessed the Universal Recycling Mall system, pulling up the attributes of his van. Vehicle, silver gray van, level, LV0, durability, 120,120, defense, 8, fuel tank capacity, LV0, 60L, storage space, LV0, none, maximum speed, 80 kilometers, h, fuel consumption, 5L per 100 kilometers, modification modules, body reinforcement LV1, engine enhancement LV1, tire modification LV1. The glaring LV0 for both the fuel tank and storage space caused Chun Mo to frown slightly. Without hesitation, he consumed materials and survival points. Ding. Upgrade successful. Fuel tank capacity, LV1, 80L, storage space, LV1, 1 cubic meter. Upon completion of the upgrade, a new prompt suddenly appeared on the vehicle control panel. Detected that all basic modification modules of the vehicle have reached LV1, meeting the basic conditions for vehicle level upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the vehicle level upgrade? A vehicle level upgrade? Chun Mo's heart stirred. This was the first time such a prompt had appeared. He immediately clicked to view the details. Lines of information unfolded before him. It turned out that upgrading the vehicle level not only enhanced its basic attributes, but also allowed for the selection of different evolutionary paths. The panel displayed two options: space expansion, function enhancement. Chun Mo's gaze hovered over the two choices, with the priority of space being undeniably paramount. His finger gently tapped the virtual panel, selecting the space expansion path. The system promptly provided a new notification. Upgrade direction selected. Spatial expansion, phase 1, minibus model. Upgrade requirements: 200 units of steel plates, 80 units of wood, 20 units of rubber, 10 units of leather, 50 units of glass, 20 units of special alloys, 1 engine improvement kit, and 1,000 survival points. Upon seeing the daunting demand of 1,000 survival points along with an extensive list of materials, even Chun Mo couldn't help but take a slight breath. The basic materials like steel plates and glass, previously gathered and purchased from the trading market, were sufficiently stocked. However, special alloys and engine improvement kits were rather rare. He first checked his system warehouse. He was short by 5 units of special alloys and had none of the engine improvement kits. Opening the trading market, Chun Mo began his search. A few sellers had listed special alloys at a steep price, yet still within reach. He swiftly made his purchase, filling the gap. There was also a seller offering an engine improvement kit for 500 survival points. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to acquire it. With all materials and survival points gathered, he cast another glance at his van, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It was time to initiate the vehicle upgrade. As he confirmed his intent, a dazzling white light suddenly surged from the van, enveloping the entire vehicle in an instant. A deep, peculiar metallic resonance echoed, as if countless invisible hands were deconstructing and reshaping the van. The vehicle trembled slightly in the brilliance, emitting a cacophony of metallic twisting, stretching, and stitching sounds. This unexpected commotion immediately captured everyone's attention. "Boss, your vehicle is glowing." Yen Shan, who was discussing potential treasure chests for the following day with Li Mingyuan, was stunned, his eyes nearly bulging out. Su Weiwei, Lin Shui, and others also gathered around, their curiosity tinged with a hint of tension as they gazed at the van shrouded in white light. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the van underwent astonishing transformations at a visible pace. The body of the vehicle rapidly elongated, elevated, and widened as if it were an inflating balloon. The previously somewhat compact silhouette gradually morphed into a more substantial and robust form, slowly revealing the outline of a minibus. This entire process lasted approximately a minute. As the blinding white light gradually dissipated, a brand new minibus, entirely painted in black, exuding a sense of power and smooth lines, quietly stood in place. It was at least a size larger than the former van. The windows had transformed into broader, darker glass, and the tires appeared more robust and powerful. Vehicle level upgraded to LV1, minibus model. Model, medium passenger vehicle, durability, 220,220, base defense, 12, fuel tank capacity, 120L, storage space, 5 cubic meters, maximum speed, 100 kilometers h, fuel consumption, 10L per 100 kilometers, modification modules, body reinforcement LV1, engine enhancement LV1, tire modification LV1, fuel tank capacity LV1, storage space LV1. Gazing at his rejuvenated vehicle and the significantly enhanced attributes, Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. My goodness. Yen Shan rubbed his eyes, circling the brand new minibus twice, and tapped on the vehicle's body, producing a dull thud. Boss, is this a transformed vehicle? It's so cool. Su Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Chun Mo opened the door, he was indeed pleased to find that the internal space had expanded at least twofold. The original seating arrangement had been completely reconfigured into a more spacious and comfortable layout, increasing the number of seats from 2 to 4. The rear compartment now boasted a remarkably ample space. Chun Mo resolved to diligently gather special materials to prioritize the vehicle's upgrades, for the vehicle was essential for their survival on the apocalyptic roads. Chapter 50. Rapidly accumulating survival points. Returning to the vehicle, Chun Mo perused the trading hall. He noted that as time progressed, The number of individuals purchasing various supplies directly with survival points was on the rise. This indicated that many were accumulating survival points as well. The daily sign-in rewards yielded minimal points, suggesting that most were obtained from treasure chests. Continuing to browse the trading hall, he discovered that the purchase price for a vehicle repair kit generally hovered above 80 survival points, with some offers even reaching 90. The possibility of exchanging vehicle repair kits for survival points piqued his interest. He accessed the crafting interface on his wristband. Vehicle repair kit restores 50 durability points to a specified vehicle upon use. Required materials: iron X10, rubber sheets X5, screws X20, survival points X30. He had recovered a considerable amount of these materials during previous scavenging, and his system warehouse was well stocked. Calculating based on the market recovery prices, the total value of these materials was approximately 15 survival points. Adding the 30 survival points required for crafting, the total cost amounted to 45 survival points. This meant that each repair kit sold would yield a net profit of at least 35 to 45 survival points. However, his motivation was not solely profit-driven. He simply wished for more vehicles to be repaired. With this thought in mind, he continued his work, accessing the crafting interface and selecting to use the workstation. He placed the materials into the workstation and crafted Vehicle Repair Kit X20. Countdown. Crafting successful. Obtained Vehicle Repair Kit X20. He skillfully listed these repair kits at a price of 80 survival points each. Almost instantaneously, he received notifications from the trading hall. Transaction successful. Earned 80 survival points. Transaction successful. Earned 80 survival points. A series of system alerts chimed, and 700 survival points were effortlessly credited to his account. Indeed, this method proved effective. He promptly scoured the trading market for a bargain on a batch of discarded parts, rags, and tape, items abundant in the marketplace and remarkably inexpensive. Thus, he plunged once more into the fervent endeavor of crafting repair kits. Observing the swift increase in his survival points balance, Shin Mo could hardly contain his joy. As the night deepened, the camp gradually descended into silence. Only within the minibus where Chun Mo resided did the faint glow of the workbench intermittently illuminate the darkness. Accompanied by the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth, dawn brought no relief from the heat. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, tinting the distant sand dunes in a searing golden hue, a more terrifying wave of heat enveloped the desolate highway. Today's journey: temperature 39, 60 C. Climate: high heat. Day 3 of a 7-day stretch. Terrain: wasteland. Travel advisory: steam buns are ready. Come and enjoy the hot, fluffy buns. Chun Mo yawned as he glanced at the day's forecast. Last night, in pursuit of selling vehicle repair kits, he had risen several times. 60 C. Upon seeing the maximum temperature, he became acutely aware. This temperature was absurd, almost as if it intended to roast a person alive. The team channel erupted almost simultaneously. My goodness. 60 degrees. Are you joking? Yen Shan's signature booming voice rang out first, laced with incredulity. Is this hellish weather trying to turn us into kebabs? After feeling invigorated post-shower yesterday, today's heat made it seem as though stepping outside would result in immediate perspiration. Su Weiwei's voice carried a distinct note of lament. Had I known, I wouldn't have washed my hair yesterday. It was all for naught. Everyone, please check the vehicle's air conditioning system to ensure it is functioning properly, Wang Jiangwo's calm voice interjected, addressing the most practical concern. Additionally, be mindful that our water consumption may increase. Conserve it wisely. I've lived 60 years and have never encountered such weather, Li Danayan could not help but add, his tone tinged with gravity. This is even hotter than the peak summer days back home. Don't worry, Dad. Our vehicle is equipped with air conditioning. Li Mingyuan reassured his father, though beads of sweat began to form on his own forehead. Even Lin Shui could not suppress a frown. Today's operation requires extra caution. The high temperature may impair our physical capacity and judgment. Listening to the escalating discussions in the channel, Chin Mo rubbed his temples. Indeed, he hadn't slept well the previous night due to his efforts with the repair kits. However, gazing at the surging survival points, the fatigue seemed worth it. Clearing his throat, he addressed the channel. Everyone need not panic excessively. Ensure the vehicles are in order and collect drinking water from Li. Minimize time spent outdoors and take precautions against sun exposure. Yin Shan, you and Wang Jiangwo should also be vigilant. If you start feeling overwhelmed, take a break inside the minibus and switch drivers. Rest assured, boss. Yin Shan replied confidently, thumping his chest. If all else fails, I shall drive shirtless. Do refrain from causing the steering wheel to become slick. Shortly, I must commandeer Brother Jiangwo's off-road vehicle, Su Weiwei remarked without reservation. A ripple of light laughter echoed through the channel, momentarily easing the tense atmosphere. Chun Mo stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the air distorted by the morning sun's searing rays, his eyes calm. A temperature of 60 degrees is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, with ample preparation and cautious measures, it is not insurmountable. He accessed the pharmacy section of the marketplace interface and procured some basic heatstroke remedies. Cooling balm, mint flavor. Apply to the temples to invigorate the mind and repel mosquitoes. Price, 2 survival points. Review. For just 2 coins, you face no loss nor deception, yet gain a fleeting sense of coolness and alertness. Huaxiang Zhengqi water, concentrated. Rapidly alleviates heatstroke symptoms, such as dizziness, nausea, and abdominal pain. Price, 5 survival points. Review. A bitter medicine, yet remarkably effective. Friendly reminder. Avoid driving immediately after consumption to prevent delightful hallucinations. Physiological saline solution, portable. Quickly replenishes electrolytes lost through excessive sweating, preventing dehydration. Price, 8 survival points. Review. The taste is mediocre, but it can be life-saving in critical moments. Far superior to drinking one's own sweat. Cooling patch, long-lasting. Provides physical cooling when applied to the forehead or neck, delivering up to 4 hours of relief. Price, 10 survival points. Review. A summer lifesaver. Apply wherever it's hot. My mother need no longer worry about me succumbing to the heat. Chun Mo purchased an assortment of each heat relief remedy, distributing them among his team members. The cooling balm was applied to the temples and philtrum for rejuvenation. The concentrated Huaxiang Zhengqi water was reserved for any unusual sensations of heatstroke. He cast a glance towards Su Weiwei and Wang Mingming. Upon hearing the name of the concentrated remedy, Su Weiwei's expression fell, her features contorting as if she could already sense its pungent aroma. Brother Chinemo, must I really drink this? She implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Better safe than sorry, Chinemo replied, handing her 2 vials. The taste may be more potent than what you've previously experienced. Su Weiwei's expression soured further. Yin Shan appeared indifferent, accepting the Huaxiang Zhengqi water with curiosity. Is this really that strong? He also distributed the physiological saline solution for replenishment after heavy sweating and the cooling patches to lower body temperature. Everyone was advised to read the usage instructions carefully. Chen Mo meticulously handed out the supplies. Thank you, boss. Brother Chen Mo, you are truly thoughtful. The group expressed their gratitude, feeling considerably more at ease with these provisions. Subsequently, Chen Mo reopened the marketplace interface. After a moment of contemplation, he realized these heat relief remedies would undoubtedly be in high demand under such extreme temperatures. His supply was stable, while others would surely be tormented by the heat. The cooling balm, priced at 2 points in the marketplace, he listed for 4. The Huaxiang Zhengqi water, at 5 points in the marketplace, he listed for 10. Physiological saline solution was priced at 8 points in the marketplace, yet he listed it for 16. The cooling patches were available for 10 points, but he offered them at 20. Each item had effectively doubled in price. Chun Mo mused that the pricing was not excessively exploitative, considering these were emergency supplies during a critical period. For those in dire need, acquiring such items could mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 51. Lin Shui commands the operation. He purchased several hundred units of each medication in bulk, subsequently listing them in smaller batches on the trading market. Almost instantaneously upon posting, notifications flooded his mind. Transaction successful. Earn survival points x4. Transaction successful. Earn survival points x10. Transaction successful. Earn survival points x20. A continuous stream of successful transaction alerts resonated within Chun Mo's consciousness. The regional chat exploded with excitement over the sudden availability of these heat relief medications. Who listed the Huaxiang Zhengqi water in the trading hall? Are they a living saint? And the cooling patches? 20 points. A tad expensive, but I'm about to melt. I'll buy it. Cooling oil is also available. For points each, that's reasonable. I'll take 10. Wow, finally a big shot is selling these. The survival points earned daily in the survival world barely cover water, let alone these life-saving medicines. Thank you, Big Shot. Though I don't know who you are, you've saved my life. Please, add me as a friend. I want to cling to your success. Chun Mo observed his rapidly increasing balance of survival points, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He paid little mind to the flattery of others, finding the sensation rather pleasant. Not only was he strengthening himself, but he was also indirectly aiding others in their survival. Perhaps this was another facet of the significance of his unique advantage. If all others perished, who would supply him with the various recyclable materials? He could not rely solely on his own efforts for collection, although his team was gradually expanding. The resources gathered by just a few individuals were insufficient to support the rapid upgrades of the marketplace system, which would grant access to higher-tier items. Only by engaging the entire survivor community could he efficiently amass survival points through extensive recycling and trading. By providing water, food, and certain items from the marketplace, he could simultaneously earn materials and survival points while enabling more people to endure. The survival of more individuals would, in turn, expedite the upgrading of his system. It was a flawless cycle. With this thought, Chen Mo chuckled softly. The feeling was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He was neither a savior, nor did he harbor grand aspirations of universal salvation, yet his own survival and strength tangibly assisted others in persisting. It seemed that occasionally lending a hand to others could also be beneficial to oneself, provided he did not encounter ungrateful individuals like Ma Chong or Lu Yan. As for those who posed a genuine threat to his and his team's survival, Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. There was no room for negotiation. He would recover resources, people, and vehicles alike, processing them without hesitation. Once everyone was prepared, they would set forth. He issued the command, and the convoy embarked on the third day of their fiery journey through hell, continuing along the desolate highway. The sweltering heat distorted the scenery outside the car window. Chun Imo sat in the front passenger seat of the minibus, resting with his eyes closed. The air conditioning system was operating efficiently, keeping the interior temperature slightly higher than the previous days. After traveling approximately 100 kilometers, the roadside treasure chests refreshed as expected, revealing 8 silver chests. Guarding these treasures were 2 mutated vultures, their wings spread wide, measuring nearly 5 meters, with talons like hooks and fierce eyes. Lin Shui observed Chun Mo in the passenger seat, his expression marked by a hint of fatigue. She chose not to disturb him and instead took up her Type 81 automatic rifle, checking the magazine. A cool voice resonated through the team channel. Jiangua, we will take the lead. Yin Shan, Wei Wei, your aim with pistols on moving targets is still somewhat shaky. Provide support fire from the flanks. And maintain a safe distance. Uncle Li, your experience is invaluable. You'll cover the rear. Understood, Wang Jianguo replied in a deep voice, raising his rifle and honing in on one of the monstrous birds with a keen gaze. He moved steadily to follow Lin Shui's flank. Got it. I'm on it. Yin Shan grinned, retracting his massive armor-piercing hammer into his wristband space. He drew his pistol, clumsily racked the slide, and positioned himself on the left wing of the formation. Although he preferred to smash things with his hammer, he knew to heed the command. I understand, Sister Lin Shui, Su Weiwei said, sticking out her tongue as she retrieved her Type 92 pistol. Despite her minor reservations about her shooting accuracy, she obediently took her position on the right wing, occasionally glancing toward Chun Mo in the vehicle. Li Dinyan remained silent, quietly stepping back to find a spot with a clear line of sight. He drew his compound bow, knocking an arrow with a silent yet seasoned grace, setting his gaze on the mutated vultures. The 2 vultures had evidently sensed the intruders, unleashing a cacophony of harsh shrieks. Their immense wings flapped violently, stirring a fetid gust of wind, and their feathers appeared a grimy shade of gray-black. One of the vultures suddenly launched itself from the ground, hurtling toward Lin Shui and Wang Jianguo with astonishing speed, its talons gleaming ominously in the air. Open fire, Lin Shui commanded with composure. The rifle in her hands erupted, spitting fire in controlled bursts, and bullets exploded in a shower of blood from the vulture's chest and abdomen. Wang Jianguo's gunfire followed suit, equally precise, suppressing the vulture's assault. The creature screeched in agony, yet its attack did not waver. Meanwhile, the second vulture chose to ascend, attempting to launch an aerial strike. Bang! Bang! Yin Shan and Su Weiwei also opened fire from the flanks. Yin Shan's bullets struck the edge of the vulture's wing, scattering a few feathers, while Su Weiwei's shots went astray. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily fired again. Just as the circling vulture prepared to dive, an arrow shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, accurately piercing its neck. The vulture froze momentarily in midair before plummeting like a kite severed from its string. A figure plunged downwards, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Li Dinyan, with an impassive expression, withdrew his bow. On the ground, the vulture, now bereft of its airborne companion's support, became increasingly agitated. It screeched, disregarding its wounds, and lunged once more at the nearest Wang Jianguo. Rather than retreating, Wang Jianguo advanced, slightly raising his firearm. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the vulture's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force caused the vulture's head to snap back, halting its assault abruptly, bringing its life to a definitive end. The skirmish concluded in mere minutes. The air was thick with the faint odor of gunpowder and the metallic scent of blood. Hey, is that it? I haven't even warmed up. Yin Shan expressed his dissatisfaction. Su Weiwei holstered her pistol, muttering softly, it's always quicker with a gun. Lin Shui confirmed the demise of both mutated vultures before lowering her weapon. They began to clean the scene in preparation to open the treasure chest. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Gained, bread X10. Gained, 500 milliliters bottled water X8. Gained, canned salmon X10. Gained, basic healing potion X1. Gained, iron X30. Gained, gasoline 30L. Gained, survival points X50. A series of notifications chimed in. The haul was satisfactory, primarily consisting of essential supplies and materials. The total survival points accumulated to 400. Lin Shui dismantled the mutated vultures, acquiring 2 level 1 crystal cores and additional materials, which she stored in her wristband. The food and drink were handed over to Li Li for distribution. The convoy set off once more. Chapter 52. 2 convoys amidst the sandstorm. Chun Mo reclined in the spacious and comfortable seat of the minibus. He had awakened early due to the earlier commotion. Gazing out the window, he observed Lin Shui methodically directing the team in combat, clearing the battlefield. Such skirmishes had become trivial for the team, whose overall strength was steadily improving, bringing him a sense of comfort. The power of an individual is ultimately limited. It is the strength of the team that forms the cornerstone of survival in this apocalyptic world. Watching the surge in survival points from last night's trading of repair kits and heatstroke medications within the system, Chun Mo contemplated the need to upgrade Yin Shan's small truck as a priority. That vehicle currently served as the team's vanguard and main battle tank, necessitating enhancements in both defense and power. Additionally, Li Mingyuan's small van, equipped with a bathroom, also warranted an upgrade. Considerations for updating weaponry and equipment were imperative. Although the Type 81 rifle was sufficient for now, who could foresee what formidable monsters or foes lay ahead? Higher-tier weapons in the marketplace required system-level unlocks. It appeared that earning survival points and reclaiming materials remained of utmost importance. He closed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest as his thoughts rapidly oscillated between future plans and present realities. This damned apocalypse leaves no room for complacency. Just as Chun Mo was lost in contemplation, his survival wristband suddenly vibrated urgently. He jolted awake, eyes darting to the translucent panel projected by the wristband. Before them lay the interface of the World Channel, where a striking announcement, inscribed in vivid crimson and flashing incessantly, was forcibly pinned to the top. Warning! Warning! A sandstorm, designated K07, is advancing at high speed and is expected to reach the following areas within 30 minutes. Area 9521, Area 10001, Area 10230, Area 12063. All survivors within these regions are urged to seek sturdy shelter immediately. Repeat, seek sturdy shelter immediately. Beneath the announcement was a dynamic map, clearly delineating the anticipated impact zone of the sandstorm. The ominous yellow area, indicative of catastrophic disaster, was rapidly expanding. The very region where Chun Mo and his companions resided, Area 10001, was alarmingly situated at its core. A sandstorm. A chill ran down Chun Mo's spine. Almost simultaneously, Su Weiwei's astonished voice echoed through the team channel. Chun Mo, look behind us. What is that? A long, yellow line. Following Su Weiwei's warning, Chun Mo peered through the window of the minibus and beheld a horrifying sight on the distant horizon. A colossal wall of yellow dust, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, surged toward them at a visibly alarming pace. The once blazing and glaring sunlight appeared muted against the backdrop of this yellow wall. The wind had also begun to stir with increasing ferocity. The regional channel erupted in chaos as messages flooded in. A sandstorm. It's a sandstorm. My God. We're going to die? Shelter. Where's the shelter? This cursed place has not a single stone to shield us from the wind. Haha. I see buildings ahead. I'm going to hide there. The luck upstairs is incredible. I just found a cave. Is there anyone who can advise on how to shelter from such a sandstorm? This is my first encounter. Shelter? Let fate decide. It's over. We will be buried alive. Panic spread like a plague. Everyone, accelerate the vehicles. Maintain formation. Chun Mo's calm voice resonated through the team channel. Observe the terrain on both sides and search for possible refuge. Any canyon, cave, or large abandoned structure will do. Yet, as they surveyed the landscape, all they saw was a vast, desolate expanse, intermittently dotted with low dunes. There was not a single place that could be deemed a sturdy shelter. Boss, if only we could stumble upon another zombie village like before. At least there would be houses to shield us from the wind. I would rather confront zombies face to face than face a sandstorm in the wild. Yin Shan muttered with a hint of dark humor while scanning the surroundings. A sense of bitterness enveloped the group. In such an environment, finding an ideal refuge was akin to chasing a mirage. In a mere 10 minutes, the yellow wall of sand had approached within mere kilometers. It blotted out the sun, casting an oppressive sense of suffocation. There was no time to hesitate. Chun Mo's gaze swiftly swept the surroundings, ultimately settling on a relatively tall hill to the front right. All vehicles, follow me. Stop on the leeward side of that small hill. He decisively issued the command. Utilizing the dunes to block a portion of the wind was their only option at this moment. The convoy immediately veered towards the dune. Upon reaching the sheltered side, Chun Mo swiftly commanded, quick, use ropes to tie all the vehicles together. Secure them. The group, undeterred by the increasingly fierce sandstorm, busily accepted the sturdy steel cables handed to them by Chun Mo. They tightly bound the 4 vehicles together, forming a makeshift yet stable formation. Elderly, Brother Mingyuan, Jangwo. Wei Wei, everyone, come to my vehicle. Chen Mo ordered once more. His upgraded minibus not only boasted superior durability among all the vehicles, but also possessed the highest defensive capabilities. In such extreme weather, consolidating everyone in the safest vehicle was the wisest choice. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly relocated into the minibus. As they gazed out the window at the increasingly ominous, yellow-hued sky, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, anxiety gripped their hearts. They were oblivious to the true ferocity of the sandstorm and uncertain whether a mere dune and some ropes could withstand its wrath. Wang Mingming's small face turned pale as she nestled closely against Li Li, her tiny hand clutching Li Li's clothing, trembling uncontrollably. On the surface, Chen Mo maintained his composure, calmly observing the outside world. Yet, internally, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if the vehicles were ultimately ravaged by the storm, as long as the core members of the team remained, he had confidence in guiding them through this adversity and starting anew. Just as the colossal wall of sand drew near, a piercing roar of engines suddenly drowned out the howling wind from afar. The group turned towards the sound and beheld a convoy of 4 vehicles barreling towards them in a most desperate manner, shrouded in a cloud of dust. This ragtag convoy comprised a dilapidated van with a dented body, a black SUV clearly modified with crash beams and spotlights, an ordinary white sedan, and most notably, a massive 96-meter box truck towering high. The approaching vehicles had evidently spotted Chen Mo's refuge. Observing their method of securing the vehicles on the leeward side of the hill, they exchanged no words or hesitations, rushing directly to the opposite side of the dune. They halted approximately 100 meters from Chen Mo's formation. Following this, several individuals leaped from their vehicles, hurriedly retrieving ropes in a frantic attempt to bind their own vehicles together, mimicking Chen Mo's earlier actions. The sandstorm loomed ever closer, the air thick with a suffocating earthy odor. Both groups were preoccupied with their own predicaments. Through the increasingly dust-covered window, Chen Mo coldly watched the actions of these uninvited guests, noting that their numbers were substantial. There were merely 5 or 6 individuals securing their vehicles, with no telling how many more were concealed within. He lowered his voice and spoke to Lin Shui beside him and Wang Jangwo on the opposite aisle. After the sandstorm, vigilance is paramount. There are many on the other side, and there may be even more aboard their vehicle. Lin Shui and Wang Jangwo exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. They silently nodded. No sooner had his words fallen than a thunderous roar erupted. It was as if the very heavens were collapsing. The colossal wall of sand connecting the earth and sky descended with a cataclysmic force. In an instant, daylight vanished entirely. The world was engulfed by an endless expanse of murky yellow dust. The fierce wind roared like an enraged beast, sweeping up an infinite cascade of debris that violently pelted against the vehicle's exterior. Clatter, creak. Chen Mo's minibus began to sway violently. The metallic groans and grating sounds between the vehicles were excruciating, as if they were on the brink of being torn asunder. Outside the window lay a chaotic blur. Nothing was visible, only the wailing wind and the terrifying sound of sand grains relentlessly battering the vehicle. Inside, darkness enveloped everything, save for the dim light emitted from the ceiling. Chapter 53. Carnage. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts racing. The only sounds were the furious wind and the groans of the vehicle. The ferocity of the sandstorm exceeded all expectations, and its duration felt interminable. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Darkness and violent swaying seemed to stretch on endlessly. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew unbearably tense. Apart from the occasional sobs of Wang Mingming, frightened to tears, and Li Li's gentle reassurances, silence reigned. Each individual could distinctly hear the thunderous rhythm of their own heartbeat. Time slipped away, perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps half an hour. The apocalyptic howling of the wind finally began to show signs of abating. The vehicle's swaying gradually lessened. The wind's roar grew softer, akin to the weary breaths of a great beast. The storm appeared to relent. Shun Wonking was the first to speak softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. In the darkness, Shun Mo's eyes had long since adapted to the dimness. He peered through the dust-laden windshield, observing the indistinct shapes outside. Everyone, check your weapons and ammunition, he commanded in a low tone, addressing those within the vehicle. No further explanation was necessary. The others began to retrieve their firearms for inspection. The outside world was no longer an impenetrable haze. The settling dust gradually restored visibility, revealing the ravaged landscape. Chun Mo squinted, gazing towards the opposite hillside. To his sight, only 2 of the originally parked 4 vehicles remained. The modified black SUV and the imposing 96-meter box truck stood stationary, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of yellow sand, resembling 2 colossal sand sculptures. Meanwhile, The previously seen van and white sedan were nowhere to be found. At this moment, a vehicle lay overturned several dozen meters away. Wheels skyward, its body twisted and deformed. Shadows of several figures struggled to crawl out through the contorted windows or doors, their movements clumsy and desperate. Clearly, the two vehicles had succumbed to the recent sandstorm, tossed by the ferocious winds and hurled across a considerable distance. Yin Shan, Ming Yuan, Jian Gua, Wei Wei. You four descend. Unfasten the ropes from our vehicle, clear the sand accumulating around it, and assess the condition of the vehicles, ready to set off at a moment's notice. If anyone approaches from the opposite side, Jian Gua, you shall handle it, Chen Mo commanded, his gaze unwavering from the dunes beyond. Understood. All right. Yin Shan and Li Ming Yuan immediately pushed open the car doors and jumped out. The sand beneath their feet was soft, already reaching their ankles. The four braved the still raging sandstorm, swiftly untying the ropes binding the vehicle and using their entrenching tools to clear the sand piled around the tires. Chen Mo and Lin Shui exited through the driver's side door, taking positions on either side, skillfully using the robust body of the minibus as cover, weapons drawn. Their eyes vigilant as they surveyed the approaching convoy. On the other side of the dunes, those emerging from the overturned vehicles gathered with individuals disembarking from the off-road vehicles and trucks, approximately 8 or 9 men. They formed a circle, seemingly engaged in hushed deliberation, occasionally glancing towards Chun Mo and his companions. Soon, their discussion appeared to reach a consensus. A man of average build, sporting a buzz cut, stepped forward from the group. He raised his hand towards Chun Mo's convoy, as if attempting to convey something, and promptly the group advanced towards their position. The man at the forefront, with a strained smile, called out from a distance, "Hey, brothers over there. We are a passing convoy, utterly ravaged by this damned sandstorm." He gestured towards the overturned vehicles behind him, his tone tinged with frustration. "Those two cars have been flipped and deformed, and we lack the proper tools. We wish to borrow your equipment to see if we can salvage them." His voice echoed somewhat jarringly across the desolate dunes. Yin Shan, Li Ming Yuan, and the others halted their tasks, attentively observing the approaching crowd. "What tools do you need?" Wang Jian was shouted back. Chen Mo and Lin Shui remained concealed behind the vehicle, watching with cold detachment. "Wrenches, shovels, and crowbars will suffice," the leader replied, continuing to approach with his companions. Just as they neared within roughly 30 meters of Chen Mo, from an inconspicuous corner at the back of the group, a short man revealed a glint of cold steel. A small, dark crossbow appeared in his grasp. Despite his efforts to conceal the movement, Chen Mo's keen eyes instantly detected the weapon in the man's hands. "Drawing a weapon before me? Seeking death?" Chen Mo's eyes blazed with a chilling intensity, without allowing the opponent any further movements. And even before the feigned smile on the face of the leading man could solidify, a cold voice resonated through the team channel. "Open fire." The sound of gunfire erupted almost simultaneously. Chen Mo and Lin Shui, as if they had rehearsed this moment countless times, simultaneously emerged from behind the vehicle. The barrels of their Type 81 automatic rifles spat forth furious tongues of flame, unleashing a precise volley of gunfire. Bullets tore through the air like the scythe of death itself. The short man who had first drawn his crossbow was instantly met with an explosion of crimson blossoms erupting from his chest. The astonishment on his face had yet to dissipate when he was struck by an invisible hammer, letting out a scream as he toppled backward. The two men beside him experienced similar tremors, their bodies erupting in a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground in anguished struggles. Bang! Bang! Wang Zhengwo's composed gunfire followed, accurately finishing off the three writhing figures on the ground, conclusively ending their lives. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The leading yellow-faced man and the remaining standing accomplices were utterly bewildered, their feigned smiles swiftly transforming into sheer terror and disbelief. "Guns! They have guns!" A piercing scream echoed, igniting a powder keg of panic among the remaining 5 or 6 adversaries, who instantly crumbled. Any remnants of their earlier sinister intentions evaporated, overshadowed by the instinct to survive. They shrieked like startled rabbits, turning to flee desperately toward their two vehicles, scurrying and crawling as if wishing for more legs to escape. Not a single one was spared. Chen Mo let out a cold snort, his tone devoid of any emotion. He would harbor no pity for those with malicious intent who sought to prey upon them. "Damn it!" Yin Shan, unable to contain himself any longer, roared, discarded his entrenching tool, drew his Type 92 pistol, and sprinted forward with long strides. Su Weiwei, though her face paled slightly, gritted her teeth and raised her handgun, following Yin Shan while firing, though her shots seemed to fly astray. Wang Zhengwo and Li Mingyuan also joined the pursuit, leading to a brief yet brutal chase. This unfolded on the hillside recently ravaged by a sandstorm. The enemy, already filled with terror, focused solely on fleeing and could not muster any effective resistance. Chen Mo and Lin Shui, however, did not pursue directly but instead advanced steadily, covering their flanks while keeping their weapons trained on the retreating foes and the distant vehicles, remaining vigilant against any desperate counterattacks or ambushes from the escaping adversaries. The fleeing enemies were soon overtaken by Yin Shan and the others. Amidst sporadic gunshots and cries of despair, the battle concluded rapidly. Chapter 54. System Upgrade and Blind Box. Yin Shan returned, dragging a man whose neck he had forcibly snapped, resembling a dead dog in tow. A hint of exhilaration lingered on his face, as if the encounter had left him wanting more. Damn, he ran pretty fast. However, it still cannot compare to my old Yan's long legs. Su Weiwei returned, her cheeks flushed. It seemed her shot finally found its mark, albeit only in the opponent's thigh. Once it was confirmed that all enemies had been neutralized, Chen Mo signaled for everyone to begin clearing the battlefield and recovering valuable supplies. The wristbands of the deceased vanished, leaving only a scattering of materials and resources. Observing the team spring into action, Chen Mo, accompanied by Lin Shui and Wang Zhengguo, approached the modified black SUV and the large box truck. The SUV was empty, containing only a disarray of personal items, while the box truck yielded little of value. Chen Mo decided to reclaim the two overturned, damaged vehicles. The modified SUV was also stored in the warehouse space, standing before the 96-meter box truck. He extended his hand to probe its information. Vehicle, large box truck, 96 meters. Status, slightly damaged, bindable. Drivable, level, LV0. Durability, 160,220. Defense, 15. Tank capacity, LV0, 300L. Storage space, LV0, none. Maximum speed, 90 kilometers h. Fuel consumption, 25 L per 100 kilometers. Modification modules, non-recyclable. Value, 10,000 survival points, 10,000 survival points. Chen Mo gazed at the recovery price, feeling a slight stir in his heart. This was significantly more valuable than the two previously damaged vehicles. Its attributes were commendable, though it was a fuel guzzler. However, he was not in short supply of fuel. The only pressing issue was that his warehouse space could not accommodate it. Based on his experience, leveling up the system would yield an additional 10 cubic meters of storage space. Even if he reached level 7, it would only amount to 70 cubic meters, and he still needed to clear a substantial portion of space to recover materials. The only solution was to have an additional driver endure the discomfort for now. It would be too regrettable to leave it unrecovered. He called Su Weiwei to unbind the tricycle and subsequently bind it to the truck. As the number of available vehicles increased, her tricycle was stored in the warehouse. The driving of the large truck would be rotated among the group. Everyone was agreeable to Chen Mo's arrangements. After all, this was a survival world primarily centered around vehicles. The team turned over all the scavenged supplies to Chen Mo, consisting mostly of biscuits, bread, canned food, and a variety of materials and tools. The quality varied, but the quantity was quite respectable. Chen Mo took a cursory glance. He retained the usable materials while without hesitation opting to recycle the remainder, including food and water. The remnants of the sandstorm lingered, with the air still suffused with a faint earthy scent. The regional channel was already in an uproar, filled with cries of despair. My car. The windows are completely shattered. The roof is dented badly. How am I supposed to drive this? Woe is me, who has a repair kit? I'll pay handsomely for it. My car's durability is nearly depleted. Has anyone seen Old Wang's convoy? We got scattered by the sandstorm. Old Wang, respond if you hear me. Damn it. Just now in the sandstorm, I saw a small car being blown away for quite a distance. The people inside, several had perished here, buried beneath the sands or trapped inside overturned vehicles. A flurry of frantic messages seeking repair kits, sustenance, and potable water inundated the screen. Consequently, prices soared astronomically. The cost of a vehicle repair kit, previously sold by Chen Mo for 80 points, had now skyrocketed to 100 points, with the supply dwindling. Observing these developments, Chen Mo reopened the marketplace. He methodically listed his remaining heat relief medicines, along with a freshly crafted batch of vehicle repair kits, at elevated prices. The pricing structure was as follows: cooling ointment at 5 points, concentrated Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid at 12 points, portable saline solution at 18 points, long-lasting cooling patches at 23 points, and vehicle repair kits at 90 points. As anticipated, the moment these items became available, they were snapped up instantly, resulting in a slight surge in his survival point balance. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Host's accumulated survival points have reached the threshold for upgrade. The Universal Reclamation Marketplace system can be upgraded to LV7. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Chen Mo confirmed the upgrade. The system is upgrading. Please hold. System upgrade successful. Current level, LV7, 350, 80, 000 accumulated survival points. Reward, Storage capacity of the system warehouse increased to 70 cubic meters. Reward. Marketplace inventory categories updated. Immediately, Shin Mo accessed the marketplace interface and scanned the newly added items. It appeared that the variety of tools, living essentials, and weaponry had expanded. However, the quality remained relatively unchanged. Among the firearms, a standard sniper rifle was the sole addition, lightweight sniper rifle, a basic sniping weapon with extended range and high accuracy, albeit with a slow rate of fire, demanding considerable skill from the user. Price, 700 survival points. Shin Mo assessed the rifle's attributes. Its range and accuracy were indeed superior to that of the 81 type rifle, though its basic classification tempered his expectations regarding its potency. Nevertheless, it provided a viable option for long-range support. Continuing his perusal, his gaze landed on a new item in the pharmaceutical category, causing his breath to momentarily catch. Zombie Virus Treatment Serum. Can eliminate the virus in the body within 10 minutes of being bitten or scratched by an ordinary zombie, preventing transformation into one. Effectiveness diminishes after 10 minutes and becomes void after 30 minutes. Price, 1,000 survival points. The Zombie Virus Treatment Serum. Shin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such an item was undeniably invaluable, essentially a lifeline. Though its price was steep, it would undoubtedly prove worth its weight in gold during critical moments. He continued browsing through the other items until a newly introduced category caught his attention, Special Classification. Within it lay a single item. Vehicle Modification Blueprint Blind Box. Randomly yields vehicle modification blueprints. Whether one is favored by fortune or not is a matter of chance. Price, 1,000 survival points. Was this not akin to a lottery? The price was indeed substantial. However, if useful blueprints could be obtained, such as those for air conditioning, their value would far surpass a mere 1,000 survival points. Shin Mo contemplated this in his mind, glancing at his survival point balance, which had already exceeded 50,000. Should he purchase 5 as a trial? He pondered, then proceeded to place an order. The transaction was successful, consuming 5,000 survival points. 5 modest blind boxes appeared in his storage space. Shin Mo opened them one by one. Opening Vehicle Modification Blueprint Blind Box. Success. Acquired. Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Onboard Kitchen. Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Roof Spotlight. Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Interior Ambient Light. Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Heated Rearview Mirror. Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Compact Greenhouse. Upon examining the 5 blueprints, Shin Mo felt somewhat speechless. What on earth were these items? The kitchen could indeed be useful. Having a fixed onboard kitchen would make cooking for Li Li and Su Huifan much more convenient and safer, certainly preferable to preparing meals outside or improvising a stove. It was a consolation prize at best. But what about the others? Interior Ambient Light? He even doubted whether he was misreading it. After scrutinizing the item description again, he confirmed it was indeed intended to enhance the car's ambience, with multiple colors to choose from, pulsating to the rhythm of music. Shin Mo took a deep breath, feeling a dull throb at his temples. What purpose does this serve, besides wasting electricity? The roof spotlight and heated rearview mirror may have their uses, but they hardly justify the cost. And a compact greenhouse. Was this meant for growing vegetables? At least it was unnecessary at present. Shin Mo rubbed his temples. This blind box, as expected, was aptly named. It truly lived up to its reputation for being blind. What a significant loss. He shook his head and stored the blueprints away. Chapter 55. An unexpected reunion. The convoy took a brief respite before continuing along the desolate road. After the tempest of sand and dust, the sky remained overcast, and the sunlight appeared feeble. After traveling approximately 100 kilometers, a treasure chest appeared by the roadside once more. However, this time, the convoy members found themselves at a loss upon seeing a row of 10 or so bronze chests flickering with a dim light. Boss, has our luck been blown away by that sandstorm? Yen Shan scratched his head, gazing at the pile of bronze chests and muttering, is this all we get? I expected at least a few silver or gold ones. His words elicited light-hearted laughter, dispelling much of the oppressive atmosphere caused by the earlier storm. Guarding the 11 bronze chests was a pack of approximately 20 wasteland wolves. These wolves were larger than the ordinary wild ones Shin Mo and his companions had encountered previously, their fur blending seamlessly with the earthy tones of the wasteland. Their eyes gleamed with hunger and ferocity. Swift and decisive, Lin Shue's cold voice rang out as she raised her Type 81 automatic rifle, aiming at the pack of wolves. Wang Jiangwo instinctively lifted his gun in unison. A howl echoed through the air. The alpha wolf emitted a piercing howl, and the pack surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The crack of gunfire echoed as Lin Shui and Wang Jiangwo unleashed flames from their weapons almost simultaneously. Precise shots instantly felled the foremost of the wild prairie wolves. Though these creatures were somewhat more formidable than ordinary wolves, they were utterly no match for the overwhelming firepower of the 2 automatic rifles. The remainder of the group hardly had the chance to engage, as the battle concluded swiftly. The air was thick with the faint scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of wolf blood. Was that it? Yin Shan smacked his lips in mild disappointment, feeling as though he hadn't even warmed up yet. The others chuckled softly as they began to clear the battlefield and open the treasure chests. Successfully opened the bronze chest. Acquired. Compressed biscuits X5 acquired. 1L of purified water X1 acquired. Iron scraps X10 acquired. 20L of gasoline after opening 11 bronze chests. The bounty was meager. Most of the loot consisted of basic provisions, a small amount of drinking water, scattered materials, and some gasoline. The bodies of the prairie wolves yielded little more than fur and meat. Despite having mentally prepared for it, a hint of disappointment was evident on everyone's faces. Chinemo, however, remained unfazed. He collected the useful supplies and ordered the convoy to proceed. The caravan set off once more. The highway, ravaged by the sandstorm, appeared even more desolate, covered with a thick layer of sand. After approximately half an hour of travel, a dilapidated green bus suddenly came into view by the roadside. Beside the bus, it seemed a battle was taking place. Chun Imo signaled for the convoy to slow down and cautiously approached. There, next to the bus, two teenagers, seemingly no older than their teens and clad in patched clothing, were accompanied by a man in his 40s. They wielded rudimentary weapons, an axe, a machete, and a makeshift spear, engaging in combat with a robust adult wild boar. Not far from their feet lay the lifeless body of another, slightly smaller boar, evidently slain by their combined efforts moments earlier. The enraged adult boar, with bloodshot eyes and emitting furious grunts, charged at the trio, its formidable tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight. The young fighters demonstrated remarkable coordination, having clearly endured their fair share of battles. The older man, armed with a fire axe, strategically absorbed the boar's frontal assaults, the axe's blades stained with blood. The two teenagers, one wielding the makeshift spear and the other brandishing a chipped machete, maneuvered skillfully around the boar's flank, searching for an opportunity to strike. Their tattered garments were smeared with dirt and blood, sweat glistening on their brows. Yet their gazes remained intensely focused. Left, watch out for its tusks, the middle-aged man bellowed, narrowly evading a violent swing of the boar's head. Seizing the moment, the teenager with the spear lunged forward, thrusting the spear into the boar's hind leg. With a grunt of pain, the boar let out a furious roar and turned to retaliate against the youth. Another youth, wielding a machete, swiftly joined the fray, striking down upon the wild boar's spine. Despite the chaotic scene, their synchronized efforts began to slow the ferocious beast's movements. Ultimately, with a powerful and decisive swing from the middle-aged man, the boar let out a mournful cry before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming still. The trio, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the ordeal, were jolted back to reality by the arrival of the convoy, the low rumble of the engine breaking the lingering tension of battle. Almost in unison, they turned their heads, warily observing Chun Mo and his companions, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Chun Mo appears to be a survivor, Wang Jingwo remarked through the team channel. Yin Shan grinned. These folks seem capable. Their gear may not be impressive, but they fight fiercely. Chun Mo's gaze swept over the three weary yet vigilant faces. When his eyes fell upon the youth brandishing a makeshift spear, he paused slightly. The boy's face was smeared with dust and sweat, considerably thinner and darker than he remembered, yet the resilience in his eyes was unmistakable. Chen Mo felt a flicker of surprise in his heart. This was indeed the boy he had saved alongside Lin Shui during their first encounter with villains. He had not anticipated encountering him again in this setting. Lin Shui, too, recognized him, a hint of astonishment flashing in her cool gaze. The boy was also scrutinizing the approaching convoy. Upon recognizing Lin Shui in the driver's seat and Chun Mo in the passenger seat, he momentarily froze. Then, the wariness and fatigue on his face were swiftly replaced by an expression of disbelief and joy. It's you, big brother, big sister. The boy's voice, somewhat hoarse, was laced with excitement and a hint of uncertainty. The middle-aged man beside him and another youth looked at him with confusion, then cast wary glances towards Chun Mo's convoy. As Chun Mo and Lin Shui exited the vehicle, the boy's excitement escalated into a near sob. It truly is you, big brother, big sister. Xiaohu, do you know them? The middle-aged man asked in a hushed tone, his gaze cautiously assessing Chun Mo's group and their evidently formidable vehicles. The boy, named Xiaohu, nodded vigorously, eagerly explaining, Uncle Fong, it's them, the lifesavers I told you about. These two big brother and sister saved us from those villains. He pointed at Chun Mo and Lin Shui, his tone brimming with elation. Chun Mo's gaze lingered on the boy's dust-laden and sweaty face for a moment. Yes, it is us, he responded, affirming their identity. Lin Shui also nodded slightly, her eyes drifting to the boy's rudimentary spear at his feet, then glancing at the situation inside the bus. I recall there weren't this many people on the bus last time, she inquired, her voice cool yet, upon closer inspection, tinged with a softness not typically present. The young man, upon recognizing that both individuals had identified him, wore an even brighter smile, which seemed to dispel much of his earlier fatigue. Indeed, we became acquainted in the service area. He paused briefly before continuing, we, who are unbound to any vehicles, also entered the service zone. The bus had halted in a vast parking lot, teeming with people at that moment. We sought suitable companions, reasoning that a larger group would provide greater safety, and they boarded our bus to set off together. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I never anticipated encountering you again. How delightful. The vigilance etched on the middle-aged man's face had not entirely faded, yet the hostility in his gaze had vanished. He scrutinized Chen Mo and Lin Shui, noting their neat attire and composed demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the harried survivors striving for existence. Su Jie and Chen Jie were also on the bus. Seeing that Chen Mo and Lin Shui had not immediately responded, Zhao Xiaohu hurriedly added, anxious that they might forget. It's those two sisters you rescued last time. They were utterly terrified then. As he spoke, his hands fidgeted nervously, his eyes darting between Chen Mo and Lin Shui, brimming with palpable anticipation. Chapter 56. The small team on the bus. Oh, familiar faces? Su Weiwei peered out from the minibus, curiously assessing Zhao Xiaohu and the others. Then glancing at the dilapidated bus. Brother Chen Mo, you've saved them before? Yinshan also stepped out to join the conversation, his voice resonating with a hint of surprise. Boss, you encounter acquaintances even here? What a remarkable coincidence. Chen Mo's gaze flickered. He indeed had some recollection of Su Jie and Chen Jie, two women in their 30s who had been quite frightened at the time. Who would have thought they all survived together? Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, recalling how the two women had been in tears then. At that moment, the bus door creaked open. A woman in her 30s, wearied from her long journey, cautiously poked her head out. When her eyes landed on Chen Mo and Lin Shui, she appeared momentarily bewildered. Then, as if struck by a sudden memory, her eyes widened, her lips trembled, speech escaping her in excitement. Shortly thereafter, another woman of similar age, yet visibly more fatigued, squeezed out from behind her. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Lin Shui, she gasped softly, covering her mouth, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. It's our benefactors. It's truly you. The first woman, identified as Su Jie by Zhao Xiaohu, spoke with a quivering voice, her tone laced with emotion. Stumbling down from the bus, she approached Chen Mo and Lin Shui, standing a few paces away, her excitement rendering her somewhat flustered. She wished to articulate her feelings, but was choked up with overwhelming emotion. The other woman, Chen Jie, followed closely, grasping Su Jie's arm, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks as she choked out, benefactors, we thought we would never see you again. Zhao Xiaohu, witnessing the sister's heartfelt reaction, smiled broadly, as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He quickly turned to Fang Shu and the other young man, eager to share the moment. Uncle Fang. Xiao Yong, look, I did not deceive you, did I? These two esteemed individuals rescued us. The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Fang, felt his initial wariness dissipate, replaced by a complex blend of emotions, joy intertwined with a hint of restraint. He gazed at Chen Mo and Lin Shui, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately settled for a solemn nod. It is indeed you. Chen Mo's voice, though soft, managed to quell the excitement that had overtaken Sister Su and Sister Chen. I never expected to encounter you here. Lin Shui also offered a slight nod. Are you both well? This question seemed to trigger something within Sister Su and Sister Chen. They could no longer contain themselves. Tears cascaded down like pearls released from a broken string. We are holding up, Sister Su said, wiping her tears, her voice hoarse. We owe our survival to Xiaohu's cleverness, and to Uncle Fang and the others' assistance. Without them, us two ineffectual individuals would have long since perished. Sister Chen nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. Observing the distress of the two elder sisters, Zhao Xiaohu hastily interjected, his youthful face displaying a mix of eagerness and protectiveness. Sister Su, Sister Chen, please do not say that. You both have contributed immensely during our resource gathering. Your keen eyes have been invaluable. Those hidden cans and biscuits tucked away in corners, it was you who unearthed them. And those scraps of cloth and old clothes, you managed to patch them up. Otherwise, we would have been left in tatters. Sister Su blushed at his words, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she lowered her head and wiped her tears with her sleeve. But those are merely trifles. How can they compare to your valiant efforts? Her voice trailed off, clearly still feeling inadequate. Sister Chen nodded in agreement, her voice still quavering, though somewhat steadied. Indeed, Xiaohu, we merely assisted, while you fought valiantly. We stood by, feeling as though we were a burden. Uncle Fang, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. His voice was raspy, bearing the marks of hardship. Xiaohu speaks the truth. Though the two sisters may lack physical strength, their attentiveness surpasses ours. Beyond resource collection, they also prepare the cooked meat from the beasts we defeat, allowing us to enjoy warm meals, a luxury we could hardly have imagined before. Moreover, during the night watch, they consistently keep vigil longer than we do. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chun Mo, infused with a touch of courtesy and a barely perceptible pride. Our bus, being crowded, consumes a great deal of resources. To have survived until today is no small feat, and it is all thanks to our collective efforts. Yin Shan, who had been listening intently, nodded vigorously and remarked to Chun Mo, "Boss, this little team is quite impressive, with clear divisions of labor and a strong sense of unity. Unlike those we encountered before." Su Weiwei, softly conversing with Lin Shui, added, "Those two elder sisters appear quite pitiable, yet Zhao Xiao has a point. Everyone has their role to play, unlike some who only create chaos." She spoke, casting a meaningful glance at Yin Shan, who was grinning widely, leaving him bewildered as he scratched the back of his head. He chuckled twice, yet remained oblivious to whom Su Weiwei was referring. Chen Mo observed them, while Zhao Xiaohu displayed the earnestness of youth and a protective instinct for his companions. Though Su Jie and Chen Jie appeared disheveled, their eyes lacked utter despair. Instead, a glimmer of hope shone through their reunion, dispelling the panic that had previously engulfed them. It was evident to him that this makeshift team, under the leadership of Zhao Xiaohu and the middle-aged man surnamed Fong, had indeed forged a rare bond of camaraderie and order amidst the apocalypse. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with anticipation and anxiety as he looked at Chun Mo and Lin Shui, his voice tinged with hoarseness. "Brother, sister, would your convoy be willing to take us along?" He swallowed hard, adding urgently, "We can fight and one be a burden. Uncle Fong used to drive large trucks and knows vehicles well. Xiao Yong is quick and has a good eye. Su Jie and Chen Jie are particularly attentive and can assist with many tasks, including finding things." He gestured toward his companions, his face filled with sincerity. Uncle Fong, the middle-aged man, stepped forward, his dark face now revealing a hint of hope. He nodded toward Chen Mo and Lin Shui. "You too. What Xiaohu said is the truth. We may lack grand skills, but we are certainly not lazy and can work hard. As long as there's food to eat, we are willing to do any dirty or laborious tasks." He glanced at the few companions who had journeyed alongside him. "If you are not averse to us." Su Jie and Chun Jie chimed in, their voices soft yet resolute, their tear-streaked faces brimming with longing. "Indeed, benefactors, we promise we won't be a burden. We can cook, mend clothes, and help keep watch at night." They gazed at Chun Mo and Lin Shui, as if clinging to their last lifeline. Chapter 57. The wounded Yin Shan grinned widely, his large hand thumping against his chest with a resounding voice. "Boss, I think it's a good idea. Many hands make light work. These folks seem genuine. Having more helpers would ease our burden, wouldn't it?" He nudged Su Weiwei with his elbow. "What do you think?" "Xiao Weiwei." Su Weiwei stumbled slightly from the jolt, shooting him an annoyed glare, but remained silent. Wang Jiangwo and the others also disembarked, refraining from expressing opinions, quietly awaiting Chun Mo's decision. Lin Shui's gaze lingered for a moment on Zhao Xiaohu and the two women, vividly recalling the scene when she had saved them. She exchanged a glance with Chun Mo, her eyes inquiring. Chun Mo listened intently, observing. Accepting a new group of members was no trivial matter. It entailed greater resource consumption and could potentially introduce unforeseen risks. Yet, Zhao Xiaohu and his companions had demonstrated at least the basic survival skills and teamwork. Each individual contributed their share to the group, albeit some contributions were modest. He recalled the first encounter with Zhao Xiaohu. Ultimately, Chen Mo's gaze settled on the breathlessly waiting Zhao Xiaohu. "How many people are currently on the bus?" His voice was calm, yet it alleviated the tension in the atmosphere. Zhao Xiaohu's face lit up with joy, but then a flicker of worry crossed his features. He rubbed his hands together, glanced at Chen Mo, then cast a look back at the bus behind them, his lips moving slightly before he whispered, "Brother, there are still 2 people on our bus." As soon as the words left his mouth, Uncle Fong's expression darkened, and he let out a heavy sigh. "What's wrong?" Lin Shui noticed their unusual demeanor. Zhao Xiaohu lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's Zhang Wentao from our team, Brother Zhang, and his wifely man Brother Zhang. He was bitten by a wild wolf while trying to save Xiao Yong, who is Uncle Fong's son. His condition is not looking good." Bitten by a wild wolf. Li from the team immediately interjected, her brows furrowing with concern. "Has the wound been treated? Is he running a fever?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohu and Fong Cheng's faces turned even graver. "We wrapped it with cloth and found some clean water to clean it." Zhao Xiaohu's voice trembled with evident anxiety and helplessness. "But he has had a high fever since morning, rambling incoherently, and we can't get any water into him." Fong Cheng's dark face was etched with guilt and sorrow. "It's all my fault. I didn't team manage things well, and now it's affected Wentao." Chen Mo interrupted him. "Take us to see him." "All right, brother," Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, as if a weight had been lifted, quickly leading the way. Li followed suit. swiftly retrieving a medical kit from her wrist space, filled with basic medical supplies that Chun Mo had provided her. As Chun Mo stepped into the bus, a pungent odor of sweat and blood assaulted his senses. The interior was dimly lit, with several windows crudely covered by tattered cloth or wooden boards, heightening the oppressive atmosphere. On a makeshift bed fashioned from a few old garments lay a young man in his 20s. He was pale, his lips cracked and parched, and his forehead was dotted with beads of cold sweat, resembling someone pulled from water. He moaned in agony, lost in unconsciousness. Beside him knelt a similarly young woman, her face haggard and eyes rimmed with red, carefully wiping the sweat from the man's forehead with a damp cloth that had long lost its original color. Her movements were gentle, her gaze filled with anxiety and despair. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman turned her head, her eyes widening with a mix of wariness and panic at the sight of Zhao Xiaohu accompanied by unfamiliar faces. Xiao Man, this is the life-saving benefactor I mentioned. Brother Chen Mo and Sister Lin Shui. This is Sister Li Li. They've come to check on Brother Zhang's injuries. Zhao Xiaohu hurriedly explained. Upon hearing her name, the woman known as Li Man relaxed her vigilance. When she noticed the medical kit that Li Li was carrying, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. She moved her cracked lips, attempting to speak, but her dry throat prevented any sound from escaping, leaving her to look helplessly at Li Li. Li Li wasted no time with pleasantries. She knelt beside the makeshift bed. Don't worry, I will examine his wound, she said gently. Zhang Wentao's right pant leg had been torn open, exposing a grotesque wound on his calf. The area surrounding the injury was hastily wrapped with several pieces of cloth that appeared relatively clean. However, dark blood had already seeped through the strips, and one could faintly discern the discolored flesh beneath. Li Li cautiously unwrapped the cloth strips. The wound was far more severe than she had imagined, measuring nearly the size of a palm, with jagged edges that clearly indicated the marks of a beast's bite. The flesh around the wound was inflamed and swollen, protruding alarmingly, with certain areas already displaying a horrifying shade of dark blue, oozing foul pus. Despite her familiarity with various wounds, Li Li couldn't help but gasp at the sight. She reached out, gently probing Zhang Wentao's forehead, and the searing heat caused her heart to sink. A high fever and severe infection of the wound. If left untreated much longer, Li Li did not need to finish her sentence for the implication to be understood. She turned to Chun Mo and Lin Shui, who had just arrived, her tone serious. Li Man could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she quietly wept, her body trembling from profound sorrow and fear. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Cheng also wore pained expressions, their eyes dim. Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at Li Li, who understood immediately, promptly opening the medical kit to retrieve iodine, medical alcohol, antibiotics, and clean gauze. I will first clean the wound and then apply medication. Li Li took a deep breath, preparing methodically. Li Li, use this potion, Chun Mo calmly instructed, producing a vial of basic healing potion from his storage ring and handing it to her. Upon seeing the softly glowing potion, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Li's eyes, but she refrained from asking further questions, nodding in acceptance. Xiaohu, you two help hold him down. Cleaning the wound may be quite painful, Li Li directed. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Cheng quickly moved forward, one securing Zhang Wentao's shoulder and the other his leg. Li Li first meticulously cleaned the area around the wound with alcohol. Then, using medical tweezers to grasp a cotton ball soaked in disinfectant, she delicately cleared the pus and necrotic tissue from within the wound. Zhang Wentao, still unconscious, let out a muffled groan of pain, his body thrashing violently. Hold him tight, Li Li commanded sharply. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Cheng gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to restrain Zhang Wentao. The cleaning process was long and agonizing. Once the wound was finally tended to, Li Li administered the basic healing potion to Zhang Wentao. The effect of the medication from the marketplace was immediate. Shortly after the potion was administered, Zhang Wentao's previously rapid and labored breathing began to ease considerably, and the agony etched on his face diminished. The intense heat radiating from his forehead seemed to subside as well. Chapter 58. The shock of new members. Li Man watched intently from the side. When she saw her husband's complexion visibly improve, she covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Cheng also widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never witnessed such a miraculous remedy before. It was nothing short of a resurrection. The wounds have been treated, and the fever should subside soon. Li Li carefully re-wrapped the injury with clean gauze, her tone imbued with a hint of relief. Chun Mo observed the improvement in Zhang Wentao's condition and felt a wave of ease wash over him. He turned to survey Zhao Xiaohu, Fang Cheng, and the others. His voice calm as he spoke. I have a general understanding of the situation. I can accept you all, but there are a few points you must comprehend. Upon hearing this, the group perked up, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation as they gazed at Chun Mo. First, my convoy operates under specific rules. All members must unconditionally obey orders. I do not wish to witness any insubordination or individualistic behavior. Second, all acquired resources must be submitted collectively, after which I will oversee their distribution. No one is permitted to hoard supplies. Third, and most crucially, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. Any traitor or individual posing a threat to the team will be dealt with by my own hand. His words bore no trace of emotion. Yet the group understood the necessity of such measures. In this apocalyptic world, such demands were customary for any convoy. After a brief silence, Uncle Fong spoke first, nodding solemnly. Brother Chen Mo, we understand your stipulations. If we wish to follow you, we will naturally abide by your rules. Should anyone dare to break them, I will not hesitate to take action. Zhao Xiaohu quickly chimed in. Big brother, we will follow your lead. We won't bring you any trouble. The others nodded in agreement, affirming their commitment. Chen Mo's demeanor softened slightly. From today onward, you all shall be considered provisional members of my convoy. I will provide you with basic sustenance and shelter, but you must also contribute to the team. Whether you become full members in the future will depend on your performance. He activated his wristband, adding everyone to the team. As the translucent panel displayed a successful joining notification, Zhao Xiaohu and the others finally revealed smiles of relief, as if they had glimpsed a sliver of hope amidst the endless darkness. Although they were merely provisional members, it sufficed for them. They had seen a genuine chance for survival, no longer forced to endure life in a stagnating bus. Zhao Xiaohu nodded vigorously, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. Thank you, big brother. We will work hard. He felt a deep gratitude and admiration for the man who had saved him. Fang Cheng's usually dark complexion was illuminated by a rare expression of ease as he patted Zhao Xiaohu on the shoulder and addressed Chen Mo earnestly once more. Brother Chen Mo, feel free to assign us tasks. We will not falter. It is our fortune to follow you. Su Siki and Chun Wan exchanged glances, recognizing their shared relief in each other's eyes. The tension that had gripped them for days finally eased, and tears flowed uncontrollably once more, but this time, they were tears of joy and gratitude. Li Man supported the recently stabilized Zhang Wentao and softly remarked, Wentao, you've encountered good people. Although weakened, Zhang Wentao made an effort to open his eyes and offered a slight nod in the direction of Chen Mo, filled with gratitude. He understood that without the other's intervention, he would have been left to await his demise in silence. Yen Shan approached with a broad grin, instinctively raising his hand to pat Fang Cheng's shoulder. Noticing Fang Cheng's noticeably less robust frame, he reined in his strength, allowing a gentle touch instead. Old Fang, from now on, you're one of us. I'm Yen Shan. Fang Cheng felt the soft pat, a smile spreading across his face. Brother Yen, you're too kind. I'm sure I'll be relying on you in the future. He appreciated the genuine intention behind Yen Shan's gesture of goodwill and acceptance. Chen Mo paid little heed to the varied reactions of his team members. He alighted from the vehicle and placed his hand on the bus to gather information. Vehicle, bus from the highway survival world. Condition, dilapidated, non-bindable. Operational, level, none. Durability, guess. Defense, not significant. Fuel tank capacity, none. Storage space, none. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers h. Fuel consumption, powered by mysterious forces. Modification modules, none. Non-recyclable, as expected. There were no loopholes to exploit. Chen Mo smirked slightly as he surveyed the convoy, quickly orchestrating the arrangements. Yen Shan continued driving his small truck, while Zhao Xiaohu was entrusted with Wang Zhangwo's off-road vehicle. Fang Cheng primarily piloted Su Weiwei's 96-meter box truck, and the remaining members occupied Li Mingyuan's compact car, maintaining a system of driver rotation for rest. Fang Cheng supported the still feeble Zhang Wentao, accompanied by Li Man. Trailing behind Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Yong, he pondered the new team dynamics, contemplating how to contribute without incurring disdain. As the door swung open, a breath of air distinctly different from the outside world enveloped them. Fang Yong, leading the way, inhaled sharply, not for any particular reason, but due to the refreshing coolness that raised tiny goosebumps on his taut skin, a result of the heat and tension he had been enduring. Coming to an abrupt halt, his eyes widened in disbelief as he peered into the interior of the vehicle. Zhao Xiaohu, nearly colliding with him, leaned in with curiosity. What's wrong? In the next moment, he too stood frozen. It was a continuous, refreshing coolness that soothed from within the pores. Fang Cheng felt it as well. Steadying Zhang Wentao's arm, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He gazed into the bus's interior, simple yet clean. The seasoned members offered friendly glances. But what astonished him most was the comfort of the temperature, reminiscent of experiences only encountered in the face of calamity. Li Man, supporting Zhang Wentao, whose face had been clouded with worry over her husband's injuries, now bore an expression of astonishment. Zhang Wentao's previously hurried breaths seemed to ease upon encountering the refreshing air. Inside, Li Mingyuan turned back and, seeing them lingering at the entrance, chuckled heartily. Come on in. It's hot outside. The air conditioning is on. The two words struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of the new members. Air conditioning. Fang Yong nearly hopped into the vehicle, pressing his face against an air vent, relishing the cool breeze that caressed his cheeks, his eyes narrowing in bliss. My heavens. It truly is air conditioning. Dad, Xiaohu, come and experience this. Zhao Xiaohu took a deep breath, the refreshing airflow flooding his lungs, dispelling the fatigue and heat that had lingered for days. He glanced at Li Mingyuan, then at Li Denian and Su Huifan, who were already seated. Along with the wide-eyed Wang Mengmeng, his astonishment immeasurable. He knew Chenmo's team was formidable, yet he had not anticipated they would possess such a luxury. Their wristbands, aside from being unable to bind to vehicles, offered every other function. They had been following the information in the chat channel and were aware that air conditioning was a rarity among teams. Su Siki and Chun Wan cautiously boarded the vehicle. She could not resist extending her hand to feel the cool air passing overhead. The weariness of recent days seemed to dissipate in that moment. Li Man assisted Zhang Wentao in settling down, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, speaking softly. Wentao, how are you feeling? It's cool here. You should feel more comfortable. Zhang Wentao weakly nodded, managing a faint smile on his pale face. Chun Mo observed the astonishment of the group and smiled. Let us take a moment to rest before we set off again. He then turned to Li Li, sister-in-law. Please distribute the daily necessities to everyone. Hearing this, Li Li's face lit up with a gentle smile, promptly responding, Of course, Captain. Before she finished speaking, she had already turned to head toward the rear of the bus, where the team's shared supplies were piled. Some items were rather bulky, thus not stored in the wristband space. Shin Wanqing and Aunt Su followed to assist. Soon, with their help, Li returned with several stacks of items, carefully placing them on the vacant seats. Each person will receive a set of toiletries and towels, as well as a change of clothes. Li Li's voice was soothing. The water is also for you. Please drink some to soothe your throats. It has been tough these days outside. You can use the bathroom at the back of the vehicle, but there isn't much water, so please be prepared to queue. The newcomers were taken aback to learn there was a bathroom. Their astonishment was immeasurable once more. All right, everyone, take some time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, drink water, and change your clothes. Chen Mo's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable stabilizing force. Once the vehicle is ready, we will continue our journey. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. Instance. The frightening train station soon. The convoy was ready to depart once more. A long-awaited relaxed atmosphere began to permeate the team channel. Yin Shan's loud voice rang out first. Old Fong. Xiaohu, how does driving feel? I heard your previous bus was automated? Haha. His small truck followed closely behind Zhao Xiaohu's off-road vehicle. Zhao Xiaohu's voice carried a note of excitement. Brother Yin, I'll get the hang of driving soon. I'm just a bit unaccustomed and worried about damaging it. Fong Cheng's steady voice interjected. Rest assured, Yin Shan, I am quite experienced in driving large vehicles. He felt a sense of reassurance as the truck glided smoothly along the road. Su Weiwei, seated in the small car, could not help but interject. Yin Shan, you only know how to be carefree. Pay attention to the road. Don't presume that everyone is as tough and unyielding as you. Hey Xiao Weiwei, are you expressing concern for me, or are you just teasing me? Yin Shan chuckled in response, seemingly unfazed. Inside the small car, the newly joined members remained largely engrossed in the profound impact of the air conditioning and the warmth of distributed supplies. Fang Yong pressed his face against the window, observing the desolate landscape whiz by, then turned back to the tranquil environment within the vehicle, feeling as if he were in a dream. Su Siki and Chun Wan engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally glancing at Li Man and Zhang Wentao, who were resting with their eyes closed, their expressions tinged with worry. Zhang Wentao's breathing had steadied considerably, and a hint of color had returned to his face, dispelling the earlier pallor that had been alarming. Chinemo, seated in the front passenger seat of the minibus, listened to the chatter on the channel, a faint smile playing on his lips. He refrained from participating in the light-hearted banter, his focus shifting to more pressing matters. He accessed the interface of the Universal Recycling Mall, meticulously assessing the various vehicle upgrade materials stored in the system's warehouse. The steel plates were sufficient for a minor reinforcement, but there was a significant shortfall in high-strength alloys. An additional rubber was needed. Chun quietly calculated the requirements. He switched to the trading market interface, browsing through supplies offered by other survivors. Iron ingots, copper blocks, timber, and rubber were basic materials that could be acquired in greater quantities. While filtering through the options, he set several automated purchase orders at prices slightly above the market average, ensuring prompt delivery. He aimed to complete a comprehensive upgrade of all vehicles by tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. Particularly, the newly acquired 9-meter 6-box truck, although fundamentally sound, remained in its initial state, with substantial room for improvement in terms of defense and durability. Lin Shui glanced at him, noting his concentrated manipulation of the wristband panel, and chose not to disturb him, maintaining a steady speed. The convoy continued its journey for approximately half an hour when the scenery along the roadside abruptly transformed. An area roughly the size of a basketball court was enveloped by a flowing, translucent green luminescence. It resembled a colossal energy dome turned upside down, radiating a gentle glow. Almost simultaneously, all the wristbands vibrated slightly, and a semi-transparent panel emerged automatically. Detection of special energy fluctuations, proximity to instance entrance confirmed. Instance name, frightening train station. Instance type, survival. Mission objective, survive for 8 hours within the train station. Environment, zombie-infected zone. Temperature, 16 to 29 degrees. Instance danger level, normal. Hint, additional opportunities and risks may exist within the instance. Please explore cautiously. An instance? Yen Shan's booming voice was the first to echo through the team channel. A train station? Zombies? This is great. Finally, something thrilling. He rubbed his fists together, his face alight with excitement. Wang Jiangwo, however, maintained a calm demeanor, analyzing the situation. Based on prior experience, zombies moved swiftly, posing significant risks in close combat. It was imperative to consider fire coverage and defensive positions, as ammunition would deplete rapidly. Li Denian's voice resonated with steadiness. Zombies, he noted, had their heads as weaknesses and were relatively easy to dispatch when encountered individually. However, caution was warranted if they appeared in numbers. Listening to his team's discourse, Chun Mo had formed a general decision in his mind. He glanced at the information displayed on his wristband. The objective was clear: survive for 8 hours. Moreover, the marketplace offered a zombie virus treatment serum, alleviating fears of infection from ordinary scratches or bites. The most significant risks had been mitigated. With both him and Lin Shui having used level 1 gene enhancement serums, there was ample room for maneuver in the face of any challenges. Furthermore, the marketplace ensured a steady supply of ammunition, leaving the convoy well-equipped in terms of firepower. With these thoughts, Chen Mo resolved to act decisively. Everyone, prepare to gather at the minibus for the distribution of weapons and gear, he announced clearly through the team channel. Following this, he accessed the system marketplace to commence procurement. He ordered ammunition for the Type 81 automatic rifle, 50 standard magazines, for the Type 92 pistol, 50 standard magazines, and several spare firearms, should any malfunction occur. His thoughts raced through the marketplace interface as his balance of survival points dwindled rapidly, yet he remained unfazed. He selected 2 lightweight sniper rifles and 400 rounds of accompanying ammunition. These weapons boasted long-range capabilities and high precision, ideal for distant targets or situations requiring accurate strikes. Considering the addition of new members and potential close-quarters combat, he proceeded to supplement his inventory with 5 fire axes. Although the risk of melee combat with zombies was high, it was prudent to be well prepared. As for the zombie virus treatment serum, he decided to forego that purchase for the moment. After some contemplation, he discovered a newly unlocked option in the weapons section: 20 Molotov cocktails. This should prove more effective than the concoctions Lin Shui and I previously crafted, he mused. Once he completed his acquisitions, Chun Mo stepped onto the minibus. The previously noisy chatter within the vehicle fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. The older members exuded a familiar trust and anticipation, while the newly joined Zhao Xiaohu and Fong Chung displayed hints of nervousness. They had just begun to grasp the strength of the team, and the impending unknown mission stirred their apprehensions. Boss, we are all set and await your command, Yen Shan called out in a deep voice, eager for action. Beside him, Su Weiwei rolled her eyes and muttered, "You talk too much, it's deafening." The likes of Wang Jiangwo and Li Mingyuan remained quietly attentive, awaiting Chun Mo's directives. Chun Mo surveyed the group, absorbing their expressions. Without unnecessary elaboration, he spoke directly. The wristband has just alerted me that ahead lies the haunted train station mission. The objective is to survive within for 8 hours, and the environment is a zombie-infected zone. Zombies. This is what I, Old Yen, relish. It will surely be exhilarating to hack away. Yen Shan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do not be careless. The number of zombies is unknown, and the terrain of the train station is intricate. Lin Shui's cold voice served as a timely reminder. Chun Mo nodded slightly and continued. I have procured a batch of new weapons and equipment. I will now distribute them. As he spoke, he began to retrieve items from the space within his wristband. Gleaming 81-style automatic rifles and 92-style handguns were piled upon the empty seats, alongside several hefty ammunition boxes. Additionally, there was a sleek, formidable lightweight sniper rifle, several glinting fire axes, and a crate of meticulously crafted Molotov cocktails. Wow! Fong Yong's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the weapons, particularly the sniper rifle. His gaze brimming with desire. Even Fong Qingdu couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The quality of these weapons exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that the convoy possessed firearms. Chapter 60, Pre-Battle Preparations and Entering the Instance according to information gleaned from the chat channel. It seemed no other convoy boasted such an impressive array of weaponry. Jiangua, Lin Shui, you will continue to use the 81 rifles. Each of you may take an additional 2 as backups. Yin Shan, Wei Wei, Ming Yuan, you 3 will continue with handguns. Take this opportunity to practice your shooting. Do not conserve ammunition. As Chun Mo distributed the weapons, he organized the team. Lin Shui, you will use this sniper rifle. Chun Mo's gaze shifted to the other members of the team. Li Diyi, Wan Qing, Li Li, you each take a 92 style handgun and 5 spare magazines. He picked up 2 handguns along with the corresponding ammunition and handed them over. Li Dinyan extended his calloused hand, steadily accepting the handgun, his fingers instinctively curling around it as he gauged its weight. This iron piece is far more refined than my old companion, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as if recalling the days of his youth spent traversing mountains with a hunting rifle. Shen Wanqing was somewhat surprised as she accepted the handgun. Her fingertips were cool against the cold metal grip, and she felt a slight tremor. Yet, she quickly tightened her hold, her eyes reflecting not retreat, but a newfound determination. Chun Mo then handed the handgun to Li Li. Sister-in-law, your primary task is to protect yourself and care for the injured. You need not fire unless absolutely necessary. But if danger truly arises, do not hesitate. Li Li nodded earnestly. I understand. She carefully stowed the handgun and magazines. Jiangua should have taught you the basic operations of firing a gun, correct? Chun Mo inquired, his gaze lingering on the group for a moment. Li Dinyan spoke first, his tone calm. Yes, Jiangua was very thorough. We practiced loading and aiming several times. This thing has much less recoil than a hunting rifle, but I wonder how accurate it will be in action. Shen Wanqing and Li Li nodded in agreement, indicating they had also learned. Su Weiwei abruptly grasped Shen Wanqing's hand and cheerfully declared, Auntie, don't be nervous. I'm here with you. She patted her chest, exuding a sense of bravado. Shen Wanqing was amused by her antics, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gently patted Su Weiwei's hand, warmth shining in her eyes. Chun Mo then turned his attention to the newly joined male members of the team. Xiao Hu, Fang Cheng, and Fang Yong. You have primarily relied on melee weapons and have not trained with firearms. This time, you will first receive fire axes, primarily responsible for close combat defense and guarding. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. The trio's reactions varied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of yearning for firearms. But it was swiftly replaced by determination. He nodded firmly, understanding, big brother. The axe feels comfortable to wield. He recognized that Chun Mo's arrangements were undoubtedly well-founded. Moreover, acquiring a standard fire axe was already a significant improvement over the inferior tools they had previously possessed. Fang Cheng appeared more composed as he accepted the fire axe handed to him by Chun Mo. Brother Chun Mo, rest assured, we will hold our position steadfastly. He weighed the axe in his hands, feeling considerably reassured. Fang Yong, the youngest, displayed a hint of undeniable disappointment on his face as he muttered softly, It's just an axe. Though his voice was barely audible, it was still caught by a few in the quiet compartment. Fang Cheng furrowed his brow, nudging his son gently with his elbow, and whispered, What are you saying? Having a weapon is already a blessing. Listen carefully to Brother Chun Mo's arrangements. Chastened by his father's words, Fang Yong shrank his neck and dared not speak further. Nevertheless, he accepted the fire axe, though the excitement on his face had considerably waned. Yin Shan, grinning beside them, chimed in, Hey, Xiao Yong, don't underestimate the axe. Old Yin, have wielded an axe before. It cuts with great vigor. Firearms are fine, but when it gets close, nothing beats an axe. As he spoke, he demonstrated a chopping motion, creating a gust of air. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. You talk too much. What are you showing off for? Xiao Yong thinks the axe is not stylish enough. Pausing for a moment, she turned to Fang Yong and, in a rare serious tone, remarked, Guns are not that easy to handle. They have significant recoil, and aiming requires practice. When danger truly arises, a melee weapon that you can handle comfortably is far more life-saving than shooting wildly. Chun Mo cast an approving glance at Su Weiwei and continued. The use of firearms necessitates specialized training. Once this quest concludes, I will arrange for someone to teach you. In the current situation, familiar and effective weapons are the best choice. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Xiaohu and the others, his tone earnest. Your mission is crucial. Once zombies close in, you must stand firm to protect others. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Cheng immediately straightened their chests and responded loudly, Yes. Fang Yong was also swept up in the atmosphere and nodded vigorously, gripping the fire axe tightly. Any lingering discontent dissipated. Chun Mo then retrieved the remaining 2 fire axes and a box of Molotov cocktails. The remaining axes will be distributed according to the situation. The Molotov cocktails are powerful. But caution is essential during use to avoid harming our own. He handed a Molotov cocktail to Wang Jiangwo, stating, "Here, you take this for now and use it when the opportunity arises." Wang Jiangwo accepted the Molotov cocktail, nodding in understanding. "All right, weapon distribution is complete. Everyone check your gear and familiarize yourselves." Chen Imo clapped his hands. "Now let us discuss the arrangement for entering the instance. Except for the driver, all others should wait in the passenger vehicle. The remaining personnel will adjust their positions based on the situation once we enter the instance. Remember, after entering, all actions must adhere to commands. Do not act independently. Our objective is to ensure that everyone completes the mission safely." A resounding affirmation echoed within the vehicle, each face tinged with a hint of anxiety, yet predominantly reflecting a fortified confidence and anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead. Soon, the convoy commenced its journey, gradually advancing into an area enveloped by a translucent green light. Chen Imo observed the options on his wristband interface. Detection indicates the team has entered the instance transmission zone. "Would you like to proceed?" YSNO, with a tranquil gaze, Chen Imo gently tapped the interface. Yes. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed their vision, accompanied by a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. When clarity returned, the convoy found itself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. A pungent stench of decay mingled with dust invaded their nostrils. Before them lay a vast open plaza, its surface riddled with cracks and depressions. Scattered about were overturned suitcases, debris, and dried, dark brown bloodstains. At the far end of the plaza stood a grand, yet dilapidated train station building. The massive glass dome had shattered in numerous places, revealing a dark, gaping interior. A low, indistinct growl echoed from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 61. The corpse cluster. Almost simultaneously, everyone's wristbands vibrated slightly, and a translucent panel emerged automatically. Instance, horror train station. Instance type, survival. Main task, survive in the train station for 8 hours. Optional challenge, explore the train station. Current exploration level, 0. Note, higher exploration levels yield greater rewards upon exiting the instance. Environment, zombie infection zone. Temperature, 16 to 29 degrees Celsius. Instance danger level, normal. Hey, there's a challenge task. Yen Shan's booming voice resonated in the team channel, laced with excitement. "Boss, how is the exploration level calculated?" Sean Mo's gaze swept over the desolate plaza as he replied in a low tone. "Let us not worry about the exploration level for now. Everyone, proceed as planned." He promptly issued commands. "I will ride with Lin Shui in the minibus. Feng Cheng, you will drive and be responsible for command and precise remote strikes. Yin Shan, you will take the small truck, utilizing speed to draw attention when necessary. Ming Yuan, you will drive the passenger vehicle. Su Weiwei, Wang Jiangwo, Zhao Xiaohu, and Grandpa Li, you combat personnel will prepare for battle in the passenger vehicle. This vehicle is our mobile fortress and primary firepower platform. Given the uncertain situation, the rest will remain in the passenger vehicle. Jiangwo, your burden is heavier. While attacking, ensure the protection of non-combat personnel." The orders were clear and swift, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Although the newly joined Feng Cheng and others felt a twinge of anxiety, they quickly found their roles within this orderly arrangement. Zhao Xiaohu gripped the fire axe tightly, trailing behind Su Weiwei as they ascended to the roof of the towering minibus. Feng Cheng inhaled deeply, settling into the driver's seat, the coldness of the steering wheel grounding him. As the vehicle roared to life, the engine's thunderous growl shattered the silence like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of chaos surging forth. From the shadows encircling the square, the dilapidated doors and windows of the station, and beneath the abandoned carriages, a cacophony of growls erupted, resonating with a vivid ferocity. In the blink of an eye, staggering, contorted figures emerged from every corner, clad in tattered rags, their skin bore an unnatural ashen hue, with grotesque wounds and congealed black blood marring their exposed limbs. Their movements were stiff yet possessed an eerie swiftness, hollow eye sockets fixated on the direction of the convoy, emitting nauseating hisses from their throats, akin to famished beasts that had not fed for days. They charged forth with wild abandon. The horde was vast, numbering at least in the hundreds. "Open fire." Chen Mo's command sliced through the team channel, cold and unyielding. He remained atop the minibus, refraining from firing initially, his gaze sharp as he swiftly scanned the encroaching figures, assessing the scale of the undead and identifying the most threatening direction. Feng Cheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms slick with sweat, diligently aligning the vehicle toward the densest cluster of zombies, poised to adjust as per Chen Mo's directives. Lin Shui's response was almost instantaneous with Chen Mo's order. Bang, bang, bang. She required no extra aiming, her slender fingers deftly pulling the trigger as the 81 style automatic rifle in her grasp seemed to come alive. Each bullet found its mark, piercing the skull of a zombie. Erupting in sprays of dark, foul liquid, the foremost zombies fell with sickening thuds, yet their relentless kin continued to surge forward, trampling over their fallen brethren. Wang Jiangwo also leaned out from the window of the minibus, his own 81 rifle joining the fray, unleashing a furious barrage upon the leading horde. Yin Shan, maneuvering a small truck under Chun Mo's command, skillfully swerved the vehicle, the engine roaring as it deftly navigated the periphery of the square, successfully diverting some of the zombies' attention and alleviating the pressure on the convoy. Damn, these things are relentless. Yin Shan laughed, glancing through the rearview mirror at the pursuing undead, his demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. Inside the minibus, however, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Zhao Xiaohu and Fang Yong stood anxiously by the window, fire axes in hand, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Facing such a massive onslaught of zombies for the first time, their hearts raced uncontrollably. Li Mingyuan gripped the steering wheel firmly, the vehicle shuddering with each gunshot and collision against the zombies. Outside, the sounds of gunfire, growls, and metallic clashes intermingled in a chaotic symphony. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, fixated solely on the relentless tide of zombies and the driving instructions relayed by his comrades. Fear was not absent. The sweat pooling in his palms rendered the steering wheel slightly slick. However, since childhood, his father had instilled in him the principle that, regardless of circumstances, one must diligently attend to their task at hand. Presently, his task was to navigate the vehicle adeptly and safeguard those within it. Minyuan. To the left. A horde is advancing from the left. Su Weiwei's voice resonated from the rooftop. Li Mingyuan deftly adjusted the vehicle's course to the left. The tires crunched over an unidentified object, producing a disconcerting squeal. He could distinctly perceive the peculiar resistance as the tires crushed the bones of the undead. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wang Jiangwo calmly replacing his magazine at the window, while his father, Li Denayan, sat just behind him, tightly gripping his pistol and firing continuously. The old hunter's keen eyes scanned their surroundings with precision. Minyuan, steady now, don't rush. Provide them with a clear line of fire. Watch out for those ahead on the right. Understood, Dad, Li Mingyuan replied, beads of sweat forming at his temples. He realized this was far more exhilarating than driving a dump truck laden with bricks on a construction site. He inhaled deeply and exhaled, striving to concentrate completely on maneuvering the vehicle. Minyuan, you're doing well. Keep it up. Wang Jiangwo's voice came through, laced with approval. Li Mingyuan cracked a grin, responding with a simple acknowledgement. That brief commendation eased his anxiety considerably. He felt akin to the helmsman of a ship, resolutely steering through tumultuous waters, determined to deliver his passengers safely to shore. As long as the vehicle remained under his control, he would not allow it to falter. Maintain formation, clear the area systematically. Chun Mo's voice echoed through the team channel, a steadying force for all. The convoy advanced across the plaza, forming a dynamic web of firepower. The firearms mounted on the minibus and compact cars erupted with flames, while Su Weiwei, atop the smaller vehicle, also engaged with her pistol. Though her aim was somewhat lacking, she was visibly improving. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies in the initial wave, they posed little threat, being merely ordinary undead. Under the coordinated efforts of the convoy and their formidable firepower, they fell like wheat before the scythe. Approximately 10 minutes later, the gunfire in the plaza began to wane. The ground was strewn with the corpses of hundreds of zombies, the stench of decay thickening in the air. Ding. Exploration level increased to 10. The notification from the wristband chimed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Stand down, check your gear, and remain vigilant, Chen Mo commanded. The team began inspecting their weapons and ammunition. Yin Shan poked his head out from the small truck, grinning broadly. That was exhilarating. Damn exhilarating. No matter how many of those mutts come, old Yin can take them all down. Su Weiwei glared at him from atop the bus, unimpressed. You sure have a loud mouth. Wasn't it you who nearly drove us into a horde of zombies just moments ago? As she spoke, she commenced checking her 92 style pistol, its muzzle still slightly warm. Hey, that was a tactical advance, understand? Yin Shan retorted defiantly. Well, how's your shooting practice going, little girl? Don't go shooting with your eyes closed again. Su Weiwei scoffed, deftly removing the empty magazine and retrieving a filled one from her wrist space. My marksmanship is just fine. Unlike you, with your bulky frame, wasting bullets. She paused momentarily, muttering softly, I clearly aimed for the head, so why did I miss? Chapter 62. Luring the horde and the zombie-tied Chun Mo and the others reported their ammunition consumption. There were still plenty of rifle rounds, but they had prepared too few handgun bullets. It seemed everyone wanted to seize the opportunity to hone their shooting skills. After a brief mental calculation, he purchased 50 handgun magazines from the system store and distributed them among the group. Having completed this task, Chen Mo's gaze shifted once more to the dilapidated main building of the train station. The dark, Gaping doorway loomed like the maw of a beast waiting to devour its prey. The surrounding zombies had been largely cleared, and waiting idly was not a viable strategy. As their exploration percentage was only 10, he pondered for a moment. Only by taking the initiative could they enhance their exploration rate. Yin Shan, drive your little truck to the vicinity of the damaged entrance of the station building and use the horn to lure out whatever's inside. Got it, Yin Shan replied excitedly. Pressing the accelerator, the small truck darting forth like an arrow released from a bow. It came to a halt about 10 meters from the station's entrance, then began to blare the horn furiously. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring sound echoed through the quiet train station, like stones cast into an abyss. Indeed, the effect was remarkable. A roar, even more frenzied than before, erupted from the depths of the station building. The next moment, a dark tide of zombies surged forth from the entrance and shattered windows, resembling a flood that had breached its dam. This time, not only were there more zombies, but some among them were noticeably larger than the average undead, with sturdier limbs and significantly increased speed. These were low-level mutated zombies. Oh no, the big ones are coming, Yin Shan screeched, quickly shifting into reverse while continuing to taunt with the horn. All vehicles, maintain crossfire, prioritize eliminating the faster mutated zombies. Chen Mo commanded calmly. The square erupted once again in a cacophony of gunfire. Focus on those fast mutated zombies, Chen Mo reiterated. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Shui had already adjusted her aim. Her bullet struck a mutated zombie that moved on all fours, its speed markedly superior. The creature's head exploded, dark green. Foul-smelling liquid spraying forth, its body rolling a few times from the momentum before finally coming to rest. These mutated zombies were not significantly larger than ordinary ones, but their skin exhibited an abnormal dark blue hue, with sharp claws, moving with eerie silence and posing a considerable threat. Wang Jingwo showed no hesitation either, firing his 81 rifle, blasting another mutated zombie attempting to flank their small vehicle. Compared to the elite mutated zombie at the gas station, these lower-tier variants clearly had weaker defenses, yet their sheer numbers and unpredictable movements proved challenging. Old Fong, steady the vehicle. Don't let them get too close. Chun Mo's voice resonated through the channel, reaching Fong Chung, who was firmly gripping the steering wheel of the minibus, striving to maintain control. As Chun Mo and Lin Shui fired from atop the vehicle, they endeavored to keep it steady. Understood, Fong responded, his voice a tad hoarse yet imbued with unwavering resolve. It was disingenuous to claim he wasn't nervous during his first encounter with such chaos. However, Chun Mo's trust and lucid commands swiftly instilled a sense of purpose within him. Meanwhile, Yin Shan, driving a small truck, resembled a rampaging bull, honking incessantly. Come chase your grandpa, Yin, he bellowed, attracting the attention of several mutated zombies. The truck's cabin creaked under the pressure, yet he paid it no mind, laughing heartily as he skillfully maneuvered through the horde, occasionally sending a few oblivious ordinary zombies flying. The cacophony of gunfire, roars, and metallic clashes melded into a frenzied symphony across the square. Though the mutated zombies proved troublesome, their numbers dwindled under the relentless firepower of the convoy. Perched atop the minibus, Chen Mo not only took aim at the most significant threats to the team, but also maintained a vigilant watch over the battlefield, adjusting tactics as necessary. Wei, refrain from firing hastily. Aim before you shoot. Bullets are not infinite, he reminded through the team channel. Su Wei stuck out her tongue, muttering, I know. You're more nagging than my father. Nevertheless, she slowed her firing rate, focusing intently on her targets. This confrontation was markedly more intense than the previous one, yet it unfolded with relative ease. The second wave of zombies was finally eradicated. Ding. Exploration level of the instance increased to 25. Chun Mo surveyed the depths of the station building, his brow furrowing. Merely clearing the perimeter was yielding a sluggish increase in exploration. The surrounding zombies had nearly been dealt with. As he scrutinized the station's structure and noticed the damaged entrance to the hall, he made a bold decision. Yin Shan, you drive the small truck. I will accompany you into the station hall to lure out the deeper zombies. Lin Shui, Wang Jingwo, you will provide support from the periphery, ready to unleash firepower at a moment's notice. Isn't this too dangerous? Wang Jingwo expressed his concern. The internal situation of the station hall was uncertain, and being trapped inside was a real possibility. Have faith, I know what I'm doing, Chen Mo replied with an authoritative tone. Lin Shui remained silent, quietly checking her ammunition. Upon hearing they would enter the hall, Yin Shan was even more exhilarated, exclaiming, No problem, boss. I promise to complete the task. As Yin Shan and Chun Mo climbed aboard, the small truck emitted a low growl and sped toward the entrance of the station hall, which had already been breached by zombies. Crash! Shattered glass flew in all directions, and a nauseating stench of decay assaulted their senses, nearly suffocating them. Inside the station hall, the lighting was exceedingly dim. Only a few beams of sunlight filtered through the broken ceiling, casting mottled light that barely illuminated the chaotic scene within, overturned seats, and scattered luggage. Beep. Without hesitation, Yin Shan honked the horn again, and it felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. Roar. A piercing and jarring howl erupted from all directions. Within the depths of the hall, behind the tightly shut door of the stairwell, and within the ticket booth, countless pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly flickered to life. Following this, an overwhelming tide of zombies surged forth from every corner, including the low-level mutated zombies previously encountered. Among them were also some smaller, more bizarre creatures, swiftly crawling on all fours like wild beasts. Mutated zombies. Chun Imo uttered a low exclamation, his firearm already discharging. Good heavens! So many! Yin Shan felt a surge of panic, urgently swerving the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to turn around in the narrow hall. Just as the small truck struggled to pivot, dark shadows flitted across the ceiling. Several crawling zombies, adhering to the ceiling like geckos, suddenly leapt down, their sharp claws aimed directly at the cabin. Be careful! Chun Imo quickly reacted, pivoting his pistol with precision. Bang bang bang. The accurate shots swiftly dispatched the ambushing crawlers. However, more zombies had already climbed onto the truck bed, frantically pounding on the windows, producing a jarring, grating sound. Breakthrough! Chun Imo shouted fiercely. Yin Shan pressed the accelerator to the floor. The small truck let out a pained roar, laden with zombie attachments, as it forcefully carved a bloody path through the horde. Racing towards the exit of the hall. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the square, Wang Jiangwo and the others had long been on high alert. Upon witnessing the small truck burst forth, they immediately concentrated their fire. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the relentless tide of zombies that followed closely behind. Soon, this group was similarly eradicated under the onslaught of their firepower. Ding! Exploration progress of the instance increased to 40. The small truck came to a halt in the center of the square, Yin Shan gasping for breath. The previous scene had been exhilarating. Chun Imo also exited the vehicle, his expression grave. The sheer number and variety of zombies in the hall had exceeded his expectations. Just as everyone thought they could take a moment to rest, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the station building. The sound was filled with unending ferocity and authority, akin to a demon howling from the depths of the abyss. Following this, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity were approaching. An unprecedented aura of terror spread like a tangible force, nearly suffocating everyone. What in the world is that noise? Fang Yang's fire axe clattered to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Even the usually fearless Yin Shan lost his jovial demeanor, his expression turning gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon the darkness deep within the station building. Chapter 63, A Grueling Battle Against Monsters. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chun Mo's voice suddenly rang out, like a clarion call, dispelling some of the panic that had gripped their hearts. His expression was equally somber, yet his gaze was sharp, firmly locked onto the source of the sound. With a commanding presence, the seasoned team members sprang into action almost instinctively. Lin Shui remained silent, swiftly replacing her magazine. Her gun slightly lowered as she entered a state of heightened alertness. Wang Jiangwo and the others quickly returned to their respective combat positions, their weapons pointed outward in unison. At that moment, from the depths of the waiting hall, a massive, shadowy figure began to materialize. Its movement was not swift, yet each step reverberated through the ground with increasing intensity. A thunderous roar echoed, and the colossal silhouette accelerated suddenly, charging towards the entrance of the hall. With a resounding crash, the wall near the entrance of the station bulged outward, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Clearly, the creature's immense size had become ensnared by the inadequately high doorway. Now, concentrate fire. It stuck. Chun Imo decisively commanded, his voice sharp. The gunfire erupted in a cacophony, reverberating in the air and causing discomfort to the eardrums. On top of the minibus, Chun Imo and Lin Shui unleashed their 81 rifles first, the orange-red flames dancing wildly in the dim light. On the other side, Wang Jiangwo bellowed almost in a frenzy. Aim for the exposed joints. Hit it hard. He himself fired his rifle with astonishing speed, the muzzle jumping violently. Countless searing bullets rained down upon the beast. Occasionally, a few bullets, propelled by their tremendous momentum, managed to pierce the surface, splattering dark green, foul-smelling liquid. However, such damage was evidently insignificant against the creature's colossal form. Comparable to a small cargo truck, the sudden onslaught caused the monster to momentarily falter. Its massive body, wedged in the wall, twisted violently, dislodging more debris from the crumbling structure above. With an even more furious roar, the creature unleashed its wrath. The station's walls could no longer withstand the terrifying force. Collapsing with a thunderous crack, countless fragments and clouds of dust erupted in all directions. A grotesque shadow, immense and coated in a viscous, dark green slime, slowly emerged from the ruins, exuding a suffocating aura of terror, fully exposing itself to the onlookers. Towering over 4 meters, its body was encased in a thick, resilient layer that shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling natural armor. Most chillingly, its torso was adorned with 7 or 8 grotesque, robust arms, reminiscent of monstrous arthropods. Each arm bore sharp, knife-like bone spurs glinting with a frigid light. Its massive head held 2 crimson eyes, brimming with malice, while the 2 most formidable arms shielded its head, protecting its vital areas. "It's a boss." Wang Zhengwo's expression turned grave as he spat out those words through clenched teeth. He had encountered numerous battles, yet never had he faced a creature that exuded such an overwhelming presence. The monster let out a deafening roar that shook the very air. 8 powerful arms suddenly slammed into the ground, and the colossal creature surged toward the convoy with an astonishing speed that belied its massive form. The earth cracked under its relentless tread. "Scatter, maintain your distance, and focus fire on its head and joints." Lao Fong, Yin Shan, divert its attention. Chen Mo commanded swiftly, his voice tinged with a slight rasp from the tension. The convoy responded immediately, 3 vehicles darting apart like agile fish, attempting to employ their mobility to outmaneuver the behemoth in the open square. Lin Shui swiftly switched to her sniper rifle, the scope locking onto the robust joint of the multi-armed marauder's leg. Bang! The dull sound of the gun echoed as the specially crafted sniper bullet whistled through the air. However, upon impact, the bullet barely penetrated, causing a mere splash of blood. Its defenses were too formidable. Furrowing her brow, Lin Shui decisively abandoned the sniper rifle, opting instead for the Type 81 automatic rifle, unleashing a barrage upon the exposed joint of the monster's leg. Yen Shan maneuvered the small truck, roaring as he flanked the creature, attempting to draw its ire. "You beast! Yin grandfather is right here." The monster, momentarily unable to pursue any vehicles, seemed agitated. It abruptly halted, 2 of its arms shooting out with lightning speed, seizing an already wrecked car from the roadside, and hurling it violently toward Yin Shan's truck. "Watch out!" Chen Mo's pupils constricted in alarm. Yin Shan felt a fierce wind rushing toward him as the car rapidly enlarged in his vision. Instinctively, he yanked the steering wheel to the right and slammed the accelerator. With a screeching roar, the small truck executed a perilous drift, narrowly avoiding the crashing vehicle, which smashed down behind him, instantly crumpling into a heap of scrap metal with a deafening clang. Cold sweat drenched Yin Shan's back. Had he been struck, the truck would have surely disintegrated. The failed attack only enraged the monster further. Its crimson eyes locked onto the minibus, and it charged forward with heavy strides, its numerous arms thrashing like wild tentacles, kicking up clouds of dust. Bang! Bang! Chen Mo leaned out from the minibus's roof, the shotgun in his hands erupting with thunderous blasts. The large lead pellets slammed into the marauder's pursuing arms, bursting into clouds of dark green blood. Though it momentarily hindered its movements, the damage inflicted remained minimal, failing to halt its advance. The minibus's rear was soon struck by one of those powerful arms. With a thunderous crash, the entire vehicle trembled violently, the rear crumpling inward significantly. "Wang Zhengwo, use the Molotov cocktails. Burn it." Chen Mo's voice roared through the team channel, veins bulging on his forehead. "Understood." Wang Zhengwo responded immediately, retrieving several neatly crafted Molotov cocktails from his wrist space. He seized the moment, exerting force with his arm to hurl the cocktails one after another toward the colossal creature's massive form. Smash! 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 Several incendiary bottles detonated with precision upon the multi-armed marauder, erupting in a vivid orange blaze that rapidly engulfed its dark green exoskeleton. A deafening roar echoed as the creature writhed in agony, its immense form thrashing wildly across the square, flailing its numerous arms in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. The excruciating pain evidently slowed its movements. Chapter 64. The grueling battle with the monster. The tumult of battle drew the attention of a few lingering ordinary zombies lurking in the corners of the train station, who began to converge upon the battlefield with guttural howls. "Dad, Wei Wei, those minions are yours," Li Mingyuan shouted as he steadied the small vehicle. "Rest assured," came the steady voice of Li Nian, aged yet composed. With precision, he fired his 92 Type pistol, dispatching several zombies that sought to approach. Su Wei Wei too let out a commanding shout as she fired her handgun repeatedly, her aim seemingly improved. The duo worked in concert, swiftly clearing the insignificant zombies without allowing them to disrupt the main conflict. Seeing the effectiveness of the incendiary bottles, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. "Zhengwo, continue launching the incendiary bottles. Do not cease. The rest of you, concentrate fire on the areas scorched by the flames. Its defenses are waning." Wang Zhengwo, without hesitation, continued to hurl the remaining incendiary bottles. Chen Mo also procured additional incendiary bottles from the marketplace, joining in the assault on the beast. The square was momentarily transformed into a scene of blazing inferno and billowing smoke, under the relentless burning and the combined fire of the group. The creature's thick exoskeleton began to show signs of charring and fine cracks. Its dark green, foul-smelling blood seeped from the fissures, emitting a noxious odor. The creature's roars gradually grew weaker and more resentful. Lin Xiefeng narrowed her eyes, the muzzle of her .81 caliber rifle steadily trained on the areas of the monster's exoskeleton that had been ravaged by fire. She refrained from hastily unleashing her firepower, instead calmly waiting for the creature to expose vulnerabilities with each agonizing contortion. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp shots rang out, the bullets expertly piercing the joint of an arm previously targeted by the incendiary bottles. Dark green blood erupted violently. The creature howled in intensified anguish, and the movement of that arm noticeably faltered. Wang Jiangwo remained composed, directing each of his shots toward the most severely scorched areas of the beast, where its defenses had evidently diminished. Inside the small vehicle, Fang Yong, facing such a brutal confrontation for the first time, gripped the fire axe tightly, his palms slick with sweat. He gazed through the window at the colossal beast thrashing in the flames and at his teammates' fearless onslaught, his heart racing with a mixture of terror and an indescribable thrill and yearning. Fang Cheng, gritting his teeth, maneuvered the minibus, striving to provide a stable shooting platform for Chun Mo and Lin Shui atop the vehicle. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his back. Flames, like insatiable maggots, spread wildly across the monstrous figure. Thick smoke billowed, and the acrid stench permeated the entire square. This brutal battle had persisted for nearly an hour, depleting the convoy's ammunition significantly. Everyone was utterly exhausted, particularly Fang Cheng and Li Mingyuan, who were responsible for driving. They were intensely focused and nearly at the brink of collapse. At last, under yet another round of concentrated fire and several incendiary attacks, the once formidable beast began to slow its movements, with cracks multiplying and widening across its body. Finally, it emitted a hoarse roar filled with despair and defiance. Its numerous arms drooped weakly, and its colossal form crashed heavily to one side, striking the ground with a thunderous thud that sent clouds of dust into the air. The notification chime from the wristband rang out melodiously at that moment. Exploration progress increased to 60. They had finally vanquished it. Yen Shan collapsed into the driver's seat of the small truck, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down his face like a rivulet. Su Weiwei, equally drained, slumped atop the car, devoid of energy even to scold Yen Shan, her chest heaving violently. The others were similarly fatigued, their faces reflecting the exhaustion and exhilaration of surviving. Chun Mo leaned against the roof of the minibus, inhaling the acrid air laced with gunpowder and decay. He glanced at the countdown on his wristband. Less than 3 hours remained. His eyes then fell upon the train station, a behemoth looming before them, shrouded in darkness, harboring unknown terrors within. Given the station's intricate layout, which made vehicular access difficult, and the toll of the recent grueling battle that had exhausted their ammunition and personnel, he pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding. They would regroup, scavenge for usable supplies, and refrain from delving deeper into the station, awaiting the conclusion of the exploration time. Upon hearing his words, everyone exhaled in relief. He further instructed that all combatants inspect the fallen bodies for ammunition and ensure their elimination, while non-combatants would follow behind to gather supplies. In the ensuing hours, the convoy members began to clear the battlefield, maintaining vigilance of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Mo meticulously collected the destroyed vehicles and scattered metal debris deemed recoverable by the system. Trash bin, recyclable, value, 6 survival points. Damaged billboard, recyclable, value, 3 survival points. Ruined sedan, recyclable, value, 350 survival points. Broken vending machine, recyclable, value, 80 survival points. Damaged streetlight, recyclable, value, 15 survival points. After more than half an hour of diligent work, sweat beaded on Chun Mo's forehead. Recycling completed. Total survival points gained, 26, 570 points. Current total survival points, 62, 050 points. Seeing the figures displayed on his wristband, a satisfied smile crept across Chun Mo's lips. This expedition, though fraught with peril, had yielded substantial rewards. However, the survival points accrued from this endeavor were sufficient to offset the ammunition expenditure, with a substantial surplus remaining, not to mention the impending rewards from the dungeon settlement. Time passed inexorably. The atmosphere in the square gradually eased from the tension of battle. At last, amidst everyone's anticipation, the wristbands vibrated once more. Main quest: survive for 8 hours at the train station, completed. Challenge quest: explore the train station, completion 60. Calculating dungeon rewards. As the announcement resonated, a brilliant golden pillar of light surged skyward from the center of the square, piercing the heavens. Soon thereafter, the golden light began to dissipate, revealing 2 magnificent chests. radiating a soft golden glow, adorned with intricate designs. Beside these 2 golden chests lay 5 additional chests, shimmering with a silvery hue. Goodness! Golden chests! And 5 silver ones. Fang Yong was the first to react, exhilarated, leaping from the ground and pointing at the chests, his voice tinged with excitement. Yan Shan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling. Oh my goodness! We struck it rich. Boss, let me be the one to open it. I feel incredibly lucky today. I'm bound to uncover something marvelous. He rubbed his hands together, eager to take action. Chapter 65. The Golden Chests and Strategic Gains. Why should it be you? Keep your grimy hands away from the treasures. Su Weiwei protested, planting her hands on her hips and glaring at Yan Shan, unwilling to yield. If anyone should open them, it's me. I am the chosen one, brimming with good fortune. Ultimately, Chun Mo decided that each of them would open one chest. Hey, Xiaowei, you're just being contrary. I have the favor of the heavens. My luck is amassed. Yan Shan retorted, his voice rising further. Enough of the bickering, Chun Mo interjected, halting their playful banter. He pointed to the golden chest on the left. Yan Shan, this one is yours. Then, he indicated the right one. Weiwei, that one is for you. One for each of you will save us from further disputes. Upon hearing this, Yan Shan's face broke into a wide grin, and he shot a smug glance at Su Weiwei. Did you hear that? The boss trusts me. He rubbed his hands together and strode confidently toward the left golden chest. Su Weiwei, lifting her chin, shot Yan Shan a challenging look, then lightly scoffed, making her way to the right golden chest, muttering under her breath about who would reveal the better treasure. The other team members gathered around, their faces brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Even the typically composed Wang Zhengwo now fixed his gaze intently on the 2 glittering chests. Lin Shui stood beside Chen Mo, her eyes flitting between the 2 golden chests and the eager participants, a faint smile gracing her lips. The air in the square seemed to thicken with anticipation, leaving only the sound of their slightly labored breaths and the rapid beating of their hearts. Golden chests. This was their first encounter. What delightful surprises might lie within. Yan Shan rubbed his large hands together, chuckling foolishly, the flesh on his face quivering with excitement. He approached the golden treasure chest on the left, inhaling deeply as if to draw all the good fortune into his very being. Open. Let it be revealed. He bellowed, abruptly flinging open the chest's lid. As a gentle radiance dissipated, the true contents of the chest were unveiled. Yan Shan's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling gleaming copper bells. At the top of the chest lay 2 blueprints, faintly glowing. Vehicle Collision Modification Blueprint. This blueprint enables the installation of an indestructible heavy-duty ram on designated vehicles, significantly enhancing their impact and destructive capabilities, requiring a substantial amount of high-strength alloys and special metallic materials. Vehicle Air Conditioning Modification Blueprint. This blueprint allows for the installation of an air conditioning system in vehicles, enabling temperature regulation within the cabin. Required materials include 1 air conditioning compressor, 1 cooling fan, and other components. Below the blueprints was a neatly arranged pile of rare materials. A stack of titanium alloy ingots, half a meter high, each gleaming with a unique dark silver luster. Beside them lay a hefty collection of high-density steel plates, special rubber, and some ordinary supplies. Good heavens! Yan Shan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent as he reached for the titanium ingots. Such valuable treasures. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei observed the remarkable items bursting forth from Yan Shan's chest with a slight pout, secretly astonished herself. Unlike Yan Shan, she was not as boisterous. She gently lifted the chest's lid. As the light faded, the contents of her chest were revealed, consisting of only 3 items. The most striking was a peculiar core, approximately the size of a fist, entirely transparent and seemingly composed of countless tiny golden runes, emanating a faint yet distinct energy fluctuation. Surrounding the core, subtle spatial ripples appeared, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Vehicle Fusion Core, a special item that allows the fusion of 2 vehicles, transforming them to better suit combat, enhancing their attributes, and altering their physical layout based on the fusion results and compatibility. A one-time use item. Vehicle Fusion Core. Su Weiwei blinked her beautiful eyes, glancing at Chun Mo with a hint of confusion. The description sounded rather enigmatic. Chun Mo, upon seeing the information regarding this core item, was equally taken aback. Vehicle Fusion. Transforming vehicles to be more combat-ready. This is a strategic-grade item. He suppressed his excitement and gestured for Su Weiwei to continue. Next to the core lay 2 transparent syringes, filled with a light green liquid that emitted a soft glow, appearing somewhat familiar. Chun Mo picked one up, and the information immediately displayed on his wrist hologram. Name: Intermediate Healing Potion. Type: Consumable. Effect: Rapidly treats external injuries and promotes wound healing, with some efficacy against severe infections. Description: In critical moments, it may save your life. At the very bottom of the chest was a neatly organized box of first aid supplies. 3 bottles of special hemostatic spray, capable of rapidly coagulating wounds and significantly reducing blood loss. 5 rolls of special bandages, effective in inflammation reduction and accelerating recovery. Su Weiwei gazed at the items she had procured, although lacking the overwhelming visual impact of the numerous materials from Yinshan's side. She sensed that the vehicle fusion core was indeed extraordinary. With a proud tilt of her chin, she cast a provocative glance at Yinshan, who was still foolishly grinning while clutching the titanium alloy. Mine is the true treasure. Yinshan contemplated a rebuttal, but, noticing Chun Mo's continued inspection of the fusion core, wisely chose to remain silent. He understood that anything garnering such attention from the boss must possess exceptional significance. The subsequent silver treasure chests were opened by the group. While the contents of the silver chests did not dazzle like those of the gold chests, they nonetheless yielded highly practical supplies, such as telescopes and vehicle insulation materials, greatly replenishing the team's reserves. Well, we have finished opening the treasure chests. Let's tally our spoils, Chun Mo announced, clapping his hands to redirect everyone's attention from the excitement of the treasures. Those who participated in gathering the loot handed their findings to Chun Mo, resulting in a bountiful haul. A Tier 3 crystal core, shimmering with a profound red glow, warm to the touch and brimming with immense energy. 3 exceptionally hard pieces of resilient mutated carapace, each the size of a tabletop and perfect for crafting advanced armor. 2 extraordinarily sharp, keen arm blades, glinting with a cold light, suitable for use as weapons or as materials to enhance other gear. The ordinary zombies and lower-tier mutated zombies they had defeated also contributed significantly, yielding 16 Tier 1 crystal cores, which would suffice for a considerable time. Additionally, there were ample quantities of contamination fragments and damaged fibers, though these were of lower quality. Their abundance ensured a substantial return in survival points when recycled at the marketplace. Chun Mo categorized all the materials and stored them systematically in the system warehouse. The less valuable contamination fragments and damaged fibers were directly sent for recycling at the marketplace. Recycling car wrecks, damaged streetlights, billboards, trash bins, and other debris at the train station square, acquiring survival points, 23, 500 points. Current total survival points, 61, 820 points. Chapter 66. Dinner and Vehicle Fusion. As he beheld the substantial increase in his survival point balance, Chun Mo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the arduous nature of this dungeon expedition, the rewards were equally immense. Glancing at the countdown timer on his wristband, he noted that less than 10 minutes remained. All right, everyone, it's time to regroup. Chun Mo's voice drew the group back to focus. The dungeon's time is nearly up. Check your gear and prepare to board the vehicle for the teleportation out of the dungeon. Yes, the group responded in unison, their voices infused with the lightheartedness of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Dungeon stay time is about to end. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. In an instant, a beam of white light, even more brilliant than that which enveloped them upon entry, enveloped the entire convoy. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion enveloped them once more. As the blinding white light dissipated and their vision regained clarity, they found themselves back on the familiar, desolate, and dilapidated road of the apocalypse. Behind them, the entrance to the haunted train station, shrouded in a green luminescence, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the abundant supplies within their wristbands and the lingering scent of gunpowder on their bodies attested to the harrowing experience they had just endured, affirming that it was no mere illusion. We're out. We've made it. Fong Yong exclaimed with exuberance, shattering the brief silence. Genuine smiles adorned the faces of the group. Having triumphed in an arduous battle and returned laden with spoils, the feeling was truly exhilarating. Chun Mo glanced at the time on his wristband. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. After such a fierce confrontation, everyone needed a well-deserved rest. All right, Chun Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, imbued with a note of ease. Tonight, let's enjoy a hearty meal in the van to celebrate our successful completion of the instance and to formally welcome our new members. Let the feast begin. Yin Shan was the first to cheer, as the weariness from earlier seemed to evaporate. Li Li, Su Huifan, and Shun Wanqing exchanged knowing smiles and began bustling about within the van. Li Li nimbly retrieved the ingredients Chun Mo had previously stored for her from her wristband, while Shun Wanqing and Su Huifan assisted her, their cooperation seamless. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the van, tantalizing their appetites. When dinner was laid out on the van's foldable table, everyone could hardly suppress their salivation. The steaming self-heating rice emitted wisps of white vapor, accompanied by several bubbling self-heating hot pots, their spicy and fragrant essence wafting enticingly into the air. In addition, Chun Mo had exchanged for some chilled beverages and beer from the system's marketplace. Feng Cheng, Zhao Xiaohu, and Feng Yong gazed at the sumptuous spread before them, their eyes misting with tears. How long had it been since they had savored a decent meal? Before meeting Chen Mo, they had struggled daily amidst hunger and fear, subsisting on mere bread. Eating even simply boiled wolf meat had been a stroke of luck, albeit lacking in flavor, with salt being their only seasoning. Eat. Why are you just staring? Yin Shan's booming voice shattered the silence as he eagerly grasped a can of soda, downing half of it in one go, letting out a satisfying belch. The boss said it's all you can eat. With tears glistening in his eyes, Feng Yong took his first mouthful of warm rice. The delightful blend of flavors filled his mouth, warming not just his stomach but also his heart. He devoured the food voraciously, as if seeking to swallow down the suffering he had endured during that time. Slow down. Dear, don't choke, Lily said gently, watching Feng Yong, as she offered him another helping of vegetables. There was plenty of rice and vegetables to go around. The veteran members encouraged them to eat their fill, while Wang Jingwo patted Feng Cheng's shoulder, conveying an unspoken camaraderie. Su Huifan continuously served food and offered care to the newly joined Chen Wan and Zhang Wentao, creating a warm atmosphere within the small vehicle. The aroma of the meal and the laughter of the group dispelled some of the lingering gloom of the apocalypse and the fatigue following the battle. In that moment, they were not merely survivors struggling for existence in a world of despair. They resembled a close-knit family, cherishing rare moments of reunion. Even Lin Shui, typically reserved, bore a faint smile at the corners of her lips as she quietly peeled sausages for Wang Mingming. After dinner, the group did not immediately rest. Feng Cheng and the others willingly took on the task of tidying up the dishes, eager to contribute to the team. Chen Mo, however, wasted no time. His attention was entirely captivated by the vehicle fusion core, emanating a peculiar energy wave from the system's warehouse. He stroked his chin, pondering deeply as the description of this item indicated its ability to fuse two vehicles, transforming them into a more combat-oriented form while enhancing their attributes and altering their appearance. With the fusion results influenced by the types and compatibility of the vehicles involved, he mentally compared the various vehicles currently at the team's disposal. The minibus, serving as a command and precision strike platform, was in good condition. The small vehicle functioned as a center for living and assistance, but might not be suitable for fusion. The remaining options included the sturdy little truck from Yinshan and the brand new, but still in its initial state 9-meter-6 box truck discovered in the logistics park warehouse. The little truck offered decent mobility, yet its defense and space were limited. In contrast, the 9-meter-6 box truck boasted a solid chassis and vast potential, though it currently resembled an empty shell with minimal combat capability. Exiting the vehicle, Chen Mo accessed the vehicle interface and selected the vehicle fusion core. A prompt appeared on the wristband panel. Detected vehicle fusion core. Please select the two vehicles to be fused. Available vehicle 1, small truck. Available vehicle 2, 9-meter-6 box truck. Available vehicle 3, minibus. Available vehicle 4, small vehicle. Available vehicle 5, off-road vehicle. Chen Mo attempted to simulate several combinations within the system. When the minibus and small vehicle were selected for fusion, the system indicated a low compatibility, advising against the fusion. Conversely, when he chose Yin Shan's little truck and the 9-meter-6 box truck, the system responded with a high compatibility prompt, recommending fusion. That's it. Chen Mo decided without hesitation and addressed the group. Everyone, pay attention. I am about to undertake a special modification of Yin Shan's little truck and the 9-meter-6 box truck. There may be some commotion, so please do not panic. Curiosity piqued, the group gathered around, with Yin Shan particularly excited, rubbing his hands together. Boss, are you upgrading my truck? That's wonderful. Chen Mo smiled, refraining from excessive explanation, and directly selected the little truck and the 9-meter-6 box truck on his wristband before clicking Initiate Fusion. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped both vehicles entirely. A deep, resonant rumble emanated from the blinding white light, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath our feet. The sounds of metal twisting and reconfiguring filled the air, as if unseen colossal hands were enacting a profound transformation upon the two vehicles. All present were transfixed by this miraculous spectacle, their breaths held in anxious anticipation. Eyes locked upon the immense source of light. Yin Shan, particularly agitated, broke into a sweat, murmuring fervently to himself, "It must become fiercer." Chapter 67. Armored truck. This process continued for a few minutes, until suddenly, the white light contracted abruptly, receding like a tide. Before us stood a brand new war machine, exuding an aura of cold metal and raw power. It retained the basic silhouette of a box truck, yet its overall form was lower, bulkier, and radiated an overwhelming sense of dominance. The once slender front of the truck had transformed into a sharply defined visage, brimming with muscularity. Along the sides and rear, Evenly spaced openings for outward firing had been incorporated, alongside reinforced glass observation windows set within thick steel plating, glimmering with a ghostly glow. The vehicle's surface was no longer adorned with ordinary paint. Instead, it bore a matte dark gray coating that seemed to absorb all light, conveying a profound sense of steadiness and lethal intent. "Is this my little truck in that large cargo vehicle?" Yin Shan gazed in awe at the behemoth before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Mo, equally astonished, stepped forward and flung open the driver's side door. The driver's cabin and the rear compartment had been completely integrated, forming a spacious open area. The partition that once separated the driver's cabin from the cargo space had been removed. The driver's seat remained, along with a passenger seat positioned slightly further back. A narrow passageway now connected the two, allowing for easy access to the rear. Inside the cargo compartment, the seating arrangement had undergone a radical transformation. No longer an empty cargo box, it now featured 2 rows of seats installed tightly against the armored walls, with a wide enough aisle in the center to accommodate 3 individuals side by side. This configuration could comfortably seat at least 10 people. At the rear of the compartment, the vast space remained intact. To Chun Mo's delight, a built-in metal ladder leading to the roof had been added to one side of the compartment. Ascending the ladder, he opened the hatch to the rooftop and discovered that the previously bare platform's edges had been outfitted with a sturdy, foldable metal railing, standing about waist high. This railing not only provided cover, but also featured several designated weapon mounts at critical points, indicating the potential for heavy machine guns or even small artillery to be installed atop the vehicle in the future. Absolutely perfect. Chun Mo marveled inwardly. Without hesitation, he retrieved the vehicle RAM modification blueprint from the system's repository and selected it for use. A flash of light enveloped the war machine as the metal structure at the front of the vehicle began to undulate. A formidable horn, forged from high-intensity alloy, materialized out of thin air, shimmering with a disquieting cold light. This horn, with its robust and domineering design, appeared capable of effortlessly tearing apart any obstacles in its path. Chun Mo continued to enhance the vehicle, elevating all modifications to level 1 while also upgrading the vehicle's overall rank. As the blinding light subsided, the exterior remained largely unchanged, save for the armor which had thickened considerably. Chun Mo examined the attributes of the new vehicle. Vehicle name, armored truck. Level, LV1. Durability, 450,450. Defense, 25. Fuel tank capacity, LV1, 800L. Storage space, LV1, 5 cubic meters. Occupants, 2, driver and co-driver. 10, passengers. Maximum speed, 90 kilometers h. Fuel consumption, 30 L per 100 kilometers. Modification modules, body reinforcement LV1, engine enhancement LV1, tire modification LV1, storage space LV1. Fuel tank capacity LV1. Excellent. This is simply a mobile fortress. The team erupted in thunderous cheers. Yin Shan was particularly ecstatic, rushing forward to caress the truck's cold, sturdy armor, feeling the potent metallic essence it exuded. "Boss, is this going to be my ride?" Yin Shan's voice trembled with excitement. Chun Mo nodded with a smile. "Indeed. This armored truck will be entrusted to you. It shall serve as our team's formidable weapon." He then turned to Feng Cheng. "Feng Cheng, you will serve as the auxiliary driver of this vehicle, alternating with Yin Shan." Chun Mo's voice resonated clearly among the group. Feng Cheng suddenly looked up, caught off guard. As a new member, he was astonished that Chun Mo would grant him a portion of the driving authority over this evidently formidable armored truck. The trust bestowed upon him stirred a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. His mouth opened as if to speak, but he found his throat dry, merely nodding vigorously. A faint flush of excitement crept onto his dark complexion. "Captain, am I really capable?" Feng Cheng could not help but ask, his voice barely concealing a tremor. This was not merely a vehicle. It symbolized responsibility and the trust of the team. Yin Shan's large hand, resembling a paddle, landed heavily on Feng Cheng's shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. "Old Feng, why not? You drive steadily and possess excellent skills, unlike me, who sometimes forgets directions after pressing the accelerator. We complement each other perfectly, one as the aggressor and the other as the steady hand." Yin Shan grinned widely, his satisfaction with this arrangement evident. Akin to a child who has just received a new toy. Though Feng Cheng winced from the force of Yin Shan's slap, warmth surged within him. "Brother Yin, take it easy. My old bones can't handle such rough handling." He chuckled, rubbing his shoulder, his face adorned with a hearty smile. The tension in his eyes had considerably dissipated, replaced by a palpable excitement. He turned to Chen Mo, his tone significantly more earnest. "Captain, rest assured, I will collaborate seamlessly with Brother Yin to operate this armored truck proficiently. I shall not be a hindrance." Chun Mo observed the fire of determination igniting in Feng Cheng's eyes, alongside the expectant gazes of the others, and nodded in satisfaction. After completing the integration of the armored truck, his attention shifted to the small passenger vehicle driven by Lee Minuan. This vehicle had previously undertaken the vital roles of personnel transport, temporary respite, care for the injured, and partial storage of supplies during both combat and daily life, essentially serving as the auxiliary hub of the team's existence. Although it had undergone several modifications, its potential had evidently yet to be fully realized. Chun Imo accessed the modification interface of the Universal Recycling Mall and began to enhance the small passenger vehicle purposefully. He elevated all vehicle modifications to level 1, and simultaneously, a prompt appeared on the vehicle's interface indicating available upgrades. As anticipated, achieving basic modifications at level 1 unlocked the potential for vehicle enhancements. Chun Imo was resolute and promptly selected Upgrade. A gentle white light enveloped the small passenger vehicle once more. This upgrade process was notably swifter than the integration. Once the radiance dissipated, while the changes in the vehicle's exterior were not as dramatic as those of the armored truck, they were nonetheless visibly remarkable. Chapter 68. World Announcement Update. Rankings. The overall size of the vehicle seemed to have increased, and its lines appeared more fluid. The previously mundane paint now shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen. The windows were evidently thickened, indicating a certain enhancement in armor. Inside, the transformations were even more pronounced. The interior space had undergone significant optimization. Although the number of seats remained unchanged, each chair had become more spacious and comfortable, with a more rational layout that allowed for additional room to move. At the rear of the vehicle, the onboard bathroom remained in its original position. What delighted Li and Su Huifan the most was when Chun Imo produced the onboard kitchen modification blueprint he had previously acquired from a blind box and chose to utilize it. After consuming 600 survival points in a selection of designated metals and piping materials, he ingeniously created a compact yet fully functional independent kitchen area adjacent to the bathroom, utilizing specially crafted lightweight alloy partitions. Although small, it was equipped with a sink, a miniature workspace, and reserved connections for cooking utensils. This innovation meant that they could now more conveniently prepare hot meals for everyone while on the road. Chun Imo examined the attributes of the upgraded minibus. Vehicle name, minibus. Level, LV1. Durability, 280,280. Defense, 12. Occupants, 22. Fuel tank capacity, LV1, 600L. Storage space, LV1, 5 cubic meters. Speed, 110 kilometers h. Fuel consumption, 20 L per 100 kilometers. Modification modules, body reinforcement LV1. Engine enhancement LV1. Tire modification LV1. Storage space LV1. Fuel tank capacity LV1. At this moment, the team possessed two brand new core vehicles. The armored truck would primarily focus on offensive operations, breaching defenses, and transporting large quantities of personnel and supplies, while the minibus would handle logistical support. The distinct roles of these two core vehicles complemented each other, forming the foundation of the team's survival structure. Witnessing the excited smiles of his team members, Chun Imo felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He gazed at his minibus and thought, next time, when I have a fusion core and suitable vehicles, I must enhance this old friend as well. Now, the convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, all equipped with air conditioning, providing ample space for everyone. He instructed Wang Jiangwo to unbind the off-road vehicle and store it in the system's warehouse. As night deepened, the last remnants of excitement dissipated with the evening breeze, and fatigue washed over him like a tide. The convoy gradually fell into silence. After a night of rest, the exhaustion from the battles and vehicle modifications began to fade. The eastern horizon blushed with the first light of dawn. A new day quietly dawned on the apocalyptic highway. The convoy remained vigilant. Yet the atmosphere was tinged with a calmness following the tumult of battle, a stark contrast to the previous night's exhilaration. Chun Imo was among the first to awaken. After a brief wash, he habitually checked the condition of the vehicles and the surrounding environment. The armored truck, having undergone fusion upgrades, lay quietly in the soft morning light, exuding a reassuring, cold aura. Inside the minibus, Li and Su Huifan had already begun preparing breakfast, and the faint aroma of food began to waft through the cabin. At that moment, all survivors' survival wristbands vibrated simultaneously. A gentle light screen automatically unfolded before everyone, displaying several lines of prominent text. World announcement. Dear survivors, to enhance your experience in the road survival world and boost your survival motivation, the system has implemented the following optimizations. 1. The addition of the leaderboard feature. Survivors can view their team's ranking through the team leaderboard interface. Each time you enter a service area for rest, it marks a settlement period, and rewards will be distributed based on rankings. 2. Optimization of the World Chat Channel feature. Survivors can send 1 free message daily in the World Channel, with subsequent messages costing 10 survival points each. Preview of next optimization update. The character attribute interface will be opened. Are you striving to survive? Have you tapped into your potential? Observe the disparities on the leaderboard, and you will find renewed motivation. Wishing all survivors good fortune. The final sentence of the announcement, laced with a subtle mockery, seemed to embody a lofty deity gazing down upon the struggling ants below. A leaderboard. Chun Mo's eyes flickered as he absorbed the announcement. The leaderboard undoubtedly placed all survivor teams on a public platform for comparison. While the rewards were undeniably alluring, they would inevitably attract heightened scrutiny and potential peril. Almost immediately, his wristband emitted a new prompt. Should the team name be displayed on the leaderboard? Below it were options for yes and no. He promptly selected no, jesting that this was not the time to bask in the limelight, especially before their strength reached an overwhelming dominance. Anonymity and a low profile were the true paths to success. After making his choice, Chin Mo accessed the newly added Team Leaderboard interface. A cascade of team names and country names, shimmering with a faint glow, unfolded before him. The list was extensive, evidently compiling all established teams worldwide. At the pinnacle, radiating a gentle golden glow, was one anonymous score, 5,062 points Huagua. Wow. First, Yen Shan, having awoken from his slumber in the armored truck, emerged and, while glancing at his wristband interface, found himself unable to contain his excitement as his voice cracked. Boss, we're first. We really are first. His exuberant shout instantly captured everyone's attention. Is that true? Let me see. Su Weiwei also opened her interface. Upon seeing their team's striking name, Anonymous, followed by Huagua, she instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Are we really first? Li Li and Su Huifan gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and pride. Even the typically composed Wang Jiangwo was breathing heavily, his gaze ablaze with brilliance. Feng Cheng, Li Mingyuan, and others were so exhilarated that their hands trembled slightly. They had claimed the top spot on a global leaderboard. In a cataclysmic struggle for survival with 8 billion participants, their small team had ascended to greatness. While Chun Mo had anticipated this outcome, having opened the leaderboard, witnessing it firsthand stirred a swell of pride within him. He continued to scrutinize the entire list. 1 anonymous score, 5062 Huagua, 2 Freedom Alliance team score, 1620 Beautiful Nation, 3 anonymous score, 1580 Northern Federation, 4 Jojo team score, 1565 Huagua, 5 Kamikaze team score, 1340 Sakura Nation, 6 anonymous score, 1340 San Gu Federation, 7 anonymous score, 1340 German Alliance. Among the top 10, aside from their team, Anonymous, and another Jojo team representing Huagua, the rest were predominantly large teams from various nations. The Beautiful Nation, Northern Federation, and Sakura Nation, once formidable powers, continued to showcase their remarkable resilience in this apocalypse. Hey, those guys from Beautiful Nation are only second, and Sakura Nation, which seems to be doing quite well, is in fifth. Yen Shan grinned widely, laughing with an exuberance that suggested he had personally triumphed over his opponents. Let us not become overly excited, Chun Mo's voice interjected, urging the crowd to regain their composure. The leaderboard is merely for observation. We should focus on our own endeavors and strive for survival. At that moment, the once tranquil world chat channel erupted with fervor following the recent update. Chapter 69, Rankings and Gunfire in the Town. The optimized chat system now includes a translation feature, automatically rendering messages from survivors of various nations into the user's native tongue. In an instant, a torrent of messages flooded the channel, infused with diverse sentiments. Haha. Our Free Alliance convoy holds a steadfast second place. Glory to the United States. Number 1. Warriors of the Northern Federation, charge forth. For the Queen and vodka. Wait. Who is in first place? Anonymity? Or perhaps one of our compatriots? Impressive. Which esteemed team claims the top spot? Go Jojo Convoy. Our nation has 2 teams in the top 10. Remarkable. Baka. The Kamikaze team is only 5th. Impossible. There must be a system error. Our Cherry Blossom Empire is invincible. To the individual from the Cherry Blossom Nation above, are you still dreaming? 5th is commendable. Have you seen who's south in first place? An anonymous giant from our homeland. Are you not impressed? Indeed. Look at the scores of their teams. They utterly eclipse yours. Aish. Where is our team from the Great Hanming Kingdom? Why can't we be seen in the top 10? Are we being suppressed? Is this a joke? Is there a fee to chat? 10 survival points per message? I can barely earn a few survival points in a day. This system must be mad for money. I'm devastated. Our team can barely afford to maintain our vehicle, and surviving on the leaderboard is already a stretch. Is there any strong ally willing to assist? I am a 20-year-old female, skilled at charming and capable of providing warmth. To the one above who is charming, share your coordinates. I will bring a rocket launcher to your aid. The world channel had transformed into a bustling marketplace, rife with various languages and opinions. Some cheered for their national teams, while others speculated curiously about the anonymous leader and many lamented the high costs of chatting. Yin Shan observed with delight, chuckling at the antics of the foreigners. Haha, these folks are hilarious. Knights and the great Han Ming kingdom. This is too amusing. Su Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The one mentioning the rocket launcher is a werewolf. However, that anonymous first place certainly draws envy from many. She glanced surreptitiously at Chun Mo. Chun Mo surveyed the chaotic world channel, noting the myriad speculations aimed at the anonymous leader, yet felt no turmoil within. He understood that from this moment forth, their tranquil existence might be irrevocably altered. Everyone, please exercise caution when speaking in the world channel. Do not reveal any of our information, Chun Mo advised. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, aware of the necessity for discretion. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, somewhat alleviating the tension brought forth by the leaderboard. Chun Mo's attention shifted to the final announcement. Next optimization update preview. The character attributes interface will be unveiled. The character attribute interface. What transformations might it usher in? Is it merely a display of data, or will it impart deeper implications? For instance, levels, skills. A strong premonition swells within Chun Mo. This world of road survival seems to be gradually revealing a glimpse of its enigmatic veil. Each update feels akin to an invisible hand, propelling all survivors forward into an uncertain future. He gazes up at the dilapidated road stretching towards the horizon, the morning light gently illuminating the path ahead, which remains long and arduous. Yet, in this moment, his heart harbors not only caution but also an emotion known as anticipation. Dinner is ready. Lili's voice echoes. All right. For now, he casts aside thoughts of leaderboards and impending updates. Satiating his hunger and gathering strength is of paramount importance. Today's journey, temperature, 36. 61 climate. High temperature, 4th day of a 7-day cycle. Terrain, hilly travel advisory. Another beautiful day. Survivors, strive on. Chun Mo glances at the temperature. It is comparable to yesterday's, though the terrain has shifted to hills. Will mountains soon emerge? Lin Shui, seated in the front passenger seat, opens her wristband to check the information. Today, she has donned a sleek gray combat outfit, her long hair tied back in a high ponytail, with a few strands cascading over her forehead, exuding a relaxed charm that contrasts with her usual aloofness. In hilly terrain, visibility may be compromised. Caution is advised when traversing mountains. Lin Shui's brow furrows slightly, her voice crisp yet tinged with vigilance. However, if there are mountains, could there also be forests? It has been days since they last saw a tree. Indeed, that is my thought as well. Chun Mo nods, gripping the steering wheel with renewed focus. The convoy's luck today seems as dismal as the weather, having encountered 2 treasure spots this morning, both yielding nothing more than ordinary bronze-level loot, consisting of basic food, common materials, drinking water, and a small amount of gasoline. Yet, gasoline is always a boon. Chun Mo's voice remains calm through the team channel. At noon, the convoy halts for a brief respite beside a higher stretch of road. The group replenishes their water and food supplies, regaining a modicum of energy. After a short break, they set forth once more. They drive for over half an hour when a vast outline of buildings emerges on the horizon. Everyone remains alert at Chun Mo's command. Lin Shui used the binoculars to assess the situation. The convoy stops about a kilometer from the cluster of buildings. Lin Shui lifts the binoculars, scrutinizing the activity in the distance. It appears to be a small town. She scans the surroundings and continues. I see at least 3 different roads leading to the town. I can faintly discern some vehicular activity, but it is too distant to ascertain specific details. However, given its location along a thoroughfare, it is likely that numerous survivor groups will pass through or linger here. After speaking, Lin Shui hands the binoculars to Chun Mo, who takes them and observes intently. He lowers the binoculars and ponders for a moment. It seems to be a place rife with chaos and disorder. Upon entering the town, one should refrain from hastily gathering supplies and instead ascertain the situation. Understood. The convoy gradually entered the small town. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and various debris, presenting a scene of desolation reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. As Lin Shui observed, the town's roads were intricate, sprawling outwards like a web in all directions. Just as the convoy turned a corner, preparing to scout the outskirts of the town, a series of sporadic gunshots echoed from a distance. Something is amiss. Chun Mo immediately became alert. To the northeast, approximately 2 blocks away, Lin Shui quickly discerned the source of the gunfire. The convoy reduced its speed, silently inching towards the sound. At the next intersection, Chun Mo instructed the vehicle to halt in the shadow of an abandoned building. He picked up binoculars and gazed towards the direction of the gunfire. There, not far down the street, at least 5 or 6 modified vehicles were haphazardly blocking the entrance of a storefront. The shop's roller shutter was partially raised, and vague silhouettes could be seen moving inside. The individuals outside occasionally fired into the shop, while those trapped within would sporadically retaliate. Chapter 70. a narrow path for enemies. The two factions were exchanging fire. Wang Jingwo also noticed the situation, his brow furrowing. It appeared that the people inside were cornered. Boss, should we go take a look? Yin Shan inquired, eager for action. Let us assess the situation first. Do not act recklessly, Chen Imo replied, shaking his head. He had witnessed many such conflicts in this post-apocalyptic world. Intervening rashly could easily invite trouble. He preferred to adopt a stance of avoidance, wishing to conserve ammunition and energy as long as he was not directly provoked. Let us circumvent from the west and explore other areas of the town for any valuable supply points, Chen Imo decided. The convoy restarted, cautiously turning around to exit the firefight zone via another route. Just then, Su Weiwei's voice came through the team channel. Brother Chen Imo, check the area channel. It seems the two factions are engaged in a war of words. Upon hearing this, Chen Imo opened the area channel to investigate. Entered area channel 10001, current population 95. 060. The women of the Rose convoy better come out and surrender before I lose my patience. Don't test my generosity. A boisterous voice blared over the channel. Thunder convoy scum. If you have the guts, come on in. We of the Rose team would rather die than surrender to your filth. A crisp yet furious female voice retorted. Well, aren't you quite defiant? Captain Lingwei, I advise you to reconsider. We are a top 1,000 team in the world rankings. Join us in the Thunder team, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury, far better than struggling for survival with your band of women. Our captain holds you in high regard. Merely nod, and you shall become one of the vice captains of our Thunder team. Huh? Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? You wish for us sisters to join your band of marauders, who prey upon the weak. Dream on. The clear, melodic voice retorted without hesitation. The regional channel erupted into chaos, with many survivors voicing their opinions. By heavens, the Thunder team is bullying others again? These ruffians are becoming increasingly brazen. I noticed that the Thunder team ranks 986th. Indeed, they are among the top 1,000 in the world. The Rose team? It seems to be an all-female squad, which is no small feat. The scoundrels of the Thunder team even dared to encroach upon us last time. Damn it. May I never cross paths with them again. Sisters, hold firm. The members of the Thunder team are beasts. Upon seeing the four characters of the Thunder team, Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. He was no stranger to this name. There had been a conflict when recruiting at the service area. It was indeed this Thunder team that had rushed to recruit members without regard for him, even threatening him. Unexpectedly, he encountered them here today. He continued to observe the messages on the regional channel. Lingyu, do not toast to us if you cannot handle the repercussions. Our captain's patience is finite. You have 10 more minutes to consider. Either surrender or we shall demolish this dilapidated store. Do not blame us for lacking compassion. Come if you dare. Even if we perish, we shall not allow you to succeed. Voices of condemnation against the Thunder team grew louder in the regional channel. Yet, the members of the Thunder team remained audacious, continuing their brazen antics. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. He had initially intended to stay uninvolved, but given their shared history, it was a different matter. The Thunder team had provoked him first, and he had not forgotten that debt. Stop the vehicle. Chun Mo's voice echoed through the team channel. Laced with a hint of frost, the convoy had turned onto another street, temporarily escaping the line of fire. Captain, what is the matter? Fang Cheng inquired. That Thunder team. We have a grudge against them. Chen Mo succinctly explained. It appears today is the day to settle old scores. Boss, just say the word. Yin Shan was the first to speak. Damn it. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. Su Weiwei also waved her small fist. These rascals have long deserved a lesson. Even the usually composed Wang Zhangwo displayed a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Such individuals cannot be allowed to remain. Their arrogance will surely lead to catastrophe. Very well. Chen Imo no longer hesitated and swiftly issued commands. Sister Li Li, Wan Qing, Auntie Su, Ming Ming, as well as Chun Wan, Su Siki, Li Man, and Zhang Wentao, you shall remain in the bus, ensuring safety. Ming Yuan, the bus is in your hands. Find a secure and concealed position for vigilance. Though Li Li and the others wished to assist, they understood their limited combat prowess and nodded in agreement. Be careful. Li Mingyuan patted his chest. Rest assured, Captain, the bus is under my watch. Chen Mo's gaze shifted to the others. Fang Cheng, you are to drive the minibus, transporting Jiangua and Old Li. The three of you will circumvent from the west, navigating to the rear streets where the Thunder Squad may retreat, and block their escape route. Remember, advance with stealth and only act upon my signal. Fang Cheng nodded earnestly, comprehending the gravity of this mission. Should the Thunder Squad manage to flee, it would spell endless troubles. Wang Zhangwo and Li Denian swiftly boarded the minibus. The remaining combat personnel, Chun Mo glanced towards Lin Shui, Yin Shan, Su Weiwei, Zhao Xiaohu, and Fang Yong. Everyone, board the armored truck. Yin Shan, you will take the wheel. Weiwei, utilize the firing ports on either side of the vehicle to engage. Xiaohu and Xiaoyong, secure yourselves inside and prepare for combat. Understood. Yan Shan grinned and leaped into the driver's seat of the armored truck. Su Weiwei and the others promptly took their positions, raising the protective shields over the firing ports, their cold gun muzzles aimed outward. Chen Mo turned to Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, we shall take to the roof and gain the high ground. Lin Shui nodded, a hint of coldness gracing her striking visage. The two swiftly ascended via the metallic ladder within the vehicle, reaching the rooftop platform of the armored truck. The half-height foldable guardrails provided ample cover. Attention all units. Maintain clear communication and report any developments promptly. Chun Mo's voice was calm, instilling reassurance in everyone. The armored truck's engine roared, akin to a beast poised to pounce, weaving through the town's streets. Meanwhile, the minibus silently maneuvered from another route, encircling the rear of the Thunder Squad. The town's winding streets, cluttered with abandoned vehicles and toppled debris, served as natural cover. Although Yanshan was rugged, he exhibited careful driving in this environment. Captain, we have reached the designated position and observed that the Thunder Squad has 2 vehicles parked in the rear street, presumably for rearguard or escape purposes. Fang Cheng's voice came through the team channel. Excellent. Chen Mo's eyes glinted with cold determination. Yin Shan, prepare to assault. Target, the Thunder Squad. Prioritize neutralizing their fire points and drivers. Received. Yin Shan growled with excitement, gripping the steering wheel tightly. With a thunderous roar, the armored truck surged forward like a colossal beast breaking free from its restraints. The heavy wheels ground over the gravel-strewn road, producing a piercing sound as it sped towards the firefight. The Thunder Squad vehicles, haphazardly positioned at the storefronts, continued to brazenly fire inside. They remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Distance, 500 meters. Lin Shui's voice resonated with urgency. Chun Imo steadily raised his sniper rifle, through the scope clearly locking onto a figure atop one of the modified pickup trucks, who was bellowing inside. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Lin Shui's weapon spat fire. 2 crisp gunshots rang out, not jarring amidst the cacophony of battle, yet they were as precise as the scythe of death itself. The man atop the pickup truck jerked his head back, a plume of blood erupting, his body collapsing limply. Inside another SUV, the driver's head was struck as if by a heavy hammer, collapsing onto the steering wheel, causing the horn to blare a piercing, prolonged sound due to the pressure of his body. This sudden and precise third-party strike left the Thunder Squad momentarily bewildered. Where did that black gun come from? 2 more shots rang out, and 2 more members of the Thunder Squad fell. A sniper. They have a sniper. Take cover. A member of the Thunder Squad screamed in terror, his voice cracking. Enemies. Over there. Before they could react, the armored truck barreled towards them like a moving steel wall. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chen Mo and Lin Shui had already switched to their Type 81 rifles, beginning to fire in bursts. At the shooting holes on either side of the vehicle, Su Weiwei gripped her rifle and unleashed a hail of bullets that swept towards the Thunder Squad's vehicles like a metallic storm. The bullets struck the iron hull of the enemy vehicles, sending brilliant sparks flying, shattering the windows into a shower of glass. The Thunder Squad was utterly disoriented. Several members shooting outside had yet to find cover before they were knocked to the ground by the whistling bullets, cries of agony rising in a cacophony. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Someone in the Thunder Squad shouted hoarsely. The remaining members, like startled birds, no longer concerned with attacking the Rose Squad, scrambled towards the nearest vehicles, attempting to escape this death zone. An off-road vehicle, a dilapidated van, and a massive modified heavy truck scurried away like headless flies, fleeing in a panic down the street. Trying to run? Did you ask me first? Yan Shan roared, violently turning the steering wheel. The armored truck screeched as its tires ground against the pavement, pursuing the fleeing vehicles. Yan Shan, chase that heavy truck. Chen Mo commanded loudly from the roof of the vehicle. The other 2, leave them to Zhang Wo and the others. Understood. The armored truck's engine unleashed even greater power, its speed far surpassing that of the cumbersome modified heavy truck. The distance between them closed rapidly. The occupants of the heavy truck clearly realized that the steel beast was targeting them. The driver slammed the accelerator, black smoke billowing from the rear. Yet they still could not escape. Hold on tight. Chun Mo shouted to everyone inside the vehicle, as well as to Lin Shui beside him. Lin Shui immediately grasped the railing on the roof, her eyes shining not with panic, but with excitement. Chen Mo shouted to Yin Shan inside the truck. Yin Shan, ram into it. Haha, all right, I'm going for it. Yin Shan exclaimed, his face trembling with exhilaration. He had been waiting for this command for a long time. He floored the accelerator, the menacing ram at the front of the armored truck gleaming ominously, crashing forcefully into the rear of the Thunder Squad's heavy truck. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. Even those inside the armored truck felt a strong shockwave. The Thunder Squad's heavy truck swayed violently, as if it were atop, its rear crumpling inward upon impact. Again, Chen Mo's voice was icy. Boom. Another brutal collision. The heavy-duty truck emitted a lamentation of unbearable strain as it careened uncontrollably towards an abandoned building by the roadside. "Stop this madness," Yinshan bellowed, striking the controls once more with fervor. Boom. The Thunder Squad's massive vehicle lost all semblance of control, crashing violently into the crumbling wall of the derelict structure, sending bricks and debris flying amidst a cloud of dust. The vehicle was rendered immobile. "Well done," Chen Mo remarked approvingly. 3 disheveled figures tumbled out of the contorted cab of the truck, their faces smeared with dirt and terror, clearly having endured a harsh impact. They scrambled desperately, attempting to escape into a nearby shop for refuge. However, Chen Mo and Lin Shui had been poised and ready atop the vehicle. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as 2 shots struck true, finding their mark in the backs of 2 fleeing individuals. Their bodies stiffened momentarily before they staggered forward and collapsed, lifeless. The remaining individual, a burly figure, managed to roll and scramble into a modest storefront. It was none other than the captain of the Thunder Squad, whom they had encountered previously at the service area. "Ah, so you are here," Chen Mo scoffed, signaling Yinshan to maneuver the vehicle closer. The armored truck came to a halt, its imposing bulk nearly obscuring the entire entrance of the shop. "Listen up. You are completely surrounded," Yinshan's voice boomed, thick with mockery. Inside the shop, the Thunder Squad captain, trembling with fear, shouted defiantly, "Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am armed. If you push me, we all go down together." With that, he fired at the armored truck, the bullets leaving only faint white marks upon the surface. Peering through the shattered door, the captain witnessed this scene, his earlier bravado swiftly eclipsed by a chilling despair. The firearm in his grasp seemed no more formidable than a mere stick. His earlier threats of mutual destruction now echoed like a cruel jest. Ignoring his bluster, Chen Mo leapt down from the truck, with Lin Shui following closely behind. The captain, sensing the prolonged silence and the absence of gunfire, grew increasingly agitated. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips as he spoke softly, yet his words were crystal clear to the Thunder Squad captain. "No grievances between us. It seems you have a tendency to forget, my esteemed adversary. Shall I remind you of our previous encounter at the service area, where you brazenly threatened us after attempting to abduct someone? I did say that if we crossed paths again, you would be begging for mercy, did I not?" The word service area threat detonated in the captain's mind like a thunderclap. The color drained from his face, his lips quivering as despair washed over him. He remembered. This relentless figure before him was the very one he had dismissed so lightly. Chapter 72, The Destruction of the Thunder Squad. I was wrong, brother. I truly was mistaken. I failed to recognize your stature. I implore you, considering my family. Please, I have nothing. Just let me go. The captain of the Thunder team was utterly broken, desperately pleading for mercy, devoid of any semblance of his former arrogance. Chen Mo's gaze was icy, unmoved by the man's plight. He never harbored the slightest compassion for such individuals. Choosing not to enter the store directly, in order to avoid a potential last-ditch retaliation, Chen Mo retrieved several pre-prepared Molotov cocktails from the storage space of his wristband. With a swift motion, he ignited the cloth, and the orange flames danced at the bottle's mouth. He then hurled one of the burning bottles in a graceful arc through the shattered window, landing it squarely within the confined shop. Boom! The glass shattered, and flames instantly ignited the flammable materials inside, sending a towering inferno skyward amidst billowing smoke. "What do you want? No. Please, no." The Thunder Captain's desperate screams pierced the air, mingling with the crackling of the fire and the explosive sounds of various items being consumed. The chilling cacophony was unsettling. Chen Mo, expressionless, continued to launch several more Molotov cocktails, effectively sealing the fate of his adversary. Moments later, as the flames threatened to engulf the entire establishment, a figure engulfed in fire emerged from the dense smoke, shrieking and reeking of char bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo aimed his gun, and a bullet found its mark in the fiery figure's head. The man staggered back a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. The air was thick with a nauseating burnt odor. Stepping forward, Chen Mo fired a few more shots into the corpse to ensure its demise, finally feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, the calm voice of Wang Jiangwo came through the team channel. "Captain, we've taken care of things on our end. 2 vehicles, a SUV and a van, have been intercepted, and all enemies have been eliminated. The vehicles are mostly intact and ready for use." "Well done, Jiangwo." A faint smile graced Chen Mo's face. "Bring the vehicles over to regroup." Approaching the heavy truck that had crashed against the wall, he scanned it with his wristband. "Vehicle, modified heavy truck, damaged, reparable. Would you like to bind it? 14,000 survival points recoverable." Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Shui beside him. "You can bind this vehicle," he instructed. "This beast can be repaired and saved for future use, whether for direct driving or for merging with another vehicle core." He planned to attempt merging it with his minibus when he acquired a second vehicle core. Lin Shui nodded and stepped forward to complete the binding. Once finished, Chen Mo utilized a vehicle repair kit to restore the truck. Before long, Wang Zhengwo, Feng Cheng, and Li Denian drove up in the two seized vehicles along with the original minibus. With the Thunder team, a significant threat, neutralized, everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. Chen Mo glanced once more at the shop still emitting black smoke, then turned to the direction where the Rose team had been besieged. Let us take a moment to regroup, then we'll head back to check on them. He surveyed the space of the system warehouse, securing the newly acquired off-road vehicle and van within. At this moment, the streets had returned to tranquility, the only remnants of a recent fierce battle being the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air and the bloodstains on the ground. An armored truck rolled over the scattered debris and rubble, slowly returning to the area previously besieged by the squad. The once tightly shut shop shutters had been pushed open halfway from the inside, revealing the dimly lit interior. Several figures were bustling at the entrance, seemingly inspecting something. As Chun Mo's convoy approached, the low growl of the engine shattered the silence. The figures immediately halted their actions, casting wary glances in their direction. There were about a dozen women among them. Though their clothing was somewhat disheveled, stained with dust and blood, their gazes emanated an extraordinary resolve. They gripped various weapons, including fire axes, machetes, and even a few well-maintained crossbows and handguns. As the doors of the armored truck swung open, Chun Mo was the first to leap down, followed closely by Lin Shui, Yin Shan, Su Weiwei, and others subsequently descended from the vehicle, an invisible aura of strength emanating from them, which further heightened the tension among the female survivors, causing them to grip their weapons even tighter. At that moment, a tall, striking woman stepped forward from the crowd. She donned a dark, form-fitting combat uniform that accentuated her athletic figure. Her long black hair was casually tied back, with a few damp strands clinging to her forehead, adding a touch of fierceness to her appearance. This was Captain Ling Yu, who had previously confronted the Thunder Squad on the regional channel. Ling Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She stepped forward a few paces, her gaze sweeping over Chun Mo and his companions, particularly lingering on the imposing armored truck. A mixture of dread and relief swelling within her. "I am Ling Yu, captain of the Rose Squad," she stated, her voice slightly hoarse from the earlier shouting and tension, yet still clear. The female team members behind her promptly followed suit, introducing themselves and expressing their gratitude, their voices tinged with lingering tremors and a hint of bewilderment at their rescue. "Li Xia, Zhoumin Sunjiechi, thank you." A young girl could not suppress the quiver in her voice. The multitude of names represented those women struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. At this moment, their gazes toward Chun Mo and his group were filled with gratitude and reverence. Chun Mo nodded, his expression serene, as if the earlier overwhelming battle had been merely a trivial affair for him. "Chun Mo," he replied succinctly, then tilted his head slightly to indicate his core members beside him, Lin Shui, Yin Shan, Su Weiwei, and Wang Zhengwo. Lin Shui merely nodded, her expression cool and composed, revealing little of her emotions. Yet, those familiar with her could sense her quiet relief. Yin Shan broke into a wide grin, displaying a set of unusually well-aligned teeth amid the apocalypse. His voice boomed with a natural amplification, "I'm Yin Shan." Crashing that modified vehicle into their truck was absolutely exhilarating. "I've been wanting to do that for ages," he exclaimed, waving his large hand enthusiastically. It felt as though she were still savoring the exhilarating sensation of metal clashing against metal. The more timid girls in the Rose Squad were momentarily startled by his fierce, yet somewhat naive demeanor. However, they soon found an inexplicable sense of reassurance and amusement, their taut nerves gradually relaxing. Su Weiwei appeared notably more approachable. She took a step forward, curiously surveying Ling Yu and her team members. "Captain Ling Yu, you truly have it tough, being all girls and still managing to contend with that scum from the Thunder Squad for so long." They had it coming. Wang Zhengwo stood silently behind Chun Mo, his imposing figure exuding a quiet strength. He nodded solemnly at Ling Yu, offering a silent greeting. Ling Yu spoke again, her tone imbued with sincerity. "Captain Chun and everyone else, we are genuinely grateful to you. This kindness will be remembered by all the sisters in the Rose Squad. Had you not arrived in time, I shudder to think of what our fate would have been." Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a calm demeanor. "There is no need for such formality. We have had our grievances with the Thunder Squad, and this can be considered a settling of accounts." "Grievances?" Ling Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, before understanding dawned upon her. It was no wonder the opposing side had acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. It was not merely a case of witnessing injustice. Chapter 73. The Rose Convoy. Yin Shan interjected with a booming voice, seemingly eager to take credit. "Indeed, those fellows used to vie for our leader's people back at the service station. Their attitude was utterly arrogant, even daring to threaten us. Today, They learn that there are some whom they cannot provoke. Su Weiwei huffed in agreement, her small face radiating satisfaction. Exactly. They caused endless trouble for countless people. Today, they finally got what they deserved. They deserve every bit of it. Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at the two animated figures. Yinshan immediately shrank back, chuckling sheepishly. Su Weiwei stuck out her tongue, promptly quieting down. The members of the Rose Squad absorbed this dialogue, their disdain for the Thunder Squad deepening. Simultaneously, they gained a more tangible understanding of Chun Mo's formidable team. The ability to annihilate a squad with a reputation in the regional channel underscored their immense strength. Ling Yu's thoughts grew increasingly complex as she scrutinized Chen Mo. This young man exuded a gravitas and authority that belied his years. His actions were decisive, and his team comprised individuals of remarkable prowess. Reflecting on her squad's ordeal, she smiled wryly. Her voice tinged with exhaustion and trepidation as she recounted how the Thunder Squad had discovered their whereabouts and relentlessly pursued them. They coveted the supplies we had painstakingly gathered. And even more despicably, they sought to coerce us sisters into joining them as their subordinates. Such base and shameless tactics. As Ling Yu spoke passionately, her delicate face hardened, and her fists clenched. It was easy to envision how harrowing their fate would have been had Chun Mo and his team not arrived in time. Chun Mo listened intently, nodding in understanding. Such occurrences were all too common in a world ravaged by chaos. The law of survival, after all, is one of the strong preying upon the weak. He inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Ling Yu's gaze regained its resolute strength. "We shall continue to strive for survival alongside our sisters. Although our vehicles have sustained some damage, with a bit of repair, they should still be operational. We will not easily concede." Her voice, though not loud, conveyed unwavering determination. Chun Mo observed her, then glanced at the female members behind her, their expressions a mix of disarray yet still shimmering with hope. A stirring sensation ignited within him. This small town was not insignificant. Abandoned vehicles and various supplies lay scattered all around. Relying solely on the limited manpower of their team to thoroughly scavenge the area would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. "This town harbors a considerable number of abandoned vehicles and supplies. While you gather usable materials, consider collecting utterly discarded items such as traffic lights, billboards, and even broken doors, windows, and furniture. You can directly list them in the trading market. There are individuals who regularly exchange basic food and water for such goods." In an instant, Ling Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with incredulity, as if a beacon of light had appeared in the darkness. Instinctively, she surveyed her surroundings. The fractured rebar, twisted metal sheets, and shattered glass scattered across the streets suddenly appeared transformed in her eyes. "Captain Chun, are you suggesting that those scraps we usually overlook are genuinely sought after and can be exchanged for food and water?" Her voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. This revelation was akin to a timely gift in the midst of hardship. "Indeed," Chen Mo affirmed with a nod. "While the unit price may not be high, it accumulates over time, allowing for the procurement of essential survival supplies." He paused, casting a curious glance at Ling Yu and the other female team members, who wore expressions of astonishment and contemplation. "Did you not encounter such orders in the trading post before?" "To my knowledge, this type of acquisition information has always been available and in considerable quantity." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly bit her lip. A girl with short hair, presumably named Li Xia, murmured softly, "There is an overwhelming amount of information in the trading post, diverse and extensive. We generally focus solely on those listings that directly sell food, medicine, and weapons. Who pays attention to scrap collection?" Another seemingly more demure girl, Sun Jiechi, nodded in agreement, a hint of regret on her face. Ling Yu offered a wry smile and candidly confessed to Chen Mo, "We have indeed been negligent. Each day, in our efforts to ensure our sisters have enough to eat, we exhaust ourselves gathering directly usable resources and have regrettably overlooked orders for scrap collection. I never anticipated." Taking a deep breath, her eyes brightened once more, brimming with hope. This information undeniably opened a new door for them. Previously, they had only contemplated how to extract survival resources from intact supplies, neglecting the immense potential hidden within what seemed like worthless refuse. A genuine expression of gratitude illuminated Ling Yu's face. "Thank you, Captain Chun. This is of utmost importance to us. With this knowledge, we will be able to exchange for more food and water, and our sisters can lead a better life." She instantly recognized the value of this newfound information. This has almost opened a new avenue for them. She proactively suggested, "Captain Chun, may I add you as a friend? It would facilitate communication in the future." Chen Mo did not decline and accepted her friend request. He did not mind having more individuals assist him in reclaiming resources that could be salvaged. After all, once others purchased these scraps from the trading market, they would ultimately circulate through various channels. All he needed to do was await the influx of survival points, which constituted a mutually beneficial arrangement for him. Following a brief exchange, Chen Mo did not linger, signaling his team members to prepare for the resource collection in the town. Ling Yu immediately turned around to begin organizing her team. On one hand, they needed to repair the damaged vehicles as swiftly as possible. On the other hand, they started to focus on the discarded materials that Chen Mo had highlighted, which they had previously overlooked. Chen Mo's team sprang into action, centering their efforts around the armored truck and passenger bus, conducting a thorough search throughout the town. Their objective was crystal clear: to gather all recyclable waste. Whether it was the metal shells of scrapped cars, rubber tires, or dilapidated billboards strewn along the roadside, nothing deemed valuable by the system would be left behind. Yen Shan drove the armored truck like a mobile demolition machine, directly ramming into any obstructive scrapped vehicles, reducing them to heaps of scrap metal for Chen Mo's subsequent recovery. Su Weiwei stood beside Chen Mo, observing the members of the Rose Squad in the distance, and curiously asked, "Brother Chen Mo, that Rose Squad seems quite formidable. Especially their leader, Ling Yu. She appears exceptional. Why don't we just recruit them? Wouldn't it be better to have more hands on deck?" Chen Mo turned to look at her. Having more people has its advantages, but also its drawbacks. Our current team structure has stabilized, with each member's role and function clearly defined. Blind expansion is not necessarily beneficial. He paused before continuing. Moreover, they have their own means of survival. Forcing their incorporation may not align with their desires, nor would it suit us. What he did not articulate was that these waste collectors, scattered across various locations, could generate greater value for him than if they were consolidated into a single team. Observing the Rose Squad members busily gathering various discarded items, all of which represented survival points in his eyes, a smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. This world was quietly operating in a manner that pleased him, regardless of how these survivors struggled to survive or exchanged goods in the trading market. The greatest beneficiary was undoubtedly he, the one possessing the universal reclamation mall system. All right, everyone, let us get moving. Let us strive to collect as much valuable material from this town before nightfall. Chen Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, imbued with a subtle hint of satisfaction. Chapter 74. System upgrade and new features. The scavenging efforts in the town were proceeding smoothly. To ensure everything went flawlessly, Chen Mo specifically assigned Wang Jiangwo and Xiao Hu to carry binoculars. Proceed to the rooftop of a relatively intact 6-story abandoned residential building nearby. The elevated position of the building offers a panoramic view, allowing them to observe the movements within a radius of several kilometers both inside and outside the town. Should any anomalies arise, they can promptly alert their team through the communication channel. Jiangua, Xiaohu, please ensure your safety, Chen Mo advised in the channel. Rest assured, Chen Mo, Wang Jiangwo's steady voice responded. The two swiftly arrived at the 6-story abandoned structure. The corridor was thick with dust, the walls marred by dried, dark stains, emanating a musty odor. They did not linger, their footsteps quickening as they ascended to the rooftop. Upon pushing open the iron gate leading to the terrace, a wave of hot, dust-laden air greeted them. The edge of the terrace was bordered by a cement railing, half the height of a person, with some sections damaged, exposing the reinforcing steel within. Wang Jiangwo approached the edge, carefully assessing the stability of the structure beneath his feet before raising his binoculars to survey the entire town and the distant roadways. The scavenging operations within the town proceeded in an orderly fashion, while Chen Mo directed the team. He also kept a vigilant eye on the back-end data of his universal recycling mall system, following a thorough sweep of the town. Particularly the recovery of spoils by the Thunder Squad, the accumulated survival points had reached a commendable figure. He accessed the mall system interface to review the upgrade progress. Current level, LV772300, 80,000 accumulated survival points. Chen Mo contemplated this figure for a moment. He had expended a significant number of survival points previously to integrate the upgraded armored truck and passenger vehicle. It appeared that the threshold for the next system upgrade was now within reach. He entered the mall, methodically procuring urgently needed supplies for the team that also offered good value for points. This included ammunition used in prior engagements, various essential food items, and a modest quantity of medical supplies. As the survival points steadily diminished, a notification only Chen Mo could perceive resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's accumulated survival points have reached the upgrade threshold. The universal recycling mall system can be upgraded to LV8. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade. Chen Mo confirmed without hesitation. System is upgrading, please hold on. System upgrade successful. Current level, LV8 650 160,000 accumulated survival points. System upgrade rewards. 1. Significant update and expansion of mall content, unlocking access to a wider array of high-level items for purchase. 2. Warehouse storage capacity expanded to 80 cubic meters. 3. Slight enhancement of recycling efficiency. 4. New auxiliary function unlocked. Favorability probe. Function description. The favorability probe allows the host to view an intelligent life target's comprehensive favorability score towards the host, 0, 100. The favorability score is for reference only. The host should assess the specific relationship independently. Under special favorability conditions, additional tag prompts may appear. Favorability probe? Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly upon encountering this new feature, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The capability to intuitively perceive others' attitudes towards him seemed quite intriguing, especially in a world where human intentions were shrouded in uncertainty. Undoubtedly, it served as an immensely practical auxiliary ability. He instinctively thought of the core members within his team. While he was confident in his ability to read people, and his team members had all endured life and death trials, having a quantifiable reference could only be beneficial. His gaze subtly swept across the busy individuals not far away. He resolved to begin with the core member he trusted most. The first target, Yin Shan. Yin Shan was just descending from the driver's seat of the armored truck. System. Conduct a favorability probe on Yin Shan. Target. Yin Shan. Favorability towards host. 96. Life and death together. Upon seeing this figure and the accompanying label, Chun Mo felt a warmth in his heart. A score of 96, denoting life and death camaraderie, unequivocally represented Yin Shan's absolute trust and loyalty towards him. He then directed his gaze towards Su Weiwei, who was busy tallying supplies alongside Li Li. The young girl, perspiring yet vibrant, exuded a lively spirit. Target, Su Weiwei. Favorability towards host. 92. Trust and dependence. This was also commendable. Su Weiwei's relatively innocent disposition aligned with this value. Li Mingyuan was seen emerging from a nearby shop with the elderly Li Diarnian. Target, Wang Zhengwo. Favorability towards host. 93. Life and death together. Chun Mo felt a stir of emotion within. He proceeded to utilize the favorability probe on Li Li. Aunt Su Huifan, Shun Wanqing, Li Diarnian, and even the young Meng Meng, one by one. The results filled him with immense satisfaction. The core members all exhibited favorability scores exceeding 90, with tags predominantly reflecting respect, trust, and life and death bonds. The cohesion within this team far surpassed his expectations. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Shui, who stood not far off, vigilantly observing her surroundings while holding a rifle. The setting sun cast its warm glow on her poised profile, accentuating her resolute yet graceful contours. Today, she donned a sharp gray combat uniform, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, with a few damp strands clinging to her smooth forehead, lending her a touch of nonchalance amidst her usual cool demeanor. An inexplicable ripple stirred within Chun Mo as he conducted a favorability probe on Lin Shui. Target, Lin Shui. Favorability towards host. 98. Infatuation. Upon seeing the favorability score and the softly pink heart-shaped label indicating infatuation, Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, his heart seeming to skip a beat as if gently nudged by an unseen force. 98 points? Infatuation. This outcome was entirely unexpected. He was aware of Lin Shui's profound trust in him and their seamless cooperation during battles, yet the term infatuation clearly transcended the bounds of ordinary camaraderie. A complex expression clouded Chun Mo's gaze, and he swiftly composed himself, feigning nonchalance as he diverted his eyes. Yet, within his heart, it felt as though a stone had been cast, sending ripples across the still waters of his emotions. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, this profound trust and sentiment enveloped him with an unparalleled warmth and reassurance. This new feature had indeed deepened his understanding of the team's cohesion. At that moment, the voice of Wang Zhengwo resonated through the team channel. Chun Mo, approximately 1 kilometer from the outskirts of the town, we've identified several small survivor groups, each comprising around 7 or 8 individuals, accompanied by 2 or 3 vehicles. They appear to be scavenging for supplies, yet there are no signs of them approaching. Seemingly deterred by the gunfire from the earlier skirmish, Chun Mo steadied his thoughts, momentarily setting aside Lin Shui's matters. Brother Zhengwo, maintain vigilance and closely monitor their movements. As long as they do not approach us, we shall refrain from engaging. Our priority is to ensure our safety and the efficiency of our scavenging efforts. Understood, Wang Zhengwo replied. Chapter 75. The Onslaught of the Undead. After addressing these concerns, Chun Mo redirected his attention to the upgraded mall system. He eagerly accessed the weaponry list. As anticipated, the variety of weapons had significantly expanded. In addition to the existing handgun models, several common assault rifles had been introduced, including the classic AK-15 and the relatively lightweight civilian variant of the M4A1 carbine. The submachine gun category also featured the MP5, a formidable asset for urban warfare. The inclusion of these weapons undoubtedly enriched his arsenal, further enhancing the team's firepower. However, what truly captivated him was found under the category of throwables. Fragmentation grenade. 200 survival points. Effective kill radius of 5 meters, shockwave impact range of 15 meters. Highly effective against unprotected groups and light vehicles. Grenades. These represented genuine area of effect weaponry. In the face of numerous foes or when breaching strongholds, the utility of grenades was irreplaceable. He then proceeded to explore the armor category. Standard bulletproof combat suit set, including bulletproof helmet 1000 survival points. Crafted from high-strength composite fiber materials. It effectively withstands direct hits from handguns and rifles, depending on distance and angle, significantly enhancing the wearer's survival capability on the battlefield. What a remarkable find. Chinemo couldn't help but exclaim softly. The price of this bulletproof suit was considerable, yet its protective capabilities were undoubtedly worth the investment. Without hesitation, he purchased a standard bulletproof combat suit set. With a mere thought, a brand new combat suit materialized in his system warehouse. He promptly returned to the vehicle to equip it. The combat suit felt slightly heavier than his previous standard attire. However, once donned, the weight was evenly distributed, and he felt no undue burden. Its thickness was comparable to his prior garments, yet the material was evidently more resilient, particularly in critical areas such as the chest, back, and limbs, where he could discern noticeable reinforcement layers. The tactical helmet provided comprehensive protection and an unobstructed field of vision. Fully suited, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security. The heat outside was palpable. In addition to weapons and armor, a plethora of new options emerged in categories such as food, medicine, and tools. The entire supply system of the marketplace became increasingly robust and sophisticated. Chun Mo was in high spirits as he skillfully listed a batch of bread, bottled water, and instant noodles in the trading market. The trading ratios remained consistent with his previous settings. At this moment, the channel for Zone 10001 was abuzz with chatter following the sudden demise of the Thunder team. What on earth? Open the leaderboard. The Thunder team has vanished from the rankings. Is this real? Let me check. Indeed, they have. They were in the 900s just before. Erased completely? Ha! Heaven has eyes. Those scoundrels finally received their comeuppance. They were notorious for their ruthless plundering, having harmed countless teams. On the rooftop, the little bit of gasoline we painstakingly found last time was stolen by them, and they even injured 2 of our members. They got what they deserved. A great relief for everyone. Who could have done this? Such formidable strength to take down the Thunder team entirely is terrifying. I have no idea. Perhaps it was some passing elite team. Those fools from the Thunder team must have provoked someone formidable. I heard it happened at a resource point in a small town. There were reports of fierce gunfire from a distance. Isn't that town now exceedingly dangerous? We should take a detour. Let us pay tribute to the powerhouse that annihilated the Thunder team. They are executing divine justice. In the regional channel, survivors engaged in fervent discussions, some celebrating, others expressing lingering fear. Most were filled with awe and curiosity regarding the mysterious and formidable force that had brought down the Thunder team. As time slipped by amidst their frantic scavenging, evening approached, and the sky gradually darkened, the distant horizon glowing with splendid hues of orange and red. All members out gathering. Please return to the bus to rest and prepare for dinner. Chen Mo instructed via the team channel. Soon, Yin Shan, Su Weiwei, and others returned one after another. Inside the bus, Li Li and Su Huifan were already busy preparing dinner, and the aroma of the food wafted through the cabin, dispelling the day's tension and fatigue. Chen Mo retrieved 5 brand new sets of standard bulletproof combat suits from the system warehouse. Here, everyone, put these on. He handed the combat suits to Lin Shui, Yin Shan, Wang Zhengwo, Su Weiwei, and others. These are newly acquired bulletproof vests, significantly more protective than our previous gear. Wow, boss, is this a bulletproof vest? Yin Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he received the combat suit, which was noticeably thicker than his ordinary camouflage attire. It looks incredibly sturdy. Wang Zhengwo examined the combat suit carefully, appreciating the texture of the fabric and the reinforcements in critical areas, a satisfied expression gracing his face. This is a fine item. With this, our safety will be elevated to a new level. Chen Mo continued to distribute new weapons and ammunition, retiring the previous Type 81 rifles in favor of the newer AK-15 and M4A1 carbines. As the crowd marveled at the new equipment, a relaxed and joyful atmosphere filled the bus when suddenly, Chen Mo's survival wristband vibrated. He raised his hand to check the notification. It was a call request from Ling Yu. Once the call connected, Ling Yu's slightly hoarse yet urgent voice resonated from the wristband, mingled with the sound of wind and faint roars. Captain Chen Mo, urgent situation. A massive horde of corpses has appeared to the southwest of the town. It is boundless. Our team at the observation point has seen it advancing toward the town. We are preparing to evacuate immediately. You must leave as well. The voice abruptly cut off, indicating the dire urgency of the situation. The atmosphere in the vehicle instantly froze, the earlier joy of donning new gear dissipating, replaced by a chilling dread. A horde of corpses? Yin Shan's loud voice dropped a notch, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. Southwest direction, Lin Shui quickly recalled the position of the convoy. Her brow furrowed. We are currently located in the center of the town. If we are to exit, the main road will lead us through the southwestern outskirts. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo issued commands. Yin Shan will drive the armored truck ahead. Ming Yuan will follow in the bus. Fang Cheng will pilot the minibus. And Xiaohu will bring up the rear in the heavy truck. Combat personnel, prepare for battle. Received. Understood. Responses echoed as everyone sprang into action. Wang Jingwo, Su Weiwei, Li Denian, and others swiftly boarded the combat compartment at the rear of the armored truck, each taking their positions at the firing ports, their cold gun barrels pointing outward. Once everyone was in position, Chen Mo confirmed once more and then commanded, Yin Shan, lead the armored truck. Target, the eastern exit of the town, full speed ahead. Got it. Just watch me, boss. Yin Shan eagerly yanked open the door, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 76. A deadly dash. This modified steel behemoth was finally about to face its true test, with a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. The armored truck's engine thundered to life. Its heavy tires crushed the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Like an enraged bull, it charged toward its designated path. As the convoy navigated through two streets, the distant sight sent chills down everyone's spine. On the horizon, a dark mass undulated toward the town like a tidal wave. It was not a storm cloud, but a horrifying torrent composed of countless zombies, dense and endless. The grotesque forms of rotting limbs and ghastly faces flickered in the dim light. The nauseating cacophony of their roars seemed capable of tearing the very sky apart. My heavens! Su Weiwei peered through the firing port, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Her face paled slightly, yet her grip on the M4A1 tightened. Open fire. Clear the scattered zombies approaching. Chun Mo's voice rang through the team channel, stabilizing everyone's nerves. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. The firing ports on either side of the armored truck belched forth tongues of fire. Wang Jingwo and Li Denian's AK-15S emitted a deep, thunderous roar, while Su Weiwei's M4A1 sounded much sharper. The bullets struck with precision, targeting the scattered zombies that surged from the narrow alleys flanking the street, attempting to approach the convoy. Exploding skulls and splattering decaying flesh filled the air with a pungent aroma of blood and gunpowder. Yin Shan's driving skills were indeed formidable. When confronted by abandoned vehicles obstructing the path, he disdainfully eschewed deceleration, instead accelerating with fervor, the menacing front of the vehicle crashing into the obstacle. A resounding crash echoed. The remnants of the vehicles and toppled lamp posts were sent flying as if they were made of paper, crushed and scattered into fragments. The armored truck plowed a path through the debris-laden street, littered with corpses. The passenger bus, minibus, and heavy truck closely followed behind. With Li Mingyuan at the helm of the bus, his palms slick with sweat, yet his gaze intensely focused. The tide of zombies surged faster than anticipated. As the convoy neared the edge of the town, poised to embark upon the highway, the sight ahead compelled Yin Shan to slow down slightly. Boss, up ahead. Several vehicles are surrounded. Yin Shan shouted, pointing forward. Not far down the road, 3 or 4 vehicles were crookedly halted in the center, besieged by a throng of zombies, resembling a sugar cube ensnared by a swarm of ants. The vehicles occasionally trembled, indicating that the occupants were still struggling but evidently immobilized. The zombies frantically pounded on the windows, clawing at the doors with their putrid appendages, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Were it not for the armored modifications, with metal strips reinforcing the windows, the glass would have shattered long ago, allowing the undead to feast upon their quarry. At that moment, Chen Mo's wristband vibrated again. He answered the call. It was a distress signal from Ling Yu, her voice tinged with desperation and urgency. Captain Chen, help. Our vehicle is trapped by the horde and cannot move. We are at the eastern exit of the town. It's the Rose Squad. Lin Shui immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, surveying the scene ahead through binoculars. Ling Yu's convoy was merely 200 or 300 meters away, encircled by at least hundreds of zombies, the situation dire. Further back, the main body of the zombie tide loomed like a colossal shadow, inexorably closing in. Boss, what should we do? Yin Shan inquired in a deep voice, his massive fists cracking ominously. The team channel fell silent, everyone awaiting Chun Mo's decision. To assist would mean risking entanglement in a far greater peril, potentially leading to their own annihilation by the advancing horde. Yet to refrain from intervening would spell certain doom for Ling Yu and her team. Chen Mo's mind raced with calculations. To rescue them would inevitably consume more time and entail risks. However, the convoy's firepower had increased. They could likely suppress the threat in the short term. Furthermore, Ling Yu had just provided them with a warning about the impending horde. With this thought, he resolutely issued the command. We will save them. Yin Shan used the armored truck to carve a path towards them. Zhang Wo, Wei Wei, and Grandpa Li. Concentrate fire on the zombies flanking Ling Yu's convoy on the right. Lin Shui, you and I will handle the left side. Received. Understood. Got it. Yin Shan grinned widely. The armored truck roared to life once more, akin to a tiger unleashed, charging fiercely towards Ling Yu's convoy. The zombies blocking the path were instantly obliterated. They remained scattering like confetti as if struck by a bowling ball. The armored truck, with its formidable force, carved a path through the horde. Open fire. With Chun Mo's command, the guns on either side of the armored vehicle erupted in a cascade of flames. Bullets rained down upon the surrounding undead, toppling large swathes of zombies. It's Captain Chun and his team. They have come to rescue us. Among the members of the Lingyue convoy, some beheld the armored truck, akin to a divine apparition, alongside its ferocious firepower. Amidst the cries of despair, a flicker of hope emerged. Sisters, hold on. Counterattack. Lingyue too glimpsed a glimmer of optimism. She raised her pistol and fired at the encircling zombies through the gaps in the metal shielding. The armored truck, braving the onslaught of the undead, advanced within mere 20 meters of the Lingyue convoy. Under the relentless barrage, the surrounding zombies were swiftly diminished. As the gunfire briefly ceased, the acrid scent of smoke and blood mingled in the air. The surrounding debris has been largely cleared. Yin Shan's rugged voice resonated from the driver's seat, tinged with satisfaction. Boss, their vehicle should be operational now. Chen Mo surveyed the situation around the Lingyue convoy. Most of the zombies had been shredded by the concentrated fire. Yet distant hordes were still drawn by the gunfire, surging closer. He activated his wrist communicator. Lingyue, how is the situation on your end? Can the vehicle still move? Prepare to follow us. Lingyue's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with breathlessness and tremors. Captain Chun, we hear you. We will be ready soon. Thank you so much. Inside the vehicles of the Rose Squad, the surviving female members erupted into suppressed sobs and cheers. The female drivers, hands trembling, forced themselves to remain calm, anxiously twisting the ignition key. With a hum, two vehicles successfully roared to life, their engines sounding like a celestial chorus. However, the off-road vehicle containing Lingyue fell silent after a few feeble coughs. What is happening? Lingyue's heart sank, and she urgently inquired of a short-haired girl at the driver's seat named Li Xia. Li Xia's face turned pale, her voice quivering. Captain, it won't start. That last collision seems to have damaged the engine. Chen Mo's brow furrowed upon hearing the transmission. The horde was drawing ever closer, the suffocating pressure palpable. Lingyue, if that vehicle cannot move, abandon it immediately. Everyone transfer to other operational vehicles. Hurry, he commanded decisively. We will cover you. Lingyue's heart raced as she glanced at the approaching zombies in the rearview mirror, gritting her teeth. Understood. Li Xia, Zhou Min, you two get in the pickup. Sun Jiechi, you come with me in the van. Move quickly. Though the members of the Rose Squad were in disarray, they began to transfer with relative order under Lingyue's leadership. As the doors swung open, they armed themselves and swiftly dashed towards the other two vehicles, shielded by the continuous fire from Chen Mo's team. Jianghua, Lin Shui, be vigilant and suppress the zombies along their escape route. Chen Mo commanded with a composed demeanor. Received. Rest assured. Bullets once again whistled through the air, accurately obliterating the heads of several zombies that attempted to encroach upon the Rose team members. Fear and hope intertwined within the hearts of each member, as they had never perceived such a short distance as being so interminably long, nor had they ever found the sound of gunfire to be so reassuring. Chapter 77. Escape to safety. Hurry. Get in the vehicle. Lingyu urged her team, taking up the rear with her handgun at the ready. Chun Mo's convoy provided formidable firepower, granting the Rose team precious seconds for their retreat. Despite their legs trembling, the instinct for survival propelled the female team members into an astonishing burst of speed as they scrambled towards the two intact vehicles. Bang! Bang! Lin Shui calmly fired, her bullets piercing the skulls of two zombies attempting to flank from the side. Sweat trickled down her temples, yet it did not diminish her focus. At last, all members of the Rose team managed to squeeze into the pickup truck and the van. Captain Chun, we're ready. Lingyu called into her wrist communicator, her voice trembling with the relief of surviving the ordeal. Set off. Stay close. Chen Mo commanded without hesitation. The armored truck's engine roared back to life, its massive frame forging a path through the horde, crushing countless decaying bodies beneath its wheels. The passenger bus, minibus, heavy truck, and the two vehicles of the Rose team followed closely, forming a torrent of steel racing eastward. Behind the convoy, the ominous tide of zombies loomed ever closer, spreading like ink, threatening to engulf the entire horizon. The ear-piercing roars reverberated painfully in their ears, and the stench of decay hung heavily in the air, inducing nausea. Chun, behind us. Those creatures seem off. Lin Shui suddenly raised her voice in alarm, a rare seriousness lacing her tone. Chen Imo immediately directed his gaze towards the area Lin Shui indicated. He beheld monstrous figures at the forefront of the surging horde, their size markedly larger than that of ordinary zombies. Some towered close to 3 meters, their muscles rippling, while their skin exhibited an eerie dark blue hue. Others moved on all fours with astonishing speed, darting through the mass like leopards. A few were grotesquely adorned with bony spikes, terrifying to behold. Mutated zombies. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. These creatures surpassed ordinary zombies in speed, strength, and defense, representing the elite of the horde. They are charging. They are incredibly fast. Lin Shui added. Her M4A1 aimed at one of the towering mutated zombies. Wang Jingwo, Su Weiwei, get on the roof. Chen Mo decisively ordered through the team channel. Climb up and prepare to concentrate fire. Received. Coming, brother Chen Mo. Wang Jingwo and Su Weiwei swiftly ascended the internal ladder of the armored truck, nimbly reaching the roof. Zhao Xiaohu, drive the heavy truck to the front and clear the way. There are few scattered zombies ahead. Maintain speed. Chen Mo continued to adjust the formation. Li Mingyuan, you drive the bus closely behind the heavy truck. Feng Cheng, follow in the minibus. Yin Shan, your armored truck will bring up the rear. Our primary objective is to thwart those mutated zombies. He then notified Ling Yu and the others through his wristband to keep pace with the vehicles ahead. Understood. Zhao Xiaohu responded, accelerating immediately as the massive truck plowed through several zombies obstructing the path. On the roof of the vehicle stood Chen Mo, Lin Shui, Wang Jingwo, and Su Weiwei, side by side, their new firearms unleashing furious tongues of flame. Focus on that fast one first. Chen Mo shouted, firing his AK-47. The bullets flew with precision towards the agile mutated zombie, which moved on all fours like a cheetah. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Shui's M4A1 fired accurately. Each bullet aimed at the zombie's head or joints. The cheetah-like mutant was incredibly swift, dodging most of the bullets with nimble movements amidst the hail of gunfire. Only a few bullets struck its torso, bursting forth greenish fluid, yet it appeared unharmed. This creature has remarkably thick skin, Su Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment. Aim for its head or legs. Slow it down, Chen Mo commanded gravely. Meanwhile, several other mutated zombies roared as they closed in. One, towering nearly 3 meters tall, caused the ground to tremble with each step. It swung its massive arms, sending ordinary zombies flying. A spiky mutant resembled a moving porcupine, shredding anything that approached with its sharp bone spikes. With a thunderous crash, the giant zombie collided with the rear of the armored truck, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. Damn, what incredible strength! Yin Shan cursed from the driver's seat. Yet his face showed no fear as he deftly controlled the steering wheel, providing a better shooting environment for his comrades atop the vehicle. Lin Shui, watch out for that spiky creature, Chen Mo shouted, concentrating fire on it. Lin Shui did not respond, but adjusted her aim slightly. A few bullets whizzed forth, striking precisely at the glowing red eyes of the spiky zombie. Roar! The spiky zombie emitted a piercing scream, its body halting abruptly before tumbling off the vehicle. Well done, Chen Mo praised. The battle was extraordinarily intense, the sounds of gunfire, roars, and collisions intertwining to create a symphony of death in this apocalyptic world. As seconds turned into minutes, the relentless chase and counterattack had persisted for nearly half an hour. The four on the roof were drenched in sweat, their arms weary from prolonged shooting, yet none faltered. Under their relentless barrage of ammunition, the ferocious mutated zombies began to fall one by one. The remaining ordinary zombies, too slow to keep up, had long been left behind. Finally, we dealt with them, Su Weiwei exclaimed, plopping down on the roof, gasping for breath. Wang Jingwo also exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. These creatures are becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Chen Mo observed as he watched the tide of corpses gradually recede in the distance. With a slight sense of reassurance, yet still unwilling to lower their guard, Yin Shan urged the others to keep pace with the convoy. Understood, he replied, as the armored truck accelerated, pursuing the main convoy ahead. The vehicles continued to race down the highway, encountering 2 treasure refresh points along the way, one a bronze chest, the other a silver chest. However, Chen Mo did not issue the order to stop. Survival was paramount, and it was not worth the risk for such meager supplies. At that moment, the regional channel was abuzz with activity. Survivors who had also escaped from that small town were sharing their harrowing experiences in a state of shock. Damn, the resource points in the town were swarming with zombies. An endless tide of corpses. I almost met my end there. Thankfully, I ran fast. Did anyone see those particularly large zombies? They looked like mini-bosses, terrifying. Our convoy was scattered. I don't know if anyone else made it out alive. Inside the 2 vehicles of the Rose Squad, the atmosphere was similarly tense and oppressive. Yet it was tinged with a profound sense of gratitude towards Chen Mo's team for their miraculous rescue. Sister Lingyue, we survived, a young girl exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Lingyue gazed at the vehicles of Chun Mo's team ahead, particularly the last one, an armored truck resembling a steel fortress. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Chapter 78. New members. She had witnessed the battle clearly. The coordination, firepower, and quality of Chun Mo's team far exceeded her expectations. Especially Chun Mo, the youthful captain who remained calm and collected in such a perilous moment, directing with steadfast authority. His commanding presence and decisive judgment left her feeling inadequate. Reflecting on her own group of sisters, she recognized their unity, yet in the face of true crisis, they appeared weak and panicked. Had it not been for Chun Mo's timely intervention, they might have become part of the zombie horde. Sister Lingyue, Captain Chun and his team are incredible, Li Xia said. Still shaken, her hands trembling slightly from having been at the wheel. Indeed, they are just like a special forces unit from the movies. Another team member echoed, eyes filled with awe. Lingyue took a deep breath as a thought began to crystallize in her mind. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, ensuring the survival of her sisters was far too daunting a task to undertake alone. Perhaps aligning themselves with a formidable team would be the wisest choice. Chun Mo's team, without a doubt, was the strongest and most trustworthy she had encountered, particularly as they had managed to care for women, the elderly, and children so well. She glanced at her teammates and spoke slowly, her voice steady. Sisters, once we are safe, perhaps we should consider joining Captain Shin's convoy? Upon her proposal, there was a moment of silence within the vehicle, followed by a murmur of low discussions. Yet, more than anything, there was a shared sense of agreement and hope. They had acutely felt the significance of having a strong and reliable team in this desolate world. Chun Mo was oblivious to the thoughts of the Rose team. At that moment, he was peering through his binoculars, ensuring that the horde had not caught up before he let out a slight sigh of relief. He opened the team channel for status reports. The passenger vehicle is secure, Li Mingyuan replied. The minibus is safe, Fang Qing added. The heavy truck is secure, and the road ahead is clear, Zhao Xiaohu reported. The armored truck is functioning well, though the fuel consumption is a bit high. Haha. Yin Shan's voice remained robust. Excellent, Chen Mo nodded. It seemed that restful moments were not in the cards. They needed to distance themselves from this area swiftly, with everyone taking turns driving to conserve their energy. As night deepened, the convoy resembled a solitary dragon, winding its way along the pitch-black highway. They had been racing for several hours. The monotonous sound of tires crunching over gravel, accompanied by the low growl of the engine, became the sole solace in the oppressive darkness of the night. Chun Mo glanced at the time on his wristband, 10:15 p.m. Prolonged mental strain and the rapid secretion of adrenaline had rendered everyone weary. Let us stop at that elevated area ahead, where the view is unobstructed. He directed through the team channel, indicating a gentle slope about a kilometer ahead. Understood, brother. Fang Yong at the front responded, slightly reducing the heavy truck speed. The convoy ascended the slope in a simple defensive formation and came to a halt. Jiangua, take a few people to inspect the vehicles for any damage, particularly the tires and chassis, Chen Mo instructed, leaping off the passenger vehicle to stretch his stiff limbs. His gaze surveyed the disheveled, yet vigilant group. Sisterly Li, Aunt Hui Fan, prepare some food for everyone to replenish their energy. All right. Li Li and Su Huifan replied, busily attending to the tasks inside the passenger vehicle. The two vehicles of the Rose team also parked at the rear of the convoy. Ling Yu and her team members disembarked, their faces a blend of fatigue, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment. Tonight's ordeal felt akin to a brush with the abyss for them. Ling Yu inhaled several deep breaths of the frigid night air, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She glanced at Chun Mo, who was meticulously commanding the situation, then turned her attention to her shaken sisters, her resolve gradually solidifying. She approached Chun Mo. Captain Chun. Ling Yu's voice was still somewhat hoarse from her earlier cries. Chun Mo turned to face her, with Lin Shui standing beside him, her cool gaze scrutinizing Ling Yu. Is there something you need? Chun Mo inquired. Ling Yu pressed her lips together, seemingly organizing her thoughts. After a brief moment, she spoke earnestly. Captain Chun, thank you for saving us tonight. This kindness will be etched in our memories forever, she said, offering a slight bow. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort, no need for such formality. Ling Yu lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with determination. Captain Chun, I realize it may be somewhat abrupt to mention this now, but the Rose team wishes to join your convoy. As soon as the words escaped her lips, not only did Lin Shui beside Chun Mo reveal a hint of astonishment, but even Yin Shan, Su Weiwei, and others who were occupied nearby turned their gazes. Ling Yu seemed to have summoned immense courage as she continued, we understand that we may become a burden to you. However, all of us sisters will exert our utmost efforts, and we shall not take without giving. We are capable of fighting, gathering supplies, and doing anything within our means. We only seek to ensure the survival of our sisters. Her voice was earnest, with her eyes slightly reddened. The members of the Rose Squad behind her also looked anxiously at Chen Mo, their eyes brimming with hope and trepidation. They had witnessed the strength and reliability of Chun Mo's team and felt the rare order and warmth found amidst the apocalypse. Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze calmly fixed on Lingyu, a survivor squad composed entirely of women. The difficulty of surviving in this world was undoubtedly immense. The fact that they had persevered until now while maintaining a certain level of combat capability was truly commendable. He felt a stir within him and quietly utilized the system to assess the favorability of Lingyu and her companions. Target: Lingyu. Favorability towards host: 88, grateful admiration. 88 points, quite respectable. Chen Mo then shifted his gaze to the members behind Lingyu. Target: Li Xia. Favorability towards host: 85, grateful trust. Target: Zhou Min. Favorability towards host: 82, grateful trust. Target: Sun Jiechi. Favorability towards host: 86, grateful admiration. After a thorough assessment, the favorability of the Rose Squad members towards him was all above 80. The highest, Lingyu, reached 88 points, with all labels being positive. This indicated that their willingness to join was sincere and that they held a considerable degree of identification with him and his team. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze. Having made his decision, "I agree to your joining," he spoke slowly, breaking the silence. "From now on, you shall be a part of our convoy." Upon hearing this, Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy that nearly caused her to lose her balance. Chapter 79. Morning training. The female team members behind her erupted into suppressed cheers and tears. Thank you, Captain." Lingyu's voice quivered with emotion as she spoke. "No need for thanks," Chen Mo nodded, welcoming them into the team, then turned to Lili beside him. "Sister Lili, please prepare a meal for the new members. They must be famished." "All right, no problem," Lili replied with a warm smile, and Auntie Su Huifan also eagerly welcomed them. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the camp. When Lili set steaming rice, self-heating hot pots, and a few simple stir-fried dishes before the members of the Rose Squad, they were utterly astonished. So much delicious food. A young girl gazed at the feast before her, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden. How long had it been since they had seen such a bountiful dinner? In their daily lives, they felt grateful if they could find some bread and cookies nearing expiration. The only meat available was wild game, which was rather unpalatable. "Hurry up, don't be shy, eat your fill," Su Weiwei cheerfully urged them, holding her bowl with a smile. She had a fondness for these women striving to survive. The members of the Rose team gazed at the bountiful food before them. Their hearts stirred as they observed the nonchalant expressions of Chun Mo's team. They eagerly accepted the food, devouring it voraciously. Tears streaming down their faces, a mixture of joy for their survival and boundless hope for the future. Lingwei, cradling a bowl of rice, took small bites while occasionally glancing at Chen Mo. This young man not only provided them with hope for survival, but also bestowed upon them a long-lost sense of security. She resolved to lead her sisters in contributing to this team. After dinner, the fatigue weighing on everyone was alleviated by the warmth of the food. Wang Zhangwo reported to Chen Mo about the condition of the vehicles. "Chen Mo, our several vehicles are in decent shape, but the armored truck and heavy-duty truck show numerous scratches and dents, with their durability significantly decreased. The two vehicles from the Rose team are fair. The pickup truck is fine, but the van has sustained serious damage, with its durability down to the low 20s. Chen Mo nodded and retrieved several vehicle repair kits from the system warehouse. "I'll take care of it." He methodically repaired each vehicle. Once he had checked and fixed all the vehicles, he began to arrange the night watch. "Everyone has worked hard tonight. Get some rest." He organized the watch into 3 shifts. First shift, Zhangwo, you lead Li Xia and Zhou Min. Second shift, Mingyuan, you take Xiaoyong and Sun Jiechi. He turned to the Rose team, and Lingwei promptly identified Lu Mei. "Yes, Captain Chun." Li Xia, Zhou Min, and the others responded immediately, realizing that participating in the night watch signified their genuine acceptance into the group. Third shift, Yinshan, Yu, and Xiaohu, along with Captain Lingwei. Chen Mo looked at Lingwei, who straightened her posture. Understood. The remaining members took the opportunity to rest, knowing they would need to continue their journey at dawn. As night deepened, the camp gradually fell silent, save for the vigilant eyes of the night watch. After a day filled with life-or-death escapes and sudden upheaval, most succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Mo, however, did not rest immediately. He sat in the minibus, arranging the goods to be listed by the trading post. All the scrap materials collected from the warehouse were selected for recycling. Once he completed these tasks, he finally lay down on the makeshift wooden bed that Li Mingyuan had constructed in the back of the minibus. Lin Shui was already asleep, clearly exhausted from the day's intense battles. Breathing in her scent, Chun Mo soon drifted off as well. In the morning, Chun Mo awoke to the commotion outside. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 8 o'clock. Overslept, he chuckled to himself, perhaps due to yesterday's fatigue. He looked out the window. Everyone, perk up. A gun is not a fire poker. It requires steadiness and precision. Wang Jingwo's booming voice echoed across the clearing beside the temporary camp. Sweat has thoroughly soaked the back of his camouflage vest. Yet, he stands tall, his gaze intense, sternly correcting the firearm postures of the new recruits. Feng Cheng, in his early 40s, finds it somewhat challenging to learn these new skills. Beads of perspiration dot his forehead, yet he grits his teeth, striving to refine each movement. Beside him, his son Feng Yong and Zhao Xiaohu appear more agile. Although they too are exhausted, their eyes gleam with excitement. For them, the opportunity to handle real weapons brings greater joy than discovering a treasure chest of diamonds. Zhang Wentao, fully recovered from his injuries, has also joined the training. He is earnest in his efforts, having been pulled back from the brink by the team, eager to contribute his strength. Meanwhile, Lin Shui is tasked with guiding the female members of the Rose Squad. Her voice is clear and devoid of excessive emotion, yet her instruction is earnest. She emphasizes the importance of breath control before shooting, maintaining alignment, and avoiding hesitation. Standing beside Ling Yu, she observes as she lifts the M4A1. Aiming at a distant target, a dilapidated oil barrel, Ling Yu takes a deep breath, striving to calm herself. She grips the firearm, focusing intently. Bang! The bullet strikes the center of the barrel, creating a hole. Well done, you've improved since earlier. Lin Shui remarks with a hint of satisfaction before turning her attention to another member. Zhou Min, your elbows are too rigid. Relax a bit. Zhou Min's cheeks flush slightly as she responds softly. Yes, Instructor Lin. Stealing a glance at Li Li, who is distributing simple breakfasts not far away, she steels herself internally. Determined to master these skills and contribute meaningfully to the team, the young women of the Rose Squad are fueled by a shared resolve. Having witnessed the formidable strength of Chun Mo's team, they understand that in this post-apocalyptic world, only by becoming strong themselves can they earn true respect and thrive. The phrase "no free meals" is not merely a slogan. It is a vivid reflection of their current reality. Chun Mo leans against the door of the minibus, silently observing the training session. The enthusiasm of the new members brings him considerable satisfaction, especially that of the Rose Squad. Their discipline and ability to learn are commendable. With a bit of refinement, they could easily become a formidable force. After a simple breakfast, Chun Mo seeks out Su Weiwei. Weiwei, I need to discuss something. He gazes at her as she diligently enjoys her meal. Today, she dons a sharp short-sleeved combat uniform, radiating a sense of vigor. What's up, brother Chun Mo? Su Weiwei blinks her large eyes, taking a bite of her bun. Our convoy has too many vehicles right now. I can't accommodate them all here. I'm planning to dispose of that tricycle. He gestures toward the tricycle he had retrieved and placed beside the bus. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei pouts slightly, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. That tricycle is her beloved ride, having accompanied her through 3 days of novice training. However, she understands Chun Mo's intentions. It is clearly impractical to keep it, hence the decision to dispose of it. Chapter 80, Vehicle Allocation. That may not be a good idea. Su Weiwei nodded, then playfully remarked, Brother Chun Mo, having dealt with my little motorcycle, you must procure for me a weapon superior to even a fine steel spear. Of course. Chun Mo replied with a smile. In addition to Su Weiwei's 3-wheeled motorcycle, he also reclaimed the white sedan he had retrieved from the gas station, which bore 2 soul rings. Following the recovery of these items, the system warehouse found itself with a bit more space. Subsequently, Chun Mo approached Ling Yu. Ling Yu, please unbind those 2 vehicles without air conditioning. I have ample storage space and intend to accommodate them for our convenience, Chun Mo explained. Ling Yu and her team members expressed surprise at the notion of directly transferring such large vehicles, as their space could not accommodate them. However, they swiftly accepted the arrangement. We shall follow the captain's orders, Ling Yu declared without hesitation, promptly instructing her team to unbind the vehicles. With a mere thought, Chun Mo stored the pickup truck and the van into the system warehouse. The members of the Rose Squad gazed in awe, their respect for Chun Mo deepening further. Once these matters were addressed, the convoy's vehicle count was reduced to 4, an armored truck, a heavy truck, a large passenger bus, and a medium-sized bus. This consolidation facilitated more agile and efficient command and management during operations. After breakfast, Chun Mo began to redistribute driving responsibilities. Weiwei, you and Lin Shui will take turns driving the medium bus. I will remain in this vehicle to monitor transactions and handle any emergencies that may arise. Chun Mo turned to Su Weiwei, who immediately squared her shoulders and responded with renewed vigor. The passenger bus would be driven in turns by Ming Yuan and Wen Tao. Li Ming Yuan nodded earnestly, while Zhang Wen Tao, eager to share the burden of responsibility after his recovery, readily agreed. The armored truck would be driven alternately by Yin Shan and Ling Yu. Chun Mo glanced at the two. Yin Shan grinned broadly, patting his chest to signify his readiness. Ling Yu, somewhat taken aback by the significant responsibility of driving the armored truck, recognized the trust Chen Imo placed in her and nodded solemnly. Yes, Captain. Among the sisters who joined Ling Yu, a number had prior combat experience and proficient marksmanship, including Li Xia and Zhou Min, and were assigned to the combat compartment of the armored truck, led by Wang Jiangwo and Feng Cheng, poised for any battle that may arise. As for the heavy truck, Chen Imo paused momentarily, scanning the group. Given the absence of air conditioning, it will be somewhat arduous in the coming days. We will take turns driving for a stretch, while others can temporarily ride in the passenger bus. No problem, big brother, I'll take the first shift. Zhao Xiaohu was the first to respond, with the other team members expressing their understanding. With all arrangements in place, the convoy set off once more. Today's journey, temperature, 34. 60. Climate, high heat, 5th day of 7. Terrain, hilly. The morning's treasure chest arrived as expected. Perhaps due to fortune, the items that emerged were predominantly wooden and bronze chests. Though the monsters guarding the chests were not particularly formidable, their numbers provided an excellent opportunity for the group to practice their marksmanship. Li Xia, adjust your shooting angle. Do not falter, they cannot breach our defenses. Ling Yu directed her team with a commanding tone while firing her newly issued AK-15. Though they had only just familiarized themselves with these advanced weapons that morning, the urgency of combat left them understandably anxious. Yet, the primal instinct for survival and the unwavering commitment to not be a liability drove them forward. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xia gritted her teeth, striving to recall the shooting techniques taught by Lin Shui, as flames erupted from the muzzle. Although her accuracy was still wanting, it had markedly improved from the initial chaos. Zhou Min, Sun Jiaqing, and others strategically occupied advantageous positions, coordinating their efforts to apply the skills they had learned in practice. Lin Shui and Wang Jiangwo flanked the scene, refraining from taking shots unless the situation called for immediate intervention, swiftly neutralizing threats when their trainees faced genuine peril or made critical errors. Do not become overly focused on firing. Conserve your ammunition. Observe their weaknesses. Wang Jiangwo's resonant voice intermittently encouraged the new recruits. Lin Shui was even more direct. Upon noticing a team member's flawed movements, she would promptly correct them. Zhang Wentao, brace the stock. Recoil will compromise your aim. Despite the immense pressure, the group felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Each precise hit and every successful collaboration bolstered their confidence. As they opened 2 treasure chests, they discovered not only an abundance of metals and fabrics, but also some basic supplies, such as compressed biscuits, purified water, and canned goods. Though their value was modest, every little bit contributed to their overall gains. During a lull in the battle, Chun Mo relocated the workstation previously set on the minibus to the more spacious coach. He shared the crafting method for the vehicle repair kit with Li Man and Shun Wanqing. Li Man, Sister Wanqing. The task of creating vehicle repair kits will now be entrusted to you. Chen Imo regarded them with a steady gaze. The kits produced could be listed for sale in the trading post. Additionally, keep an eye on the trading post for anyone selling the necessary materials for crafting the kits, such as rubber sheets, metal parts, and adhesives. Purchase them if the prices are reasonable. Li Man and Shun Wanqing exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement and determination in the other's eyes. Having previously managed logistics, they were eager to engage in tasks that would directly contribute value to the team. Rest assured, Chen Imo, we will excel in this. Shun Wanqing replied with a smile, her beauty enhanced by the charm of a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Quick-witted and intrigued by trading, she added, yes, Wanqing, you should also pay attention to the trading post for any useful special blueprints or items. If you come across anything valuable, let me know immediately. Chen Imo supplemented. His own energy was limited, and he could not monitor the trading post constantly. No problem. Leave it to me. Shun Wanqing responded enthusiastically, feeling she had discovered a new passion. The two soon immersed themselves in their new responsibilities. While Chen Imo continued to list heat relief medications in the trading post, these medicines remained a sought-after commodity in the sweltering climate. Simultaneously, a plethora of orders for the acquisition of scrap materials lingered, continuously providing him with a means of survival. The morning passed quietly amidst the opening of treasure chests, battles, and various tasks. The yield from the morning's treasure chests was rather average, yet Chun Imo remained unperturbed. He placed greater value on the growth of his team members through combat and collaboration, as well as the smooth execution of the newly assigned tasks. Observing everyone diligently fulfilling their roles, collectively striving for survival, filled him with a profound sense of comfort. In the afternoon, the scorching sun beat down upon the earth, distorting the air in the distance due to the oppressive heat. Chen Imo, someone in the trading hall, just messaged, wishing to exchange a blueprint for 15 vehicle repair kits. Came the voice of Shun Wanqing over the team channel. A blueprint? Chen Mo's interest was piqued. Please forward the blueprint information for my review. Soon. Shun Wanqing's voice resonated through the team channel, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Chinemo, I've sent the blueprint information. Take a look. Vehicle radar blueprint. Required materials. Level 3 crystal core X1, electronic parts X50, metal ingots X20, plastic X20, precision circuit boards X5. Survival points 1500. Function description. Can be installed in vehicles to detect terrain, life forms, and special energy fluctuations within a certain range. The detection range and precision are influenced by the quality of materials and the creator's skill. Chinemo found the blueprint to be exceedingly useful. Wanqing, proceed with the trade. Shortly thereafter, Shun Wanqing completed the transaction. It's done, Chinemo, she reported, her tone akin to that of someone reluctantly parting with a precious possession. The opposing team leader said that if their vehicles hadn't been so severely damaged, they would never have sold this blueprint. Shun Wanqing added with a hint of excitement. Exchanging 15 vehicle repair kits for such a rare blueprint is a profitable deal. Shun Imo regarded the blueprint information with a slight smile. He could fully empathize with the seller's frustration. A blueprint capable of significantly enhancing the team's reconnaissance and evasion capabilities is invaluable in the apocalypse. However, he understood that their eagerness to part with it likely stemmed from reasons beyond mere vehicle damage. Level 3 Crystal Core. Shun Imo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This item had previously dropped from a boss in a dungeon, and he happened to have one stored in the system warehouse. However, the 50 electronic parts posed a considerable challenge for ordinary survivor teams, even if they were fortunate enough to acquire the blueprint. Gathering such a quantity of electronic parts in a short time would be exceedingly difficult. It was likely that the core materials for that team were hard to gather, prompting them to reluctantly sell the blueprint when it remained unutilized in their hands. Wanqing, well done, Chinemo praised. He then opened the trading market to begin searching for electronic parts. As expected, these components were scarce in the trading market, with very few listings available. And the prices were quite high. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinemo proceeded to purchase electronic parts at a price 20% above the market rate. Simultaneously, he swept clean all the scattered electronic components from the trading market. After a flurry of operations and the expenditure of several thousand survival points, he finally gathered the 50 electronic components required for crafting the radar. The remaining ingots and high-strength plastic were readily available in the warehouse, rendering it a trivial matter. The convoy continued its journey through the hilly terrain. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 100-kilometer treasure chest refreshed as expected, revealing a bronze chest. Wang Jiangwo announced in the channel. Surrounding them were a dozen mutated dogs, seemingly of ordinary variety, providing an excellent opportunity for the team to hone their skills. Lingyue, you and Jiangwo lead the team in practice. Chun Imo refrained from personally engaging, choosing instead to grant this opportunity to the newly joined members. Understood, Captain. Lingyue responded with a determined glint in her eyes. She equipped herself with an AK-15, its robust lines exuding a sense of power. This was a new weapon recently issued to her by Chun Imo, far more potent than the pistol she had previously wielded. Wang Jiangwo stood by with an M4A1, ready to support. Li Xia, Zhou Min, Sun Jiechi form a group of 3 and ensure crossfire. Fang Yong, you and Xiao Hu take the left flank. Lingyue swiftly organized the team. Yes, the ladies of the Rose Squad, along with Fang Yong and Zhao Xiaohu, responded in unison. Their faces a blend of tension and excitement. The battle commenced rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The firearms in the hands of the newcomers spat forth flames. Bullets whistling toward the mutated dogs. Perhaps still unaccustomed to using firearms, their aim was somewhat lacking, resulting in several missed shots or merely grazing the fur of the creatures. Howl! One mutated dog, struck in the leg by a bullet, lunged forward in a frenzy, driven by pain. Stay calm. Aim for the head. Wang Jiangwo's resonant voice steadied everyone's nerves. Lingyue remained composed as she opened fire, her AK-15 delivering steady, rhythmic bursts. Each shot found its mark, striking the head of a mutated dog and erupting in splashes of blood. Splendid. Su Weiwei, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but cheer. Under Lingyue's leadership and Wang Jiangwo's support, the newcomers gradually found their footing. They recalled the shooting techniques taught by Lin Shui, transitioning from initial panic to the ability to hit their targets. Despite his youth, Fang Yong exhibited remarkable courage, emulating Wang Jiangwo's steady shooting. Zhao Xiaohu more agile, frequently repositioned to find optimal angles for shooting. Minutes later, the last mutated dog fell, howling as it succumbed. The battlefield was enveloped in a faint scent of gunpowder and blood. Most of the newcomers were panting, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally dealt with it, Li Xiao wiped her brow, feeling a slight ache in her arms. You performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. Lin Shui approached, her cool voice carrying a hint of approval. Keep striving, practical experience is the best teacher. The resources within the bronze chest proved to be underwhelming. offering little more than basic materials and a small amount of food, devoid of any surprises. However, for Chinmo, the training that the new members received through practical combat was far more valuable than the supplies. As the team rested and sorted through the treasure chest's contents, Chunmo utilized the materials to install the vehicle-mounted radar. He cast a glance at the revamped dashboard of the minibus. On the original LCD screen, a cutting-edge radar scanning interface now graced the display. Vehicle-mounted radar installation successful. Current detection range, a radius of 10 kilometers. Chunmo lightly touched the screen to activate the radar system. A faint hum of electricity resonated. On the screen, a pale blue scanning wave radiated outward from the minibus, gradually expanding. Soon, the topography within a 10-kilometer radius was vividly outlined on the screen. Rolling hills, winding roads, and the location of their convoy were all presented in three-dimensional models. Excellent. Chunmo felt a surge of joy. This vehicle-mounted radar undoubtedly provided significant assurance for their survival journey. He conducted a brief test, confirming that the radar could clearly display ordinary life forms, represented by green dots, and vehicles, indicated by blue squares. However, within the current scanning range, apart from their own convoy's markers, there were no other notable discoveries. At that moment, Lin Shui and the others concluded their battle and returned with excited team members. The convoy set off once more. Su Weiwei took over driving the minibus while Chunmo occupied the passenger seat, continuing to procure recyclable items through the trading post. Lin Shui, seated in the back, occasionally glanced at the continuously rotating radar interface on the central screen, lost in thought. Chapter 82, Dungeon Entrance and Enhancement. The vehicle traveled for approximately half an hour. Suddenly, Lin Shui spoke up. Look at the radar to the front right. There seems to be a special marker. Chunmo's spirits lifted, and he quickly turned his gaze to the radar screen. Indeed, in the upper right corner of the display, a previously unremarkable terrain suddenly revealed a flashing green diamond marker. This marker was located on a fork in the road about 5 kilometers ahead. Next to the green diamond marker, a prominent inscription read, Dungeon Entrance. A flicker of surprise crossed Chunmo's eyes. The vehicle-mounted radar could detect the entrance to a dungeon. Attention, everyone. Chunmo decisively issued orders through the team channel. 5 kilometers ahead, on the right side of the road, there is a fork. The radar indicates a dungeon entrance. All units, elevate your alert levels, check weapons and ammunition. Prepare for any unexpected situations. Received. Understood. Core members such as Yin Shan and Wang Jiangwo promptly responded, their voices tinged with excitement. The atmosphere within the convoy instantly grew tense. Everyone sharpened their focus. The 5-kilometer stretch passed in the blink of an eye. Guided by the radar, the convoy veered onto the right fork. After traveling another 3 to 4 kilometers, the scenery along the roadside abruptly changed. An area roughly the size of a basketball court was enveloped in a flowing, translucent green light curtain. Like a colossal energy dome inverted upon the ground, it emanated a gentle luminescence. Almost simultaneously, the wristbands of all present vibrated subtly, and translucent panels sprang forth automatically. Detection of unique energy fluctuations. Proximity to the instance entrance confirmed. Instance name, Home Defense Battle. Instance type, Survival, Team Cooperation. Required team count, 58. Instance objective, protect the designated refuge, successfully repel all assaults, and survive for 24 hours. Environment, radiation contaminated zone. Temperature, 0 to 6. Instance danger level, moderate. Instance rewards, calculated based on the total points earned through monster eliminations within the instance. The higher the points, the more substantial the rewards. There is a chance to acquire blueprints, special items, high-quality equipment, etc. Current status. Enterable, please drive the vehicle into the central area of the teleportation array. Instance background. The apocalypse has arrived, and homes lie in ruin. A secret survivor refuge is facing an unprecedented crisis, besieged by countless mutated creatures from all directions. Brave survivors, take up your weapons and defend this last glimmer of hope. Reminder, in this post-apocalyptic world, you must confront not only various monsters and harsh environments, but also be wary of your fellow humans. PvP actions between teams are permitted within the instance. Exercise caution towards other teams. Is this the teleportation array? Su Weiwei's eyes widened, instinctively tightening her grip on the steering wheel. Chunmo gazed thoughtfully at the instance description, particularly fixated on the final reminder. The allowance for PvP actions between teams was a clear invitation for mutual annihilation. Although their convoy currently held a significant lead in rankings, caution was imperative. Voices of discussion arose within the team channel. Indeed, this is the instance entrance. Yin Shan's tone brimmed with eager excitement. The home defense battle, by its very name, promised to be a formidable challenge. Wang Jiangwo's expression grew serious. There are already 5 teams prepared? Ling Yu expressed her surprise. It seems this teleportation array is not the only one we have discovered. Chun Mo's gaze was drawn to the emerald glow at the heart of the teleportation array, his profound eyes glimmering with contemplation. Survive for 24 hours, a defensive type of instance, and with PvP permitted. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke decisively. We shall enter, but we must be thoroughly prepared. Chun Mo's gaze shifted from the instance information, his mind already calculating. The warning regarding PvP actions heightened his caution. He revisited the system interface to assess the affinity levels of his team members, preparing to administer level 1 gene enhancement serums to Yin Shan, Wang Jiangwo, Su Weiwei, and other veteran members. System, conduct an affinity probe on team members. Target, Yin Shan, affinity level with host, 96, shared life and death. Target, Su Weiwei, affinity level with host, 93, trust and dependence. Target, Wang Jiangwo, affinity level with host, 94, shared life and death. Target, Lin Shui, affinity level with host, 98, deep affection. The remaining veteran members all maintained affinity levels above 90. Chun Mo no longer hesitated. With a single thought, the interface of the system's marketplace materialized before him. He promptly purchased 8 vials of level 1 gene enhancement potion. The ethereal blue potions floated quietly within the system's repository, emanating a mysterious luminescence. Yin Shan, Jiangua, Wei Wei, Li Diyi, Ming Yuan, Li Lijie, Su Dama, Wan Qing, please gather around. Chun Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, clear and distinct to each individual. The 8 members, called by name, approached the side of the minibus, their expressions tinged with curiosity. In light of the current dungeon, the captain's sudden summons signaled an important matter at hand. Chun Mo's gaze swept over the group. They constituted the bedrock of his team and were his most trusted allies. The dungeon we are about to enter has indicated that team PvP is permitted, he stated directly. This meant that we would not only face the monsters and environment within the dungeon, but might also engage with other teams. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew solemn. The acronym PvP undoubtedly cast a deeper shadow over the impending dungeon. Therefore, before we proceed, I am prepared to enhance everyone's capabilities, Chun Mo declared, retrieving the 8 vials of level 1 gene enhancement potion from the system's repository. As the ethereal blue potions appeared, they immediately captivated everyone's attention. Even through the specially designed containers, one could sense the extraordinary energy contained within. These are level 1 gene enhancement potions. Upon consumption, they will comprehensively enhance your physical attributes, including strength, speed, and reflexes, Chun Mo explained succinctly. Consider this a small benefit for you all and a preparation for the battles ahead. Yin Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring, Boss, if I use this, will I become even more formidable? Absolutely, Chun Mo affirmed with a nod. However, there may be a slight discomfort during the process, so you will need to endure a bit. A slight discomfort? Su Weiwei blinked, muttering softly. Wang Jiangwa shot them a disapproving glance. What are you talking about? Chun Mo wouldn't deceive us. If it makes us stronger, a little pain is trivial. The elderly Li Denyin gazed thoughtfully, understanding the rarity and value of such fundamental enhancement potions. The remaining members were all quite exhilarated. The fact that even non-combatants among them received this potion indicated Chun Mo's trust in them. All right, take these. Chun Mo distributed the potions one by one into their hands. Use them as soon as possible. We have little time. Thank you, boss. Yin Shan was the first to seize his, grinning widely. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. Brother Chun Mo. To mitigate any anxiety among the other team members due to the upcoming commotion, he took a moment to explain the situation. The group began to consume the potions. Chapter 83. Entering the dungeon, Yin Shan was the first to gulp down the ethereal blue potion without a hint of hesitation. In the next instant, his bronze skin flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck like coiling earthworms. A suppressed roar escaped his throat. His entire body crackled with the sound of bones popping. Muscles swelled at a visibly rapid pace, straining the camouflage combat uniform as if it might burst at any moment. He clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, evidently enduring considerable agony. Ah, it hurts. Brother Chun, this is a tad too much. Su Weiwei cried out dramatically, tears on the verge of spilling as she squatted down, cradling her head. Wang Jiangwo let out a muffled groan, his face flushed crimson, fine droplets of sweat emerging at his temples. Yet, he stood upright, though his tightly clenched jaw betrayed the immense pain he was enduring. He closed his eyes, acutely aware of the tumultuous changes within his body, as waves of heat surged through his limbs. Old Master Li grimaced in pain, but quickly regulated his breathing. Li Mingyuan, meanwhile, was more vocal, cradling his arms and exclaiming in discomfort, his face contorted like a bitter melon. Observing his father's composed demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Li Li, Su Huifan, and Shun Wanqing, though pale from the pain, gritted their teeth and persevered. The commotion drew the attention of Zhao Xiaohu, Fang Yong, Ling Yu, and the members of her Rose Squad, leaving them astonished. Drinking it makes you stronger? Zhao Xiaohu's eyes widened as he instinctively swallowed, his gaze flitting over Yin Shan's bulging muscles, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Fang Yong gazed enviously at Yin Shan, whispering to Zhao Xiaohu, "How cool. Brother, Yin seems to have bulked up again. His arms are thicker than my thighs." Ling Yu and her team were equally taken aback. They had only heard a brief introduction from Chun Imo earlier, but witnessing the immediate effects of the potion left them utterly astounded, especially the palpable sense of strength emanating from Yin Shan. Some members of the Rose Squad couldn't help but murmur, "This potion is truly miraculous, like a magic trick." Indeed, they are fortunate to be with Captain Chun, receiving such treasures so readily. Before they could finish their thoughts, someone nearby gently nudged them, signaling for silence and cautioning against speaking at such a moment. Ling Yu glanced at her sisters and then at Chun Mo's calm profile, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She understood that Chun Mo's willingness to provide such a precious potion to the veteran members was both an acknowledgement of their contributions and a profound trust in them. She silently clenched her fists, determined to lead her sisters to achieve results and strive to contribute even greater strength to the team. Chun Imo observed the enhanced state of everyone with satisfaction, nodding in approval. With these 8 potions administered, the overall strength of the team had ascended to a new level, amplifying his confidence in facing the upcoming challenges. Once everyone had adapted, Chun Imo took a deep breath and issued his command. "All vehicles, proceed into the center of the teleportation array." Under Chun Mo's direction, 4 vehicles gradually rolled into the central area of the teleportation array. As the vehicle came to a complete halt, Chun Imo selected the ready option on his wristband. The number indicating the required team count on the wristband immediately surged from 58 to 68. Time passed slowly, imbued with an air of impending conflict and anticipation. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, the number on the wristband finally flickered again, rising from 78 to 88. "All teams are prepared. The instance will commence teleportation in 10 seconds. Please confirm entry." "Yes?" Chun Mo's gaze remained calm as he gently tapped the interface, selecting "Yes." In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed their sight, accompanied by a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. As the white light dissipated, the overwhelming brightness receded like a tide. Chun Imo opened his eyes to find the convoy situated within a vast square. The square was paved with rough stone slabs, bearing the scars of time's erosion. Surrounding them were wooden structures, arranged in an organic manner, exuding a primitive ruggedness. The scale of the refuge was considerable, resembling a substantial village. Behind the village loomed a majestic mountain, its steep slopes cloaked in verdant foliage, serving as a natural barrier. To the east, south, and west, formidable stone walls encircled the area. The city walls appeared to soar about 7 or 8 meters high, with sides estimated at over 200 meters. Their surfaces adorned with moss and battle scars, clearly having endured numerous trials. Instance, home defense battle has commenced. All participating teams have arrived at the refuge's safe zone. Preparation time, 30 minutes. During this period, the refuge is an absolute safe zone, and any form of PvP is prohibited. Countdown. 29:58. A cold system notification echoed from the wristband, while a rudimentary 3-dimensional map of the refuge materialized on the panel, clearly marking their current location at the central square. Is this the instance? Su Weiwei curiously surveyed her surroundings, her large eyes sparkling with wonder. It appeared rather vintage. Let us not be complacent. Chun Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, embodying his usual steadiness. PvP is permitted here. After half an hour, this will no longer be a safe zone. Yin Shan's deep voice rumbled in agreement. "Boss, don't worry. Whoever dares to show their teeth, I'll be the first to flatten them," he declared, flexing his newly reinforced fists, the joints cracking ominously. At that moment, vehicles from several other directions began to materialize within the square. A total of 7 teams, alongside Chun Mo's, made for exactly 8. It appeared that the other teams had also arrived. Lin Shui's sharp gaze swept over the unfamiliar vehicles and personnel. Chun Imo stepped down from the minibus, and almost simultaneously, the captains of the other 7 teams disembarked, their wary eyes appraising one another as they converged towards the center of the square. The atmosphere shifted, becoming subtly charged. A quick glance from Chun Imo provided him with a general assessment of the situation. Among the 7 teams, with the exception of 2 whose members distinctly bore the features of the Xian nation, the remaining teams were composed entirely of foreigners, blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals, those with brown skin, and even a few with unmistakable Slavic traits. 2 captains from the Xia team approached briskly. One was a robust man with a full beard, clad in a snug tank top, revealing an arm adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo that slithered over his shoulder. The other was comparatively more refined, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, yet his gaze exuded sharp cunning. At this moment, The bearded man was vociferously addressing the bespectacled captain. Hey, Lao Zhao, I heard your sarcastic tone outside. What's this? Now that we're in the instance, you wish to take jabs at me? The man with glasses adjusted his spectacles and replied with a thin smile that barely masked his disdain. Zhang Tu, mind your language. Who is taking jabs at you? I merely stated the truth. Some individuals may lack strength, yet their bravado is excessive. How dare you speak of my grandmother, Zhao? Who are you referring to? The man called Zhang Tu erupted with fury, saliva flying. I'm talking about you, of course. The other refused to back down. As it appeared they were on the verge of coming to blows within the instance, Chen Imo furrowed his brow slightly. Clearly, these two harbored a history of enmity. Upon noticing Chen Imo and his companions, they merely cast a glance without halting their quarrel. At that moment, the last captain finally arrived. He was of short stature, sporting a distinctive hygiene mustache, and donned a pair of faded camouflage attire. His demeanor was haughty, unmistakably identifying him as a person from the land of cherry blossoms. Upon his arrival, the tense standoff between the two men seemed to hit a pause, as they both simultaneously ceased their argument. Their gazes converged upon the captain from the cherry blossom nation, filled with unabashed disdain and wariness. Humph, even the little Japanese are here, Zhang Tu muttered under his breath, loud enough for those nearby to hear. The cherry blossom captain evidently caught the remark, casting a scornful glance at Zhang Tu, the corner of his mouth curling in a disdainful smirk, and spoke in broken Xia. The Xia are perpetually so uncouth. What did you say? Zhang Tu exploded, stepping forward, ready to strike. Zhang Mang, calm down. Zhao, though visibly furious, managed to restrain the impulsive Zhang Hao. Let us not forget where we are. This instance offers many opportunities to confront him. He turned to Chen Imo, forcing a smile and lowering his voice. Brother, I see your strength is formidable. You must be one of us from the Xia Nation, right? I am Zhao Qilong of the Mad Dragon team, and this is Zhang Mang of the Godslayer team. Chen Imo nodded subtly. I am Chen Imo of the Dawn team. A fleeting glimmer of insight passed through Zhao Qilong's eyes as he continued softly. Brother Chen Imo, let us become friends. Let us speak plainly. This instance is fraught with peril. We Xiao people ought to unite. That cherry blossom individual appears to be nothing but trouble. Why don't we three join forces, stabilize our position, and seek an opportunity to deal with him? What do you think? As he spoke, his gaze frequently darted toward the captain of the Sakura Nation team in the distance, a hint of ruthlessness lurking deep within his eyes. Alliance. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Very well. He refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly accepted the friend's request from the other party. Zhao Qilong and Zhang Mang, witnessing this, exhaled in relief and also added each other as friends. Meanwhile, the captains of several foreign teams surveyed the crowd in the plaza. Their expressions varied. Some wore looks of vigilance, while others appeared indifferent, as if the matter did not concern them. All right, everyone. A tall, robust Caucasian man stepped forward, clad in a heavy tactical vest, his voice resonating powerfully. Since we are all here to complete the mission, let us first discuss who will take command. We cannot defend haphazardly. His words served as a reminder to all present. Indeed, we should select a commander. A dark-skinned man who seemed of South American descent nodded in agreement. How shall we choose? Someone inquired. Simple. The Caucasian man flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth, and proceeded to manipulate his wristband. In the next moment, a translucent leaderboard materialized before him. Let us speak through strength. World ranking. Thor's Hammer Team, 635th. He proclaimed. We, Thor's Hammer, will take charge of the Eastern City Wall. His announcement incited a flurry of excitement. 635th? Not bad at all. Our Black Mamba team ranks 702nd, and we are no slouches either. Others, unwilling to be outdone, promptly revealed their team rankings. A plethora of rankings, 300s, 400s, 500s, flooded the air, resembling an extraordinary display of prowess. Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong, not to be outdone, proudly showcased their own rankings. The Godslayer team at 588th and the Rampaging Dragon team at 612th. Chen Imo observed this spectacle, understanding their intentions. These individuals sought to assert their influence at the earliest opportunity, thereby securing a more advantageous position in the division of defensive zones. Humph! A discordant snort broke the atmosphere. The captain of the Sakura Nation stood with arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his face exuding arrogance. Slowly, he extended a finger and tapped his wristband. Yamato Spirit Team. World ranking, 56. The golden digits shone brightly, eclipsing all other rankings present with an overwhelming radiance. After a brief silence in the plaza, a stifled gasp erupted. 56th. Is that for real? This team has some serious credentials. Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong's expressions soured instantly. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Sakura Nation team would possess such a lofty ranking. The captain of the Sakura Nation, named Yamamoto Ryuichi, reveled in the crowd's reaction, his haughty smile widening. This mission will be commanded by our Yamato spirit team. I trust no one has any objections? His gaze, imbued with challenge, swept across every individual present. For a moment, no one dared to refute him. With a ranking of 56, their strength was sufficient to dominate most teams gathered there. Shunmo's gaze remained tranquil, unperturbed by the arrogance of Yamamoto Ryuichi. Nor did he acknowledge the reactions of the other team leaders. Silently, he activated his wristband, casting a glance at the Dawn team's ranking, World Ranking 1. He had no intention of flaunting it. With a calm demeanor, Chun-Imo spoke, "Our Dawn team will take full responsibility for defending our section of the wall. There is no need for Captain Yamamoto to concern himself with directing us." Yamamoto Ryuichi's smug expression immediately froze, akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water. Gradually, he turned his head, his narrow eyes narrowing to slits, fixating on Chun-Imo with disbelief and a hint of offended malice. The previously tense atmosphere in the square became charged with palpable tension following Chun-Mo's declaration. The leaders of several other teams, including those who had just been exchanging compliments about their rankings, now turned their attention toward Chun-Imo, their gazes a mixture of surprise, scrutiny, and a touch of morbid curiosity. "Nanny?" Yamamoto Ryuichi nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, his voice thick with rage. "What did you say?" He clearly did not anticipate that anyone would dare to defy him after he revealed the formidable ranking of his team at 56. Chun-Imo met his fiery glare with unwavering calm, as if he had merely commented on a trivial matter. "I said that our Dawn team possesses the capability to defend our designated area. As for the command, there is no need to trouble Captain Yamamoto." His tone remained unruffled. Chapter 85. The first wave of monsters assaulting the city. Yamamoto Ryuichi's temples throbbed with indignation, his face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged rooster. "Baka, you, a mere nameless pawn, dare question the decisions of our Yamato spirit team, without even the courage to reveal your ranking." He stepped forward, exuding an aura that suggested he might resort to violence should Chun-Imo utter another word. Amused, Chun-Imo had already devised a plan to deal with this team from the land of the cherry blossoms. "Ha! Well said, Brother Chun-Imo." A boisterous laugh shattered the standoff. It was Zhang Mang, his face adorned with a bushy beard, who slammed his thigh and gave Chun-Imo a thumbs up. "I've been displeased with this little fellow for ages. Why should we listen to him just because of his high ranking? I will guard my own wall, and no one will dictate to me." His words undoubtedly expressed open support for Chun-Imo, as he glared fiercely at Yamamoto Ryuichi. Zhao Qilong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stood beside Chun-Imo. The leaders of the foreign teams exchanged glances. The tall, muscular leader of the Thor's Hammer team, Hank, crossed his arms and wore a grin, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. "Oh, this is getting interesting. It seems not everyone is inclined to heed Captain Yamamoto's command." Yamamoto Ryuichi's face turned ashen, his expression akin to someone who had swallowed a fly. It was one thing for Chun-Imo to speak up, but now even Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong had openly opposed him. The ambiguity of the other team's attitudes only served to heighten his sense of unprecedented challenge to his authority. "Are you all intending to revolt?" Yamamoto Ryuichi exclaimed in exasperation. "Revolt is hardly the case," Chun-Imo responded calmly. "We are merely fulfilling our respective duties. The rules of the instance do not mandate a unified command. We possess the capability to defend our own territories and therefore have the right to decline external orders." He paused, casting his gaze over the other captains present. His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have merely 20 minutes left to prepare. Rather than engage in endless debate, it would be prudent to swiftly designate our defensive zones and hasten our arrangements. The monsters will not delay their assault until we have concluded our quarrel." His words served as a stark reminder to all. The looming threat of the instance made survival the foremost priority. Yamamoto Ryuichi trembled with fury, yet he was not a fool. Recognizing the untenable nature of the situation, he understood that a forceful assertion of command would only exacerbate tensions, yielding no benefit for the impending defensive battle. With a fierce glare directed at Chun-Imo, he then swept his eyes over Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong, snorting disdainfully. "Very well. I shall observe how you so-called elites of the Xian nation endure the onslaught of monsters without the unified coordination of our Yamato Soul Chariot team. Come the time, do not come crying to us for assistance." With that, he waved his hand, leading his equally displeased teammates towards the southern wall. "The southern wall is under the purview of our Yamato Soul Chariot team. Take care of yourselves." As Yamamoto Ryuichi departed, the tense atmosphere in the square eased slightly. Zhang Mang laughed heartily, approaching Chun-Imo and giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Brother, well done. That felt incredibly satisfying. Let us head to the western section of the wall together. It would be beneficial to support one another." Chun-Imo nodded in agreement. Soon, the remaining teams swiftly delineated their defensive areas. A potential dispute over command had dissipated, thanks to Chun-Mo's resolute stance and pragmatic proposal. However, All were acutely aware that this calm was merely temporary. Once the battle commenced, the true test would begin. And undoubtedly, Chun Mo and his Dawn Chariot team had already carved a deep resentment in Yamamoto Ryuichi's heart. The clamor in the square subsided as the teams established their defensive zones. Chun Mo directed his team, moving steadily to the designated position behind the western wall. This area offered a broad field of vision and facilitated coordination with Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong's teams. Aunt Su Li Man, Yu and Lu Mei and Wang Fong from the Rose team will remain to guard the vehicles. Stay vigilant and immediately alert us through the channel if anything seems amiss. Chen Mo instructed. Aunt Su and Li Man nodded, understanding the importance of their task. The others, under Chun Mo's leadership, began checking their equipment in preparation to ascend the wall. Upon climbing the cold, rough stone battlements, a chilling wind swept through, carrying an air of grim resolve. Chun Mo's sharp gaze swept over the defensive arrangements of the nearby teams. As he had anticipated, the weaponry and equipment among these teams varied greatly. Most individuals clutched standard handguns, with a scant few wielding automatic rifles, while a greater number brandished an assortment of bows and crossbows. Some even possessed fire axes and machetes, presenting a rather meager sight. In stark contrast, within his own ranks, each member was equipped with an AK-15 or M4A1, alongside fragmentation grenades, a veritable display of overwhelming force. Everyone, pay attention, Chen Mo instructed, lowering his voice to address his comrades. During the impending battle, we shall prioritize the use of our customary firearms. Bows and crossbows may also be employed. Let us refrain from revealing our heavy firepower unless the situation becomes dire. The group nodded in understanding. In this PvP instance, prematurely showcasing their full strength would render them targets for all. Sometimes, playing the part of the underdog proved more effective than being overtly aggressive. Jinghua, you will take command of the defense along this segment of the western wall. Lin Shui, assist him from the sidelines. Chen Mo directed, casting a glance at Wang Jingwo. The dark-complexioned Wang Jingwo exhibited no extraneous expression, merely nodding firmly as he replied, rest assured. As the preparation time for the instance dwindled, the atmosphere atop the walls grew increasingly tense. Each individual silently inspected their weapons and ammunition, regulating their breathing. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire shelter. The first wave of monsters is attacking the city. The chilling system notification echoed from every individual's wristband. They were here. Yin Shan let out a growl, his large hand gripping his handgun tightly. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed on the horizon as a considerable mass of dark figures raced towards the shelter. As they drew nearer, the outlines of these figures became unmistakably clear, an agile pack of mutated wolves, their fangs bared. These creatures were nearly twice the size of ordinary wolves, with crimson eyes exuding a bloodthirsty gleam, numbering in the hundreds. Open fire, Wang Jingwo bellowed, being the first to pull the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted within the perimeter of the Dawn convoy, though it was not particularly dense. Following Chun Mo's orders, most team members opted for standard handguns and bows. Bullets and arrows whistled through the air towards the advancing wolf pack, thanks to the protection of the walls. Despite their ferocity, the mutated wolves posed no immediate threat. They relentlessly assaulted the stone walls, clawing and gnashing at the structure to no avail. The battle atop the walls unfolded in an orderly fashion. Chapter 86. The proud Sakura Nation convoy. Chun Mo refrained from directly engaging in the fray, instead focusing on observing the battlefield and the reactions of other teams. Zhang Mang's God-slaying convoy and Zhao Qilong's Mad Dragon convoy were embroiled in a vibrant clash, the sounds of gunfire and bowstrings resonating in a symphony of chaos. Meanwhile, in the southern region overseen by Yamamoto Ryuichi, the firepower was markedly more intense, evidently seeking to establish dominance with the initial wave. Minutes later, the last mutated wolf fell, howling, beneath the walls. The first wave of monster attacks has concluded. As the points were being tallied, the rankings emerged. Dawn Squad, points, 1850, rank 1. Yamato Spirit Squad, points, 1680, rank 2. Godslayer Squad, points, 1350, rank 3. Mad Dragon Squad, points, 1280, rank 4. Observing these standings, the captains of the other teams were somewhat taken aback, particularly Ryuichi Yamamoto, who had just intended to dominate the field with overwhelming firepower. To his surprise, the limelight was seized by the obscure Dawn Squad. His expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Casting a furtive glance towards Chen Mo, Zhang Mang burst into hearty laughter. Brother Chen Mo, impressive. You've kept your cards close to your chest. Zhao Qilong also chuckled, nodding in agreement, his gaze glimmering behind his glasses. Chen Mo remained composed, unfazed by the outcome. Each member of his team was a seasoned veteran. Even if firepower was suppressed, their efficiency in dealing with these ordinary mutated wolves surpassed that of any makeshift team. Yin Shan, Ming Yuan, Take a few capable team members down to clean up the battlefield. Move quickly and stay safe, Chen instructed. Yin Shan and Ming Yuan acknowledged and promptly descended from the city gate with a few agile teammates, expertly gathering useful materials from the corpses of the mutated wolves, primarily wolf pelts and some low-grade crystal cores. Other teams also dispatched personnel to collect their spoils, and soon the area outside the city became bustling with activity. After a brief respite, the second wave of alarms sounded once more. Second wave of monsters attacking the city commenced. This time, from the horizon surged a mass of ordinary zombies. They were tattered and agile, their numbers far exceeding that of the previous mutated wolf pack, with thousands visible at a glance, creating a dark, oppressive swarm. The distinct, guttural growls of the zombies rose and fell, coalescing into a nauseating cacophony. Maintain the rhythm. Conserve ammunition, Wang Jingwo commanded in a solemn tone. Despite the growing pile of corpses at the base of the city wall, the zombies, stepping over their fallen comrades, appeared less concentrated when faced with the long stretch of the wall. The team members took turns shooting, accurately delivering bullets into the heads of the zombies. This battle lasted significantly longer than the first wave. When the last zombie was shot in the head and fell limply, the ground outside the wall was already covered in layers of zombie corpses, exuding a potent stench, creating a rather horrifying scene. Second wave of monster assault concluded. Points are being tallied. The results were as follows. Dawn Squad, points, 4550, total, rank, 1. Yamato Spirit Squad, points, 4120, total, rank, 2. The Dawn Squad remained firmly in first place. Gazing at the vast expanse of fallen zombies outside the city, Chun Imo furrowed his brow slightly. We will not go down to collect the spoils this time, he decided. Why not, Brother Chun Imo? Su Weiwei inquired, puzzled. With so many zombies, we could surely gather a substantial amount. The value of items dropped by these ordinary zombies is minimal. Moreover, Chun Mo's gaze swept across the mountain of corpses, his expression grave. No one could ascertain whether there were any who had not fully succumbed to death, or if any peculiar mutations lay hidden among them. For such trifles, it was not worth the risk. Although he possessed the antidote for the zombie virus, it was unnecessary to squander it in such a manner. The team members nodded in understanding at his words. However, the other teams evidently lacked Chun Mo's prudence. Upon witnessing the heap of zombie corpses outside the city, their eyes reddened with fervor. Quick, descend and gather supplies. Move swiftly, lest we be outpaced. In an instant, aside from Chun Mo's team, the remaining 7 teams dispatched personnel, hastily descending from the city walls, fearing that if they tarried, they would return empty-handed. The open ground beneath the walls erupted into chaos, filled with figures bending to scavenge. Yamamoto Ryuichi stood atop the southern city wall, arms crossed, observing the Dawn Team S in action with a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, the people of Xia truly are timid as mice, he remarked to his subordinate. Such a golden opportunity, yet they fail to seize it. Resources squandered. His subordinate, a similarly short man with a well-groomed mustache, flattered him in agreement. Indeed, Captain, they must be frightened, too afraid to descend, unlike our Yamato Spirit team, bold and fearless. Yamamoto Ryuichi was pleased with his subordinate's flattery. He gazed toward Chun Mo's calm figure on the western city wall, a glimmer of pride and provocation flashing in his eyes. He believed Chun Mo must be afraid or entirely oblivious to the value of this situation. Relay my orders. Yamamoto Ryuichi commanded his team. Let those gathering supplies also collect resources beyond the Dawn Team's defensive perimeter. Since they do not wish to take them, we shall dispose of them to prevent waste. He deliberately emphasized the word help, the sarcasm in his tone unmistakable. Hi. His subordinate promptly complied, loudly conveying Yamamoto Ryuichi's so-called benevolent instructions to their team below. The captain has commanded. We shall also gather the resources that the Dawn Team does not want. Move with haste. The Yamato Spirit team, invigorated by the orders, not only scavenged within their own perimeter, but brazenly charged into the area that originally belonged to Chun Mo's team. A few team members even flashed provocative smiles toward Chun Mo's position on the wall, as if to flaunt their bravery and efficiency. On the wall, Su Weiwei pursed her lips in disdain. Chun Mo, look at those little sun worshippers, how audacious they are to encroach upon our territory. Yin Shan grunted in frustration. If it weren't for the boss's orders, I would descend and twist their heads off. Wang Jingwo furrowed his brow, stating solemnly, let them be. A bunch of fools will soon learn their lesson. Zhang Mang, not far off on the wall, witnessed this scene and erupted in furious expletives. Damn it. That dog Yamamoto really thinks he has something, even snatching the garbage that others discard. Zhao Qilong adjusted his glasses, his gaze glimmering with intensity behind the lenses. He covertly notified his team to return via the team channel. Chapter 87. The miserable Sasaki Chun Mo maintained an expression of calmness, merely observing the disgraceful behavior of Yamamoto Ryuichi's team from atop the city wall. Below, Yamamoto Ryuichi's men were smugly scavenging. Among them was a teammate named Sasazaki, who, eager to impress his captain, ventured near the edge of an area that had been designated for the Dawn team's cleanup. He even straightened up and, with a contemptuous smile directed towards Chun-Mo and the others on the western wall, shouted, "You are too timid. Our Yamato spirit embodies true bravery." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down to pry open a corpse that was pinned beneath another zombie, hoping to uncover any overlooked supplies. The zombie beneath, with its head tilted to one side, had decayed flesh hanging from half its face, revealing ghastly white bones, a clear sign of its demise. Just as Sasazaki's hand was about to make contact with the corpse, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously motionless zombie suddenly opened its single intact eye, gleaming with a ravenous red light. Its seemingly feeble arm struck out with the swiftness of a predatory serpent. The bony fingers, long and blackened, clutched tightly onto Sasazaki's arm, preventing him from freeing the body. A sharp, piercing scream shattered the cacophony beyond the city walls. Sasazaki felt a searing pain in his arm and looked down to find 5 deep, bone-revealing scratch marks etched into his forearm. Dark red blood gushed forth, staining his gray sleeve even darker. The reanimated zombie emitted a ghastly rasp from its throat. Its other hand lunged forward, mouth gaping wide, coated in black slime, aiming to bite Sasazaki's arm. "Help! It's not dead." Sasazaki's spirit fled in terror. He pushed frantically against the zombie's head with his other hand, his legs trembling, retreating repeatedly, his voice trembling with sheer fright. The nearby Yamato spirit team members, initially slow to react, turned at the sound of his scream, startled by the sudden turn of events. "Bakaga, what the hell is that?" Sasazaki-kun, the closest teammate, hurriedly raised his handgun and fired 2 shots at the zombie clinging to Sasazaki. The bullets struck the zombie's torso, bursting forth with foul blood, yet failed to halt its ferocity. On the city wall, Su Weiwei gasped, instinctively covering her mouth, then glanced at Chun-Mo. Her eyes filled with a mix of fear and relief. "Brother Chun-Mo, thank goodness we didn't go down." Yen Shan grunted, a smirk creeping onto his lips, as if mocking the scene. Not far away, Zhang Mang, momentarily taken aback, erupted into unabashed laughter. "Ha, that's karma. Serves you right for stealing. You've gone straight to the gates of hell." Zhao Qilong adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he quietly remarked, "Fortunately, I acted swiftly and called everyone back." On the southern city wall, Yamamoto Ryuichi's expression shifted from smugness to a pallid fury. Having just mocked Chun-Mo for his cowardice, he now faced a crisis with his own team. His face felt as though it had been slapped hard. He bellowed at the chaos below, "Fools. A bunch of idiots. Get rid of it. Bring Sasazaki back." The warriors of the Yamato spirit, momentarily awakened from their stupor, hastily surrounded the zombie that had launched a surprise attack. After much effort, they finally succeeded in eliminating the threat. However, Sasaki lay collapsed on the ground, his injured arm trembling uncontrollably. The skin around the wound began to darken at a visible pace, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant. Sasaki's breathing became more labored, his pupils turning pale, and slight spasms coursed through his body. "Captain, I do not wish to become like that," he pleaded weakly, his eyes filled with a palpable fear of the unknown and a hint of desperation. Nearby, Zhang Mang erupted into laughter. Let them take it. How does it feel now, huh?" His voice boomed, as if he were desperate for Yamamoto Ryuichi to hear him. Yamamoto's chest heaved violently as he watched Sasaki, who was writhing in agony and on the verge of a complete transformation into a corpse. The unabashed mockery from Zhang Mang only intensified his fury. He understood that Sasaki was beyond saving. Keeping him alive would only pose a potential threat, and it was far too humiliating. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned frigid and ruthless. "Dispose of him," Yamamoto Ryuichi uttered through clenched teeth. His aide trembled at the command, glancing at Yamamoto's hardened expression. Not daring to question further, he shouted to the warriors below, "Captain's orders. Sasaki-kun is beyond help. Grant him a swift end." The Yamato spirit members exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty clouding their faces. One, who had been closer to Sasaki, displayed a look of reluctance. "Act!" Yamamoto Ryuichi bellowed once more, his voice tinged with desperation. A sharp crack pierced the air. Sasaki's convulsing body froze momentarily before slumping lifelessly to the ground, a bloody hole now marking his forehead, crimson liquid pooling beneath him. The shot had been fired by one of Yamamoto's trusted confidants, who expressionlessly withdrew his smoking pistol. Silence enveloped both inside and outside the walls, as all the other team members who had been scavenging outside were paralyzed with fear, screaming as they scrambled back to their respective safe zones. The once boisterous exterior was now left with only the bleeding corpse and the scattered remnants of chaos. Upon the walls, a profound silence reigned. An atmosphere thick with dread and trepidation hung in the air. The sight of Sasaki's still bleeding body left an indelible mark on the hearts of every survivor. The teams that had rushed down the walls to gather supplies had already retreated to their respective sectors, their faces pale and shaken. A pungent smell of blood mingled with an intangible fear weighed heavily upon them. Chunmo's calm gaze swept over the disarray below before landing on Yamamoto Ryuichi, whose face was ashen, as if he had just lost a beloved father. This man, once so arrogant, must now be regretting his decisions deeply. At that moment, the wristbands of all individuals vibrated gently in unison. A translucent panel emerged automatically, displaying a line of chilling system text before their eyes. Dungeon notification. You have briefly experienced the thrill of the monster siege. Next, you shall confront the cruelest aspect of this apocalyptic world. Special reminder, you now possess a singular opportunity to exit the current dungeon. Choosing to exit will yield no rewards, but will allow for a safe departure. Countdown, 10 minutes. This sudden notification struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Exit? We can leave now? With no rewards, would our efforts be in vain? Yet, the prospect of facing the cruelest side sounds utterly terrifying. The channels of various teams erupted instantaneously into a cacophony of astonishment, hesitation, and fear. Chunmo raised an eyebrow. This dungeon indeed offered a personalized choice. However, he had no intention of departing empty-handed. Boss Yen Shan glanced at Chunmo, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Let's observe for now. Chunmo replied calmly. He wished to see how many would opt for surrender in the face of death's shadow and the absence of rewards. Time trickled by. In the square, a team composed of Caucasians engaged in fervent debate for several minutes. Their leader, a burly man with a full beard, despondently pressed something on his wristband. In the next instant, their vehicle and figures vanished from the square as if erased by an eraser. Someone truly exited. This turn of events left the remaining individuals feeling increasingly anxious. Cowards. Yamamoto Ryuichi spat disdainfully at the spot where the team had disappeared, as if such contempt could mask his own inner turmoil. Zhang Meng chuckled, so perceptive? Zhao Qilong adjusted his glasses, remaining silent, yet the gravity in his gaze intensified. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Aside from the initial team, no one else chose to exit. Perhaps it was the unwillingness to depart empty-handed, perhaps a sense of luck, or perhaps a blind confidence in their team's capabilities. Chapter 88. The Undefendable Sanctuary. Exit time has concluded. Prepare to face the next challenge. The third wave of the monster siege is about to commence. The cold notification resonated once more, akin to a death knell. This time, the atmosphere atop the walls was more tense than ever before. Each person gripped their weapons tightly, their palms slick with sweat. Roar. On the horizon, a dark wave surged forth once again. It was a horde of zombies. Countless ordinary zombies, intermixed with swifter, grotesquely dark-skinned, low-level mutated zombies. Their numbers far exceeded those of the previous two waves combined, stretching endlessly as if intent on completely submerging the sanctuary. Fire. Wang Zhengwo bellowed as he issued the command. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Whoosh. On the city wall, the collective firepower of all teams erupted in an instant. The cacophony of gunfire, the whistling of crossbow bolts, and the thunderous explosions reverberated through the heavens. From the very onset, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The relentless zombies, undeterred by death, trampled upon the corpses of their comrades, frantically climbing upwards. Beneath the walls, the bodies piled ever higher, swiftly forming sloping mounds that facilitated the approach of the subsequent horde. Clear out the ones at the top, commanded the archers, prioritize the mutated ones. The leaders of the various teams shouted hoarsely. In Chunmo's dawning squad's defense zone, the firepower remained fierce and precise. The team members took turns shooting, their coordination impeccable. Yet, even so, faced with the ceaseless tide of undead, the consumption of ammunition was alarmingly rapid. Lin Shui furrowed her brow, skillfully picking off targets while reporting to Chunmo, our ammunition expenditure exceeds expectations, and we have less than 30% of our arrows remaining. This brutal siege and defense had persisted for nearly 3 hours. When the last zombie was shot in the head and collapsed limply, the survivors atop the wall were on the verge of exhaustion. Many sank directly to the ground, gasping for breath. Beyond the walls, a sea of corpses and blood filled the air with a nauseating stench that threatened to overwhelm the senses. The third wave of monsters has concluded. Calculating scores. Dawning Squad, Morning Light. Score, 22, 550. Total, rank, 1. Yamato Soul Squad. Score, 18, 820. Total, rank, 2. Although the Dawning Squad maintained its lead, Shinmo's expression bore no trace of joy. He inquired about the ammunition reserves of his teammates. His brow furrowed in concern. Their supplies were nearly depleted, and the situation for other teams was likely even worse. Indeed, after a brief respite, several teams, unable to contain themselves, sent individuals down to scavenge arrows from the fallen zombies, hoping to reclaim and reuse them. Their movements were cautious, clearly influenced by the grim fate of Sasaki. Observing coldly, Shin-Emo had already made a decision in his mind. Continuing to hold their ground in this manner would lead to exhaustion and demise for all. Although he could continually purchase supplies from the marketplace, he was unwilling to remain on the defensive. His gaze swept over the vehicles parked behind the city wall, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Jiangua, Lin Shui, Yin Shan, Ling Yu, come here. Shin-Emo summoned the four through the team channel. Boss, what is it? Yin Shan inquired in his deep voice. We must break through, Shin-Emo stated decisively. We may not withstand the next wave of monsters. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo's expression stiffened. He knew Shin-Emo never made unfounded judgments. How do we break through? By utilizing the vehicles. Shin-Emo pointed to the vehicles below. Our armored truck will lead the way, followed by the others. We will open the city gates and charge out directly. The objective of the instance is to survive for 24 hours. We only need to stall for time. Is that feasible? What about the monsters outside? Yinshan hesitated. It's better than being trapped here. We have a significant advantage in the vehicles. Chen-Mo's gaze remained resolute. I shall reach out to Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong to inquire whether they would be willing to join forces. The more hands we have, the better our chances of survival. Chen-Mo promptly contacted Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong through a mutual channel, succinctly conveying his assessment and escape strategy. Escape? Zhang Mang fell silent for a few moments, before his rugged voice resonated. Damn it, I feel something is amiss too. This cursed place, the monsters are becoming increasingly ferocious. Brother Chen-Mo, I trust you. Our god-slaying team will fight alongside you. Zhao Qilong responded swiftly as well. Brother Chen-Mo, your plan is feasible. Our wild dragon team will join. We await your orders for the specifics. Excellent. Chen-Mo affirmed inwardly. Prepare your men to be ready to board at a moment's notice. Maintain formation. Our convoy will lead the way, and you will follow closely behind us. Just as they concluded their discussion, a piercing alarm blared unexpectedly. Warning. The fourth wave of monsters is about to commence. This time, the wristband display even showcased a preview of the monstrous beings. The screen revealed not only the usual throngs of ordinary zombies and low-level mutated zombies, but also ominously large figures that instilled despair. These were giant zombies. Standing over 5 meters tall, their bodies were rippling with muscle, and their skin bore a nauseating dark purple hue, with enormous hands resembling fans. They moved with heavy steps, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each stride. What the hell is that? Zhang Mang cursed in the channel. How are we supposed to combat these giant zombies? Zhao Qilong's voice trembled with fear. On the square, the leaders of several foreign teams turned pale upon witnessing the images. It's over, we are doomed. Hurry. Think of a way. Everyone, immediately board the vehicles according to wartime protocols. Prepare to break through. Chun-Mo's voice thundered through the Dawn team's channel, devoid of any hesitation. The team members acted without delay, efficiently retreating from the city walls and hastening towards their vehicles. The survivors from other teams watched the Dawn team's movements, initially stunned before realizing they intended to flee. Quick, we must board as well. In an instant, chaos enveloped the city walls as everyone scrambled to descend. Yamamoto Long's expression darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud. He observed the monstrous images of the giant zombies and then glanced at Chun-Mo's decisive retreating team, clenching his fists tightly. Damn it, we must board. Prepare to charge out. Despite his inner reluctance, the instinct for survival compelled him to make the most rational choice. Yin Shan, go and open the city gate. Chun-Mo called to Yin Shan, who had already jumped into the passenger seat of the heavy truck. Understood, boss. Yin Shan leaped from the driver's cabin, his massive form charging toward the heavy shelter gate. Ling Yu, once Yin Shan opens the gate, drive the armored truck out immediately. Chen-Mo instructed from the driver's seat. Understood. Ling Yu's resolute face reflected unwavering determination. The others also boarded their vehicles in succession. Most of the combat personnel were stationed atop the heavy trucks. Yin Shan charged towards the city gate, deftly manipulating the mechanism to effortlessly swing open the colossal entrance. Yin Shan, get in, Chen-Mo shouted. After pushing the gate aside, Yin Shan swiftly turned and sprinted a few strides, nimbly climbing into the passenger seat of the heavy truck. All vehicles, charge. With Chun-Mo's command, the armored truck driven by Ling Yu emitted a thunderous roar, leading the charge through the open city gate. Close behind were the minibus driven by Fang Cheng, the passenger vehicle operated by Li Minghua, and another heavy truck piloted by Zhao Xiaohu. Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong's convoy closely followed. The convoys from other nations also revved their engines, hastily trailing behind, seeking to escape the impending devastation wrought by the giant zombies. The convoy surged forth like a torrent of steel, resolutely breaking through the gates of the sanctuary. Chapter 89. The fleeing convoy Ling Yu's armored truck resembled an enraged steel beast, its engine erupting in a deafening roar. It was the first to burst through the open gates. Beyond the threshold lay a veritable hellscape. A dark tide of corpses surged like an inky tsunami, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Ordinary zombies and low-level mutated ones swarmed in droves, emitting nauseating howls. Yet, the most terrifying were the towering giant zombies, akin to small mountains. With each heavy footstep, the ground trembled slightly. A casual swipe of their massive hands could reduce any obstructing ordinary zombie to a gruesome pulp. 30 degrees to the right. Charge! Chun Mo's calm voice resonated in Ling Yu's ears. Focused, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, and, following Chun Mo's instructions, sharply turned the wheel. The massive armored truck carved a perilous arc at high speed, narrowly evading the oncoming tide of zombies and a giant zombie that was advancing towards them. The tires crunched over scattered corpses, producing a grating sound, while the vehicle shuddered with several heavy impacts. Closely following were Fong Cheng's minibus, Li Mingyuan's passenger vehicle, and another heavy truck driven by Zhao Xiaohu. Together, the three vehicles formed a tight assault formation in pursuit of the armored truck. Keep up. Stay close. Zhang Meng bellowed from his modified off-road vehicle. His Godslayer convoy and Zhao Qilong's rampant dragon convoy followed closely behind Chun Mo's team, bursting forth from the sanctuary. Bringing up the rear were the chaotic foreign convoys. Witnessing Chun Mo's successful escape, they disregarded any semblance of formation, flooring their accelerators in a mad rush to follow suit. The zombie tide was enraged by the sudden surge of this metallic deluge, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, causing countless zombies to redirect their pursuit towards the convoy. Particularly, the giant zombies seemed more intrigued by these moving metal cans, emitting low, thunderous roars as they lumbered after them. Damn it, those behemoths are on our tails. Fong Chung observed through the rear window of the minibus, a grim expression settling on his face. Ignore them. Maintain speed. Shake off those minor nuisances. Chun Mo's voice remained calm and steady. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded within the foreign convoy at the rear. A cluster of pickup trucks and small vans, perhaps overwhelmed by panic or lacking driving skills, found themselves in disarray. One pickup, in its frantic attempt to evade a small horde of zombies, made a sharp maneuver. The tires skidded on the gravel-strewn ground, and the vehicle spun violently, colliding directly with an SUV that was attempting to overtake it. Bang! With a dull thud, both vehicles lost control, spiraling like tops into the throng of corpses lining the roadside. No! Help! The piercing screams erupted instantaneously, only to be swiftly drowned out by the frenzied roars of the zombies. Countless undead, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged forth, encircling the two vehicles. The windows were battered relentlessly, soon covered in a spiderweb of cracks. This horrifying scene instilled even greater terror among the remaining foreign convoy. Scatter. Quickly disperse. Forget about them. Save yourselves. The convoy, once a semblance of unity, disintegrated in an instant. Some accelerated forward, while others fled chaotically in various directions, completely losing their structure. Yamamoto Ryuichi's Yamato Spirit Convoy was among them. He gazed with a pale countenance into the rearview mirror at the chaos and the vehicles engulfed by zombies, his teeth grinding in frustration. He had intended to take advantage of the turmoil to push ahead, but now, his own vehicles were also scattered. Damn it, these useless fools. Yamamoto Ryuichi cursed vehemently, slamming the steering wheel, disregarding any semblance of command. He could only lead the two vehicles closest to him, desperately breaking through towards a direction where the zombies were relatively sparse. Chun Mo observed the entire scene through the rearview mirror, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A rabble, utterly fragile. Yin Shan, Zhang Wo, Lin Shui, Wei Wei, and those who believed in their marksmanship. Get on the rooftops. Chun Mo commanded through the team channel. The others utilized the shooting ports on either side to clear out the approaching zombies. Understood, boss. Yin Shan was the first to respond, his imposing figure surprisingly agile within the swaying cabin as he opened the sunroof of the heavy truck and climbed up. Wang Zhengwo, Lin Shui, Su Weiwei, and several skilled markswomen from Ling Wei's team also ascended to the rooftops of the two heavy trucks through the sunroof or the rear doors. The howling wind whipped around them, causing their clothing to flutter. The trucks sped over the rugged terrain, jostling them about. Yet, those atop stood firm. Weapons aimed at the pursuing horde of zombies. Open fire. Prioritize the faster mutated zombies. Wang Zhengwo raised his weapon, commanding with a steady voice. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. The roars of the AK-15 and M4A1 erupted once more, a barrage of fire lashing out behind them, creating a curtain of death. A nimble, dark-hued mutated zombie, utilizing all fours, swiftly navigated through the horde, attempting to close the gap on the convoy. Lin Shui's gaze sharpened as she slightly adjusted the muzzle of her M4A1. Bang! A bullet struck true, shattering the head of her target and releasing a burst of dark green viscous fluid. Yinshan resembled a mobile artillery platform, wielding two AK-15s and unleashing a storm of gunfire upon the densely packed horde of corpses behind him. Bullets cascaded like water, each round claiming the life of one or several zombies. His large hands steadied the weapons as if the recoil were non-existent. Exhilarating. It was utterly exhilarating. Yinshan shouted in excitement while continuing his relentless barrage. The armored truck and another heavy vehicle functioned as moving fortresses, cleaving a path through the tide of corpses. The formidable firepower atop the vehicles continually harvested the zombies that pursued them. The vehicles exhibited remarkable maneuverability, deftly navigating the terrain while the skilled drivers, Ling Yu and Zhao Xiaohu, expertly changed directions to maintain a safe distance from the encroaching swarm, evading complete encirclement. The relentless zombies fell in droves under the precise and fierce fire from the convoy. Zhang Mang and Zhao Qilong's team emulated Chun Mo's strategy, organizing their personnel to counterattack from within their vehicles. Though their firepower and accuracy paled in comparison to the Dawn team, they effectively alleviated some of the pressure. "Brother Chun Mo, you're amazing," Zhang Mang exclaimed over the communication channel, his tone brimming with excitement and admiration. "This kite-flying tactic is simply brilliant." Chun Mo remained silent, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Although the ordinary horde was gradually being depleted, the few giant zombies continued to follow at a leisurely pace. Their speed may have been slow, but each step covered a considerable distance, and the gap between them had not widened significantly. Moreover, he noticed that the color of the eastern sky appeared slightly brighter than before. "Everyone, pay attention. Conserve ammunition and prioritize eliminating the mutated creatures and zombies that pose a threat to the vehicles," Chun Mo reiterated. The battle raged on as the convoy sliced through the horde like a sharp razor, leaving behind a path strewn with the remnants of the fallen. Chapter 90. Annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Nation convoy. The strategy of mobile shooting proved effective. The formidable firepower on the roof of the heavy truck, combined with the precise shooting from within, forged a bloody path through the horde. The once endless stream of ordinary and low-level mutated zombies visibly dwindled. The ground was littered with corpses, the stench overwhelming, yet the pursuing zombies were no longer a cohesive force. In the distance, the giant zombies, resembling small mountains, continued their slow pursuit. Their target seemed not to be the swiftly moving metal cans, but rather the abandoned refuge ahead. Ling Yu skillfully maneuvered the armored truck around a pile of debris. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened as he focused on a nearby scene of devastation. Beside a wrecked gas station, several damaged SUVs and small trucks were attempting to regroup, their bodies still faintly displaying the insignia of a patchwork flag. It is indeed the remnants of Yamamoto Ryuichi's Yamato Spirit team. They appear shaken, clearly having suffered severe losses during the recent breakout. Yamamoto Ryuichi himself is hysterically roaring at his subordinates. "Incompetence! All of you are worthless." His voice is hoarse as he points at the mere dozen or so remaining team members, several of whom bear injuries, and their vehicles number only 3 or 4, one of which has a severely dented front. How could this happen? How could our Yamato Spirit team fall to such a plight? He violently kicks an empty oil barrel nearby, which emits a deafening clang as it rolls away. "It is all your fault. You useless fools. If it weren't for your dawdling in the shelter, if it weren't for your chaotic flailing during the breakout like headless flies, would we have lost so many?" His deputy, a short man who had been sycophantically agreeing earlier, now has dirt smeared across his face, cautiously interjecting. "Captain, we did our best. Those Summer Nation folks charged too quickly, and there were those giant zombies." Silence. Yamamoto Ryuichi viciously interrupts him, spittle flying into his deputy's face. "Excuses. All of them are mere excuses. If you could display the bravery of true Yamato warriors, how could you be terrified by just a few giant zombies?" A young team member, cowering under his shout, lowers his head, unable to meet his gaze. "And you?" Yamamoto Ryuichi points at the young man. "Look at yourself. How did that fool Sasaki die? You were right beside him, watching him fall prey to that lowly zombie. Is it your turn now? Worthless. If you cannot even protect yourself, how can you pledge your loyalty?" The young man's lips tremble, but he is rendered speechless. In the ranks, another slightly older and more composed member finally cannot hold back and mutters under his breath. "It was your insistence that led us to provoke the Dawn team and seize supplies from their territory. Sasaki would not have." His voice is soft, yet amidst Yamamoto Ryuichi's roars, it cuts through sharply. "What?" Yamamoto Ryuichi whips his head around like an enraged beast, fixating on the speaker with bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. "Baka, do you dare question my decisions? You traitor." He steps forward, seemingly poised to strike. Just then, a deep and oppressive roar of an engine approaches rapidly from afar. They had heard this sound not long ago. It was the armored truck, a monstrous steel beast. "Lingwei, to the left front, do you see that group?" Chun Mo's voice resonates through the team channel, calm, yet laced with deadly intent. Charge straight ahead. All units prepare for battle. Target the Yamato Spirit Team. Leave no survivors. Received. Lingwei responds crisply. The armored truck bellows angrily, its front aimed directly at the startled group. On the roof, Yin Shan, Wang Zhengwo, Lin Shui, and Su Weiwei swiftly adjust their weapons. Just as Yamamoto Ryuichi finishes cursing his subordinates, he hears that familiar, chilling roar of the engine. He abruptly turned around, his gaze fixating on the armored truck hurtling toward him like a chariot of hell. Its ominous gun barrels peering down at him, his complexion drained of color. Baka, it's them. Defend. Open fire. Yamamoto Ryuichi screamed in a piercing voice, hastily reaching for his weapon. Yet it was all too late. Boom. The armored truck collided with the side of an off-road vehicle at the forefront of Yamamoto's convoy. Like a colossal battering ram. Amidst the ear-piercing screech of twisted metal, the off-road vehicle was sent airborne, crashing into nearby vehicles as it tumbled. Fire. Wang Zhengwo bellowed in a deep, furious tone. The AK-15 and M4A1, already aimed, roared in unison, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the remnants of the Sakura Nation's forces. The fragile windows shattered instantly, and the vehicle's body was riddled with holes. Those members of the Sakura Nation, having just endured a wave of corpses and gasping for breath, could scarcely organize a proper defense before they fell, struck down by gunfire. Yin Shan grinned widely, his dual AK-15s spitting flames as he riddled a pickup truck attempting to reverse in a desperate escape, causing sparks to erupt and the engine hood to explode. Enjoy your journey to the afterlife, Grandpas. Su Weiwei, equally focused, expertly fired her M4A1, delivering a precise shot that obliterated an enemy attempting to retaliate from behind a vehicle. Yamamoto Ryuichi was caught in the aftermath of the first wave of impact. The immense force knocked him over, his back crashing heavily against the gravel-laden ground. Pain surged through him, momentarily dimming his vision, as he felt his insides jolt. His ears buzzed with the harsh noise of contorting metal and the terrified screams of his subordinates. Captain! Captain! His deputy scrambled toward him, eager to assist. Get away! Yamamoto Ryuichi shoved his deputy aside, bracing himself against the ground, unsteadily attempting to rise. His helmet tilted askew, a large patch of skin scraped off his face, mingling blood and dirt in a disheveled mess. His vision remained somewhat hazy as he shook his head, attempting to comprehend the chaos around him. The armored truck, resembling a devilish war machine, was now positioned at an awkward angle, deforming one of his convoy's vehicles, its wheels spinning futilely. Baka! Enemy attack! Counterattack! Quickly! Yamamoto Ryuichi finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice strained and high-pitched with fury. Just moments ago, he had been cursing his subordinates' incompetence. And now he found himself the target of a surprise assault, which filled him with profound humiliation. However, his command seemed utterly powerless amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Struggling to rise, his face contorted with madness and despair, he raised his handgun and fired wildly. I will kill you. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. Lin Shui stood atop another heavy truck, the muzzle of her M4A1 still smoking. A bloody hole appeared in the center of Yamamoto Ryuichi's forehead, and his face, twisted with rage, froze for an instant before he collapsed, marking the end of his nefarious life. The battle, or rather the massacre, transpired in scarcely a minute. The once invincible Yamato Spirit convoy met a dismal end, completely obliterated on a desolate highway in a foreign land. The scene was a harrowing tableau of burning vehicles and scattered corpses. At that moment, Zhang Meng and Zhao Qilong's convoy arrived tardily. They had been momentarily delayed by a small horde of zombies, and upon their arrival, they were met with this grim spectacle. Zhang Meng craned his neck, taking in the chaos and the calm demeanor of Chun Mo's team, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. My goodness, Brother Chen Mo, have you truly taken everything in one fell swoop? His voice was laced with incredulity and admiration. Zhao Qilong surveyed the battlefield and glanced at Chun Mo's serene profile. Waves of astonishment surging within him. The combat prowess of the Dawn team, along with Captain Chun Mo's ruthless decisiveness, exceeded his wildest expectations. Chun Mo seemed oblivious to their astonishment, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects. Lin Shui, Jingua, take a few people down and gather anything useful. Chun Mo commanded through the team channel. The rest of you, remain vigilant and clear away any nearby straggling zombies. Understood. Lin Shui and Wang Zhengwo replied promptly. Leaping from the vehicle with Zhao Xiaohu and several agile team members, they deftly examined the bodies and vehicles of the Sakura country team, scavenging for weapons, ammunition, and other valuable supplies. A few scattered zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, approached but were swiftly dispatched by Yin Shan and Su Weiwei from atop the vehicle. My, these folks have some impressive gear, Zhang Meng remarked as he watched Lin Shui retrieve a well-maintained handgun from a corpse, unable to suppress his admiration. Brother Chen Mo, you've truly struck it rich this time. Chen Imo cast him a fleeting glance. In this instance, anything that survives is valuable, he stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Qilong nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Chen Mo's words. Indeed, during such times, every resource is invaluable. He paused, wisely refraining from requesting a share, and instead suggested, "We shall refrain from intruding and take a moment to regroup while clearing away any pursuers." Chen Mo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. He disembarked and reclaimed the vehicles from the Sakura Country team, having modified them to earn 18,000 survival points. At this moment, the eastern sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. Chen Mo activated his wristband to check the points panel. Instance points. Dawn team. Points. 112. 015. Total. Slayer team. Points. 28. 700. Total. Rank. 2. Rampaging Dragon team. Points. 26. 550. Total. Rank. 3. The Sakura Country team's name had entirely vanished from the leaderboard. The Dawn team score was staggering, far ahead of the rest. The dawn has arrived, Wang Jiangwo said as he approached Chen Mo, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night. He rubbed his sore shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the weary team members. The night's battle, from defending the shelter to breaking out, and then pursuing and eliminating the Yamamoto team, had been relentless. Every individual was on high alert, their stamina nearly depleted. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze fixed upon his team members. "Everyone, rest in place," he commanded in a deep voice. "Take turns to rest. Consume some food, and replenish your strength. Wanqing, Jiangwo, Xiaoyong, you will stand guard first, the rest will take turns sleeping." Upon hearing his words, the taut nerves of the team members finally relaxed. Many simply collapsed into the cabin, closing their eyes and surrendering to slumber. Aunt Su Huifan and Lili immediately set to work, retrieving food and water from their supplies. Steaming instant noodles, sausages, boiled eggs, and bottled water were distributed to each person. Although the fare was simple, it seemed extraordinarily delicious in this moment of fatigue. "Yen Shan, eat more," Lili urged, handing him several bowls of noodles along with a few sausages. Yen Shan grinned amiably, accepting the noodles, and quickly devoured one bowl before hastily opening another. "Thank you, Sister Lili, I'm a bit hungry." His appetite was as astonishing as ever, eliciting smiles from his comrades. Su Weiwei yawned, accepting her noodles and eating them delicately. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat in the vehicle, consuming his noodles while observing the surroundings through the radar. The brief respite felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought for everyone. After about 2 to 3 hours, when the first batch of resting team members had regained some energy, Chen Mo called everyone to wake. "Rise. We have some matters to attend to." Although the team members still felt a bit groggy, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, they immediately perked up and swiftly organized their gear. "Boss, where to?" Yen Shan asked, rubbing his hands together. "We are heading near the shelter," Chen Mo replied, his gaze sharp. "We cannot overlook those giant zombies." At this proclamation, several gasps echoed within the cabin. The team members understood that the might of the giant zombies was far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Nevertheless, they were resolute to follow Chen Mo's decision. Ling Yu started the armored truck, the engine emitting a low roar. The convoy set off once more, slowly progressing towards the shelter. Along the way, they encountered no large groups of zombies. Any sporadic ones were easily crushed by the convoy. As they approached the shelter again, the giant zombies, resembling small mountains, were indeed still wandering nearby. Chen Mo observed them through binoculars, 3 in total. The 3 giant zombies appeared to be only slightly injured. "Ling Yu, you will drive and maintain a safe distance. The rest of the vehicles should do the same. Yen Shan, Jiangwo, Lin Shui, Su Weiwei, along with Fang Cheng and Li Mingyuan, you will ascend to the vehicle tops and follow my commands, prioritizing attacks on their heads and joints." "Understood," the group replied in unison. The armored truck transformed once more into a mobile artillery platform. With Ling Yu and Zhao Xiaohu's skilled driving, they maneuvered around the giant zombies, searching for opportunities to strike. "Fire!" Wang Jiangwo bellowed, pulling the trigger first. The sound of gunfire erupted as the AK-15 and M4A1 unleashed a torrent of bullets towards one of the giant zombies. Bullets struck against its resilient hide, producing muted thuds. While capable of inflicting damage, the effect was far from pronounced. "Aim and fire," Chen Mo commanded with composure. Lin Shui's M4A1 delivered precise shots, each round aimed at the giant zombie's eyes. However, despite the vulnerability of its oculars, the creature instinctively raised its arms to shield itself. "Damn it! Let me shatter that claw of yours." Yen Shan, undeterred by the circumstances, wielded 2 AK-15s, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the giant zombie's defending arms and chest. The bullets rained down in a cacophony of thuds, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The giant zombie staggered under the relentless onslaught, emitting furious roars from its throat. Yet its eyes remained staunchly protected. Ling Yu maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel, ensuring that the armored truck kept a relatively safe distance from the giant zombie, denying it any opportunity to close in.